Chapter 1. The Awakening of Bibi Dong. In the city of Notting, at the branch of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Today marks the annual Spirit Awakening Day of the Spirit Hall. Since its inception, the Spirit Hall has adhered to the principle of awakening the spirits of children who have reached the age of 6, free of charge. The senior white-clad steward, Matthew, expounded passionately on the significance of this day. In the grand hall below, over 100 children, all aged 6, gathered to listen attentively to the discourse of the branch's leader. Each child's face radiated with excitement and expectation, their silence a testament to their eagerness. Among them was a delicate boy with black hair and dark eyes, Sumo, a reincarnator. In his previous life, Sumo's original name had become inconsequential. What mattered was that he had been a martial arts enthusiast, mastering various forms of combat and garnering millions of followers on social media platforms. A fervent fan of anime, Sumo was acutely aware that he had been reborn into the world of Douluo continent, and fortuitously, he found himself in the familiar city of Notting, heading directly to the Spirit Hall branch for his own awakening. Unlike Tang San, who awakened in a remote mountain village, Sumo was grateful for his circumstances. If only I had read the original novel earlier, I would have comprehended the plot much better, he mused as he awaited the commencement of the awakening ceremony. His knowledge of Douluo continent was limited to snippets from anime and short videos, and while he had sought out the original text, he found it difficult to engage with the written word, ultimately setting it aside. Perhaps it was easier to overlook the protagonist's moral dilemmas in animated form than in prose, where such issues became glaringly apparent. Had he known he would be reborn in the world of Douluo continent, he would have persevered in reading the novel countless times, seizing opportunities that belonged to the original protagonist, Tang San. For instance, the most significant opportunity in Sumo's eyes was consuming the celestial herbs that could enhance one's innate talent and soul power. However, he was aware that Tang San encountered those herbs only after being captured by the poisoned Douluo, and he had no recollection of their locations. First, let's see if I can awaken my soul power. Sumo redirected his focus to the awakening ceremony. He understood that the essence of this experience was not merely the type of spirit awakened, but whether he possessed soul power. Only by demonstrating soul power could one aspire to become a soul master. At that moment, the awakening ceremony formally commenced. The senior white-clad steward, Matthew, produced several awakening stones and swiftly arranged them into an awakening array. Under the guidance of the Spirit Hall staff, one child after another stepped into the formation to undergo their awakening. A scythe, a weapon spirit quite decent. However, whether one can become a soul master depends on the presence of soul power. Please proceed to test your innate soul power. The first child awakened their spirit with Matthew's approving nod, promptly retreating to undergo the soul power assessment. As the ceremony progressed, spirits of various forms emerged from the children. Blue silvergrass, a worthless spirit, bow, an arrow, a weapon spirit, white wolf, a bee spirit, scissors, a weapon spirit, and cloth strip, a weapon spirit, among others. Most spirits were of low rank, and none exhibited higher-level capabilities. Furthermore, very few awakened innate soul power, with those who did registering only levels 1 or 2. Sumo observed this with a sense of normalcy. After all, Notting was merely a small town. He recalled that even the son of the city lord had absorbed a 10-year white spirit ring, which spoke volumes about the general quality of spirits here. Next, Sumo. After half the children had undergone awakening, it was finally Sumo's turn. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, feeling the tension mount as he approached the moment that would define his fate. Upon entering the center of the awakening array, he instinctively closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. Buzz. In an instant, Sumo felt a surge of power awaken within him, converging towards his right hand. Opening his eyes, he extended his right hand, revealing a simple yet formidable long spear, a soul hunting spear. As he awakened his spirit, Sumo realized its name. The soul hunting spear was not an ordinary spirit. It was a step above the common low-ranking spirits. Buzz. Just as Sumo began to believe that the soul-hunting spear was his soul spirit, he sensed another wave of power awakening within him. this time flowing towards his left hand. Twin spirits? The realization struck him with exhilaration, understanding the implications of such a phenomenon. However, rather than conceal his dual spirit status, Su Mo felt that demonstrating sufficient talent would garner better resources. Yet, when he attempted to summon his second spirit with his left hand, the energy seemed to vanish, as if it had been a mere illusion. What's happening? Su Mo stood there in bewilderment. That's a long spear spirit, quite impressive. Now, let's test your innate soul power. Matthew noted Su Mo's distracted demeanor and quickly called out to him. Though the spirit was commendable, he urged Su Mo not to disrupt the awakening of others. Right? Finally snapping back to reality, Su Mo complied and moved to the side for the innate soul power test. Buzz. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, at that very moment within him, a pair of striking eyes slowly opened. Am I not dead? What is this place? Bibi Dong surveyed her surroundings, her face etched with confusion. She distinctly remembered her demise. Chapter 2. Bibi Dong's incomprehensible fate. Regardless of the circumstances, it appeared that she was alive once more. However, as Bibi Dong took a moment to assess her situation, her expression darkened. Damn it, I have become someone else's spirit. Her beautiful visage reflected her dismay. She had never anticipated being reduced to the spirit of a human child. This realization dawned upon her as she comprehended her current state. To be someone else's spirit. Was this the price of her resurrection? Bibi Dong struggled to accept this reality. Who was she? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the founding empress of the Spirit Empire, the Rakshasa god who had transcended 100 levels to achieve divinity. Each of her identities was exalted and revered. Now, to be relegated to the status of another spirit was utterly unacceptable to her. Yet, upon attempting to separate from Su Mo's body, she found herself incapable of doing so. After several attempts, she realized her current state was alarmingly frail. Her body had vanished, transformed into a spirit, and she was left in a weakened condition, insufficient for awakening. However, a glimmer of solace emerged. Her consciousness remained intact and could detach from the spirit. Initially, she had presumed that her transformed spirit form, equated to her soul, form. The ability to detach her consciousness from the spirit was an unexpected revelation. Swish! With a flicker of intent, Bibi Dong's consciousness penetrated through Su Mo's body, emerging into the external world. Yet, those present in the Spirit Hall branch exhibited no reaction to Bibi Dong's appearance, including Su Mo himself. Is this the little brat? Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Mo, who was undergoing the innate soul power test, her brows knitting slightly. No matter how adorable he appeared, he was a source of irritation to her. Innate soul power level 2. Upon witnessing the results of Su Mo's test, her disdain only deepened. Only level 2 innate soul power? I am reborn in the body of such a lowly wretch. Impossible. Amidst her disdain, Bibi Dong felt a surge of disbelief. In her estimation, if Su Mo's body could accommodate her as a spirit, he should undoubtedly be a prodigy. He should possess at least a commendable level of innate soul power. The revered Rakshasa god could not have been reborn in the body of such an insignificant child. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an intense sense of humiliation. Perhaps it is because I am merely a remnant soul at this moment. However, Bibi Dong quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Intrinsic soul power level 2. Su Mo stared at the results of his test, his expression momentarily faltering. To be honest, this was somewhat below his expectations, especially after discovering that he seemingly possessed a twin martial soul. He had anticipated that his talent would be remarkable. Little did he know it would result in such a disappointment. This level of talent pales in comparison to the protagonists of the original narrative. An intrinsic soul power level of 2 is quite commendable. Congratulations on possessing the potential to become a soul master. Here is your certification from our Spirit Hall. With this, you may enter the Soul Master Academy. Su Mo felt a twinge of disappointment, while the Spirit Hall staff member, with a beaming smile, congratulated him and handed over a certificate stamped with the seal of the Spirit Hall branch. Thank you. Upon hearing the staff member's words, Su Mo snapped back to reality. hurriedly accepting the certificate and responding politely. Clutching the certificate, he turned to leave. He needed to vacate the space to avoid delaying the tests of those behind him. Although my intrinsic soul power is only at level 2, it is still something to cherish. At the very least, I possess soul power and can wield this supernatural force. This is a power I could never have imagined in my previous life. Once outside the Spirit Hall branch, Su Mo quickly shook off his earlier despondency. The mere possession of soul power was a source of immense joy for him. In his past life, he had been enamored with martial arts, dreaming of wielding the inner strength akin to that found in martial arts novels. Now that he had it, how could he not feel exhilarated? At this moment, Bibi Dong shared a similar surge of emotion, though perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as shock. The Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. How can this be? Wasn't the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City long since dissolved? After my demise, the Spirit Hall and the Spirit Empire surely ceased to exist. The Spirit Hall could not possibly continue to operate. What on earth is happening here? Bibi Dong's confusion arose upon seeing Su Mo's certificate, which bore the stamp of the Notting City Spirit Hall branch. While she might have been indifferent to other Spirit Hall branches, she was intimately familiar with the one in Notting City, as Yu Xiaogang had secluded himself there for many years. However, Bibi Dong distinctly recalled that after establishing the Spirit Empire, all Spirit Hall branches within the territories of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire had been eradicated. Of course, prior to that, all Spirit Hall members had been recalled to the Spirit City. Moreover, following the defeat of the Spirit Empire, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly have been dismantled, making the existence of any branches even more implausible. There must be something amiss here. Bibi Dong quickly recognized the irregularities. The timeline seemed off. Thus, she resolved to inquire about Su Mo, as she intended to remind him of her existence. If she wished to free herself from him, she needed Su Mo to grow stronger swiftly. Otherwise, he would not even be able to awaken her as his second martial soul. Furthermore, only by making Su Mo aware of her presence could he be motivated to cultivate his strength and awaken his second martial soul. If she remained unable to awaken as Su Mo's second martial soul, she would be powerless to act, with only her consciousness able to function. Her current form was that of a martial soul to restore or strengthen herself. She had no choice but to rely on Su Mo. Although Bibi Dong was loath to admit it, she existed in the form of Su Mo's martial soul, and only upon awakening could she receive soul rings from him to attain restoration and enhancement. What kind of predicament was this? To achieve a revival, yet face such arduous challenges. Regardless, being alive is a stroke of fortune. Perhaps I still have the opportunity to see Shuer, Na, and Xiaojiang. Chapter 3. Bibi Dong surprisingly residing within me. Aunt, I have returned. So, what martial soul did you awaken? Do you possess soul power? My martial soul is the soul hunting spear, with intrinsic soul power at level 2. Wonderful, wonderful. Upon returning home, Su Mo reported his martial soul awakening to his aunt. With his parents no longer present, he resided with her. Due to the absence of male heirs, his aunt had always treated him like her own son. However, that was the case until earlier this year when his cousin was born. Since then, the other members of the household had not lavished him with as much affection as before, despite Su Mo always exhibiting intelligence and politeness. He bore no resentment. It was only natural for his aunt's family to favor the newly arrived boy. Conversely, Su Mo cherished the kindness shown to him by his aunt's family. After today, learning that he could become a soul master, he was confident that they would once again shower him with affection. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Mo settled onto his bed, once again attuning himself to the soul power coursing through his being. How wondrous! This sensation is truly exhilarating, as he felt the soul power circulating within him. He gently clenched his right hand, and the energy flowed into it, amplifying its strength significantly. With a hum, Su Mo summoned his martial spirit, the soul-hunting spear, and examined it closely. The spear, measuring over 1 meter in length, was evidently well-suited to his current stature. Its body was entirely black, resembling a heavy iron weapon, with an average quality. A level 2 innate soul power was indeed a fitting match. Su Mo sighed. Subsequently stowing the soul-hunting spear away, Now, he would carefully reflect on whether his previous sensations were merely a figment of his imagination. With a subtle flicker in his eyes, he closed them. He was determined to ascertain whether his earlier perception of awakening a second martial spirit was indeed a delusion. With a deep breath, Su Mo exhaled, allowing himself to relax both body and mind. He then began to meticulously sense his own condition. However, as he quieted his thoughts and focused intently, an unexpected vision emerged before him. Even with his eyes still closed, he found himself in a serene void, where a long spear floated silently before him. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably his martial spirit. Is this my realm of consciousness? Or perhaps the space of my martial spirit? Su Mo was taken aback. Astonished that he could venture within himself, achieving an introspective view akin to that found in martial arts novels, he speculated that his soul, being reincarnated, might possess considerable strength, allowing him to attain such inner sight after awakening his martial spirit. After the initial thrill subsided, his attention was swiftly drawn to a swirling mass of crimson mist beside the soul-hunting spear. Could this be the second martial spirit I sensed? Su Mo pondered. Yet no matter how closely he observed, the mist remained an enigma. Was his second martial spirit merely a swirling fog of blood? He sensed a faint connection with this mist, distinctly less tangible than the bond he shared with the soul-hunting spear, which he could summon at will. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the blood mist. As soon as his hand made contact, a powerful force yanked him into the depths of the mist. The scenery before him shifted dramatically, and he found himself in a vast, dark cavern. Gurgling sounds echoed as a pool of blood bubbled ominously at the cavern's center. This eerie sight sent shivers down Su Mo's spine. Yet, mustering his courage, he scrutinized the blood pool, reasoning that as one of his twin martial spirits, it would likely not harm him. That is, Bibi Dong. How could this be? However, upon closer inspection of the blood pool, his heart raced in shock. Within it lay a figure he recognized all too well. The greatest antagonist from the original Do continent, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yet, she appeared tranquil. Her eyes gently closed, as if peacefully slumbering, a stark contrast to the sinister aura of the blood pool. Little one, your soul power is quite impressive, allowing you to enter this realm. A chillingly beautiful voice suddenly resonated in Su Mo's ear. Who? Su Mo jumped, turning to locate the source of the voice. To his dismay, he beheld yet another Bibi Dong. Unlike the serene figure resting in the blood pool, this one regarded him with a frigid gaze. Before him stood the manifestation of Bibi Dong's consciousness. Given her status as his martial spirit, Bibi Dong had harbored resentment towards Su Mo, and her expression was far from friendly. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Su Mo's mind was still reeling, but he feigned ignorance, inquiring about her presence. He was uncertain whether Bibi Dong was aware of his reincarnation, so he decided to act as though he did not recognize her. After all, even if she suspected his rebirth, she could not possibly know he had experienced the tales of Douluo continent. Why am I here? That's what I want to know. Bibi Dong's thoughts were filled with indignation and resentment as she pondered how a dignified god like herself had become another's martial spirit. Little one, do not be alarmed. Surely you have sensed that upon awakening your martial spirit, you have a second one, correct? Despite her irritation, Bibi Dong quickly composed herself, offering Su Mo a disarming smile. She needed him to let down his guard and trust her. Yes. Yes. Do you know what my second martial spirit is? Seeing Bibi Dong's shift in demeanor, Su Mo seized the opportunity to inquire further. A hypothesis lingered in his mind, though it seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, I am your second martial spirit. Bibi Dong's next words confirmed Su Mo's wild speculation. What? You are my second martial spirit, though he had anticipated it. Su Mo still feigned shock before her. This was not entirely an act. He was genuinely astonished that Bibi Dong would manifest as his second martial spirit. Logically, she should still be the Pope of the Spirit Hall in this time frame. Yes, I am your second martial spirit, the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong nodded, revealing her identity as the Rakshasa god. This was indeed factual. Her current identity was that of the Rakshasa god martial spirit, akin to Poseidon, the high priestess of Sea God Island, whose martial spirit was the sea god. However, there were distinctions between her and Poseidon's sea god martial spirit. The Rakshasa god? What level of martial spirit is that? Su Mo gazed at her in awe. What level? The Rakshasa god is not merely a common martial spirit. Even the top-tier martial spirits pale in comparison. It is a divine-level martial spirit. A divine-level martial spirit. How could this be? I possess a divine-level martial spirit. Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that he could possess such a formidable martial spirit. Little one, you merely harbor the Rakshasa god martial spirit. This does not equate to your ability to awaken it. Unless you awaken the Rakshasa god martial spirit, it is as if you do not possess it at all. In order to truly wield the Rakshasa god martial spirit, you must assist me in awakening it. Observing Su Mo's excitement and disbelief, Bibi Dong smiled gently before imparting this harsh reality. She aimed to instill in him the strength of the Rakshasa god martial spirit before revealing that such a powerful spirit remained dormant, requiring his awakening. Then how can I help you awaken? Su Mo inquired eagerly. How can you awaken me? Bibi Dong paused for a moment, her expression darkening slightly. Only when your strength is sufficiently formidable will you be able to awaken me. For now, just know that you possess a remarkably powerful Rakshasa god martial spirit and focus on training to become stronger. Once your strength increases, awakening me will come naturally, and henceforth, do not enter this space without necessity. And keep the matter of the Rakshasa god martial spirit a secret from others. Little one, strive diligently. I await your growth. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she waved her delicate hand, and immediately, Su Mo's figure vanished from the realm of the Rakshasa. However, the one who expelled Su Mo, Bibi Dong, wore an increasingly sullen expression. Damn it, how could this happen? Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, appearing utterly helpless and unwilling. That it was only now that she realized, for Su Mo to assist her in awakening, he would need to attain a minimum soul power level of 70, becoming a soul sage to achieve such a feat. Yet, with Su Mo's innate soul power at a mere level 2, the prospect of him becoming a soul sage was nearly impossible. This realization plunged Bibi Dong into despair. Was she destined to remain as merely a child's martial soul, in a state of perpetual inability to awaken? This meant she would be trapped within the confines of a child's martial soul space indefinitely. How infuriating. Coming to this understanding left Bibi Dong in a frenzy. If this were the case, she would prefer to remain unrevived. Damn it, I forgot to ask what year it is in the Douluo calendar. Upon recalling this, Bibi Dong felt another wave of frustration. She had intended to inquire about the current year in the Douluo calendar, to see if it aligned with her suspicions that she had not been reborn after her death, but possibly had returned to the past. Yet, overwhelmed by the thought that Su Mo might never be able to help her awaken, she had forgotten. What the hell, I was just expelled. Bibidong's foul mood was mirrored in Su Mo, who was equally exasperated by being cast out. He could not comprehend why, without warning, Bibi Dong had suddenly banished him. He had yet to fully grasp the situation. He dared not fully trust Bibidong's words. Although he had admired her character in the anime, viewing her as his favorite female character, he was acutely aware that she was indeed a formidable antagonist. Believing the words of such a villainous woman could lead to dire consequences. While it was acceptable for his worldview to be swayed by the animated portrayal, reality demanded caution. Thus, Su Mo remained uncertain whether Bibi Dong had truly become his second martial soul. If she had, possessing such a powerful martial soul would indeed be a cause for celebration. If not, then that woman would never have remained within him. She would have disposed of him long ago. Given Bibidong's formidable strength, resistance was futile. The fact that she had not killed him suggested either her inability or her reluctance to do so. The sensation he experienced during his martial soul awakening should not have been mistaken. He indeed possessed a second martial soul, likely Bibi Dong herself. She must not have deceived him on this point. Reflecting on this, Su Mo suddenly realized he might have been overly concerned. However, in the presence of a woman like Bibi Dong, it was impossible for him to be anything but cautious. If only he could ascertain why she had become his martial soul. Su Mo sighed inwardly. These were the musings that occupied Su Mo's mind. While he was within, he had tested the limits of his thoughts. Bibi Dong could neither hear nor sense his internal dialogue. Only when he spoke aloud could she receive his conveyed messages. This realization brought him some relief. Had it been otherwise, he would have been unable to conceal anything from her. Once he had calmed himself, Su Mo continued to reflect on everything that had transpired. One thing he could ascertain was that Bibi Dong, for the time being, would not be detrimental to him. It seemed she required his assistance for her awakening. Yet, he could not fathom why she had suddenly expelled him, and her final words felt somewhat dismissive, as if she doubted his capability. Was it possible that Bibi Dong had suddenly realized that his innate qualities might be insufficient to aid her awakening, prompting her to dismiss him, based on the tone and demeanor she had displayed while speaking? Su Mo believed this possibility was quite significant. Regardless, Bibi Dong had indeed manifested within him. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, one could not avoid their fate. To be granted a second chance at life was already a gain for him. Thus he had little to fear. He could simply interact with her as if unaware of her true identity. With his mind settled, Su Mo resolved not to dwell excessively on the matter. Chapter 5. Sister Goddess in his room. Su Imo embarked on his first attempt to cultivate his soul power. He was uncertain whether the various sects possessed more advanced soul power cultivation techniques. Currently, he practiced the publicly available soul power cultivation method of the Dao continent, which could also be described as a meditation technique. Seated cross-legged, Su Imo summoned his martial soul, the soul-hunting spear, which then floated silently before him. As he began his cultivation, an imperceptible energy began to converge upon Su Imo's martial soul from the void, ceaselessly absorbed by his martial soul. This was the essence of soul power cultivation on the Douluo continent, achieved through meditation, wherein the martial soul absorbed energy and transformed it into soul power. Thus, the quality of the martial soul determined the cultivation speed of the soul master. The higher the quality of the martial soul, the faster the rate of cultivation. Moreover, martial souls of superior quality typically possessed higher innate soul power. Consequently, the concept of innate soul power levels became a determinant of a soul master's cultivation talent. After diligently cultivating for 2 hours, Su Imo discovered that his martial soul had reached saturation, unable to absorb any more energy to enhance his soul power. Was this truly the limit? At this rate, it would take him at least half a year to increase even one level of soul power. To progress from level 2 to level 10, he would require approximately 5 years, graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy in 6 years. His soul power level would barely reach around level 12. This talent was evidently lacking, failing to meet even the minimum standards for admission to Shrek Academy. Furthermore, this was merely the initial phase. As he progressed, his talent would only diminish further, with the rate of cultivation slowing dramatically. According to the cultivation theories of this world, it seemed nearly impossible for him to reach a high level. Not to mention the Soul King. Even reaching the Soul Sect might be the pinnacle of his potential. After concluding his training, Su Imo felt a twinge of disappointment. Acknowledging his lack of talent was one thing, but it still stung. Based on his current cultivation speed, by the age of 12, he could only hope to reach a soul power level of around 12. Yet, the protagonists of the anime were nearing level 30. The disparity was staggering. Su Imo realized he must take action to rectify this dire situation. If it had been before, he might have sought rare herbs to enhance his innate talent. However, now, he believed it prudent to consult Bibi Dong first. Resolute, he silenced his mind, entering a state of inner reflection, and once again delved into the world of his martial soul within his body. Upon entering this inner realm, Su Imo found himself before the blood-colored mist once more, and subsequently stepped into the realm of the Rakshasa. Why have you returned? Upon seeing Su Imo re-enter, Bibi Dong appeared beside the blood pool, her expression somewhat unwelcoming. She had previously warned him not to disturb her unless necessary. It had only been a brief time. That, Sister Goddess, I have come to seek your counsel. Su Imo, observing Bibidong's unfriendly demeanor, felt a pang of nervousness. What if his previous assumptions were wrong? The Bibidong before him might very well decide to end him if she were in a foul mood. Sister Goddess, hearing Su Mo's address, Bibidong paused momentarily, taken aback. This was the first time someone had referred to her in such a manner. Strangely, she found herself quite fond of this title. Speak. What is it? In light of Su Mo's respectful address, Bibidong softened her attitude, her expression relaxing. Sister Goddess, I have heard that beyond the publicly available soul power cultivation techniques on the Douluo continent, the various sects possess more advanced methods. Surely, you have some as well, Sister Goddess. With a faint chuckle, Su Imo inwardly smirked at Bibidong's changing demeanor, maintaining a facade of tension and expectation as he inquired about the advanced cultivation techniques. Soul power cultivation techniques. Upon hearing Su Mo's question, Bibidong's expression momentarily froze, seemingly surprised that he had come to her for such a simple matter. Advanced soul power cultivation techniques were hardly a challenge for her. Given your evident ambition, I shall grant you access. However, you must first answer me a question. What year is it in the Douluo calendar? Subsequently, Bibidong smiled gently, and while responding to Su Imo, she also posed the question she had not had the chance to ask earlier. Truly, that is splendid. Thank you, Sister Goddess. Upon hearing this, Su Imo expressed his excitement and gratitude to Bibidong before answering her question. Sister Goddess, it is currently the year 2637 in the Douluo calendar. In the year 2631 of the Douluo calendar, Tang San was born. The year 2637? Have I truly returned? Upon hearing Su Mo's reply, Bibidong's eyes flickered slightly, and she unconsciously murmured to herself. Perhaps she felt no need to guard her thoughts in front of Su Imo, believing that the young child before her could not comprehend her words, and she might not have even considered concealing anything from him. Her mind was filled with astonishment and joy. She never imagined that she had genuinely returned to the past. Hearing Bibidong's murmurs, Suemo felt a slight stirring within him. Returned? From where? She certainly was not referring to returning to his body as his martial soul, nor to returning to the Douluo continent. Throughout Bibidong's life, she had not been confined in many places. Thus, the most likely scenario is that she has returned from the future. This is why she inquired about the current year. This was remarkably similar to the protagonists in the novels he had read about time travel. Typically, those who are reborn into the past are individuals who have died. Therefore, the Bibidong before him must have returned from the future after being killed by Tang San. However, it seems Bibidong was unfortunate enough to not be reborn in her own body, but instead in mine. Becoming my martial soul, if that is the case, does that mean there are now two Bibidongs in this world? Based on Bibidong's single statement, Suemo instantly deduced many things. No wonder Bibidong referred to herself as the goddess of Rakshasa. Her future self is indeed the new generation of the Rakshasa goddess. Sister goddess, is there any issue with this year being 2637? Observing Bibidong's excited demeanor, Suemo attempted to ask once more. Eager to see if she would reveal the truth to him. It is nothing. I merely wish to know what year it is. Bibidong shook her head, clearly having no intention of divulging anything to Suemo. However, Suemo's inquiry brought her back to reality, and she gestured for him to come closer. Come here. I shall impart to you a more advanced soul power cultivation technique. Very well, sister goddess. Without hesitation, Suemo stepped forward. He then witnessed Bibidong extending a delicate finger to gently tap his forehead, and a surge of information entered his consciousness. It was precisely the advanced soul power cultivation technique he desired. All done. I have imparted it to you. Remember to practice diligently. After encouraging Suemo, Bibidong waved her slender hand, ushering him out once more. This moment, she longed only for solitude. Chapter 6. Unresolved issues after sending Suemo away once more. Bibidong felt a mix of excitement and helplessness. She was thrilled to have returned from the future, yet helpless in realizing that even her return seemed unable to alter much. Suemo's talent was simply too lacking. She could not even awaken him, let alone regain her freedom. She had contemplated sending Suemo to the spirit hall to inform her present self about the future, hoping to prevent her from heading towards that known destiny. However, Bibidong could not manifest herself, and given Suemo's identity, it would be challenging to gain anyone's trust. Appearing before her would be nearly impossible. Moreover, after experiencing death, Bibidong had gained a new perspective. Ultimately, for her, becoming the Rakshasa goddess or unifying the continent was never her true desire. What she truly yearned for, from the very beginning, was that man. Bibidong only realized this before her death, which is why she entrusted her wishes to Lu Erlong, encouraging her to genuinely pursue Yu Xiaogang, even if it required force. How unfortunate for that wretched woman. Bibidong was uncertain whether the future world she had left behind would continue to unfold. If it did, then it was highly probable that Yu Xiaogang had fallen into Lu Erlong's hands. With this thought, Bibidong's heart filled with displeasure, although it was her suggestion for Lu Erlong to take such actions. It was based on her belief that she would completely vanish after her death. Thankfully, the current Yu Xiaogang had yet to be with Lu Erlong. Moreover, at this juncture, Yu Xiaogang was precisely in Nodding City. With this realization, Bibidong felt a surge of excitement. Although she could not manifest herself, preventing Yu Xiaogang from knowing of her existence, her consciousness could still reach the outside world as long as she did not stray too far from Suemo. Thus, I can have this little brat become Yu Xiaogang's disciple. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang had not yet accepted that little brat Tang San and was still in a period where few believed in his theories. Although Suemo's talent was lacking, if he were willing to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang during this time frame, Yu Xiaogang would undoubtedly accept him. In this manner, Suemo could learn from Yu Xiaogang, and she could remain by his side. Even if she could only silently watch over him, doing nothing, it would still be a beautiful experience for her. Yes, that is how it shall be. The more Bibidong contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. She genuinely believed that being able to accompany Yu Xiaogang once more was an immensely joyous circumstance. With such thoughts in mind, Bibidong felt an overwhelming eagerness to summon Suemo back in and share with him a promising path. However, she managed to restrain herself. The Junior Soul Master Academy would not commence for another 3 months, and Tang San would arrive in 3 months as well. There was no need to rush. She had just imparted the advanced soul power cultivation technique to Suemo. It was essential for him to experience its strength so that he would trust her even more. So, let us wait a few more days. No. Just 2 days. Bibidong suppressed her eager heart, yearning to see Yu Xiaogang again. As for reminding her present self, who still held the position of Pope in the Spirit Hall, she could address that another time. Hulaina and Xianren Xue would have ample opportunities in the future. There was no need to hasten. As for Bibidong's thoughts, Su Mo remained oblivious. Should he have known, he would have only mocked Bibi Dong for her naivety. With his talent, Yu Xiaogang would undoubtedly refuse to accept him as a disciple. Of course, Su Mo would never dare to openly ridicule her. He would only allow himself a moment of internal mockery. Observing Yu Xiaogang's life reveals that he was a man desperately seeking to prove his intellect. In his quest for validation of his wisdom and research, he had even reached a point of being overly impatient. He nearly caused Tang San's demise while hunting for his first soul ring, and later sought to extract the secrets of cultivating twin martial souls from Bibi Dong, fully aware that Tang San's identity might have been exposed. Yet still daring to send him to the Spirit Hall for the Soul Master competition. In the battle against the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San publicly showcased both the Haotian hammer and his battle with Feng Xiaotian. With Yu Xiaogang's intelligence, he could not possibly believe that the Spirit Hall would remain oblivious to Tang San's identity after revealing both the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer. After all, he was the son of Tang Hao, the previous pope of the Spirit Hall who had been killed. Yu Xiaogang was certainly aware of this. He merely deluded himself into thinking that his relationship with Bibi Dong would protect Tang San. Yu Xiaogang was essentially taking a gamble, wagering that Bibi Dong would not hold Tang San accountable. The reason Yu Xiaogang was willing to take such risks was that the Soul Master competition was of utmost importance to him. It was the true stage on which he could showcase his talents. The further the Shrek 7 monsters advanced, the more it would validate his capabilities. Moreover, the theories developed by Yu Xiaogang are entirely tailored for geniuses. Only those endowed with extraordinary talent can validate his theoretical knowledge. I digress. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Mo discovered that he had already mastered the soul power cultivation techniques imparted to him by Bibi Dong, which were indeed far superior to the publicly available methods on the continent. Filled with excitement at this discovery, he could not resist the urge to commence his practice. With a hum, the hunter soul gun manifested before Su Mo. The soul power cultivation technique given to him by Bibi Dong was, in form, indistinguishable from the public version, both relying on the martial soul to absorb external energy. However, Bibi Dong's approach was decidedly more advanced. Yet, as Su Mo began to practice, a frown creased his brow. He realized that the sensation of saturation he had experienced after his earlier training had not dissipated. Thus, even with the more advanced soul power cultivation technique, he found himself unable to continue his practice. Surprised by this outcome, Su Mo let out a bitter laugh. Coming to understand the situation, the soul power cultivation technique provided by Bibi Dong was merely more efficient, boasting several times the efficacy of the public version. However, no matter how efficient the technique, Su Mo's innate talent limited the daily extent of his training. This cultivation method only shortened the time required for him to enhance his soul power. It did not fundamentally alter the constraints imposed by his talent, while Su Mo could, through sheer effort and enduring the agony of martial soul saturation, continue to practice at an accelerated pace. It would not ultimately resolve his predicament. It seemed that even the most advanced soul power cultivation techniques could not rectify the issue. Su Mo's spirits plummeted. Without further ado, he promptly delved back into a meditative state, preparing to seek out Bibi Dong once more. If the soul power cultivation technique provided by her could not resolve his troubles, he certainly needed to consult her again to explore potential solutions. In terms of knowledge regarding martial souls, Su Mo believed that Bibi Dong was not significantly inferior to Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 7. Indeed, it is Yu Xiaogang. Why have you returned? Bibi Dong inquired, somewhat exasperated upon seeing Su Mo re-enter. However, recalling the necessity of earning Su Mo's trust, she calmly questioned him without displaying any anger. Having interrupted Bibi Dong multiple times without consequence, Su Mo felt a degree of certainty that she could not act against him, or perhaps did not dare to. Thus, he was no longer as anxious in her presence as he had been before. Sister Goddess, the soul power cultivation technique you provided is ineffective. Su Mo hastily expressed the reason for his return. What is the matter? Bibi Dong asked earnestly upon realizing that Su Mo had a genuine issue to discuss. Without hesitation, Su Mo articulated the problems he had encountered after listening to his concerns. Bibi Dong felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Indeed, this little rascal's talent was severely lacking. As for how to resolve Su Mo's predicament, she was at a loss. If she had a solution, she would not have felt despair earlier, believing that she might never awaken in her lifetime. The limitations of talent were not something she could remedy. Su Mo yearned to know, just as she did. Previously, due to the issues surrounding Yu Xiaogang's talent, she and he had scoured countless resources, yet they had found nothing. No, I cannot help, but Xiaogang might, although they had not discovered a solution together. It seemed that later on, Xiaogang had indeed found a way to elevate his soul power level. Suddenly, Bibi Dong remembered that while she had been unable to find a resolution, Yu Xiaogang had. In the future, when she learned of Yu Xiaogangs breakthrough, she would already have ascended to godhood, her thoughts consumed by her ambition to unify the continent, thus neglecting any concern regarding whether Yu Xiaogang had overcome his talent restrictions. It was only now, prompted by Su Mo's inquiry, that she recalled Yu Xiaogang's eventual success. Little one, I cannot assist you with your problem. However, I do know someone who can help. In her excitement, Bibi Dong spoke earnestly to Su Mo. Perhaps, with Yu Xiaogangs' assistance, this little rascal might indeed break through his talent limitations and become a soul sage, thus aiding her in her awakening. Whereas her previous desire for Su Mo to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang stemmed merely from a wish for companionship. This new motivation intensified her eagerness for Su Mo to seek out Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Mo instantly understood. The individual she referred to must undoubtedly be Yu Xiaogang. Quite frankly, Su Mo had not anticipated that even after her reincarnation, Bibi Dong would still hold such admiration for Yu Xiaogang. It was a testament to her infatuation. Apprentice under Yu Xiaogang. Not only did Su Mo have no intention of doing so, but even if he did, it was unlikely that Yu Xiaogang would accept him. The mere suggestion from Bibi Dong indicated her lack of true understanding of Yu Xiaogang. That as for Bibi Dong's assertion that Yu Xiaogang had a solution. Su Mo was well aware of what that solution entailed. It was nothing more than the divine herb, which was not a discovery made by Yu Xiaogang himself, but rather a gift from Tang San. Sister Goddess, who is this person you speak of? Can he truly accomplish what even you cannot? Though he had no intention of apprenticing under Yu Xiaogang, Su Mo feigned excitement at Bibi Dong's words. Indeed, this person is capable, and he currently resides in Nodding City. He is a misunderstood genius, his true abilities unrecognized by the world that in reality. He possesses immense wisdom and talent. Bibi Dong's eyes seemed to sparkle as she spoke of Yu Xiaogang. Observing her expression, Su Mo found himself even less inclined to become Yu Xiaogangs apprentice. It was not that he held any affection for Bibi Dong. Rather, any man would feel a pang of discomfort seeing a beautiful woman admire another man, even if that man did not belong to him. After hearing Bibi Dong mention that this person was in Nodding City, Su Mo became entirely convinced that she was referring to Yu Xiaogang. Thus, faced with Bibi Dong's suggestion, he found himself in a quandary that he did not wish to become Yu Xiaogang's apprentice. Yet how could he oppose Bibi Dong's recommendation? What is the name of this person? Su Mo inquired, feigning curiosity. This person is called Yu Xiaogang, currently residing in the Junior Soul Master Academy in your Nodding City. Little one, you must find a way to become his apprentice, understand? With his guidance, you will grow stronger at an accelerated pace, and you will awaken your Rakshasa martial soul sooner. You wish to assist Sister Goddess in her awakening, do you not? As Bibi Dong revealed the answer. She fervently urged Su Mo, her gaze softening as she looked at him. Any ordinary child would likely succumb to such persuasion from Bibi Dong, for young boys are often enamored with beautiful women. Alas, the individual before her was Su Mo. Yu Xiaogang. You mean that master who is ridiculed by everyone? Having already devised a way to reject Bibi Dong's suggestion, Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Feigning familiarity with Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing Su Mo's description of Yu Xiaogang's situation, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of sympathy. Yes, precisely. Did I not mention earlier that this is a misunderstanding by the world? Sister Goddess, I refuse. I absolutely do not want to become his disciple. I would be ridiculed by everyone. Su Mo adamantly shook his head, resolutely rejecting the notion of apprenticing under him. Children, after all, are most concerned about not being mocked by their peers. Hearing Su Mo's response, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flashed with ire. She had not anticipated that he would be so unwilling. Suppressing her urge to chastise him, she continued gently, do you not wish to grow stronger and awaken your Rakshasa martial soul? Once you achieve that, no one will mock you. They will only envy you. Bibi Dong could only express her thoughts in such a manner that as for the concern regarding being ridiculed after apprenticing under Yu Xiaogang. She found herself unable to resolve that issue. Even Yu Xiaogang had faced mockery, and it was certain that those who chose to be his disciples would also be subjected to derision. Only after Yu Xiaogang proved himself would the world recognize that the true foolishness lay with them. Chapter 8. This damned little brat. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Mo initially appeared hesitant. However, in the end, he shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "Sister Goddess, I do not wish to be mocked." He assured her, "Rest assured, Sister Goddess, I will strive diligently to awaken my Rakshasa divine martial soul, and I will work hard in my training. Farewell, Sister Goddess." After expressing his refusal and his promise to Bibi Dong, he swiftly departed from her Rakshasa domain without needing her to send him away. Watching Su Mo flee in haste, Bibi Dong's expression darkened instantly. "This damned little brat," she cursed through gritted teeth, her brow furrowed in frustration. Su Mo was unwilling to heed her words, yet she could not compel him, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. The fact that Su Mo would reject her proposal was something she had never anticipated. She had assumed that once she made the suggestion, he would eagerly agree and hasten to seek out Yu Xiaogang as his mentor. After all, he was merely a child, naive and lacking in experience. Unaware that her intentions were for his own benefit, Bibi Dong vented her grievances, failing to perceive the underlying issues with Su Mo and merely attributing his reaction to that of an ordinary child. Consequently, her headaches only intensified, for she was determined to continue persuading Su Mo to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang. This was not solely for her own sake. It was also for Su Mo's benefit. Yet, with Su Mo currently disobedient, she found herself in a state of exasperation. She resolved to make it a priority in the coming days to help Su Mo truly understand just how extraordinary Yu Xiaogang was, believing that this would lead him to reconsider his stance. Moreover, this needed to happen swiftly. Before Tangan sought out Yu Xiaogang as his mentor, should Tangan take the lead, it was likely that Yu Xiaogang would no longer be willing to accept a disciple as talentless as Su Mo. The following day, after completing his soul power training, Su Mo ventured outside to engage in standing meditation on his own. This was akin to the standing meditation he had practiced in his previous life. Aware that Bibi Dong could not assist him in overcoming his slow progress, Su Mo had to devise his own solutions. Currently, he need not ponder over the divine herbs, as he lacked the strength to collaborate with others, which would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Su Mo could only focus on enhancing his physical conditioning. After all, physical fitness was intrinsically linked to one's martial soul. Strengthening his physique would also elevate the limits of his daily training. Positioning himself, Su Mo initially felt somewhat awkward, but gradually he began to stabilize his stance. He was practicing the Tai Chi stance he had mastered in his past life. Until now, he had refrained from training due to his young age, which was deemed unsuitable for such exertion. It was only after mastering soul power that he dared to attempt it. Unlike those in martial arts novels who practiced internal techniques from a young age, Su Mo had no such knowledge. The optimal age for martial training was typically after the age of 15. Of course, that was in his previous life, now that he had acquired soul power. It was only natural for him to attempt training at this age. First, Su Mo managed to remain steady. However, after a few minutes, his legs began to ache, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his stance. A beginner in such a situation would quickly lose balance. Fortunately, having already mastered the Tai Chi stance, even though this body was experiencing training for the first time, Su Mo was able to swiftly readjust and maintain his posture. Nevertheless, after standing for half an hour, his legs trembled, and he could no longer endure. Thud. Realizing he had reached the limits of this body, Su Mo immediately relaxed, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat, and then lay down. Upon lying down, he noticed something amiss in his field of vision. Above him were clearly a pair of long, slender legs. "Who?" Su Mo exclaimed in surprise, quickly shifting a few steps forward before turning to face the figure. "Sister Goddess." Upon recognizing that Bibi Dong stood before him, Su Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing it was someone else. "Can you see me?" At that moment, Bibi Dong also gazed at Su Mo in astonishment. Unconcerned about his recent glance beneath her skirt, considering him merely a young child, what intrigued her more was that this time, when her spiritual consciousness emerged, Su Mo was able to see her. Had Bibi Dong previously appeared, but he simply could not see her. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Mo's heart stirred. "Indeed, Sister Goddess, how did you emerge? Have you awakened on your own?" On the surface, Su Mo feigned excitement. "No, awakening is not so simple. This is merely my spiritual consciousness," Bibi Dong explained upon noticing Su Mo's inquiry, regardless of whether he could comprehend it or not. "Spiritual consciousness? What is that?" Su Mo inquired curiously. Despite having some understanding of it, Spiritual consciousness is akin to perceiving my current form as the awareness or soul of the Rakshasa divine martial soul, that I can only manifest my spiritual consciousness externally for now. True awakening requires you to become stronger first. Bibi Dong intended to continue persuading Su Mo to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang, so she felt no impatience and explained further that that's how it is. Sister Goddess, when you asked earlier, does that mean no one else can see you? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's explanation, Su Mo grasped the concept that it was akin to the spiritual consciousness Tang San later developed after reaching a certain level of spiritual power. Used solely for exploration and observation, lacking any offensive capabilities. Perhaps it possessed some minor offensive ability, but it was weak. Otherwise, Tang San would have employed it for combat rather than merely for scouting. Yes, others cannot see me. Bibi Dong nodded, still somewhat astonished as she regarded Su Mo. Unable to fathom how he was capable of seeing her, to perceive her in the state of spiritual consciousness was not impossible. But it required one to attain a certain level of spiritual power and cultivate spiritual consciousness. Perhaps it was because she was currently Su Mo's martial soul. Yet, when she had appeared previously, he had been unable to see her. Wow, how impressive. Only I can see, Sister Goddess, Su Mo exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Bibi Dong's explanation. Then, Sister Goddess, can you help me fight? If others cannot see Sister Goddess. Wouldn't that mean they wouldn't know if they were struck by her? In the future, if anyone bullies me, Sister Goddess should secretly help me retaliate. Su Mo seemed to have discovered a new toy, eagerly bombarding Bibi Dong with questions. Hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong felt speechless. This little brat truly had the audacity to ask her for help in secretly attacking others. Not only could she not fulfill such a request, but even if she could, she would refuse. That would be far too demeaning. No, my current form lacks any offensive capabilities. Therefore, little one, you must rely on yourself. Unless you help me awaken, then Sister Goddess would be able to assist you. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, seizing the opportunity to speak. Chapter 9. Are you annoying? Is Sister Goddess going to insist that I apprentice under Yu Xiaogang to help me awaken faster? I refuse. I do not wish to be mocked. Su Mo immediately discerned Bibi Dong's intentions, shaking his head in rejection before she could even speak. This was also a chance to showcase his cleverness before her. Bibi Dong felt a surge of frustration, her chest tightening in exasperation. This little brat was indeed clever, but why must he be so disagreeable? What were you just doing? Suppressing her indignation, Bibi Dong refrained from addressing Su Mo's previous words and instead inquired about what he had been doing just moments ago. She had seen him practicing his stance since she had manifested, but she had chosen not to interrupt him. Additionally, she was curious about his activities. From Su Mo's demeanor, it was easy for her to deduce that he was training his body. But was this truly how one practiced physical conditioning? Sister Goddess, I am training my body. I read in a book that physical training can enhance the effectiveness of cultivation, with Bibi Dong not mentioning the matter of apprenticing under Yu Xiaogang. Su Mo relaxed and explained to her. Who taught you to train your body this way? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. No one taught me. I read it in a book. Su Mo could hardly claim that he had mastered this knowledge in his previous life. Was it from a book? Is that book still around? He wondered where it had gone. He couldn't find it. Then, why not share with me what the book had to say regarding Su Mo's cultivation issues? Bibi Dong was quite concerned. She could not allow him to act recklessly. Given his already limited talent, any reckless behavior could extinguish any glimmer of hope entirely. When Bibi Dong inquired, Su Mo did not conceal anything, but instead elaborated on the practice of standing meditation that he yearned to glean Bibi Dong's perspective on this form of training. Although this world lacked such a method, Bibi Dong's profound knowledge of martial spirits led Su Mo to believe it was worthwhile to seek her insight. This method of training appeared to be quite effective. After hearing Su Mo's explanation, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing that his standing meditation was rather unique. The key points and theories were quite sophisticated, far from being haphazard. In fact, Bibi Dong even felt that this standing meditation was rather profound, significantly surpassing the common practices of running and weight training. What was the name of that book you saw? Where did you find it? Bibi Dong, intrigued, began to probe Su Mo further, astonished that such a method of physical training existed in this world, one she had never encountered before. Tai Chi Zhuang. It must have been purchased by an elder from the family. From Bibi Dong's expression, Su Mo understood that his standing meditation was viewed as extraordinary in her eyes. Indeed, in this world, few soul masters recognize the importance of physical training. Even the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang only acknowledged running and weight training. Faced with Su Mo's affirmative response, Bibi Dong remained noncommittal, convinced that such a resource could not be found outside. Seeing that Su Mo was also unaware, she lost interest in further questioning. After all, it was merely a method of physical training. Well, it seems quite promising. So do practice diligently. If you notice anything amiss, stop immediately and inform me. I cannot remain outside for long. I shall return now. After casually praising and encouraging Su Mo, Bibi Dong's figure vanished back to her own place. She had initially intended to introduce the prowess of Yu Xiaogang, but decided to hold off given Su Mo's evident reluctance. With Bibi Dong gone, Su Mo resumed his training. However, he did not continue with standing meditation, as that required only a certain amount of time each day. Buzzing, Su Mo summoned his soul-hunting spear martial spirit and began to wield it with both hands. Swish, 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 Su Mo executed thrusts, sweeps, and jabs, each movement exhibiting a precise technique. The spear in his hands manifested a fierce aura. In his previous life, Su Mo had been adept at using a spear. Since his current martial spirit was also a spear, he naturally intended to train anew, mastering it with this body. Thus began his relentless pursuit of improvement. Practicing spear techniques also served as a means of physical training. Su Mo had already discerned that with the presence of soul power, he could indeed commence training at such a young age. The nurturing of soul power alleviated any concerns about harming his still developing body. Days passed in this manner. Su Mo diligently trained each day, alternating between cultivating soul power, standing meditation, and spear techniques. Bibi Dong was astonished to discover that Su Mo could execute such formidable spear techniques without any guidance, prompting her to inquire further. Su Mo simply attributed his skill to intuition, claiming he had learned it without a teacher. Were it anyone else, Bibi Dong might have been skeptical. However, she had no choice but to believe Su Mo. After all, she was acutely aware of whether he had received instruction. In that moment, Bibi Dong found herself genuinely impressed by Su Mo's talent. She lamented inwardly that such remarkable aptitude was being showcased in his spear techniques rather than in his martial spirit potential. A week later, Su Mo distinctly felt an improvement in his physical fitness. Accompanying this was a gradual increase in his soul power limit, albeit only a modest enhancement. This increase barely amounted to 1/10 of his cultivation limit. Failing to yield the desired results. Su Mo understood this was inevitable yet still felt somewhat disheartened. While physical fitness aided in cultivating soul power, it merely served as an embellishment rather than a crucial factor. The primary determinant in cultivating soul power remained the innate talent of one's martial spirit. Little one, your efforts are commendable. You are the most tenacious child I have ever encountered. However, your martial spirit talent is destined to hinder you. No matter how hard you strive, becoming a formidable soul master is unlikely. Seek out Yu Xiaogang. Rather than facing ridicule, becoming a more powerful soul master is undoubtedly a more admirable pursuit. Wouldn't you agree? As long as you become Yu Xiaogang's disciple, he will assist you in overcoming your talent issues. After observing Su Mo's situation, Bibi Dong brutally conveyed the harsh reality of martial spirit talent to him, subsequently encouraging him to seek out Yu Xiaogang. Su Mo felt utterly despondent. He dared not raise his voice at Bibi Dong. Are you ever going to relent? It was already disheartening enough to possess a lackluster talent without having it constantly brought up by Bibi Dong. Su Mo realized that Bibi Dong was relentless in her pursuit of her goals. Fine, sister goddess, I shall heed your advice. I will go seek out Yu Xiaogang. Impatiently, Su Mo acquiesced. Since you are so certain that Yu Xiaogang will accept me, I shall show you whether he truly will. Chapter 10. Rejection at Enrollment Academy. In a quaint little loft, Yu Xiaogang was diligently engrossed in his studies within his study. After an indeterminate period, feeling somewhat fatigued, he finally set aside the book in his hands and leaned back in his chair. Rubbing his aching temples, Yu Xiaogang let out a long sigh. Lost in thought, he gazed out the window, reflecting on how long he had endured such monotonous days. Upon his initial arrival at Enrollment Academy, he had been invited by the principal in the capacity of a guest lecturer. Initially, he experienced a fulfilling period, relishing the joys of teaching. However, this state of affairs was short-lived. As the students began to learn of his past, they grew disinclined to attend his lectures, even resorting to ridicule him like the rest of society. They merely refrained from mocking him to his face out of respect for their principal's friendship with him. Consequently, his position as a guest lecturer became mere window dressing. that why Yu Xiaogang had contemplated leaving for another place. Yet he could not conceive of anywhere else to go, which led him to linger here. He had no desire to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and was equally averse to attending the Shrek Academy founded by Flinder, fearing that Lu Erlong might track him down there. Moreover, in his current state, he preferred to avoid familiar faces. When will I discover a genius who is willing to trust me and accept my guidance? If only I could prove myself through the students I cultivate, Yu Xiaogang mused, having harbored such thoughts for quite some time. Yet, he had yet to encounter a student with average talent whom he was willing to teach. Master, are you in there? Suddenly, a voice called out to Yu Xiaogang from outside. I'm inside. Please hold on a moment. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback that someone had come looking for him. After responding, he rose and walked to the door. Creak, what brings you here? Upon opening the door, Yu Xiaogang found the academy guard standing before him. Greetings, master. A child claims to know you and wishes to see you. I brought him here. Would you like to meet him? If you do not recognize him, I will escort him away. The guard explained respectfully upon seeing Yu Xiaogang. After the guard finished speaking, he stepped aside, revealing a boy standing behind him. This left Yu Xiaogang somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated a young child seeking him out. Xiaogang, at that moment, hidden from Yu Xiaogang and the guard's view. Bibi Dong caught sight of him and couldn't help but excitedly call out his name. Realizing that Yu Xiaogang couldn't hear her, a wave of intense disappointment washed over her as she acknowledged. Yes, Xiaogang cannot see me. However, as long as I can see him, that is enough. In response to Bibidong's performance, Suemo could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. How embarrassing. She seems utterly unafraid of my discovering the complexity of her relationship with Yu Xiaogang. Master, greetings. I wish to become your disciple. Unable to endure the sycophantic demeanor of Bibi Dong any longer, Suemo raised his head and directly articulated his intentions to Yu Xiaogang. After uttering these words, Suemo was still convinced that Yu Xiaogang would not accept him. However, should Yu Xiaogang unexpectedly agree, Suemo would not be averse to it. After all, if he truly became Yu Xiaogangs disciple, entering Shrek Academy alongside the master 6 years later would likely pose no difficulty. Moreover, as Tang San Sr., if he cultivated a good relationship with Tang San, he would undoubtedly share in the spoils once Tang San acquired the celestial herb. With this in mind, Suemo found himself somewhat less resistant to the idea of becoming Yu Xiaogangs disciple, although he harbored a strong dislike for both Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. He realized he could not afford to disregard the potential benefits of the celestial herb. Suemo himself had contemplated acquiring the celestial herb through such a means. This route seemed far more secure than seeking collaboration with the Spirit Hall. Despite Tang San's glaring double standards, he was notably generous towards those close to him. Nevertheless, Suemo hoped to witness Yu Xiaogang reject him, revealing to Bibidong the true nature of the man she trusted so deeply. Become my disciple, little one. Are you serious? Upon hearing Sumo's words, Yu Xiaogang momentarily froze, then, with a hint of excitement, exclaimed. For so many years, no one had ever approached him with such a request. The guard nearby, upon hearing Sumo's declaration, could not help but cast a curious glance at him, his eyes filled with intrigue. His respect for Yu Xiaogang was merely superficial. Deep down, he, like many others, held the man in low regard. Thus, he was quite astonished to see someone wishing to become Yu Xiaogangs disciple. Of course not. I was merely jesting, Suemo thought to himself, before replying, Yes, master, I sincerely wish to become your student. Excellent, excellent. Hearing Sumo's words, Yu Xiaogang expressed his delight with multiple exclamations, appearing exceedingly pleased. Little one, what is your name? How old are you today? Have you awakened your martial soul? What is it? What is your innate soul power level? In his elation, Yu Xiaogang kindly inquired about Suemo. He then turned to the guard and said, Thank you for bringing him here. You may leave him in my care. Although Yu Xiaogang did not explicitly dismiss the guard, the implication was clear. Very well, master, I shall take my leave, the guard responded, quickly realizing the situation and departing. Observing this, Suemo did not immediately answer Yu Xiaogangs questions. Only when Yu Xiaogang refocused his attention on him did Suemo speak. Master, my name is Suemo. I am 6 years old. I have awakened my martial soul, which is the soul hunting spear, and my innate soul power is at level 2. Soul hunting spear, innate soul power level 2. The initially joyous Yu Xiaogangs expression dimmed upon hearing Sumo's martial soul and innate soul power level. He gazed at Suemo, beginning to ponder how best to decline the request of this young boy, who was the first in many years to express a desire to become his disciple. Little Suemo, I am delighted that you wish to become my disciple. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept you as my student. Ultimately, Yu Xiaogang chose to directly refuse Su Imo Chapter 11. You are arrogant. You are impressive. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Su Imo felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Yu Xiaogan's rejection. You are arrogant. You are impressive. Only possessing an innate half-level soul power. Who do you think you are? Su Imo mocked himself, as if he had foreseen this result. Hearing Su Mo's self-deprecation, Yu Xiaogang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Had his disdain for Su Mo's talent been too apparent? I understand now. I apologize for disturbing you, master. Farewell. Before Yu Xiaogang could explain or defend himself, Su Imo politely bid him farewell and turned to leave without hesitation. Watching Su Mo's resolute departure, Yu Xiaogang reached out slightly, but ultimately refrained from calling him back. What could he possibly say? Would he retract his refusal? He had no desire to do so. Sighing softly, Yu Xiaogang felt no regret for having rejected Su Imo, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. The boy had come to him seeking guidance, only to be turned away. Wait, don't rush off. As soon as Su Imo left, Bibidong hurried after him, anxiously attempting to persuade him. She had not anticipated that Yu Xiaogang would reject Su Imo. At this moment, it seemed the perfect opportunity for Yu Xiaogang, who was at his lowest point. Even if Su Imo was rejected, he should not leave so abruptly. Perhaps a heartfelt conversation could sway Yu Xiaogang. However, regardless of Bibidong's attempts to reason with him, Su Imo did not pause in his stride. It was only after leaving Unveiling Academy that he finally stopped in an isolated area. Sister Goddess. He has rejected me. Should I still shamelessly beg him? Su Imo turned to Bibi Dong, frustration evident in his expression. Faced with his words, Bibi Dong faltered slightly. Yet, she knew Su Imo had a point. Still, she was unwilling to let him walk away. But your talent is indeed lacking, which is precisely why I urged you to seek him as a teacher. If you show sincerity, perhaps you could sway him. Bibi Dong insisted. What does it matter if you endure a little humiliation for the chance to learn from Yu Xiaogang? Hearing her words, Su Imo felt a chill in his heart. It was clear to him that Bibi Dong was not the golden opportunity he had hoped for. She was merely a remnant of his past life. Sister Goddess, you need not say more. He has already declined. I will not ask him again. Moreover, you have misjudged him. He is not as great as you claim. He looks down on me for my low talent. Yet his own is no better than mine. Su Imo gazed resolutely at Bibi Dong, unwavering in his stance. You? Observing Su Mo's steadfast gaze, Bibi Dong began to understand this little devil better, once he had made up his mind. Persuading him would be exceedingly difficult. It had taken her considerable effort just to convince him to approach Yu Xiaogang. Now, faced with Su Mo's words, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, it was true that Yu Xiaogang had dismissed Su Mo's talent, but he is the only one who can help you with your martial soul talent. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong was not one to give up easily. She refrained from discussing anything else and focused solely on the most crucial point. I do not require his help, Su Imo retorted angrily, resolutely dismissing her, his expression indicating he no longer wished to converse with Bibi Dong. And he strode away. At this moment, he was indeed quite displeased with Bibi Dong that he felt a growing aversion towards her. He had already helped her see Yu Xiaogangs true nature, yet she continued to fawn over him. Women consumed by romantic notions truly seemed beyond salvation. This accursed little devil, why must he have such a strong sense of pride at such a young age? Watching Su Mo's swift departure, Bibi Dong ground her teeth in frustration. Had it not been for her inability to resort to any means, she would have certainly taught Su Imo a lesson, showing him the consequences of defying her. You may have calmed down, but I am left without the chance to be by Yu Xiaogangs side. The more Bibi Dong pondered, the more her ire grew. Ever since ascending to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, no one had ever dared to defy her in such a manner. As Su Imo distanced himself, Bibi Dong sensed a peculiar pull emanating from afar, which only further soured her mood. Not only could she not persuade Su Imo to take Yu Xiaogang as his master, but she also found herself unable to detach from his presence. After rejecting Bibi Dong's plea to seek Yu Xiaogangs guidance, Su Imo realized that she had ceased to manifest. He could perceive that Bibi Dong had retreated to his spirit space, seemingly angered and unwilling to show herself again. Perhaps she had come to understand that persuading him was futile, hence her withdrawal. From Su Mo's understanding of Bibi Dong, he was certain he had provoked her ire, perhaps even incited her hatred. Yet, despite this situation, he had not experienced any direct repercussions from her. Thus, Su Imo felt increasingly convinced that Bibi Dong could no longer threaten him. After all, regardless of her past prowess, she was merely his spirit now, He was the master of the spirit. Upon realizing this, the negative emotions he had encountered with Yu Xiaogang dissipated significantly once his mood had lifted. Suemo chose not to dwell on whether Bibi Dong would reappear. If she did not, he would simply consider himself devoid of that spirit. From what he had gathered about Bibi Dong, it seemed that awakening the Rakshasa divine spirit required a considerable level of soul power. Should he fail to grow stronger, it was likely he would never awaken the Rakshasa divine spirit in this lifetime. No, I shall surely grow strong on my own. The limitations on talent that Yu Xiaogang could not resolve do not necessarily apply to me. After all, my vision and understanding are far superior to his. Ultimately, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. The matter of using celestial herbs to alter one's innate talent could be addressed later. Without such herbs, could I truly find no alternative? I refuse to believe that. The rejection of his master request ignited a fierce sense of defiance within Suemo, simultaneously invigorating his competitive spirit. Thus, aside from his daily training regimen, Suemo diligently contemplated whether there existed a method to resolve his predicament. Chapter 12. Self-created cultivation technique. To begin, Suemo meticulously reviewed the cultivation system of Douluo continent. It did not take long for him to uncover that soul masters primarily absorbed energy through their martial spirits, whether through the basic publicly available soul power cultivation techniques or the more advanced ones. All were reliant on the martial spirit to draw in external energy, which was then transformed into personal soul power. Hence, an individual's bloodline and the quality of their martial spirit signified their innate talent. Yet, what if one did not rely on their martial spirit? What if one absorbed external energy directly through their body? Surely, it must be possible. Tang San practiced the Xiantian skill even before awakening his martial spirit, merely constrained by the world's rules that prevented breakthroughs prior to such an awakening. In the original narrative, Tang San utilized the Xiantian skill for soul power cultivation, which not only facilitated the cultivation process, but also allowed for the restoration of soul power during battles, earning it the reputation of being inexhaustible. Upon this realization, Suemo felt a surge of excitement. If Tang San could achieve this, then surely others could as well. However, after his initial thrill, Suemo quickly fell into silence. The truth was, he possessed no internal cultivation technique akin to the Xiantian skill. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, as he had conceived a solution but lacked the necessary internal technique. Suemo did contemplate creating his own technique, akin to protagonists in other novels. Yet he knew all too well the fragility of the human body due to his martial arts training. A single misstep could lead to ruined. In a state of despair, Suemo found himself scratching his head once more. After what felt like an eternity, his eyes suddenly brightened with inspiration. He had devised yet another method. Suemo sat cross-legged and began to practice the soul power cultivation technique. However, this time, he refrained from summoning his martial spirit externally. Instead, he cultivated directly from within. This method, having the martial spirit reside within the body during cultivation, was typically employed by more advanced and adept soul masters. For those new to the practice, placing the martial spirit within the body would hinder their cultivation, slowing the absorption process. Although such a method could still yield results, the efficiency would be noticeably diminished. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened by the reduced speed of energy absorption, Suemo focused intently on the process of external energy entering his body and subsequently reaching his martial spirit. This represented a natural conduit for absorbing external energy. While he found himself powerless to create a haphazard internal technique, he was willing to experiment along this innate pathway. After all, the process of cultivating the original soul power technique had already affirmed that these routes were devoid of danger. Thus, from that day forth, Suemo approached his cultivation as if he were learning to run before he had even mastered walking, directly utilizing the martial spirit within his body for practice. Even though he spent several times the amount of time to achieve the same results, Suemo found joy in the endeavor. Each day, he grew more familiar with the process of external energy entering his body, and he began to experiment with absorbing external energy without employing his martial spirit. The human body possesses boundless potential, as for the claim made in certain novels during his past life. Suemo could not ascertain its veracity, yet he wished for it to be true. Thus, he could liberate himself from the constraints of martial spirit talent in his pursuit of soul power cultivation. If the quality of the martial spirit slowed his progress, then he would simply cultivate without it. Regardless of whether Suemo ultimately succeeded, This innovative approach to breaking free from the entrenched beliefs of a continent's soul masters was a testament to his ingenuity. What appeared to be a mere alteration in method, in a world that revered martial spirits, was a direction others would scarcely consider. What on earth is that imp doing? Meanwhile, within the spirit space of Sumo, Bibi Dong remained unaware of the specifics of his actions due to her absence from the external world. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware of the changes in Sumo's cultivation. She recognized that he had altered his cultivation method, resulting in a significant decline in efficiency. From Bibi Dong's perspective, this approach was a mere waste of time. Transitioning from external to internal cultivation before reaching a requisite level only complicated his training. Such a frivolous endeavor was intolerable to her. Yet, in her fury, Bibi Dong refrained from correcting Sumo. After all, she had yet to quell her anger from their previous encounter. Never before had anyone dared to defy her so brazenly. Therefore, upon realizing Sumo was squandering time, she chose to let him be. Regardless of whether he expended additional time, he would still reach the limits of his potential each day. Moreover, Bibi Dong considered that even if Sumo did not take Yu Xiaogang as his master, he would eventually attend the Nodding Academy. As long as Sumo was enrolled there, she would still be able to remain close to Yu Xiaogang. Thus, Bibi Dong refrained from further urging him to seek Yu Xiaogang's tutelage. Yet, a sense of doubt lingered in her mind, for she believed Sumo was not the type to waste time frivolously. Indeed, as time progressed, Bibi Dong discerned that Sumo appeared to be attempting a novel cultivation method. He was actually abandoning his martial spirit and directly utilizing his body to absorb external energy for cultivation. How could this possibly succeed? Upon discovering Sumo's groundbreaking endeavor, Bibi Dong's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Even after attaining godhood, she instinctively believed Sumo's actions to be misguided, for cultivating soul power undoubtedly required a martial spirit. This imp intends to seek a breakthrough to transcend talent limitations on his own. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong understood precisely what Sumo had been engaged in during this period. Truthfully, she admired his audacity in attempting such a feat. However, she could already foresee the outcome. Even she and Yu Xiaogang had spent countless hours without discovering a solution. So she could not believe Sumo would succeed. Though Sumo's approach was indeed novel, she firmly believed he would not achieve success. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong had no intention of offering him guidance. He ought to experience a setback, so he might come to terms with the harshness of reality. Aside from Xiaogang, no one has found a way to transcend the limitations of innate talent. Such were the thoughts of Bibi Dong, who found herself somewhat eager to witness Sumo's disheartened expression at that moment. She could emerge to console him, which would likely render him more obedient. However, Chapter 13, Tang San's apprenticeship, ultimately dashed Bibi Dong's hopes. A week before the commencement of classes at Unveiling Academy, Sumo successfully completed a training session purely through the use of his physical body, without employing his martial soul. Yet, the absence of his martial soul as a conduit meant that the rate at which he absorbed external energy through his physical form was considerably slower. Haha, I have succeeded, Sumo exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for even a slow pace signified his success. The sluggishness was merely a result of his recent development. Once he became proficient, his speed would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, utilizing his body to absorb energy would not deplete his martial soul's innate potential. This meant that after reaching his daily limit in the original soul power cultivation technique, he could continue practicing his newly devised physical cultivation method. Thus, the amount of soul power he could augment daily would no longer be constrained by his martial soul's innate talent. The question remained as to how much enhancement his innovative cultivation technique could yield. He wondered if this method could indeed break through the barriers of rank. If so, that would be splendid. Sumo's concerns revolved around the level cap that a soul master could reach due to the restrictions of their martial soul talent. For instance, certain soul masters found themselves stuck at a particular rank for life once they hit their limits. Such scenarios frequently arose during significant rank breakthroughs, like the thresholds of levels 39, 49, and 59. Regardless, the prospect of progress, however slow, provided Sumo with hope. As for the question of level caps, he decided to address that only after he had reached his own limits. Furthermore, with the advent of his new cultivation technique, Sumo did not cease his physical training. He diligently practiced Tai Chi stances and spear techniques, realizing that his new method relied far more heavily on physical fitness. The stronger his physique, the more effective his novel cultivation technique became. How could it be? This little brat actually succeeded. He has developed a new training method without his martial soul, Bibi Dong, who had been observing Su Mo within the confines of his martial soul space, was utterly stunned by his achievement. Her long-held beliefs were shattered, leaving her questioning her own understanding of the world. Damn it. Now this little brat is even more conceited. Following her shock, Bibi Dong felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Although she had never explicitly told Su Mo that he could not succeed, his triumph still felt like a slap in the face. What is so impressive? Even if he succeeded, the efficacy cannot compare to that of martial soul cultivation. And what good is a faster pace if the issue of martial soul talent remains unresolved? Once he reaches a certain level, further breakthroughs will still be challenging. To become a high-ranking soul master, he would ultimately need Xiaogang to address the core issues that Bibi Dong remained unwilling to acknowledge Su Mo's brilliance, believing instead that he had merely increased his cultivation speed temporarily. Without truly resolving the problem of martial soul talent, a week later, Su Mo successfully entered Unveiling Academy, becoming a first-year student at the Junior Soul Master Institution. Upon his arrival at the academy, Su Mo needed accommodation. However, as he was not a work-study student, he could not reside in the work-study dormitory alongside Tangan San and Xiao Wu. On the very day Su Mo entered Unveiling Academy, an elderly man and a young boy from the countryside arrived at its gates. Martial soul blue silvergrass and innate full soul power? How ridiculous. This is truly laughable. I have never heard of any student with innate full soul power. This brat's martial soul is blue silvergrass, and he possesses full soul power. I believe this martial soul hall certificate must be a forgery. Unsurprisingly, Tang San's qualification certificate was met with skepticism and ridicule from the gatekeeper. Old Jack argued vehemently, yet the gatekeeper refused to listen, firmly believing them to be frauds. Bang. In the end, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Tang San intervened, unexpectedly pushing the gatekeeper to the ground amidst their altercation. You little brat, you're asking for death. The gatekeeper, humiliated by being toppled by a child, scrambled to his feet in a fit of rage, ready to charge at Tang San. Enough. Stand down. At that moment, a gravelly voice intervened, halting the gatekeeper's advance. The certificate is indeed authentic. My good sir. I apologize on behalf of the academy for the earlier incident. Allow me to take charge of this child. At the last moment, Yu Xiaogang arrived as expected, confirming the legitimacy of Tang San's qualification certificate while restraining the gatekeeper. Blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. This cannot be. It is impossible. Thoughts swirled in his mind. The quality of a martial soul must correlate with innate soul power. This child's martial soul could not merely be blue silvergrass. If it were genuine, there was only one possibility: he must possess twin martial souls. None could fathom the excitement coursing through Yu Xiaogang's heart at that moment, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he held the certificate. With Yu Xiaogang's presence, the issue was swiftly resolved for Old Jack and Tang San. Once Yu Xiaogang had reassured Old Jack, he personally escorted Tang San into Unveiling Academy. Thank you, teacher, Tang San expressed gratefully as he entered the academy. Teacher? I am not a teacher of the academy. Yu Xiaogang replied, glancing down at Tang San with a calm demeanor. Not a teacher? But didn't you just say you represent the academy? Yu Xiaogang shook his head, managing a strained smile. Who says one must be a teacher of the academy to represent it? Tang San's eyes lit up with understanding. I see. You must be the principal or a leader then. Yu Xiaogang chuckled. You are indeed a clever 6-year-old, but you have guessed incorrectly. Then who are you? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Yu Xiaogang explained. I am merely a guest here, mooching off the food and drink, like everyone else. You may call me master. That is how everyone refers to me. I have even forgotten my own name. The Martial Soul Hall certificate states your name is Tang San, correct? Tang San, you must understand that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future. Unless, at this juncture, his words trailed off, his eyes glimmering with fervor, unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Are you going to teach me how to cultivate my martial soul? Tang San asked, while Yu Xiaogang halted, facing Tang San directly. Are you willing? From the moment Tang San addressed him as teacher, Yu Xiaogang had been laying the groundwork for this moment, and now he finally spoke the words he had longed to say. Though there was an element of calculation involved, he felt that if he could truly take Tang San as a student, it would be worth the pretense. Unfortunately, Tang San was not so easily swayed and remained silent, scrutinizing Yu Xiaogang without speaking. Noticing Tang San's reluctance to take the bait, Yu Xiaogang forced a smile, his expression stiffening. Very well, you are indeed a wise child. He knew he had to flatter Tang San to continue the conversation. Yu Xiaogang raised his hand to ruffle Tang San's hair. With such extraordinary talent and intelligence, it seems I must take this opportunity seriously. After all, you are the third individual with twin martial souls in a century. Yu Xiaogang feigned an air of profundity. However, upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San instantly became wary, even preparing to take action against him. Fortunately, after a series of Yu Xiaogang's explanations, Tang San realized just how formidable the man before him truly was, not in terms of strength, but in knowledge. Awed by Yu Xiaogang's prowess, Tang San took a step back, distancing himself from him. He then knelt on both knees, bowing respectfully 3 times before the master. Master, Tang San reverently called out, please accept me as your disciple. Thus, much like in the original narrative, Tang San was easily persuaded to become Yu Xiaogang's apprentice. Excellent. Excellent. Successful in receiving Tang San's Yu Xiaogang, they were, of course, elated. Unbeknownst to them, however, a stunningly beautiful woman stood nearby, her captivating eyes filled with hatred as they fixated on Tang San. After Bibi Dong departed from Sumo's body, she emerged with the intent of seeking Yu Xiaogang, only to unexpectedly encounter the very Tang San whom she despised so deeply. She had anticipated a swift reunion with Tang San, yet she never imagined it would occur on her very first day at Unveiling Academy. Were she capable of taking action at this moment, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly strike Tang San down without a second thought. The thought of the future harm Tang San would inflict upon her filled her heart with loathing. Her entire existence had been shattered because of him. She had perished at his hands, and her daughter, Qian Rinxue, had also fallen from grace, her divinity shattered, leaving her future uncertain. Every misfortune stemmed from Tang San's actions. Moreover, Tang San's growth was intricately tied to Yu Xiaogang's assistance. Thus, witnessing the harmonious rapport between Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, Bibi Dong suddenly lost her desire to linger by Yu Xiaogang's side. At least for now, she wished to avert her gaze from such a scene. Humph! With a cold snort of contempt, Bibi Dong turned her consciousness away and departed. Chapter 14. Xiao Wu gazing at the freshman dormitory before him. Sumo found himself at a loss for words. The spacious dormitory was filled with numerous beds, approximately 40 to 50 in total, aside from the work-study students who resided among all grades. Each grade had its own dormitory. Unveiling Academy simply did not accommodate a large number of students. Each grade housed merely one class, consisting of around 40 to 50 individuals. Sumo felt compelled to critique the dormitory arrangements of the Douluo continent. While placing so many individuals in a single large dormitory was manageable, one would expect a distinction between male and female residents. Even disregarding gender, age should have been considered. It was inconceivable for 5th and 6th graders to share a dormitory with 1st and 2nd graders. Such disregard for the youthful impulses towards the opposite sex was astonishing. It must be noted that in the world of Douluo continent, where soul power imbued individuals with early maturity, especially among soul masters, this arrangement was particularly perplexing. Ignoring the other residents in the dormitory, Suemo chose a bed in the far corner, laying out a new set of bedding that his aunt had purchased for him before leaving the dormitory. He intended to visit the academy's library, as only there did he find a semblance of allure. Other matters held little interest for him. That on his way to the library, Suemo spotted a lively little girl with pink hair bouncing towards him. Her cheerful demeanor evident as her pigtails swayed with each hop. Xiao Wu, instantly recognizing the girl, Suemo recalled her identity as the main character from the anime, a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years. To be honest, upon first seeing Xiao Wu, Suemo briefly entertained the thought of eliminating her. Even if he could not obtain her 100,000-year soul ring, acquiring her 100,000-year soul bone would be worthwhile. However, this thought flickered through his mind and was quickly dismissed. The morals instilled in him from his previous life prevented him from committing such an atrocious act, though aware that Xiao Wu was a soul beast. And as a soul master, hunting soul beasts was deemed acceptable. Suemo found it impossible to perceive her as anything but a young girl, given the established impression she had left on him while watching the anime. Furthermore, he had to consider whether Xiao Wu had already come under Tang Hao's watchful gaze. Suemo had many grievances regarding Tang Hao. While he might be deemed a competent father, Tang San received little care from him during their time together. In fact, it was often Tang San who had to look after him. Conversely, if one were to argue he was an inadequate father, it seemed that ever since Tang San left Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao had diligently protected him from the shadows. Wherever Tang San went, Tang Hao appeared to be lurking in the background, safeguarding him, whether it was Shrek Academy, the City of Slaughter, or Spirit City. It was only after Tang Hao had crippled himself that he ceased his covert protection of Tang San. choosing instead to remain by the blue-silver emperor's side. By that time, Tang San had already developed a certain degree of self-defense capabilities. Thus, Su Mo understood that with Tang Hao covertly watching over Tang San, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly fall within his line of sight. Regardless of how Tang Hao perceived Xiao Wu, any attempt by Su Mo to approach her would be a perilous endeavor. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the dormitory?" As Su Mo observed Xiao Wu, she noticed him as well, promptly halting her steps to politely inquire, "It's over there. Are you a freshman this year too?" Surprised by Xiao Wu's inquiry, Su Mo smiled and replied, "Yes, I am. Are you?" Xiao Wu nodded, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if everything around her was a marvel. "Yes, I'm Su Mo, also a freshman this year. We'll be classmates from now on." Su Mo beamed. The Xiao Wu before him appeared to embody the essence of someone freshly immersed in human society. Brimming with curiosity, he wondered how she had procured the work-study student designation. However, upon recalling her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, Su Mo felt a sense of relief. Despite her innocent and adorable demeanor, one should not underestimate her intelligence, given her age. "My name is Xiao Wu." As in dance, "You haven't told me where the dormitory is yet." Upon hearing Su Mo introduce himself, Xiao Wu eagerly returned the favor. "The dormitory is that way." Su Mo gestured towards the direction of the dormitory behind him. "Got it. Thank you, Su Mo." After confirming the location, Xiao Wu skipped past Su Mo, heading towards the dormitory. "Xiao Wu, wait a moment." But Xiao Wu was quickly called to a halt by Su Mo. "Is there something else?" Xiao Wu turned back, puzzled by Su Mo's interruption. "Are you really going to the dormitory like that? The academy doesn't provide bedding for students. How will you sleep at night without it?" Su Mo reminded her, suddenly recalling this important detail. While he couldn't prevent Xiao Wu from befriending Tang San, he felt compelled to stop them from sharing a bed. It was simply intolerable to him. An adult man sharing a bed with a young girl. Moreover, the necessity of bringing bedding was a concern, but I don't have any. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, genuinely unaware of this requirement. "Don't have any. Then just go buy some." Su Mo suggested. "Right, I can go buy some." Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy upon hearing Su Mo's suggestion. She promptly decided not to head directly to the dormitory, but instead to leave the academy to purchase some bedding. Xiao Wu was undeniably cuter as a child. Watching her bounce away, Su Mo felt a surge of satisfaction at his own intervention. Subsequently, he continued on his way to the library. That evening, Bibidong's consciousness once again arrived outside Yu Xiaogang's loft. At this moment, she certainly would not have to endure the sight of that bothersome Tang San. However, before she could step into Yu Xiaogang's room, a figure appeared outside, standing at the door without knocking. This man, Bibi Dong, recognized the figure immediately. Even though he wore a hat, it was unmistakably familiar. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she identified him. Tang San's father, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Chapter 15. Troubling times for Bibi Dong. Tang Hao. Observing Tang Hao standing outside Yu Xiaojing's door, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat complicated. She harbored little animosity towards Tang Hao, even in the future when he joined forces with the two great empires to oppose her. And especially when his son destroyed her life, culminating in her own demise at Tang San's hands, she still felt a tinge of gratitude towards him. That it was precisely because of Tang Hao that she had discovered an opportunity for revenge. Had he not grievously wounded Qin Xianji, she might have never found the chance to avenge herself. Thus, in her heart, Bibidong has always harbored a sense of gratitude towards Tang Hao. Therefore, when Tang Hao appeared on the arena of the upcoming Soul Master competition and rescued Tang San and Xiao Wu, she refrained from intervening. Her action was merely to protect the angel statue of the Spirit Hall from being destroyed by Tang Hao. Otherwise, given her strength at that time, it would have been a trivial matter to keep Tang Hao from leaving. The destruction of the angel statue would not have concerned her greatly. What surprised her was that Tang Hao stood outside Yu Xiaojing's door without immediately knocking. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to leave without entering. Observing this, Bibi Dong did not pursue him, as she held no interest in Tang Hao. After his departure, Bibidong directly passed through the door, her consciousness entering the attic, where she found Yu Xiaogang in his study. Upon seeing him, she could not help but call out his name with excitement. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang remained completely oblivious to her voice, noticing his lack of response. Bibidong was reminded once again that she could only watch him from afar. Yet, this was already quite satisfactory. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, Bibi Dong quickly reassured herself that simply being able to observe Yu Xiaogang, to be near him, was a form of happiness. Thus, she quietly watched as he engrossed himself in his reading, completely unaware of the presence of his former lover in the room. After some time, Yu Xiaogang set his book aside and began to reminisce about the events of the day. Accepting Tang San as a disciple with a twin martial soul was truly a remarkable stroke of fortune. A twin martial soul, indeed, the third genius with such a rare gift in history. I never anticipated encountering him. Reflecting on the extraordinary talent of Tang San, Yu Xiaogang could not suppress his excitement as he murmured to himself. Since accepting Tang San, he had been filled with exhilaration, which is why he had sought solace in reading after Tang San's departure. Yet, upon closing the book, his exhilaration was still palpable that I must nurture Tang San into a remarkable individual, allowing the world to witness the excellence of my student, Yu Xiaogang. When that day arrives, who would dare mock me? His face was alight with fervor and determination, and as he uttered the last sentence, a flicker of ferocity danced across his features. This revealed the extent to which Yu Xiaogang yearned to validate himself. Watching Yu Xiaogang's impassioned soliloquy, Bibi Dong felt a mixture of sympathy and anger. While she pitied his situation, she could not help but feel irked that he was elated because of Tang San, the very individual responsible for her downfall. This thought filled her heart with bitterness. She had approached Yu Xiaogang with joy, only to find him contemplating the nurturing of her adversary. However, Tang San's identity must remain a secret. He is Tang Hao's son, an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, it was imperative that no one from the Spirit Hall discover Tang San's true identity. Yet, what Yu Xiaogang continued to mutter only deepened Bibi Dong's sorrow. It turned out he had been aware of Tang San's identity all along. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yu Xiaogang, her lips biting down in sadness, realizing that he had known from the very beginning. She had always believed that he had only learned of Tang San's identity later on. It was not the case. Yu Xiaogang had known from the outset. Despite being fully aware of Tang San's enmity with the Spirit Hall, and thus with her, he still devoted himself to nurturing him. Upon this realization, Bibi Dong felt an indescribable sorrow. Why, clenching her fists, she could not help but confront Yu Xiaogang with a question. Damn it. Upon realizing that Yu Xiaogang could not hear her words, Bibidong's mood soured even further. Cursed fate. With a flash, she departed once more. In the morning, she had left to avoid seeing Tang San. Now, she found herself unwilling to even look upon Yu Xiaogang. Throughout this, Yu Xiaogang remained completely unaware of Bibidong's visit and subsequent disappearance. As for Bibidong's plight, Suemo was entirely oblivious. He was unaware that Bibi Dong had made an appearance, for each time she manifested, she left almost immediately, eluding his notice. The following day marked the school's opening ceremony, and Suemo noted that Tang San was absent. He understood that Yu Xiaogang had taken Tang San to hunt for his first soul ring. Days later, as Xiao Wu clashed with the son of the city lord of Nodding City, Tang San returned, already possessing his first soul ring. The century-old soul ring dazzled the eyes of his classmates, for even the city lord's son, Xiao Chenyu, had only managed to acquire a 10-year quality ring. My first soul ring comes from the mandala snake, and my teacher's theory has proven correct. When Tang San utilized his first soul skill, tangling, and declared the origin of his soul ring to be Yu Xiaogang, everyone realized for the first time that Yu Xiaogan's theory was indeed valid. Plant-type martial souls could absorb the soul rings of animal spirit beasts. It seems that what the master said was always true. I thought he was deceiving us. Me too. No wonder everyone calls him master. It turns out he is truly remarkable. Had I known, I would have sought him as my teacher. Just forget it. Now that the master has a student like Tang San, how could he possibly take an interest in us? Consequently, the student's perceptions of Yu Xiaogang shifted, with some regretting not having approached him sooner. Watching the spectacle unfold, Suemo could not help but scoff at the flattery directed toward Yu Xiaogang. Even if Yu Xiaogang had not taken Tang San under his wing, he would not have looked upon them favorably. 3 years later, in the back mountain of Nodding Academy, a young man with black hair sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, a wave of soul power surged from him, and he opened his bright black eyes. I've reached level 10. After 3 years, I have finally achieved level 10. His expression was one of exhilaration. Through 3 years of diligent cultivation, Suemo had progressed from a mere level 2 soul power to level 10, but reflecting on the arduous journey of the past 3 years, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Although he had indeed advanced 8 levels in 3 years, a feat that nearly matched Tang San and Xiao Wu's pace, the struggles he endured were known only to him. Suemo had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Spending the 3 years solely on that path, over the span of 3 years, he did not consistently improve at such a rapid pace. Rather, his progress was gradual. As his self-created cultivation method matured, and with his daily physical training enhancing his overall fitness, his new cultivation method was further strengthened. During this time, Suemo scarcely attended classes, opting instead for self-study at the library. Spending an hour each day immersed in knowledge was a form of relaxation for him. The thought of having to invest several times the effort just to keep up with the genius levels of Tang San and Xiaowu filled Suemo with a sense of melancholy. His newly devised cultivation method was something that students with ordinary talents could only dream of. As 3 years passed, while Suemo finally broke through to level 10, Tang San had already become a level 21 Great Soul Master. Rather than narrowing the gap, the distance between Suemo and Tang San had only widened. Nevertheless, over the years, Suemo had grown accustomed to the inequalities brought about by differing talents, and, while feeling sorrowful, he did not lament his fate. He firmly believed that determination could overcome destiny. Since he had managed to create his own cultivation method, he was confident he could eventually catch up. Tomorrow, I too shall hunt for my first soul ring. With a smile, Suemo returned to the academy, preparing for a good night's sleep. The next day, instead of heading directly to the nearest hunting forest in Nodding City, he first visited the blacksmith shop. "Boss, is everything ready with my order?" After entering the blacksmith shop, Suemo promptly inquired of the boss, who was busy forging inside. "It's you. The items you ordered are ready. I'll fetch them for you right away." Upon recognizing Suemo, the boss's face broke into a joyful smile. A few days prior, Suemo had commissioned some items from him, and he had been anxious about whether Suemo would return. Now, seeing him again, he felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the boss produced a bag and placed it before Suemo. "This is the custom-made order you requested. Please take a look." Suemo opened the bag for inspection and was pleased to find that everything he desired had been crafted to his specifications. Nodding in satisfaction. "What about my weapons?" Suemo continued. "They are ready as well. Here are the bow and gun you requested." Upon hearing Suemo's words, the boss hurriedly retrieved 2 items from beneath the counter, a bow and a long gun. The bow, designed according to Suemo's specifications, was a compound bow equipped with pulleys at both ends, looking quite different from traditional bows. Odd and unique. The gun was an exact replica of Suemo's soul hunting gun. After handling them, Suemo felt very satisfied. He settled the remaining balance, and the boss generously presented him with a quiver of arrows. Suemo then rented a horse-drawn carriage and set off towards the soul hunting forest. Located 400 miles away. As for the proof required to enter the forest, Suemo had already taken care of that. Hunting for soul rings is indeed quite troublesome, especially when targeting low-level soul beasts, as these forests are typically enclosed by the spirit hall for safety, ensuring that higher-level soul beasts are not present. Naturally, soul masters can venture into wild soul beast forests, but the safety there cannot be guaranteed. Given that Suemo was only at level 10 and lacked any soul skills, he was certainly not bold enough to enter a wild soul beast forest. While he was unafraid of soul beasts aged a century or less, he could not guarantee his safety against those over 1,000 years old. Indeed, he was also unafraid of century-old soul beasts, as his purpose in coming this time was precisely to hunt one of that caliber. To prepare for this, Suemo had diligently studied all knowledge related to soul beasts below 1,000 years of age, enabling him to strategize effectively. The pulley compound bow and long gun were part of his preparations as well, bow for long range and gun for close combat. Logically speaking, since his own martial soul was already a long gun, he had no need to forge another. However, Suemo did not share this sentiment, for currently, his martial soul, the soul hunting gun, lacked the strength of the weapon crafted in reality. In his previous life, while watching anime, Suemo had never understood why agile soul masters, like those from the Minji clan with a speed advantage, did not wield weapons to convert that speed into offensive power. Even wielding a small knife, if one's speed was sufficient, could yield terrifying lethality. Now, after many years of reincarnation in Doa continent, he finally grasped the reason. Soul masters, who possess soul power and can summon martial souls, often hold a profound disdain for weapon usage. Almost all soul masters believe that weapons are meant only for ordinary people and soldiers who cannot summon martial souls. It was only later, when Tang San produced his hidden weapons, that they recognized a distinction from ordinary arms, perceiving them as something not typically wielded by commoners and thus more prestigious. On this point, Su Imo disagreed. Humanity's superiority over beasts lies in the ability to use tools. When one's martial soul lacks sufficient lethality in the early stages, utilizing weapons is not shameful, aside from the prohibition of all external objects during the Soul Master Tournament. There are no restrictions at other times, so why not make use of them? Yu Xiaogang demonstrated considerable wisdom in this regard. The first soul beast Tang San hunted, the mantis snake, was slain with a short sword gifted by Yu Xiaogang. As a level 29 Great Soul Master, Yu Xiaogang could do nothing against the mantis snake with his soul skills, yet a single short sword proved lethal, highlighting that the weapons in this world possessed significant destructive power. Especially beneficial for weaker soul masters. With this bow and gun, I refuse to believe I cannot hunt a century-old soul beast, Su Imo declared confidently, gazing at his prepared bow and gun. Of course, confidence did not equate to recklessness. Upon arriving at the soul hunting forest, Su Imo intended to first seek out weaker soul beasts to practice his skills. Chapter 17. Bibi Dong makes a reappearance using a horse-drawn carriage typical of the Douluo world. Su Imo took 2 days to reach the soul hunting forest. On the third morning, he entered the forest, armed with the proof issued by the Spirit Hall as a first-time visitor to the Soul Beast Forest. Su Imo did not venture deep immediately. Instead, he began searching for soul beasts at the periphery. Upon entering, he slung the pulley compound bow and bag over his shoulder, gripping the long gun as he remained vigilant while searching. With a swift motion, Su Imo brandished the long gun, discovering that it indeed felt more substantial than his martial soul. However, it was not as easy to wield as his soul weapon, even though this long gun had been forged to perfectly replicate his soul hunting gun. It seemed the aversion to using weapons outside of one's martial soul was not without merit. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Su Imo summoned his soul hunting gun, with one long gun in each hand. He observed the nearly identical weapons and proceeded to merge them. As the 2 long guns clashed, Su Imo guided his soul hunting gun into the other, and a wondrous phenomenon occurred. Both weapons rapidly overlapped, ultimately forming a single long gun. It truly works. Su Imo laughed heartily, swinging the newly formed long gun with ease, finding it far more manageable and possessing greater quality than when wielding his martial soul alone. This was a fusion of 2 into 1. Ultimately, a martial soul is a manifestation of energy, and its integration into the long gun he had forged was entirely normal. However, maintaining this martial soul summoned would deplete soul power. So Su Imo quickly retracted it, planning to utilize this technique during combat. Su Imo continued his search for soul beasts, gradually discovering traces of them. However, he also encountered numerous signs of wild beasts, particularly weaker varieties. Without soul power, these creatures could not become soul masters, just as those devoid of soul power remain mere beasts. Take the blue silvergrass, for instance, while abundant across the Douluo continent. Very few attain the level of soul beast. Noticing such plant soul beasts, Su Imo felt no inclination to hunt them. Soon, he stumbled upon a blackback pig with 50 years of cultivation. Kid, are you crazy? What level are you? And are you truly planning to hunt a soul beast alone? Just as Su Imo was about to make a move, Bibi Dong suddenly appeared before him. This marked the first time in 3 years that Bibi Dong had taken the initiative to confront Su Imo. Though her consciousness had not been able to affect much during these years, after recovering from her slumber, she had gained a new ability. She could directly observe the outside world through Su Imo. Thus, even without manifesting within Su Imo, Bibi Dong was aware of his actions. She was quite pleased with Su Imo's progress over the years, especially his cultivation speed, which had exceeded her expectations. However, she had chosen not to engage with him, as Su Imo had not sought her out either, which irked her considerably, leading her to refrain from contacting him. After all, since Su Imo had shown no willingness to heed her advice to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang, even her presence would not assist him in addressing his martial soul talent issues. Yet this time, she could no longer contain herself to Su Imo, a child who had yet to absorb a single soul ring and lacked any soul skills, was attempting to hunt a soul beast on his own. This was tantamount to courting death. Thus, Bibi Dong felt compelled to intervene and prevent Su Imo from risking his life. After all, if anything were to happen to him, she too would face the prospect of disappearing. Sister Goddess, it's you. Su Imo spoke calmly upon seeing Bibi Dong. Noting the serene demeanor that lacked the previous enthusiasm and respect, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of displeasure. This insufferable child still harbored grievances against her. Were it not for the circumstances, She would have undoubtedly ignored Su Mo, however, recalling that she still needed to dissuade him. Bibi Dong suppressed the fury bubbling within her and spoke softly. Little one, I must apologize for previously forcing you to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang. That was indeed my fault. However, you must heed my words this time. Cease your actions immediately. A soul beast is not something you, lacking any soul skills, can contend with. Will Sister Goddess disappear as well, simply out of concern for my safety? Surprised by Bibi Dong's unexpected gentleness in her apology, Su Mo's suspicions were only further cemented. It was evident that Bibi Dong could not take any action against him and was even worried about his well-being. Thus, Su Mo felt less compelled to tread carefully in their dialogue. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong's expression froze. This damned little brat was just as clever and insufferable as ever. Sister is your martial spirit. Should you encounter peril, I will undoubtedly vanish alongside you. Bibi Dong insisted earnestly, soul beasts are truly beyond your current capabilities. As your martial spirit, I cannot bear to witness you come to harm. Suppressing her frustration, Bibi Dong once again spoke softly to persuade Su Mo. Becoming another's martial spirit is indeed a daunting task. Bibi Dong felt a surge of exasperation within. Thank you for your concern, Sister Goddess, but rest assured, I possess the confidence that brought me here. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Su Mo felt a sense of amusement and decided not to press her further. Bibi Dong felt a knot in her chest upon hearing this. Enraged, she retorted, You lack any soul skills. What grounds do you have for such confidence? Sister Goddess can discern the truth simply by observing. If I dared to come alone, it signifies my confidence. Besides, Sister Goddess can rest easy. If I find myself unable to prevail, I will certainly flee. After saying this, Su Mo disregarded Bibi Dong, continuing towards the distant blackback pig. As he approached, he deftly readied his compound bow, quietly aiming an arrow at the distant creature. Though he had locked onto his target, he continued to advance stealthily. The closer he got, the more assured he became of his accuracy. Watching Su Mo turn away and ignore her, Bibi Dong seethed with frustration. However, upon witnessing Su Mo preparing to take action, she stifled her annoyance and refrained from disturbing him further. When Su Mo was merely a dozen meters from the blackback pig, he finally halted. Choosing not to advance any closer at this distance, he was confident of his aim, and moving nearer would risk alarming the soul beast. Holding his breath, he drew back the bowstring, aligning his arrow with the creature's ear. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth like a streak of darkness, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, aimed directly at the blackback pig. In that moment, the creature, which had been rooting in the soil, suddenly trembled, its instincts attuned to the impending danger. Before the black-backed pig could react and evade, the arrow pierced its ear with precision. Letting out a chilling scream, the creature writhed in a frantic attempt to dislodge the arrow lodged in its head. Yet, it was met with another volley of arrows. Each of Su Mo's arrows struck the black-backed pig accurately, though they did not hit its vital points. They merely punctured its hide, inflicting superficial wounds. Nevertheless, after a brief struggle, the creature collapsed, unable to rise again. Su Mo's initial shot had already dealt a fatal blow. The arrow had penetrated its brain. For the black-backed pig to struggle even for a moment was remarkable. Soon after, a white soul ring of 10-year quality materialized above the corpse of the 50-year-old black-backed pig. Witnessing Su Mo effortlessly slay a 50-year-old soul beast left Bibi Dong utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Su Mo could indeed hunt soul beasts without possessing any soul rings or skills, and to do so with such ease. Upon closer inspection, Bibi Dong noticed that the bow in Su Mo's hands was peculiar, unlike any bow she had ever seen. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the realization that the power of the arrows he unleashed far surpassed that of typical bows, provided he aimed for the soul beast's vital points. It was not only the 50-year-old soul beast he could potentially slay, even those with 1,000 years of cultivation might fall to his prowess. This bow bore a striking resemblance to the Zhuge divine crossbow that Tang San would later devise, albeit the latter was more refined and possessed greater power. Stunned, Bibi Dong quickly grasped that Su Mo's success in effortlessly hunting the soul beast was due to the capabilities of the compound bow, rather than solely his own abilities. It was the synergy of the bows might combined with a surprise attack that made it possible. Yet, even so, Bibi Dong's expression held a tinge of embarrassment. She recalled how adamantly she had insisted that Su Mo could not hunt soul beasts, only to be proven wrong now. What a slap in the face. Had she known he possessed such capabilities, she would have refrained from coming out at all. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, who was entirely uninterested in Bibi Dong's reaction, he approached the lifeless black-backed pig, observing the white soul ring hovering above the soul beast's corpse. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. This what a soul ring looks like. It feels akin to a drop of equipment. He marveled at the sight of the white soul ring, impressed. However, Su Mo had no intention of absorbing this 50-year-old 10-year soul ring. His hunt of the black-backed pig was merely to gauge the difficulty of confronting soul beasts. It appeared that they were not as formidable as he had presumed. He hadn't even set any traps yet. Retrieving the arrows embedded in the soul beast's body, Su Mo felt quite satisfied with the bow's performance. After all, it had been crafted with the blacksmith's assistance. While it was somewhat crude, it was superior to ordinary bows, though it could not compare to Tang San's Zhuge Divine crossbow. Afterward, Su Mo summoned his soul-hunting spear and poked at the corpse of the black-backed pig, as expected, even with his current martial spirit strength. He found it challenging to inflict damage upon the deceased creature. However, when he merged the soul-hunting spear with the crafted iron spear, the outcome was markedly different, with a firm grip on the long spear. Su Mo thrust and retracted it repeatedly against the black-backed pig's corpse, producing several gruesome puncture wounds. Indeed, when martial prowess is lacking, one must rely on weapons. High martial skills are no match for a simple kitchen knife. One must learn to utilize everything at their disposal. After concluding his tests, Su Mo elegantly twirled the spear before shaking off the blood from its tip. Sister Goddess, Su Mo finally turned to Bibi Dong. What is it? Bibi Dong, reluctant to engage, assumed Su Mo was about to mock her. Sister Goddess, the limit of absorbing a soul ring correlates with the strength of one's martial spirit and physical condition. Correct? To Bibi Dong's surprise, Su Mo did not ridicule her earlier misjudgment of his abilities. Instead, he inquired about a pertinent matter. That is indeed correct. Are you asking about the limit of your first soul ring's absorption? Bibi Dong regarded Su Mo with a mixture of surprise and curiosity before responding. Although it was a question, her tone conveyed certainty that Su Mo sought this information. Such a determined little brat likely intended to absorb a soul ring as close to his maximum capacity as possible. She had been in his position once. Sister Goddess, can you determine the maximum age limit of the first soul ring I can absorb? Su Mo nodded thoughtfully, since Bibi Dong had made her appearance. He seized the opportunity to seek her counsel. While he possessed his own judgments, he was keen to hear Bibi Dong's insights on the matter. Regarding physical strength, Su Mo believed that his own had significantly surpassed that of Tang San at the age of 6. However, when it came to the strength of their martial spirits, Su Mo acknowledged that he fell short compared to Tang San. With his current knowledge, he was uncertain of the impact these factors would have on soul ring absorption, whether physical strength played a more substantial role or if martial spirit potency was of greater significance. Had Bibi Dong not appeared, Su Mo would have sought a soul beast with a cultivation age of 400 to 500 years. Now, it all hinged on what Bibi Dong would say. Pondering over Su Mo's admission, Bibi Dong began to contemplate. She felt it necessary to improve their relationship, as maintaining the status quo was untenable, especially after being repeatedly undermined in front of Su Mo. She wished to demonstrate her own capabilities as well. Observing Su Mo's form, she began to calculate seriously. Bibi Dong had always known that Su Mo possessed remarkable physical strength, having witnessed his growth over the years. However, upon deeper reflection, she was astonished to realize that Su Mo's physical prowess was not inferior to that of a great soul master. In fact, the limit for a soul master absorbing soul rings placed greater emphasis on the master's physical strength. While the strength of the martial spirit was secondary, albeit still significant, after meticulously assessing Su Mo's current situation, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She exclaimed, "Little fellow, your first soul ring can endure a limit of 600 years. That surpasses Tang San by over 100 years. Indeed, Bibi Dong was genuinely surprised by this revelation. The fact that Su Mo's first soul ring could, in terms of quality, exceed that of Tang San was astonishing. Chapter 19. An unexpected discovery. Bibi Dong was genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated that Su Mo could surpass Tang San in any regard. Despite her disdain for Tang San, she could not deny his remarkable talent. Prior to undergoing the divine assessment, Tang San had absorbed a 10,000-year quality soul ring for his fourth, an unprecedented achievement. Now, to think that Su Mo could exceed Tang San in the age of his first soul ring was utterly unexpected to her. He had surpassed the limit of 423 years, which she and Yu Xiaogang had previously deemed the utmost threshold. Regrettably, his martial spirit talent seemed to impose limitations. Otherwise, this young prodigy's future would be boundless. Bibi Dong lamented for Su Mo in her heart. 600 years. Now that's splendid news. Thank you, sister goddess. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's judgment, Su Mo's expression brightened, with the confirmation that the limit of his first soul ring's absorption was indeed 600 years. He set his sights on a soul beast of that exact age. However, whether he would encounter a suitable one was simply a matter of fortune. Fortunately, after half a month of diligent searching and just as he was about to give up, Su Mo finally came across a fitting 600-year-old soul beast, a thorny hedgehog. Employing traps to provoke the creature from a distance and luring it into a snare, Su Mo ultimately succeeded in slaying the 600-year thorny hedgehog. Watching Su Mo exhaust all means and then effortlessly hunt down a soul beast of such caliber, Bibi Dong, despite having anticipated this outcome, was still deeply impressed, considering that numerous soul masters and great soul masters struggled to hunt such formidable beasts in teams. She found the situation almost laughable. Unfazed by Bibi Dong's astonishment, Su Mo proceeded to absorb the soul ring once it appeared. A yellow, 100-year soul ring in a mere 10 minutes. He successfully refined it, marking it as his first soul ring. Consequently, Su Mo's soul power level surged directly by 2 levels, reaching the 12th rank. First soul skill, Penetrate. Su Mo acquired his inaugural soul skill, which enhanced the penetration capability of his soul hunting spear by 200. Notably, this increase did not imply a straightforward 200% penetration against foes. Rather, it doubled the spear's original penetrating force. Following the successful acquisition of his soul ring, Su Mo set off for home. Along the way, he engaged in a meditative soul power cultivation technique. Realizing that the soul power required for leveling up had indeed increased significantly since becoming a soul master, in comparison to his time as a soul scholar. After calculating silently, Su Mo concluded that if he solely relied on the meditative technique for soul power cultivation, it would take him an entire year to advance to the 13th rank. A year's time yielding merely a single level increase was considerably slower than his progression as a soul scholar. Clearly, the disparity in talent only served to widen the gap between the gifted and the mediocre. Tang San, with his exceptional talent, consistently advanced by 3 levels annually without any signs of slowing down. Fortunately, Su Mo had developed his own unique cultivation technique, following the absorption of his soul ring. His physical capabilities had further strengthened, allowing him to keep pace with the training speed of those talented individuals, albeit barely. Su Mo could only feel grateful for his innovative approach to cultivation. Upon returning to Notting City, Su Mo proceeded to the Spirit Hall branch for Soul Master certification. Only by completing this certification could he obtain the Soul Master newcomer subsidy provided by the 2 great empires, allowing him to receive a golden soul coin each month. Since he was within the territory of the Tiando Empire, he would naturally receive the subsidies issued by them. Upon his return to Notting Academy, the faculty and students were unaware that Su Mo had absorbed his first soul ring, and that it was of 600-year quality. Su Mo chose not to flaunt this achievement, continuing to conduct himself in his usual manner. During his practice of spear techniques, he no longer merely summoned the soul hunting spear. Instead, he began to fuse it with a forged iron spear for enhanced feel and improved training efficacy. Months later, at the training grounds behind Notting Academy, Su Mo was seen toying with the iron spear in his hands, his expression somewhat perplexed. After concluding his training, he had retracted the soul hunting spear into his body, leaving him with only the forged iron spear. This can't be just my imagination, can it? Su Mo rubbed the spear in his hands, feeling uncertain that it was as if he were caressing a living being. For upon retracting the soul hunting spear, he discovered that touching the iron spear elicited a faint yet tangible sensation of blood connection. This sensation was something he had only experienced while wielding his martial spirit. The soul hunting spear. He thrust the spear into the ground, its tip embedding firmly into the earth. Stepping back a couple of paces, he aligned his index and middle fingers and beckoned towards the spear. With a hum, the spear trembled slightly in response to Su Mo's call. Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. In a way, it actually reacted. Although the spear's response was merely a gentle tremor, lacking the effortless recall typical of his martial spirit, Su Mo still felt a surge of surprise. This was not his martial spirit. Moreover, he had only summoned it through sheer will, not by employing any techniques akin to Tang San's mastery of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. He continued to experiment, finding that the connection remained. Indeed, he felt a subtle bond of bloodline with the spear. Have I refined this forged spear into my own weapon? Suemo speculated. Akin to the refinement of magical artifacts in fantasy novels. The cause of this phenomenon was undoubtedly his frequent fusion of the soul-hunting spear with the iron spear during his training, but if interpreted through the lens of fantasy literature, it seemed that Suemo was infusing his own spiritual energy into the refinement of this weapon. Persisting along this path, could he eventually transform this iron spear into his very own magical artifact? According to the rules of this world, would that mean it becomes his martial spirit? Suemo continued to make bold conjectures. Regardless of their veracity, he had already resolved to endeavor to merge his martial soul, the soul-hunting spear, with the long spear in his possession as much as possible in the time to come. Curious to see what transformations would ultimately arise. Chapter 20. The Astonishment of Bibidong. Suemo. Why do you always carry your soul-hunting spear on your back? The behavior of Suemo, who habitually kept his martial soul, the soul-hunting spear, slung behind him, swiftly piqued the curiosity of his classmates. Xiao Wu, who was somewhat familiar with Suemo, directly inquired about its nothing. I'm merely attempting to cultivate a soul skill. Suemo offered a simple response. However, his endeavor was far more intricate than merely trying to master a soul skill. He was engaged in something grander. What kind of soul skill? Xiao Wu pressed on, her curiosity unabated. Its nothing significant. I'm not even sure if I can succeed, Suemo replied with a smile, dismissing her inquiry. If you're not going to share, then never mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a wave of disinterest wash over her and quickly returned to Tang San's side, chatting and laughing with him. Among her classmates, she found Tang San particularly endearing and impressive, which made her prefer his company to her. Suemo was merely an eccentric. He rarely appeared in class, and even when he did not engage with anyone else. Watching Xiao Wu scamper back to Tang San, Suemo could only sigh inwardly. Though he had prevented her from sharing a bed with Tang San, he could not stop her from playing with him. Suemo simply lacked the time to interact with Xiao Wu. Moreover, he was aware that she was certainly under the watchful eye of Tang Hao, so he refrained from pursuing further contact with her. Suemo remained steadfast in his ways. The only notable change was that since returning from the soul-hunting forest, Bibi Dong had begun to appear frequently before him. It was Suemo who had requested Bibi Dong to impart knowledge about martial souls to him. Several months prior, in the library of Unveiling Academy, Suemo had discovered that there was little left for him to learn. Thus, when Bibi Dong made her presence known, Suemo seized the opportunity to ask her to teach him. He was fully prepared for rejection. But to his surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong agreed. Consequently, the time Suemo once dedicated to studying in the library was now transformed into sessions within his martial soul space, receiving guidance from Bibi Dong. Thus, Suemo continued his arduous yet fulfilling daily routine. Time passed incessantly. Day by day, he persisted in merging his soul-hunting spear with the iron spear, gradually realizing that the connection between the two was growing increasingly intimate. Initially, there was but a faint sense of bloodline connection. Yet, as the graduation approached 3 years later, Suemo felt as though the iron spear had genuinely become a part of his being. Akin to the sensation bestowed by his martial soul, the soul-hunting spear. After casting the iron spear, with but a thought and a certain expenditure of soul power, he could summon it back to his hand. At the rear mountain of Unveiling Academy, in that familiar locale, Suemo wielded the long spear with abandon in the open space, each thrust and lunge executed with exceptional precision, leaving numerous marks upon the ground. Broken moon, chasing clouds, pursuing stars, 1,000 blades of fire. Ultimately, Suemo executed a series of moves reminiscent of Yuning from his previous life's game, Honor of Kings, though he was unable to replicate the triple essence of spear intent in the final strike. Instead, the spear struck forcefully against the ground. After his training, Suemo exhaled deeply, beads of sweat dotting his face and body. He felt invigorated. For someone who exercised daily, missing a day would feel profoundly uncomfortable. After some time, once he noticed the absence of onlookers, Suemo's expression grew serious. Gripping the long spear, now a fusion of his soul-hunting spear and the iron spear, he focused his intent and attempted to summon it. Previously, he had tried multiple times without success. However, this time was different. He sensed that he had completely refined the iron spear, making this his first attempt post-refinement. With a gentle tremor, the long spear vanished from his grasp. Did it succeed? Upon witnessing this, Sumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then closed his eyes and began to introspect within his martial soul space. Upon entering, he beheld his soul hunting spear, now fully integrated with the refined iron spear. The entire long spear quivered gently, emanating waves of soul power. A mere glance revealed to Sumo that his soul hunting spear was undergoing a profound fusion with the iron spear he had refined. Once successful, they would be inseparable. At that moment, a delicate silhouette emerged from the blood-red mist beside the soul hunting spear. Little one, what is happening? Bibi Dong, astonished by the transformation of the soul hunting spear, turned to Sumo with a look of surprise. Unbeknownst to her, Bibi Dong had no prior knowledge of Sumo's refinement of the iron spear. She only knew that he merged his martial soul with the iron spear during training. Thus, she was utterly unaware of the true nature of his experimentation. Now, witnessing the anomaly in Sumo's martial soul, her astonishment was palpable. That it was known that aside from the potential changes in appearance when absorbing soul rings, a martial soul would not typically undergo transformation otherwise. Yet, Sumo, clearly stuck at level 19 for several months without breaking through to level 20, could not have experienced such changes from absorbing a soul ring. Sister Goddess, I am evolving my martial soul. Sumo grinned widely at the astonished Bibi Dong, pride radiating from him as his declaration echoed. The trembling of his martial soul ceased, marking the completion of its evolution. Merging entirely into one, the soul-hunting spear now appeared before Sumo, significantly more refined than before, clearly enhanced from its prior state, an evolved martial soul. How is that possible? Bibi Dong's immediate reaction to Sumo's revelation was disbelief. However, upon witnessing the completed evolution of his martial soul, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she gazed at Sumo incredulously. How did you accomplish this? What did you do? In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of existential doubt. She could not fathom how Sumo had managed such an extraordinary feat, as it was evident that his martial soul had indeed undergone evolution. Originally a low-grade martial soul, the soul-hunting spear had now ascended to the quality of a mid-grade martial soul. Chapter 21. It is that simple, Sister Goddess. You must know that I fused the soul-hunting spear with the iron spear I purchased, right? Sumo smiled at Bibi Dong as he spoke. I know. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibi Dong nodded, then widened her eyes in disbelief. You didn't just evolve your martial soul through that, did you? If so, that's far too simple. Bibi Dong felt as though she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. The evolution of a martial soul could not possibly be that straightforward. Indeed, it is that simple. I have always sought to transcend the limitations of my martial soul's innate talent, which led me to conceive this method. Initially, I never anticipated it would succeed. Sumo exclaimed with enthusiasm. He certainly would not admit that he had stumbled upon this method by chance. He claimed it as his own idea. The simplicity of evolving his martial soul astonished Sumo as well. Furthermore, he had attempted similar methods previously, such as wearing a bracelet on his wrist and nurturing it daily with soul power, only to find that after 6 months, the bracelet had shown no reaction. He speculated that only items fused with a martial soul could be refined, implying that soul power alone was insufficient. Additionally, the martial soul and the object being refined must share a strong resemblance for adequate compatibility. This method was only applicable to weapon-type martial soul users. While it might be possible for beast-type martial souls, it would be exceedingly challenging to attach one's beast martial soul to a soul beast. Certainly, this is Sumo's conjecture. In any case, he has succeeded. Whether other soul masters can employ such a method remains uncertain to Sumo. However, he believes it is indeed possible, as this ability is not a unique advantage of his own. It is merely that no one in the Douluo world has ever attempted such a feat. They even hold weapons in disdain. So how could they possibly merge them together, as Sumo has done? This evolutionary method is akin to the innovative cultivation technique he has devised. While it appears simple, the soul masters of the Douluo world find it exceedingly challenging to break free from their entrenched ways of thinking to undertake such an endeavor. Yet, even if someone could achieve it, it would likely not be many, for it requires not only an extended period of merging the martial soul and weapon, but also a formidable mental or soul power to facilitate their refinement. This is not something everyone can accomplish. After hearing Sumo's explanation, Bibidong's mouth gaped open, leaving her speechless for a long while. She was genuinely astonished, Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at Su Mo before her. She had not anticipated that martial souls could evolve in such a manner, and that it had been discovered by Su Mo. Who are you, truly? Bibi Dong asked, her gaze now filled with shock and suspicion as she regarded Su Mo. For she genuinely felt that he was no ordinary individual. This method, seemingly simple, was certainly not something just anyone could uncover. Moreover, she had never heard of Su Mo in the future. Yet, this should not be the case. Someone capable of creating a new style of cultivation technique and now discovering a method for weapon martial souls to evolve could not possibly remain obscure in the future. I am simply myself. Su Mo thought, his heart racing slightly, yet he still had no intention of revealing to Bibi Dong that he, like her, was a reincarnator. Then, how were you able to create a new soul power cultivation technique and discover this method of martial soul evolution? Bibi Dong pressed on. I merely wish to prove myself. Even relying on myself, I can break through the limitations of martial soul talent. The goddess said only Yu Xiaogang could achieve this, but I refuse to believe it. Now, does the goddess believe in me? I can do it too. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang remained stuck at level 29 without a breakthrough. The goddess must have been deceived by him. Su Mo responded, his expression one of fervor and pride. Bibi Dong opened her mouth, still somewhat incredulous. However, after listening to Su Mo's words, it dawned on her that he had been motivated to challenge the limitations of his martial soul talent due to an impetus. Namely, her suggestion to seek out Yu Xiaogang as a mentor. It was also because of the rejection he faced that he was spurred to develop his innovative cultivation technique and discover the evolution method for weapon martial souls. Had it not been for her involvement, Su Mo might have been just another soul master of average talent, and despite his efforts, he would have faded into obscurity. Thus, it was no wonder she had never heard of his name in the future. Indeed, I underestimated you. If it were not for hearing Su Mo disparage Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong would have genuinely been inclined to praise him. Yet, after hearing Su Mo's remarks about Yu Xiaogang, she felt less inclined to compliment him. However, she found it difficult to refute his words, as at that moment, Yu Xiaogang had indeed not found a method to break through his martial soul talent and remained trapped at level 29. Now, she was curious about when Yu Xiaogang would discover a solution and whether it would be as astonishing as Su Mo's approach. Hurry and test your evolved martial soul. Not wanting to dwell on Yu Xiaojang's shortcomings, Bibi Dong quickly shifted the topic. All right. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Su Mo nodded. Subsequently, his consciousness withdrew from the martial soul space. With a swish, Bibi Dong's spiritual consciousness followed suit. Martial soul summon. Ignoring Bibi Dong, Su Mo concentrated and summoned his newly evolved martial soul. The evolved soul hunting spear swiftly materialized in Su Mo's hands. Gripping the spear with both hands, he swung it with abandon a few times, reveling in the sensation. Indeed, the evolved soul hunting spear was significantly stronger than its predecessor. Despite the evolution, however, the feel and lethality were somewhat less than when they had not yet fully merged. Yet, after testing its power, Su Mo noticed something amiss. When the original soul hunting spear and the iron spear were used in conjunction, their combined effect was greater than the sum of their parts. However, now that they had completely fused, the result was less effective than before. Let us put that aside for now. Try using the original meditation method for cultivation. While Su Mo was concerned about the power of the soul hunting spear, Bibi Dong was more focused on whether the quality of the spear had indeed evolved, and thus she urged Su Mo to proceed. Whether the evolution was genuine could be determined by cultivating with the evolved soul hunting spear using the meditation method of soul power cultivation. If it was indeed the case, it would validate that she had not misjudged, and Su Mo's martial soul had truly evolved in every aspect, significantly altering his cultivation potential and level cap. This meant that Su Mo had the opportunity to break through to the soul sage level. And likewise, it would mean a chance for her awakening. With this thought, Bibidong's heart began to race with excitement and anxiety. Su Mo was also eager to ascertain the condition of his evolved martial soul. So he settled down cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate, practicing the soul power cultivation technique Bibi Dong had given him. Su Mo could distinctly feel that using the original meditation method for cultivation had significantly increased the speed at which he absorbed external energy, doubling it. In the next moment, he sensed that the level restriction that had confined him for several months, the 20th level barrier, was beginning to loosen. It seemed he was on the verge of a level up. Without hesitation, Suemo diligently continued his cultivation, repeatedly employing the meditation method to absorb external energy. Buzz. Finally, after half an hour, a wave of soul power surged from Suemo, and he broke through to level 20. With just one more soul ring absorbed, he would become a true great soul master. Goddess, I am now level 20, Suemo exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Bibi Dong. Excellent. That's wonderful. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibi Dong was equally exhilarated. With Sumo's martial soul having evolved and his rapid leveling up, he had a remarkable chance of breaking through to level 70 and becoming a soul sage. That would mean she could awaken. Goddess, I have named this method of weapon martial soul evolution, refining weapons into souls. What do you think? Observing Bibidong's excitement, Suemo felt a rush of satisfaction that it was not only Yu Xiaogang who could discover methods for martial soul evolution. Furthermore, Bibi Dong had misunderstood. Yu Xiaogang had merely benefited from Tang San's fortune, having fortuitously broken through his talent limitations after consuming a celestial herb. If Suemo could prevent Tang San from acquiring those celestial herbs, he would be curious to see Bibidong's reaction to the truth. Refining weapons into souls, merging weapons into martial souls to achieve martial soul evolution. What a fitting name. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibidong's eyes brightened slightly, and she smiled in admiration at him. Suemo could clearly sense that Bibidong's attitude towards him seemed to have shifted once again. Perhaps it was because she saw hope in his potential to aid her awakening. Suemo chuckled inwardly, understanding the implication. Goddess, do you think I can absorb 1,000-year quality soul ring for my second soul ring now? However, Suemo would not lay bare his thoughts. Instead, he inquired of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had previously calculated that, based on his original physical and martial soul strengths, the absorption limit for Sumo's second soul ring should be around 950 years. Yet now that Sumo's martial soul had evolved, its strength would naturally have increased. So could the limit for the second soul ring be raised as well? Sumo's physical strength has always far surpassed that of his peers. What has troubled him, however, is the low quality of his martial soul, which limits the extent to which he can absorb soul rings. Even though he can exceed other soul masters to a certain degree, it is not by a significant margin. Of course, considering your current situation, the limit for your second soul ring should be around 1,200 years. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled slightly. After some mental calculations, she spoke to Suemo. Now that she knows Suemo has the potential to break through to soul sage, Bibi Dong naturally hopes that each of his soul rings can be of superior quality. The better the quality of the soul ring, the more advantageous it will be for Suemo, whether it pertains to the power of his soul skills, the enhancement of his soul power, or the strengthening of his martial soul after absorption. 1,200 years, I understand. I will do my utmost to seek out a soul beast of that age to obtain a soul ring. Suemo wholeheartedly agreed with Bibi Dong's assessment. The absorption of his first soul ring, following her guidance, had already proven this point. When he absorbed the first soul ring, he sensed that the 600-year quality was indeed his limit. Very well, but do you still plan to hunt a soul beast above 1,000 years on your own? You must understand that soul beasts of over 1,000 years are significantly more formidable than those of 100 years. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement, but expressed her concerns for Suemo. Although he has set traps and wields that compound bow, which indeed has the power to slay 1,000-year soul beast, she still considers it rather perilous. Nevertheless, she no longer views Sumo's actions as reckless as she did a few years ago. No worries. Didn't the goddess say that only soul beasts over 10,000 years possess higher intelligence? Those below 10,000 are merely wild beasts, as long as one utilizes human wisdom effectively. Dealing with a wild beast should be quite manageable. Suemo chuckled confidently upon hearing Bibi Dong's worries. 3 years ago, at level 10, he was able to hunt a 600-year soul beast alone. Now that he is at level 20, he feels quite assured in facing a soul beast over 1,000 years old. All right, but do exercise caution. Observing Sumo's confidence, Bibi Dong nodded in appreciation. What she found most remarkable about Suemo was his ability to employ his intellect, particularly today. Witnessing his innovative approach to merging weaponry with his martial soul, Bibi Dong has developed a newfound respect for him. The following day, Suemo began preparations for another hunting expedition in the Soul Hunting Forest. The process remained the same. First, he visited the Spirit Hall branch to obtain the necessary authorization for entry into the Soul Hunting Forest. Next, he made his way to the blacksmith shop. However, halfway there, he paused. His intention to visit the blacksmith was to commission a long spear, one of superior quality compared to the iron spear he previously possessed. Suemo aimed to continue his endeavor of merging weapons with his martial soul. Prior to this, he had already conducted tests with a spear from the Academy's weapon storage, confirming that his evolved martial soul could still integrate with real-world weapons. To craft a superior spear, it was essential to find a more skilled blacksmith. In Notting City, the best blacksmith was undoubtedly Tang San, who was proficient in the chaotic cloak hammering technique. With that in mind, Suemo turned towards Tang San's blacksmith shop. Though he wasn't particularly fond of Tang San, the man's blacksmithing skills were undeniable. Besides, he intended to pay for the service. It wasn't as if he were seeking to obtain it for free. I am simply spending money to purchase Tang San's services. Upon arriving at Tang San's forge, Suemo found him present. Tang San. Suemo approached the anvil. Suemo, what brings you here? Tang San looked up in surprise upon seeing Suemo. I came to commission a long spear. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Suemo replied with a smile. Since we are classmates, I might as well place my order with you. As a way of supporting a fellow student, regardless of whether Tang San was willing to accept his order, Suemo's words immediately elevated Tang San's impression of him. What kind of long spear do you wish to commission? I will do my utmost to create it for you. I want a long spear made with the finest materials you have, Suemo stated. The design can be similar to this hunting spear. With that, he summoned the hunting spear. Using the finest materials, we do have a bit of dark iron here, although not much. It can only be used for the spearhead. The spear shaft will have to be crafted from fine iron. However, this will raise the price to 5 gold soul coins. Tang San responded promptly to Suemo's request. No problem. How long will it take to complete? Suemo replied immediately. It seemed that Notting City indeed lacked quality materials. But that suited Suemo just fine, as he didn't possess an abundance of funds for superior materials. You can come to pick it up tomorrow, Tang San confidently assured. Thus, Suemo commissioned a long spear from Tang San. The following day, upon receiving it, Suemo found himself enamored with it. Compared to the previous iron spear, it was indeed far superior. After merging it with his hunting spear martial soul, its power was significantly amplified. The spear that resulted from the fusion of his martial soul and weaponry was the weapon Suemo was most satisfied with. He had speculated that the reason the previous iron spear's power was diminished after merging with his martial soul was due to the martial soul absorbing the iron spear, facilitating its evolution and becoming part of the martial soul itself. Ultimately, a martial soul is the manifestation of soul power, not a tangible object, which weakens its effectiveness or penetrative power. Only by reaching the stage of soul power manifesting as armor would one no longer need to fuse with physically manifested weapons. For instance, the sea god's trident left by the sea god is derived from soul power manifesting as armor, surpassing any metallic material. With the dark iron spear in hand, Suemo set off for the soul hunting forest. He preferred hunting in the soul hunting forest rather than venturing into the wilderness inhabited by soul beasts. However, soul beasts of 1,000 years were relatively rare in the spirit hall's captivity. Whether he could find one would depend on luck. Suemo, have you decided where to go after graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy? Bibi Dong's voice emerged from within Suemo as they journeyed towards the soul hunting forest. Her inquiry seemingly casual yet pointed. Suemo glanced at her, pondering why she no longer referred to him as Little One. Sister Goddess. I haven't made up my mind yet. I am uncertain whether I should continue my studies at the Soul Master Academy. He replied, contemplating why Bibi Dong raised this question. Because it seems there is nothing left for me to learn at the academy. Having you as my teacher is sufficient. This was one of Suemo's thoughts. And he indeed felt reluctant to continue attending the Soul Master Academy. However, he was somewhat intrigued by the Soul Master competition a few years down the line. Who wouldn't he want to showcase their abilities? Let us not forget, in his past life, Suemo was quite the influencer. Without joining the Soul Master Academy, he would be unable to participate. Of course, you must join the Soul Master Academy. Only by doing so can you take part in the Soul Master competition in a few years, which is the aspiration of every Soul Master. I know of a school you might want to consider. Bibi Dong said promptly upon hearing Suemo's response. What school? Suemo feigned curiosity as he inquired further. Shrek Academy, a school that only admits exceptional Soul Masters. Ordinary students need not apply, as the admission criteria are exceedingly stringent. Indeed, Bibi Dong's answer matched Suemo's expectations precisely. Why did this woman want him to join Shrek Academy? Was she planning to eliminate Tang San before he could even begin? Is it merely for the sake of frequently encountering Yu Xiaogang again? Based on Bibi Dong's past behavior, Su Mo believes that the second possibility holds a greater likelihood. For Bibi Dong has never shown any intention of prematurely eliminating Tang San. Rather, her desire to pursue Yu Xiaogang is far more apparent. In the preceding years, Su Mo had not noticed Bibi Dong stealthily departing from his Soul Master space. But ever since Su Mo ascended to the rank of Soul Master 3 years ago, he became aware of Bibi Dong's consciousness secretly drifting away from his side. It was merely that Su Mo chose not to expose her. Is there truly such an academy? I must go and see for myself. Upon realizing this, Su Mo feigned an expression of delight. Venturing to Shrek Academy was indeed one of Su Mo's original intentions. He yearned to intercept the celestial herbs. If he could not seize them, then he would prevent Tang San from acquiring them. In Su Mo's view, the most significant advantage in the world of Douluo lies in those celestial herbs. Without those herbs, the Shrek 7 monsters would undoubtedly be unable to achieve the feats depicted in the original work. Whether Tang San could obtain the Sea Goddess inheritance assessment now becomes a considerable question mark. It is essential to recognize that Tang San was chosen by the Sea God not only due to his unexpected acquisition of the Sea Goddess heart, but also because he consumed a substantial amount of celestial herbs, thus elevating his innate talent to its zenith. Hence, Su Mo aspires to intercept those celestial herbs, even though he has already discovered the method of refining his martial soul. If he could acquire those celestial herbs, who would not desire such a boon? Why toil relentlessly when one could effortlessly enhance their abilities? However, intercepting them seems rather challenging from Su Mo's perspective. The Poison Douluo is not easily approached, especially when his own strength is currently lacking. Yet, thwarting Tang San's access to those celestial herbs appears much simpler to Su Mo. By joining Shrek Academy, he could devise a way to prevent the Shrek 7 monsters and the Tiendo royal team from encountering each other in the Soul Arena. Yet, this plan is not without its risks, for during the subsequent Soul Master competition, they might still cross paths, thus igniting Du Gingyan's curiosity towards Tang San. Therefore, the solution Su Mo devised is to dispel Du Gingyan's curiosity, informing her in advance about the properties of Xionghuang wine and its ability to neutralize snake venom would suffice. As long as Du Gingyan remains indifferent towards Tang San, the Poison Douluo would not take notice of him, thereby averting the scenario where Tang San is abducted. If Tang San is not taken, he will not discover those celestial herbs, and they will remain under the Poison Douluo's control. Su Mo merely needs to bide his time until his strength is sufficient to acquire them from the Poison Douluo. Until then, no one should gain access. Su Mo does not require Tang San to receive all the celestial herbs only to later give him one. Su Mo had contemplated visiting the Spirit Hall, but reconsidered as he felt apprehensive. With his talent, unless he could present his own creations, he would not garner attention there. Additionally, he feared encountering the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Who knows what might transpire when the Bibi Dong within him meets the Pope Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong may compel the Pope to assist her in escaping from him. A normal departure would be acceptable, but what if it resulted in her demise? Even if it ultimately becomes clear that killing him would not lead to her liberation, one cannot predict whether the Pope Bibi Dong might resent her future self being reliant on Su Mo, feeling insulted, and thus choose to eliminate him, annihilating the Bibi Dong within him as well. A deranged woman cannot be trusted to adhere to any bounds. Chapter 24. Shared vision. Upon hearing that Su Mo had developed an interest in visiting Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy within her heart. This way, she could continue to remain by Yu Xiaogan's side. To be candid, when she first learned that Yu Xiaogang had known Tang San's true identity from the outset and had taken him in as a disciple, Bibi Dong was indeed quite furious. However, her anger did not linger for long. After all, it was she who had abandoned Yu Xiaogang without revealing the truth. Consequently, Yu Xiaogan's subsequent actions need not consider her feelings. Accepting Tang Hao's son, there was little reason to blame Yu Xiaogang. Su Mo. Exercise caution. You appear to have attracted unwanted attention. It would be wise not to delve deeper at present. Retreat to the periphery. The following day, as they ventured into the depths of the soul-hunting forest in search of soul beasts, Bibi Dong suddenly cautioned Su Mo. In her psychic state, Bibi Dong wore a grave expression, filled with concern. She had not anticipated that Su Mo would encounter such peril within the soul beast forest cultivated by the Spirit Hall. Her consciousness had already detected 3 men stealthily approaching from behind Su Mo, clearly harboring ill intentions. 3 individuals. Can Sister Goddess discern their strength? Upon hearing this, Su Mo's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily inquired of Bibi Dong. All three are great soul masters, with one nearing the rank of soul sovereign. Bibi Dong glanced from a distance, quickly assessing their general levels of soul power. Understood. Su Mo nodded, then discreetly altered his direction, gradually quickening his pace that he intended to heed Bibi Dong's advice and return to the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where there were more soul masters present. Even if the assailants intended to act, they would be less likely to do so. That he surmised that it was his venture into the depths of the forest that had drawn their attention. This is not good. That fellow has caught on. Let us move. The three men tailing Su Mo quickly realized his intentions, and one of them ceased to conceal their approach. They promptly pursued Su Mo, only to soon discover that his speed was remarkably swift, making it difficult for them to catch up. You two keep chasing. He aims to return to the outskirts. That I'll flank him. The man who initially perceived Su Mo's intentions spoke again, clearly wielding considerable authority within their trio. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. The other two responded immediately, resuming their pursuit of Su Mo. They have split up. The strongest among them is preparing to intercept you ahead. Bibi Dong quickly alerted Su Mo. Will I be cornered? Su Mo queried while running. It appears you can only continue deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Your speed is considerable, and if you proceed further, they will not be able to keep up. Bibi Dong replied, offering her guidance once more. All right. Su Mo responded affirmatively, then altered his course to delve further into the soul-hunting forest. However, after running for a short while, he concealed himself behind a massive tree and ceased his advance. This is the soul-hunting forest. Should he venture deeper, he risks encountering soul beasts that actively attack humans, which would pose a significant problem. In a direct confrontation with the soul beast, Su Mo lacked confidence in swiftly resolving the encounter. Thus, it would be more prudent to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. 3 Mere great soul masters. While it may be challenging to face all three at once, Su Mo could still catch one or two by surprise. The adversaries would certainly not anticipate that he would dare to retaliate. Sister Goddess, notify me the moment they approach within 20 meters. Su Mo leaned against the tree, refraining from peeking out to observe behind him, and instead requested Bibi Dong to keep watch. Simultaneously, Su Mo had already drawn his bowstring, preparing to shoot at a moment's notice. Understood. Bibi Dong, seeing Su Mo ready to counterattack, felt a pang of anxiety but quickly agreed. Positioning herself beside him, watching the two pursuers approaching in the distance, Bibi Dong was somewhat tense, her focus sharpened, ready to alert Su Mo the moment the enemies entered a certain range. Buzz, however, as Bibi Dong heightened her concentration and Su Mo remained tense. Their awareness seemed to create a unique effect. Then, Su Mo astonishingly realized that he had gained an additional perspective, enabling him to see the situation behind the tree. This Bibi Dong's vision? I can actually share her sight. Su Mo was taken aback, followed by immense joy. With this ability, he would no longer need Bibi Dong's reminders and could react more swiftly. After the initial excitement, Su Mo quickly regained his composure, entering a hunting mindset. That guy can't run anymore. But what good is hiding? Just wait to be devoured by the boss. Indeed, this means that the leader can surpass level 30 and ascend to the rank of a soul master. The two soul masters pursuing him, unaware that they have transformed from hunters into prey, burst into laughter upon spotting Su Mo hiding instead of fleeing. However, as they approached within range of Su Mo's bow, his figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree, and without the need to aim, he released an arrow that struck one of them. The unexpected turn of events left them momentarily dumbfounded. Not good. Quickly, evade, they shouted, sensing the impending danger. Yet, Su Mo's arrow found its mark, piercing through the chest of the foremost soul master. With a cry of agony, he fell, writhing in pain. Damn it. First soul skill, armored shield. The other soul master was taken aback and hastily activated his first soul skill, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. As he did so, Su Mo's arrows swiftly followed, striking him. Clang. However, the soul skill absorbed the impact, deflecting both of Su Mo's arrows. A defensive soul skill. Su Mo furrowed his brow, relying solely on arrows. It would be challenging to breach the opponent's defenses in such a short time. Given a moment, Su Mo harbored confidence in defeating him with arrows, but time was of the essence, as a formidable enemy nearing the rank of soul master was closing in. Then I shall use you to test the might of this soul hunter spear. Without hesitation, Su Mo cast aside his compound bow and charged forward with his spear in hand. First soul skill, penetration. As he rushed towards his opponent, Su Mo activated his first soul skill, enhancing his spear with a 200-point penetration increase. Chapter 25. The Evil Soul Master Little Brat, Seeking Death. Seeing Su Mo abandon his ranged bow in favor of a direct assault, the Soul Master with the armored pangolin spirit couldn't help but laugh derisively. His amusement grew more sinister upon noticing that Su Mo possessed merely a single soul ring, clearly indicating he was just a novice soul master of a low-level, second soul skill, Pangolin Claw. In response to Su Mo's advance, the man swung his dual claws to meet him. With a chilling and self-assured smile, he unleashed the second soul skill granted by his century-old soul ring. Although Su Mo's first soul ring was also a yellow 100-year ring, the opponent was a formidable soul master. Yet, as the man's attack approached, Su Mo remained unfazed, his gaze icy as he closed in. With a swift thrust of his spear, he struck Dai in combat. An unarmed foe is vulnerable to direct assault. Regardless of the opponent's soul skill strength, they were still reliant on hand-to-hand attacks, which Su Mo could easily disregard. Moreover, the Soul Hunter spear, fused with the properties of a mysterious iron spear and augmented by 200 points of penetration, was beyond the capacity of a mere soul master to withstand. This was precisely why Su Mo, despite being merely a soul master himself, dared to engage in a counterattack that, in his view, true combat prowess is not determined solely by soul power, but by the ability to unleash potential in battle. Can a weaker force not overcome a stronger one? Not necessarily. Can a stick not defeat a knife? It's not a given. Everything hinges on the execution in the heat of battle. Unless the opponent is utterly invulnerable to attacks, it is indeed possible to defeat them. Thus, the once confident pangolin master found himself shaken upon witnessing Su Mo's assault. With the spear aimed directly at him, he realized his own attacks were futile, forcing him to adopt a defensive stance. Bang! The pangolin master hastily employed his soul skill-enhanced hands to counter Su Mo's spear. Clang! The impact resonated sharply as the spear was deflected, but before the pangolin master could revel in his moment of triumph, Su Mo swiftly retracted his spear and executed a diagonal thrust, striking from an unexpected angle. What a quick reaction! The pangolin master was taken aback, astonished by Su Mo's rapid combat response, far exceeding his expectations. In a moment of desperation, he sidestepped to avoid a fatal hit, intending to use his first soul skill to block Su Mo's onslaught. However, it was in vain. Su Mo's spear tip penetrated the pangolin shield, embedding itself in the man's shoulder. So weak. Su Mo scoffed, retracting his spear only to strike again. Thrust after thrust, the pangolin master desperately attempted to defend and evade, yet against Su Mo's relentless assault, he was akin to a mouse cornered by a cat, unable to escape the barrage of strikes that left him with numerous wounds. This is impossible. The pangolin master questioned his very existence, unable to believe that as a level 25 soul master, he was being utterly dominated by a mere soul master with only one soul ring. Stop! In a final roar, Su Mo swept his spear with ferocity, sending the pangolin master crashing to the ground, unconscious. Then, Su Mo turned his attention to the last arriving man, whose face was ablaze with fury. "You little brat, you're dead. How dare you kill my man?" The man glared at Su Mo, seething with rage. He anticipated that his target, a soul master with only one soul ring, would possess such formidable power. Second soul skill, Leech Doppelganger. Without further ado, the enraged man summoned his spirit and unleashed his second soul skill. Suddenly, a leech-like spirit appeared before him, complete with wings. In the blink of an eye, 9 Leech Doppelgangers emerged, lunging towards Su Mo. What a disgusting spirit! Upon seeing the man's spirit, Su Mo felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Yet, he recognized it as a rare blood-sucking leech. It was said that soul masters with this spirit could enhance their soul power by devouring other human soul masters, and those who succumb to their urges often tread the path of evil. It was clear that the individual before Su Mo had indeed strayed into the realm of darkness. Kill! Facing the onslaught of the leech doppelgangers, Su Mo scoffed and thrust his spear towards the nearest one. The doppelganger, unable to withstand the might of Su Mo's attack, was easily pierced and dissipated into soul power. The evil soul master's expression shifted as he realized Su Mo's capabilities, swiftly regaining his composure and directing the remaining 8 doppelgangers to surround him. However, disappointment washed over the evil soul master once more, as the scattered doppelgangers posed no threat to Su Mo. It was as though he had eyes in the back of his head, He effortlessly evaded or pierced every leech doppelganger that approached from behind. Soon, the remaining 8 doppelgangers were obliterated. This is impossible. The evil soul master was left in sheer disbelief. Is this little brat truly this formidable in battle? Behind Su Mo, Bibi Dong observed the combat prowess he displayed with great astonishment. This marked her first encounter witnessing Su Mo wield the soul hunting gun in battle. Although she had previously witnessed the ferocity of his training, she had not anticipated that Su Mo would excel even further in actual combat, effortlessly defeating opponents of higher ranks. While she was awestruck, a sense of relief washed over her. The remaining evil soul master, despite nearing the rank of soul venerable, would pose no threat to Su Mo. Bang! As expected, after all the clones were shattered by Su Mo, he offered no chance to the evil soul master, swiftly impaling him into the ground. Amidst the cries for mercy, Su Mo delivered a single kick, rendering the adversary unconscious. However, after subduing all his foes, Su Mo hesitated. He had spared the lives of all 3, leaving them merely incapacitated. Kill them. If you do not eliminate them now, they will only bring harm to more innocent lives in the future. Bibi Dong sensed his hesitation and appeared beside him, speaking with conviction. Upon hearing her words, Su Mo turned to face her. Bibi Dong met his gaze, her eyes reflecting an indifference towards life. You should realize that these individuals are all fallen, evil soul masters. If you do not slay them, they will only continue to torment the innocent. Bibi Dong continued in a calm tone, regarding the lives of the fallen as inconsequential. Understood, Su Mo finally responded after a moment of silence. Nodding slightly, he comprehended the rationale, yet the act of taking a life, especially that of a human rather than a spirit beast, caused him to waver. Ultimately, he steeled himself, acknowledging that in the world of Doa continent, such experiences were inevitable, and he must adapt swiftly. With determination, Su Mo advanced, wielding his gun to end the lives of the 3 soul masters. Once he had dealt with them, a wave of relief washed over him, dispelling all internal conflict. He then remembered to search their bodies for valuables. After all, Su Mo was not affluent, and he would not overlook any unexpected windfall. Regrettably, the soul coins they possessed amounted to a mere 20 gold soul coins, a modest sum yet still a notable gain. However, this paled in comparison to another boon he had received, the ability to share Bibi Dong's vision. No longer needing to enter a state of heightened alert, Su Mo could now access her perspective at will. This was a significant advantage for him. During battles, as long as Bibi Dong's consciousness manifested, Su Mo would possess a comprehensive field of vision. Moreover, after sharing her sight, he realized that her perception was vastly superior to his own, allowing her to see farther and with greater clarity. After clearing the battlefield, Su Mo continued deeper into the soul-hunting forest in search of suitable spirit beasts. In the days that followed, he encountered no further dangers. Fortune smiled upon him. Merely 3 days into his exploration, he stumbled upon an appropriate spirit beast, a thunderbolt beast, aged between 1100 and 1200 years, possessing electrical attributes. This creature resembled a hybrid of a cat and a leopard, larger than a cat yet smaller than a leopard. Noted for its remarkable agility, employing considerable effort, Su Mo lured the thunderbolt beast into a trap by providing its preferred food. Once ensnared, the creature succumbed to his control, ultimately meeting its demise beneath Su Mo's soul-hunting gun. Buzz. After slaying the thunderbolt beast, Su Mo successfully absorbed the 1000-year spirit ring it released, a purple spirit ring. This marked a significant achievement, as it was rare for a soul master to absorb a 1000-year spirit ring at the great soul master level without prior enhancements to the ring's quality. Su Mo also acquired an impressive second soul skill, Thunderbolt Strike. This skill enhanced his speed by 200 and allowed him to launch a piercing thrust with his gun, simultaneously increasing his attack power by 200. It was undoubtedly an exceptional soul skill. Furthermore, Su Mo's soul power level ascended to level 22, a remarkable 2-level increase following the absorption of the spirit ring, a testament to the quality of the rings he had been acquiring. Upon returning to Unveiling Academy, Su Mo found that the following day marked graduation. He had not missed this pivotal milestone in his life. With his soul power level, he was assured of a smooth graduation from Unveiling Academy. Achieving Soul Master status was the only requirement for graduating from a junior academy, and with a level of 22, it would be abnormal for him not to graduate. However, he chose not to disclose his level, knowing that revealing it would qualify him for direct admission into a prestigious intermediate Soul Master Academy. He preferred to avoid such complications, especially since Tang San and Xiao Wu, both level 29 geniuses, would overshadow any attention directed at him. a student known for his unremarkable performance. See you in 2 months, Su Mo remarked calmly before departing from Notting Academy. Upon returning to his aunt's home, she naturally inquired about his status, his current level, and which intermediate Soul Master Academy he intended to attend. Aunt, I am now at level 22, a great Soul Master. You need not worry about the intermediate academy. I have made my decision. Su Mo revealed his level to his loving aunt, wanting to share in her joy. What? Level 22? My goodness, Xiao Mo, you are indeed a great Soul Master. This is wonderful news. Your parents would be overjoyed. His aunt was genuinely surprised, not expecting such remarkable progress from him. Sumo did not rush to leave Notting City. Instead, he spent a month at home before embarking towards the Ballot Kingdom. A month was ample time for him to travel leisurely to his destination, allowing him to savor the local culture and scenery as the enrollment day for intermediate Soul Master Academies approached. Sumo finally reached his destination, Soto City in the Ballot Kingdom. Upon arriving, he found that he had not encountered any of the Shrek's 7 monsters, whether it be Dai Mubai, Oscar, or Ma Hongjun, nor Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing that on the day of Shrek's enrollment. After waking up and confirming the route, Sumo set off. By the time he arrived at Shrek Academy, a considerable queue of students awaited their entrance examinations. This is Shrek Academy? How dilapidated. Indeed, were it not for the rumors of them only accepting geniuses, I wouldn't have come here. Had I known it was this shabby, I wouldn't have bothered. It must be a scam. As Sumo queued, he overheard the murmurs of students and their parents expressing their discontent towards Shrek Academy. However, he paid them no mind, for his attention was captivated by the girl standing ahead of him in line. Wow, that physique is truly extraordinary. Sumo silently marveled. Even in a world where soul masters matured rapidly, this girl was exceptionally developed. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the girl suddenly turned her head, her expression cold as she met Sumo's eyes. Hello. Sumo gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who had turned her head, and offered a faint smile. Zhu Zhuqing merely huffed disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Sumo before turning away once more. She refrained from taking action, opting instead to issue a warning to Sumo. However, her initial impression of him was undoubtedly unfavorable. Since arriving in Tua City the previous day, Zhu Zhuqing's mood had been rather dismal. This was largely due to the sight she had encountered while searching for accommodation, Daimobai. In the company of a pair of twin sisters, entering a couple's hotel, how could such a scene not dampen her spirits? She had traveled a great distance to seek out Daimobai, only to find him indulging in carefree revelry. While she felt anger at his frivolity, it was the realization that he was genuinely evading responsibilities and abandoning his family's competition that truly disappointed her. Yet, she refrained from drawing any definitive conclusions, choosing instead to continue her enrollment at Shrek Academy for further observation. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's warning, Sumo paid it little heed, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Are you trying to rob us? Why can't the gold soul coins be refunded? Soon, Sumo witnessed a familiar scene from the anime. Students attempting to register were denied refunds after failing the entrance test, resulting in a commotion among the parents. Ultimately, Daimubai appeared, quelling the uproar with his imposing presence. The disgruntled parents, cowed, departed in defeat, and the testing resumed. However, a new issue soon arose. One candidate, despite meeting the age and soul power requirements, was declared unqualified due to being deemed too ordinary. His first soul ring merely meeting the century mark. Li Yusong, growing impatient, rose from behind the desk, addressing not only the boy's parents but also the line of applicants waiting to register. If you wish to enroll in Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. If you come here without proper knowledge, you are merely throwing away your registration fees. It's not too late to reconsider. Do you know what the name Shrek signifies? Li Yusong continued, his tone icy. Shrek refers to a type of monster, a most peculiar entity even among soul beasts. Our academy is essentially a school for monsters. In other words, we only accept those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or with a soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, many prospective students promptly left. What do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? This academy is truly unique. Bibi Dong appeared at Sumo's side, smiling as she spoke. She completely disregarded Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were within her line of sight. After all these years, she had learned to ignore them effortlessly. That it's all right. Though I wonder about the quality of the teaching resources and the level of instruction. If the resources and teaching quality do not keep pace, this place could become a graveyard for talent. As long as one meets the admission criteria, they won't fare poorly at any academy. Su Mo replied with a smile, engaging with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Glancing at Su Mo in surprise, she had not anticipated his clarity of thought. She understood that what he said was true. She had researched Shrek Academy and knew that prior to this cohort, many students had indeed been wasted. The emergence of the Shrek 7 monsters was not solely due to their talent, but also because of Yu Xiaogang's guidance. Hearing Su Mo's musing, Zhu Xing turned in astonishment, realizing that the person behind her was quite different. Even their martial spirit was always carried on his back. As the testing continued, Su Mo soon witnessed Ning Rongrong step forward for her assessment. Startling the admissions officer, Li Yusong, that he had not expected someone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to appear here. After Ning Rongrong completed her test, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. Given their soul power levels, they faced no issues whatsoever. That I didn't expect so many promising candidates this year. Dai Mubai, please take them inside for further testing. Li Yusong quickly instructed Dai Mubai to escort Tang San and the others in. Shortly thereafter, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. You summoned a spectral cat. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit, the admissions officer's expression shifted in surprise as he regarded her with newfound respect. All right, you've passed. You may enter on your own or wait for someone to escort you. Li Yusong promptly announced Zhu Zhuqing's advancement to the second round of testing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, preparing to enter on her own. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, she paused, watching Su Mo approach for his test. She was curious to see what results this person, whom she found so disagreeable, yet capable of uttering such words, would achieve. This is the registration fee. Su Mo deposited 10 gold soul coins into the box before placing his hand on the table for the bone age assessment. What is your martial spirit? What level is it? Li Yusong inquired while examining Su Mo's bone age. My martial spirit is the soul hunting gun on my back, and I am at level 22. Su Mo replied coolly. Level 22? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing learned of Su Mo's soul power level. She calmly withdrew her gaze, her interest dissipating as she turned to leave. The soul hunting gun, level 22. Li Yusong pondered, assessing that while both the martial spirit and soul power level qualified as talented, they had not reached the level of a true prodigy. Nonetheless, he discerned that Su Mo's soul power was quite substantial, with the quality of his first and second soul rings likely being commendable. Yet, he had no inclination to inquire further, as the testing would continue within, and he was not particularly interested unless Su Mo surpassed level 25. All right, you have also passed. Please proceed to the second round of testing. Li Yusong swiftly released Su Mo's hand and instructed him. Understood. Su Mo sensed Li Yusong's lack of faith in him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it true that those with lower levels deserved to be looked down upon? Daimubai, there's another one. Please take him in as well. At that moment, Daimubai emerged, looking astonished at Zhu Zhuqing. While Li Yusong beckoned him to escort Su Mo inside. Very well, Teacher Li Yusong, Daimubai replied, glancing at Su Mo with a hint of reluctance, but ultimately acquiescing that he was curious about Zhu Zhuqing's presence there. Kid, come with me. Chapter 28. Continuation of testing. What brings you here? Daimubai asked while leading the way, glancing back at Zhu Zhuqing, who followed behind him. None of your business, Zhu Zhuqing responded coldly, exhibiting an unwillingness to engage with him. Upon hearing this, Daimubai paused momentarily, observing the annoyance on Zhu Zhuqing's face, yet he remained silent and continued onwards with her and Su Mo in tow. He was genuinely pleased by Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, and while he was uncertain about her attitude, he resolved to inquire later. Before long, Daimubai led Su Mo and Zhu Zhuqing inside, where Su Mo spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu standing before a sausage shop, the proprietor of which was none other than Oscar. Tang San, you can't eat the sausages here. Upon noticing their intent, Daimubai immediately intervened, preventing Tang San and the others from purchasing sausages from Oscar, insisting that Oscar prepare a fresh one on the spot. As Oscar recited his incantation, Su Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Watching this unfold in person was far more mortifying than when he had seen it in the anime. Su Mo did not rush into the second round of testing, instead watching the spectacle with great interest. Su Mo, it's you. What are you doing here? Before long, as Tang San and Xiao Wu abandoned their intention to buy sausages, they turned and spotted Su Mo. Tang San, Xiao Wu, I had no idea you two would also be here. It seems Shrek Academy truly is remarkable. Upon being noticed, Su Mo approached Tang San and Xiao Wu with a smile. Tang San, do you know each other? Upon witnessing Tang San's unexpected acquaintance with Su Mo, Daimubai expressed his astonishment and inquired further that we all hail from the same place. I, along with Xiao Wu and Su Imo, are classmates. Tang San nodded, subsequently introducing Su Imo to Dai Mubai. The arrival of Su Imo equally astonished Tang San, and the fact that Su Imo had advanced to the second round indicated that he possessed at least a soul power level of 21. This revelation took Tang San by surprise, as he had been unaware of Su Mo's capabilities during their time at Enrollment Academy. Within their entire class, few had broken through level 10 to become soul masters. Oh, you all originate from the same place, Dai Mubai exclaimed in response to Tang San's revelation, equally taken aback. Even if only 3 individuals from the same locale passed the initial round, it was a commendable feat. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Oscar also cast curious glances at the trio of Su Imo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Tang San, let us proceed with your test. As long as your soul power surpasses level 25. You will be exempt from the third round and can directly advance to the final fourth round, Dai Mubai stated, preparing to facilitate their Q jump. Had Su Imo not been present, he would have taken Tang San and Xiao Wu directly to the fourth round. Yet now he was uncertain of Su Imo's soul power level. However, upon observing the hunting soul gun on Su Mo's back, he speculated that Su Mo's level might not be exceedingly high. Thus he opted to allow Tang San and his companions to proceed to the second round. This feels a bit improper, Tang San remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the preferential treatment. No worries, this is the treatment you all deserve. Dai Mubai replied with a smile, continuing forward. Tang San and Xiao Wu, recognizing his goodwill, followed suit. Teacher, please test my friend first. Dai Mubai addressed the instructor responsible for the second round assessment. A friend of Dai Mubai? Very well, the instructor nodded in acceptance. What? On what grounds do they Q jump? Protested some students still waiting in line, clearly dissatisfied. What are you all fussing about? If your soul power level also exceeds 25, you two may skip the line and even bypass the second and third round assessments to directly enter the final evaluation, Dai Mubai retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. What? Exceeding level 25? How is that possible? The students, all under the age of 13, erupted in disbelief at Dai Mubai's proclamation. Dai Mubai, dismissive of their astonishment, simply nodded to Tang San. Tang San, show them what you're capable of. All right. Tang San, no longer modest, stepped forward to grasp the soul power testing crystal ball on the table, initiating his assessment. With a hum, the crystal ball emitted a blinding light as Tang San infused it with his soul power. Level 29. The results, based on the brilliance displayed, were immediately revealed to the onlooking students. Level 29. How is that possible? The students who had previously protested gasped in disbelief. However, their astonishment was premature, following Tang San. Xiao Wu stepped up to test her soul power level, mirroring Tang San's result of level 29, that upon witnessing the soul power levels of Tang San and Xiao Wu, both those who had infiltrated the second round and were destined for elimination, as well as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that their levels could be so high. Their gazes subsequently shifted to Su Imo, curious to ascertain his level as well. Except for Zhu Xing, who already knew Su Mo's true strength, under the scrutiny of Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, Su Imo felt somewhat speechless. Congratulations, you may directly advance to the final round without testing. I shall proceed with my assessment now. Su Imo addressed Tang San and Xiao Wu, opting not to participate in the test. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Dai Mubai and the others deduced that Su Mo's soul power level did not exceed 25. Which was why he refrained from testing. If only 25 is required, I believe I might also qualify for exemption. Ning Rongrong then stepped forward, taking the testing crystal ball from Xiao Wu. Level 26. The result emerged swiftly. Soon after, a dark figure rushed forward, disregarding Ning Rongrong, and snatched the testing crystal ball from her grasp. Level 27. The students, aside from Su Imo, were left dumbfounded, questioning the reality of the situation as they witnessed the extraordinary soul power levels of Tang San and his companions. See, 2 at level 29, 1 at 27, and another at 26. Dai Mubai disdainfully surveyed the crowd before leading Tang San and his companions inside. Observing their departing figures, Su Imo felt a twinge of discontent. They had advanced without testing, while he still faced the third round assessment. Nonetheless, Su Imo remained confident in his ability to reach the fourth round as well. Chapter 29. The astonished testing instructor let us assess your soul power level. After a brief wait, it was finally Su Mo's turn to step forward, with no one else behind him. All right. Su Imo responded, placing both hands upon the testing crystal ball. Level 22, just barely passing. What are the qualities of your 2 soul rings? Please demonstrate your martial soul. The instructor, upon seeing Su Mo's soul power level, spoke in a rather indifferent tone. The second round not only tested soul power levels but also evaluated the quality of soul rings. Only those deemed exceptional could progress further. In his eyes, Su Mo's soul power level was decidedly mediocre. Although Dean Flinder had never explicitly stated it, the instructor was aware that over the years, no one with a soul power level below 25 had successfully enrolled. The admission standard for Shrek Academy was, in truth, level 25, with the benchmark set at 21 merely to collect registration fees. Feeling the instructor's dismissive tone and attitude once more, Suemo felt a quiet defiance swell within him, and he declared, "My first soul ring is of 500 years quality, while my second soul ring is of 1,000 years quality." Suemo deliberately understated a bit. As he spoke, Suemo actively released his soul rings, revealing a yellow and a purple soul ring that instantly manifested around him. As for his martial soul, it remained on his back, requiring no summoning. What? 1,000-year soul ring? The testing instructor, who had been sitting calmly, was now taken aback, rising in astonishment at the sight of Su Mo's soul rings. He had not anticipated that a mere 22-level child would possess such an extraordinary configuration of soul rings. The quality of both the 500-year and the 1,000-year rings surpassed that of the average individual. Unbelievable. May I pass? Observing the instructor's shock, Suemo couldn't help but smile inwardly, then inquired, "Yes, you have successfully passed the second round." The instructor finally managed to suppress his astonishment and announced to Suemo with an amiable demeanor, the young boy before him was, without a doubt, a prodigy. Initially, he had planned to assess whether Su Mo's soul rings met the criteria. Yet upon witnessing the purple 1,000-year soul ring, he realized further testing was unnecessary. Even if Su Mo's first soul ring were less than 300 years, the mere presence of a 1,000-year soul ring in the second position warranted an automatic pass. "Very well, you shall not need to take the third round test either. Since there are no other candidates waiting, I will escort you to the final round." Subsequently, the testing instructor cast a glance at Su Mo's back and addressed him, stating, "The third test evaluates the effectiveness of your soul skills. Should your soul skills fail to meet the requirements, Shrek Academy will not accept you." However, given that Suemo possessed a 1,000-year soul ring for his second soul ring, the instructor harbored no doubts regarding the efficacy of his soul skills and thus exempted him from the third test. "Thank you, teacher," Suemo readily acquiesced. "Come, I shall guide you to the final test." The instructor smiled and led Suemo towards the direction of the last challenge. Upon arriving at the final test, Suemo beheld Tang San and his companions engaged in a fierce assessment against Zhao Wujia, who had personally entered the fray. The instructor, having brought Suemo, was equally astonished and approached Dai Mubai to inquire, "Dai Mubai, what is the situation here?" "Teacher Lu Qibin, it appears that teacher Zhao Wujia suddenly decided to join the battle himself." Dai Mubai promptly responded, You have also made it to the fourth round." Dai Mubai then noticed Suemo, his surprise evident that it was quite rare for someone below level 25 to reach the fourth test, and typically, they would be eliminated at this stage. "Let us observe their assessment," exclaimed the instructor, nodding. "Goodness, even members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have arrived, and one of them wields blue silver grass." His attention was entirely captured by the unfolding battle. Sumo had been intently watching the confrontation between Zhao Wujia and Tang San's group. After 6 years of camaraderie, this marked only the second time he witnessed Tang San in action. The first being during a skirmish with the son of the Lord of Nodding City. Tang San's mastery of blue silver grass, Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit soul skills, Zhu Zhuqing's agility, and Ning Rongrong's supportive abilities were all on display. However, Sumo's gaze lingered predominantly on Tang San, not out of admiration, but rather envy for the elegance of his footwork. The ghost shadow perplexing steps, truly remarkable. Sumo marveled at how Tang San executed swift movements akin to flickering shadows. It was evident that Tang San's footwork was unparalleled, drawing from his past life in the martial arts or immortal realms. Although Sumo had some knowledge of footwork, it was merely limited to combat movement, starkly different from Tang San's execution, which resembled a soul skill. Sumo understood that Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps and other techniques required the integration of mental cultivation to achieve such effects. In essence, those skills that Tang San had mastered in his previous life now manifested as his self-created soul skills in this realm. Conversely, Suemo lacked any internal cultivation methods from his past life, rendering him incapable of replicating such techniques. Similar to internal cultivation, He was also unable to innovate his own methods. His newly devised training techniques were merely enhancements based on the natural pathways of soul power entering the body. Entirely distinct from Tang San's Xiantian skill. I lack internal cultivation methods and cannot perform the ghost shadow perplexing steps. Yet, ultimately, these techniques were all exhibited as soul skills, allowing for the potential of deeper development. My second soul skill's primary effect enhances speed through electric stimulation. I can master it independently, granting me rapid movement as well. As Sumo contemplated the potential of utilizing his second soul skill to create a unique footwork style. The battle on the field approached its conclusion. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing were sequentially defeated by Zhao Wujie. Tang San caught Xiao Wu, effectively conceding, as he focused solely on her injuries. Little girl from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. You are the last one remaining. Shall I refrain from intervening? Zhao Wujie grinned at Ning Rongrong. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujie's menacing smile, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flickered with trepidation, prompting her to swiftly withdraw her Seven Treasure Glaze Tile. Oh, another young challenger has made it to the fourth round. Zhao Wujie then turned his attention to Su Mo, offering a grin. So, having witnessed their fate, do you still wish to proceed with the test? Of course, Su Mo replied calmly, undeterred by Zhao Wujie's intimidating presence. Good. Zhao Wujie bellowed with laughter. Clearly pleased with Su Mo's response, he then turned to the still concerned Tang San, offering reassurance. There is no need to worry. She is fine. Her charm attack was ineffective against me, a consequence of the significant disparity in our soul power, resulting in a backlash from her soul skill. After a night's rest, she will awaken without issue. Zhao Wujie dismissed the situation nonchalantly, as Xiao Wu's faintness was not his concern, stemming from her own reckless use of her charm skill against a far superior opponent. However, Tang San was not appeased by Zhao Wujie's words. His fury palpable as the Xiantian hand emanated an icy aura. She must remain unconscious for an entire night before regaining consciousness. You need not intervene further. The little girl from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. You have lost. Your combined strength is vastly inferior to mine. You were unable to withstand even a single incense stick's duration, Zhao Wujie declared, oblivious to Tang San's growing agitation. Humph. Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly, turning her head in dissatisfaction. Despite their defeat, she couldn't help but feel indignant. After all, they were merely a few levels below a soul sage. Achieving such results was commendable. At that moment, Tang San approached Ning Rongrong, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. Could you assist me in taking care of Xiao Wu? Oh, certainly, Ning Rongrong replied, taken aback, but ultimately agreeing. After entrusting Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San stepped back up to Zhao Wujie. What, do you wish to continue the battle? Zhao Wujie remarked, somewhat perplexed. Surely, you cannot withstand even a single blow from me now, can you? Tang San denied this. No. Then, are you conceding? Zhao Wujie responded, bemused. If you concede, do not present yourself with such a fierce demeanor. I desire a serious rematch with you. Tang San insisted earnestly. Let us restart. If I can endure for a single incense stick's duration, please allow all four of us to enter Shrek Academy simultaneously. Zhao Wujie, alongside Ning Rongrong and the others, was taken aback by Tang San's audacious proposal. And if you fail to endure, you faced us together and still lost. Zhao Wujie acknowledged Tang San's bravery but felt compelled to challenge him. He then glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, eager to gauge their reactions. Tang San remained silent, turning slightly toward Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. Tang San, we are comrades. If you lose, we shall depart together. Ning Rongrong was the first to respond. Her curiosity piqued regarding Tang San's rationale for wanting to challenge Zhao Wujie alone. Indeed, if we lose, we shall leave together, Zhu Shiqing concurred after a moment's hesitation. Haha, splendid. Let me witness what abilities you possess. Zhao Wujie erupted in laughter, clearly entertained by Tang San's boldness. Sumo observed from the sidelines, stifling a chuckle, despite their inability to endure even a single incense stick's duration. Tang San's proposal to rematch with the condition of simultaneous acceptance if victorious was undoubtedly a stroke of genius in winning the hearts of his companions, certainly. It is plausible that Tang San merely perceives Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing as possessing commendable strength and talent, thus deeming them worthy companions to enter Shrek Academy alongside him. Moreover, should he propose to bring only Xiao Wu, it would seem rather selfish. Hence, he inclusively considers Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing as well. Careful now, Zhao Laoshi. And with that, Tang San commenced his second battle. In an instant, a multitude of concealed weapons erupted from the soul-guided devices surrounding Tang San, launching forth like a torrential storm towards Zhao Wujie. What? What manner of technique is this? Such an unconventional form of attack. Witnessing Tang San's display of hidden weaponry, Dai Mubai and the others were once again astounded, gazing in astonishment as Tang San and Zhao Wujie clashed anew. This time, it appeared that Zhao Wujie had become a target, forced to remain stationary and defend himself. Hey, do you know what technique he is employing? Ning Rongrong inquired of Su Mo, her eyes wide with surprise. She recalled that Su Mo and Tang San seemed to be from the same academy. I am uncertain. This is the first time I have witnessed such a technique. Su Mo could hardly admit that she recognized Tang San's method as concealed weaponry. Do you think he can endure for the duration of an incense stick? Ning Rongrong, slightly disheartened by Su Mo's lack of insight, transitioned to a query of her greater concern. After all, Su Mo had known Tang San since childhood. Even if she was unaware of this particular technique, she must have some understanding of Tang San's general prowess. If he dared to step forward, it must be because he possessed confidence. Moreover, rest assured, even if he were to fail, you would not be turned away from Shrek. If individuals of your caliber and talent were unable to gain entry into Shrek Academy, it would be impossible for the Academy to attract any students at all. The fourth assessment was not originally meant for this instructor to participate in, was it? With a soul sage entering the fray, the difficulty has evidently escalated. Thus, the outcome of this examination is of little consequence. What truly matters is the capability you exhibit during the battle. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su Mo calmly analyzed the situation while observing Tang San and Zhao Wujie's combat. Is that so? Then I shall be at ease. Ning Rongrong, momentarily taken aback by Su Mo's remarks, soon found them quite reasonable. Not only Ning Rongrong, but Zhu Zhuqing also cast a surprised glance at Su Mo. This fellow possesses a rather unique perspective on matters. Dai Mubai and Lu Qibin, who accompanied Su Mo, overheard her words and could not help but glance at her, particularly Lu Qibin, who fully endorsed Su Mo's statement. This group of prodigies was precisely what Shrek Academy yearned to recruit, let alone reject. After Su Mo spoke, she refrained from elaborating further, choosing instead to watch the duel between Tang San and Zhao Wujie. Observing Tang San's concealed weapons, Su Mo inwardly lamented that it would be exceedingly challenging for her to secure victory against him. With Tang San's barrage of flying concealed weapons, she would inevitably find herself on the defensive. However, Tang San's performance only deepened her disdain for the sole masters of this world. Why should they look down upon the weapons wielded by ordinary people? Look, those concealed weapons wielded by Tang San are merely commonplace iron implements, yet they compel Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, to adopt a defensive stance throughout the engagement. Ultimately, Zhao Wujie found himself punctured by even more precious materials crafted into concealed weapons by Tang San. Nevertheless, those needle-like weapons merely caused Zhao Wujie discomfort. They were insufficient to defeat him. In the end, Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer, exploiting Zhao Wujie's misjudgment of it as an ordinary iron hammer, leading him to neglect his defenses, resulting in Tang San landing a heavy blow that sent Zhao Wujie sprawling to the ground, unable to rise immediately. One must say, is it not a testament to the power of a top-tier martial soul? To possess such terrifying might without any supplementary soul rings. Witnessing this, Su Mo felt increasingly envious, eagerly anticipating the day her soul-hunting gun would evolve to a supreme or even divine level. Teacher, the duration of an incense stick has elapsed. I have emerged victorious. According to our agreement, you must permit all four of us to pass the Shrek Academy assessment. Once Zhao Wujie regained his footing, Tang San, panting heavily, addressed him. But I certainly honor my word. All four of you have successfully passed the assessment. Despite his grim expression, Zhao Wujie declared that Tang San and his companions had indeed passed. Kid, it's your turn. Step forward. If you can endure for the duration of an incense stick under my hand, you will be deemed successful in your assessment. Subsequently, Zhao Wujie's attention shifted to Su Mo. He had not forgotten that Su Mo still had yet to complete the fourth assessment. Chapter 31. Battling Dai Mubai. Upon feeling Zhao Wujie's gaze fixated upon him, Su Mo was instantly engulfed by the sensation of being scrutinized by a formidable beast. He was left utterly speechless. Stepping forward at this moment would undoubtedly subject him to Zhao Wujie's wrath. Despite Zhao Wujie's earlier disheveled appearance, Su Mo was acutely aware that he had not employed his true strength. Otherwise, Tang San could not have possibly endured for the duration of an incense stick. Zhao Wujie had already underestimated him once. He would certainly not allow himself to be caught off guard again. Therefore, Su Mo opted against confronting Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, I am only at level 22. I believe it unnecessary for you to personally conduct my assessment. Thus, Su Mo chose to reveal his own limitations. Asserting that he was unworthy of Zhao Wujie's attention, You are only at level 22. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, having presumed that all those who reached the fourth assessment would be above level 25. Zhao Wujie turned his gaze toward Lu Qibin, questioning why they had brought along someone at level 22 when they already had so many over level 25. Cough. He indeed only possesses level 22. Lu Qibin, catching Zhao Wujie's glance, cleared his throat softly and confirmed he had discerned that Zhao Wujie was attempting to regain face at Sumo's expense. However, since Sumo was brought by him, he did not wish to see Sumo become a target for Zhao Wujie's frustration, thus refraining from disclosing Sumo's soul ring configuration. Upon confirming that Sumo was indeed only at level 22, it seemed Zhao Wujie lost interest in engaging further. Very well, Daimubai, you can conduct the assessment for this young man. Indeed, upon learning that Sumo was truly only at level 22, Zhao Wujie's interest waned, fearing that he might inadvertently cause Sumo grave harm. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Daimubai promptly responded to Zhao Wujie's command. The fourth assessment was originally his responsibility. Zhao Wujie was merely serving as the proctor. Teacher Zhao, I apologize for my earlier impertinence. I shall now retrieve the concealed weapons from your person. At this juncture, Tang San finally regained his composure, mustering the strength to approach Zhao Wujie. Subsequently, Tang San employed his Xian Yu hand technique to extract the embedded concealed weapons from Zhao Wujie's body. Teacher Zhao, it is done. Yet, before Tang San could finish his sentence, he staggered, gradually swaying backward. Observing this, Zhao Wujie reached out to grasp Tang San's collar, preventing him from collapsing. This young man truly is relentless. Gazing at the unconscious Tang San, Zhao Wujie understood that Tang San had succumbed to exhaustion, both physically and spiritually. Although he was displeased with being left in such a disheveled state by Tang San, he nonetheless held a degree of admiration for him. Daimubai, conclude the final assessment swiftly. We must arrange accommodations for them. Zhao Wujie then hoisted Tang San and addressed Daimubai. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Daimubai acknowledged promptly. He then approached Sumo, stating, the fourth assessment requires you to endure my assault for the duration of an incense stick. Are you prepared? At any moment. Sumo coolly responded, unsheathing the soul-hunting gun from his back and performing a flourish with it. Although he had successfully evaded a battle with Zhao Wujie's directive for Daimubai to conclude matters swiftly left him quite displeased. Did they truly believe Daimubai could effortlessly subdue him? As Daimubai and Sumo prepared to engage, the others instinctively stepped back. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Lu Qibin were all curious to discern the extent of Sumo's prowess. While Zhao Wujie was disinterested in Sumo, they remained highly intrigued. Daimubai swiftly ignited an incense stick, planting it firmly into the ground. I am Daimubai, a level 37 assault-type soul master. Be on your guard. After Daimubai introduced himself, he summoned his martial soul, and a spectral image of a white tiger materialized behind him, ultimately merging with his being. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared around Daimubai. Sumo, a level 22 assault-type soul master, I seek your guidance. Sumo responded, thrusting the handle of his soul-hunting spear into the ground. With a hum, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, manifested around Sumo. How is this possible? Upon witnessing the configuration of Sumo's soul rings, apart from Lu Qibin, who was already aware of Sumo's soul ring arrangement, the others, including Ning Rongrong, widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Zhao Wujie, who was holding Tang San, nearly dropped him in shock. This little brat is quite the monster. Zhao Wujie murmured in astonishment. Is this guy truly that formidable? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were equally astonished, no longer daring to underestimate Sumo merely because he was at level 22. Daimubai, too, gazed at Sumo with astonishment, nearly forgetting to make his move. Here I come, be careful. Remembering that he still needed to assess his opponent, Daimubai suppressed his shock and curiosity, speaking earnestly to Sumo's first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Bang! After activating his first soul skill for enhancement, Daimubai propelled himself forward, claws outstretched, launching an attack towards Sumo with his martial soul manifested. Daimubai's hands transformed into claws, exhibiting formidable offensive power. However, faced with Daimubai's aggressive assault, Sumo did not even resort to using a soul skill. He merely thrust his soul-hunting spear forward, effectively blocking Daimubai's advance. The long spear met fists and feet, preventing any close combat. Confronted with Sumo's spear, Daimubai's expression shifted slightly, feeling as though his every movement was anticipated by Sumo. A simple thrust from Su Mo thwarted his offensive. Dai Mubai had no choice but to retreat and evade Su Mo's attack. Whoosh! However, as Dai Mubai retreated, Su Mo seized the opportunity to counterattack. Unleashing a barrage of strikes with his spear, each movement exuding ferocity and aggression. Su Mo employed the spear technique used by the legendary Xiong Yu, emphasizing grand and sweeping motions, akin to a mountain pressing down upon an opponent. This was due to the nature of Su Mo's soul-hunting spear, which was a heavy weapon. Utilizing the allowed him to maximize its advantages. Bang, bang, bang. As Su Mo's powerful attacks continued, Dai Mubai's expression shifted. Forced to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? Dai Mubai, taken aback by his own predicament, found it hard to believe that he was so thoroughly outmatched by Su Mo's onslaught. Is there a mix-up in their levels? Observing the clash between Su Mo and Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and the others were equally stunned, questioning whether they had misjudged the soul power levels, contemplating if Su Mo was the one with the higher ranking. Damn it, second soul skill. White Tiger Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai, feeling humiliated, quickly distanced himself and activated his second soul skill. Launching a ranged attack against Su Mo, he realized that against an opponent wielding a spear, if he couldn't close the distance, it would be difficult to counter effectively. A ranged attack was necessary. Roar. Dai Mubai cupped his hands around his mouth, producing a powerful golden wave of energy aimed at Su Mo. Second soul skill, Thunder Strike. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's assault, a glimmer of determination flashed in Su Mo's eyes, and he instantly activated his second soul skill, Crackle. Sparks of electricity danced across Su Mo's body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, thrusting his soul-hunting spear like a bolt of lightning towards Dai Mubai. The spear tip aimed directly at the golden wave he emitted. Boom! Su Mo's soul-hunting spear swiftly collided with Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave. To everyone's astonishment, rather than a violent explosion, the golden wave was effortlessly pierced through by Su Mo's spear, allowing him to surge forward, targeting Dai Mubai directly. Impossible. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Both were second soul skills, yet how could Su Mo's be so vastly superior? Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Dai Mubai swiftly ceased the ineffective White Tiger Radiant Wave and activated his third soul skill, preparing to defend against Su Mo's assault. Roar. A spectral White Tiger roared around Dai Mubai's body, condensing into him, bestowing an enhancement buff. In the state of White Tiger Vajra Transformation, Dai Mubai's resistance to abnormal states, defenses, and offensive power received a significant boost. However, even in the state of White Tiger Vajra Transformation, Dai Mubai found himself as fragile as paper against Su Mo's Thunder Strike. The soul-hunting spear, with unstoppable momentum, pierced through Dai Mubai's crossed arms, which he had raised in defense. This is bad. Zhao Wujia, who had been calmly observing, suddenly changed his expression. Su Mo's attack was entirely beyond his expectations. He had believed that even if Su Mo's second soul skill possessed the quality of a 1,000-year soul ring, Dai Mubai's third soul skill was also of the same caliber. Combined with his level 37 and superior martial soul, Su Mo's attack should not have posed a lethal threat. Yet, now it seemed that Su Mo's strike could potentially pierce through Dai Mubai, leading to serious injury or worse. Just as Zhao Wujia intended to intervene, Su Mo withdrew his spear, performing a flourish before sheathing it behind his back. That I think it's clear that we need not continue. After putting away his spear, Su Mo turned to Dai Mubai, who appeared pale and shaken, offering a slight smile. Gulp. Dai Mubai swallowed hard, his gaze vacant. After a moment, he spoke, filled with astonishment and frustration. I have lost. Though reluctant to admit it, Dai Mubai recognized that had Su Mo not held back, his injury would have been far more severe than a mere wound to his arm. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, observing the scene, wore expressions of disbelief. They had never anticipated that Su Mo would so decisively complete the assessment. Moreover, Su Mo hadn't merely withstood Dai Mubai for a brief moment. He had outright defeated him. Teachers, does this mean I have passed the fourth assessment? Su Mo turned to Zhao Wudre and Lu Qibin, smiling. He was entirely unperturbed by his victory over Dai Mubai. With his formidable attack power, both his first and second soul skills being exceptional, and combined with the enhancements of the Xiantai spear, he believed that even a soul sovereign would find themselves endangered against him. Of course, Su Mo's strengths lay primarily in offense. In close combat, he excelled, but against faster opponents who avoided direct confrontation, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, he was still merely a level 22 Great Soul Master. with weaknesses in both defense and soul power. For instance, if he had not swiftly defeated Daimubai, it was certain that he would have faced defeat. Past, of course. Zhao Wuji exclaimed. You little rascal, how dare you claim to be merely level 22? The power you exhibited is far beyond that of a level 22 soul master. Now, tell me, what is your second soul skill? How can it be so potent? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Zhao Wuji immediately spoke up. His curiosity piqued as he began to inquire further. Not just Zhao Wuji, but the others present also gazed at Su Mo with expressions of intrigue, eager to comprehend the source of his extraordinary strength. My second soul skill is merely a bit stronger than the average soul skill. The reason for my formidable attack power lies in the fusion of my martial soul with my weapon. Su smiled faintly, and, before the gathered crowd, brandished the spear from his back once more. With a hum, Su Mo focused his mind, separating the soul hunter spear from the Xiantai spear. Once apart, it became evident to everyone that the two spears, while similar, were not identical. This was due to the alterations that occurred to Su Mo's martial soul after absorbing the soul rings, while the Xiantai spear was forged in its original form, thus displaying inherent differences. This is my martial soul, the soul hunter spear. It was crafted by Tang San to resemble my martial soul, with the spear body made of refined iron and the spearhead forged from Xiantai. Su Mo understood that the crowd would be curious about the strength he exhibited, so he chose not to conceal anything, openly revealing the fact that his martial soul was integrated with a Xiantai spear. As long as he refrained from disclosing the secret of merging the weapon with the soul, he would be fine. Moreover, even if he didn't speak of it, discerning soul masters, particularly Tang San, would surely notice. There was no need for concealment, as the truth would eventually come to light. To think one could forge a weapon identical to their martial soul and merge them together. No wonder he consistently manifests his martial soul. It was all a ruse. After hearing Su Mo's explanation, the crowd was left astonished by his ingenuity, realizing the reason behind his immense attack power, despite already possessing a martial soul as a weapon. He had crafted an identical spear to combine their might. Such an approach had never crossed their minds. Ning Rongrong regarded Su Mo with a glimmer of admiration, finding him quite intriguing. Noting his astute perspective and his innovative idea of merging his martial soul with a weapon to enhance its potency. How despicable. You were cheating. Daimubai, upon grasping the situation, immediately rebuked Su Mo, having struggled to accept his defeat at Su Mo's hands. He now sought to vent his frustration, hoping to prove his loss was unjust. He believed that his defeat stemmed from Su Mo's alleged cheating, which had led him to misjudge Su Mo's attack power. To teachers, this hardly constitutes cheating, does it? Just now, Tang San employed a weapon far superior to mine. Su Mo retorted, turning to Zhao Wuji and Lu Qibin with a counter-question. Cough, cough. That indeed does not qualify as cheating. Your ability to conceive such a method speaks volumes about your talent. However, it's best not to employ such tactics in the future. For in the Soul Master Tournament, the use of any external items, including weapons, is strictly prohibited, Zhao Wuji replied, clearing his throat and addressing the matter. Naturally, he could not dismiss a talent like Su Mo. Yet, he also wished to consider Dai Mubai's feelings, hence he spoke to Su Mo as well. All right, Mubai, we shall all be comrades moving forward. There's no need to dwell on this. Su Mo here, even without using a weapon, is still a formidable individual. As Zhao Wuji spoke, Lu Qibin discreetly comforted Dai Mubai through telepathy. After all, the most embarrassed individual present was Dai Mubai, having been swiftly defeated by a level 22 soul master despite being a level 37 soul sovereign himself. I apologize, I misspoke. Su Mo, welcome to Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, displaying a degree of composure, though still displeased, stepped forward to extend an apology to Su Mo, welcoming him into Shrek Academy. Thus, Su Mo successfully entered Shrek Academy. Like Ning Rongrong, he was assigned a private dormitory. The dormitories were typically shared by two individuals. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjin occupied one room, while Tang San was paired with Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu shared another accommodation. Naturally, Su Mo and Ning Rongrong would not be placed together. Even sharing a room was out of the question, as this was not a basic Soul Master Academy. Furthermore, the male and female dormitories were kept separate, requiring a bit of a walk to transition between them. Su Mo had no objections to this arrangement. A private room suited him just fine. After settling in, Su Mo exited the dormitory, intending to explore Shrek Academy and familiarize himself with its layout. At Su Mo, as he wandered, a melodious female voice called out from behind him. Turning, he discovered it was Ning Rongrong, clad in a simple blue dress that exuded a sense of cleanliness. With her long brown hair cascading down her shoulders, her skin soft and radiant like lychee, her exquisite features complemented by a height of approximately 1.65 meters, and a figure that was perfectly proportioned. She possessed an air of noble elegance, akin to a well-educated noblewoman. "Ning Rongrong, what brings you here?" Su Emo inquired, uttering her name. "Nothing in particular. Just thought I'd say hello. After all, we are now classmates. So it's only fitting we get to know each other." Ning Rongrong replied with a playful smile. Intrigued by Su Emo, she couldn't resist stopping him for a chat. "What are you up to?" Ning Rongrong asked directly. "Just exploring, taking in the sights of Shrek Academy." Su Emo replied with a gentle smile. He found no aversion to Ning Rongrong's approach, though he was aware that beneath her pure and sweet exterior lay the temperament of a somewhat spoiled young lady. It was inevitable, given her illustrious background. Being indulged since childhood had naturally shaped her somewhat capricious disposition. In his previous life, while watching anime, Su Emo had initially found Ning Rongrong's spirited personality endearing. However, as her character became subdued and her uniqueness diminished after being influenced by the PUA tactics of Shrek Academy, he grew somewhat disappointed. Yet, if he were to engage with any of the three beauties of Shrek, Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly the most approachable. With Xiaowu, there was no opportunity due to Tang Hao's watchful EYE.as for Zhu Xiqing. Any hint of interest on Su Mo's part would surely lead to conflicts with Dai Mubai. Su Mo was indifferent to antagonizing Dai Mubai. He simply saw no necessity for it. Zhu Xiqing, with her striking figure, was enjoyable to admire, but to pursue her would not be an easy feat. Her upbringing had conditioned her to aspire to become a candidate for the future empress of the Sword Douluo Empire. Thus, someone of Su Mo's status would not even be on her radar. Many speculated that Zhu Xiqing's arrival at Shrek Academy was an act of rebellion against her predetermined fate, yet Su Mo held a different perspective. Zhu Xiqing was not merely seeking to defy her destiny. She was determined to become a victor within her family's competitive framework, striving against what appeared to be an inevitable defeat. "How about we team up then?" "Sounds good," Ning Rongrong replied eagerly. "Sure." Su Mo smiled upon hearing Ning Rongrong's suggestion. He felt that engaging with her would be the easiest of all, though he had no immediate intentions in that direction. Nevertheless, even without ulterior motives, strolling alongside a beautiful young lady was undeniably a pleasant experience. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with a hint of satisfaction, knowing that no one could refuse her. Sumo, how did you come up with the idea of merging your martial soul with your weapon? And how did you manage to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for your second soul ring? As they strolled within the academy grounds, Ning Rongrong quickly posed her questions to Su Mo. Su Mo was not surprised by her inquiries. Curiosity was the natural reason for her approach. It's quite simple. I believe that a soul master should not look down upon ordinary weapons. My method has proven its worth, hasn't it? Su Mo initially responded to Ning Rongrong's first question with a smile, but refrained from mentioning Tang San, who had acquired an array of weapons even more extravagant and formidable than his own. Regarding my second spirit ring, I based my decision on the theories proposed by the master, the same individual who, after introducing the 10 core competencies of spirit abilities, was ridiculed by the world. Among his insights was the notion that the limit of spirit ring absorption for spirit masters is not solely dependent on the strength of their spirit, but is also intrinsically linked to the physical prowess of the master. My innate constitution is remarkably robust, and coupled with years of physical training, my bodily strength far surpasses that of my peers. This is why I was able to absorb a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for my second spirit ring. For instance, a genius like you, upon reaching level 20, could also absorb a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for your second ring if you chose to hone your physical strength for a few years before doing so. Subsequently, Su Mo articulated the rationale behind his ability to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring for his second ring. Before arriving at Shrek Academy, he had already contemplated how to explain this to No. It was after acquiring the second spirit ring that he devised his explanation. Although he harbored a dislike for Yu Xiaogang, he found himself unable to pinpoint the source of his knowledge, thus attributing it to Yu Xiaogang. This way, Su Mo was not apprehensive about the potential troubles that might arise from the revelation of his second spirit ring in the future. As long as he clarified and publicly disclosed it, there would be no issue. Additionally, Su Mo was not entirely fabricating. While ordinary spirit masters could not absorb a 1,000-year quality second spirit ring, he could rationalize that his innate strength and continuous training allowed for it. For spirit masters endowed with top-tier spirits, if they pursued the path Su Mo described, absorbing a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for their second ring would undoubtedly be feasible. The question remained whether such prodigies would be willing to invest a few years solely to enhance their physical strength for the sake of a second spirit ring. So, that's how it is. I thought it was quite challenging, but you were indeed bold to attempt this. After hearing Su Mo's explanation, Ning Rongrong began to comprehend the situation. Her gaze toward him tinged with admiration. I have heard that many promising talents have been recruited this year. Is this true? While Su Mo and Ning Rongrong meandered around the campus, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, Flender, returned and promptly sought out several admissions teachers for inquiries. Apart from Zhao Wujie, the other instructors were present. Indeed, headmaster, you are unaware. This year, we have admitted 5 little prodigies. Upon hearing Flender's inquiry, Lu Qibin, who was most informed, excitedly stood up to respond. Oh, what kind of talents are they? Flender's eyes lit up at the response. Eagerly pressing for details. 2 boys and 3 girls. Among them, 1 boy and 1 girl both possess a spirit power level of 29, with their spirits being blue silver grass and soft bone rabbit. Respectively, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Do not underestimate Tang San simply because his spirit is blue silver grass. He managed to hold his own against Zhao Wujie for an entire incense stick's duration. Leaving Zhao Wujie quite flustered, Zhao Wujie has tea come over, likely out of embarrassment, he continued. And then there's Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Qibin subsequently detailed the 5 students accepted this year to Flender. Well, it seems Shrek Academy is about to flourish. We have welcomed so many little prodigies. Flender, after understanding the situation, was filled with immense excitement and enthusiasm. In previous years, it had been challenging to recruit even a single prodigious student. He never expected this year to see 5 come in at once. Flender then convened with the other teachers to discuss how to guide these students. While the others were manageable, the issue lay with the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was said that she was the sole cherished daughter of the sect leader, spoiled throughout her life, earning her the nickname Little Witch in her sect. If we cannot make her obedient, keeping her would become a liability. Finally, teacher Li Yusong expressed his concerns regarding Ning Rongrong. He was quite informed about the outside world and possessed certain intelligence sources. Thus he was aware of Ning Rongrong's background. The little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, fear not. I shall devise a plan. As long as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School does not demand her back, we have no intention of letting her go. Flender confidently adjusted his glasses, smiling assuredly. Chapter 34. Bibi Dong's Persuasion. Su Mo, you are fond of that girl named Ning Rongrong, aren't you? Upon returning to the dormitory, Bibi Dong's figure suddenly appeared before Su Mo. Inquiring directly, not at all. Faced with Bibi Dong's question, Su Mo was perplexed and could not fathom how she discerned his affections for Ning Rongrong, merely because they had strolled together earlier. No. It is not merely that she hails from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. She is also the only daughter of the sect leader, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing Su Mo deny it, Bibi Dong refrained from further comment and pointed out Ning Rongrong's identity instead. This was not due to Bibi Dong's own affections for Su Mo, but rather a culmination of years spent understanding this young man, recognizing his excellence. Although Su Mo's innate talent may not be remarkable, his wisdom is something she greatly admires, particularly as he has managed to address his shortcomings through intellect. In this regard, Su Mo even surpasses Yu Xiaogang. Hence, Bibi Dong holds high hopes for Su Mo's future. Wishing the best for Su Mo, Bibi Dong naturally does not want this promising prospect to develop feelings for Ning Rongrong. She acknowledges Ning Rongrong's exceptional qualities, yet believes they do not measure up to her daughter Qian Renxue and disciple Hu Laina. Bibi Dong anticipates future opportunities for Su Mo to meet either Qian Renxue or Hu Laina, of course, prioritizing her daughter Qian Renxue. Only if Qian Renxue were to dismiss Su Mo would it then be Hu Laina's turn. Previously, she had indeed favored Hu Laina, but after the final battle, she has set aside her prejudices against Qian Renxue and thus wishes to reserve the best for her daughter. It is certainly preferable to prevent her daughter from developing a whimsical infatuation with Tang San. Furthermore, she must also deter Hu Laina from developing feelings for Tang San in the future. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, she must first prevent Su Mo from liking other girls, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If I truly liked her, wouldn't that be even better? What Bibi Dong did not anticipate was that, upon revealing Ning Rongrong's identity, she intended to dissuade Su Mo, only for him to smile in response. Do you not feel unworthy of her? She is, after all, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could she possibly have eyes for you? Even if she did, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School behind her would never approve. Bibi Dong hurriedly retorted upon seeing Su Mo's reaction. His response genuinely caught her off guard. When Yu Xiaogang faced her, he was exceedingly self-conscious and sensitive. Even if he liked her, he lacked the courage to express it, ultimately leading her to take the initiative. Thus, she assumed Su Mo, with his mediocre talent and humble origins, would react similarly to Ning Rongrong as Yu Xiaogang had with her. Little did she know that Su Mo exhibited no signs of insecurity. Instead, he appeared even more delighted. None of that matters. If I truly like her, I will strive to pursue her. Even if the final outcome is not as I wish, at least I will have tried. And I shall have no regrets. Su Mo replied to Bibi Dong without a hint of concern. You are correct. I merely think she is not suitable for you. As long as you do not harbor feelings for her. That is sufficient. Bibi Dong grew increasingly appreciative of Su Mo, but since he did not admit to liking Ning Rongrong, she felt it inappropriate to continue her attempts at persuasion. Subsequently, Bibi Dong returned to Su Mo's spirit realm. However, before departing, she sensed an inexplicable unease, as if today's events bore an uncanny resemblance to something familiar. The following day, all students gathered on the academy's athletic field. Dai Mubai, being the eldest among the seniors, introduced everyone, both new and returning students, allowing them to become acquainted. Shortly thereafter, Headmaster Flender arrived, albeit fashionably late. Indeed, this year, our Shrek Academy has welcomed 5 little prodigies, regardless of who you were in the past. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, you must adhere to its rules. For every individual here is of equal worth, and you possess no grounds for arrogance. The first lesson for all battle spirit masters will commence this evening, and I shall guide you there. After delivering a plethora of platitudes about the opening ceremony and emphasizing the distinctive traits and regulations of Shrek Academy, Flander proceeded to outline the day's curriculum. The instruction for battle spirit masters has been postponed to the evening, while the auxiliary spirit masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, have been assigned to lead the initial lessons. Auxiliary spirit masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Step forward. The foremost responsibility of auxiliary spirit masters is to ensure their own safety, thus necessitating the ability to escape peril. Therefore, commence by running 20 laps around the academy. The final remarks pertain to the attendance of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Ah, I see. Oscar responded with a wry smile, but upon realizing he would be running alongside Ning Rongrong, his spirits lifted, and he began to jog slowly away. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong followed suit. Observing the retreating figures of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Flanders secretly chuckled to himself. He was aware that Ning Rongrong would likely falter, and it was precisely this that he sought. For her failure would provide him with the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Initially, he had harbored some concerns, but the night prior, just before retiring to bed, he received a letter from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The sect leader, Ning Fingxi, graciously assured him that he need not worry excessively, entrusting him with the task of correcting Ning Rongrong's pampered disposition. With the backing of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, what was there for him to fret about? It was time to unleash his methods. The rest of you may disperse. Tang San, please stay behind. Subsequently, Flander dismissed the remaining students, leaving only Tang San. Upon noticing the soul guiding device at Tang San's waist, he deduced his identity, summoning him primarily to confirm his suspicions. After Tang San was called away, only Su Mo and a few others remained. With Tang San gone, Xiaowu, unable to dwell on him any longer, reluctantly beckoned Zhu Shiqing to depart with her. Dai Mubai appeared as though he wished to pursue Zhu Shiqing but ultimately refrained, opting to leave with Ma Hongjin instead. This is truly a laissez-faire style of education, Su Mo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Noting the early morning assembly followed by lessons scheduled for the evening, leaving the entire day for the students to engage in their own activities. To be fair, Su Mo found this arrangement rather suitable for himself. He required little in terms of resources, save for the materials needed for forging weapons. Su Mo's primary objective in entering Shrek was to prevent Tang San and his companions from acquiring the celestial herbs. As for Ning Rongrong, adapting would prove somewhat challenging. It was not the style of education that posed difficulty, but rather the necessity of enduring a lesson in humility. In the evening, during roll call, Ning Rongrong was promptly singled out by Flander for failing to complete the 20 laps due to her laziness. Ignoring her mortified expression, Flander asserted firmly, "Now, I present you with 2 options. 1. Pack your belongings and leave at once. You are unworthy of being here. 2. Prove to me that you deserve to remain and demonstrate your resolve to adhere to the rules in the future." Flander, who do you think you are? Merely a lowly soul sage. You think you can expel me? It won't be so easy. Now that I am here, I have no intention of leaving prematurely. Flander, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Flander, do you dare? In all my life, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Confronted by Flander's challenge, Ning Rongrong revealed for the first time her spoiled and domineering nature before the assembly. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback, unable to fathom that such a seemingly gentle young lady could utter such words at that moment. The softness in Ning Rongrong's demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of disdain. Exuding an aura of superiority, having previously been bested by Ning Rongrong during their run, Oscar now wore an expression of disbelief. While he was aware of Ning Rongrong's difficult temperament, he never anticipated her audacity in confronting Dean Flander. It was utterly outrageous, yet Suemo, already familiar with Ning Rongrong's disposition, exhibited little reaction. Your father may be reluctant to discipline you, but that does not mean I will be. You are not my daughter. Flander continued to lay into Ning Rongrong, mercilessly critiquing her character and abilities, delivering a comprehensive assault on her self-esteem. Ultimately, he declared her the worst student among them all. He then proceeded to praise Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Xing, and even Suemo. And as for Suemo, though his soul power is merely at level 22, his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Even Dai Mubai is no match for him. Flander's disparaging remarks about Dai Mubai left the latter feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing Flander's comments, aside from Zhu Xing and Ning Rongrong, who had witnessed Sumo's victory over Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiaowu turned their gazes towards Suemo, still struggling to believe that he had truly defeated Dai Mubai. What about Oscar? Confronted with Flander's pointed comparisons, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. Realizing she could not refute his claims, ultimately, she redirected her ire towards Oscar, who had been penalized to run laps. Unsurprisingly, when Flander proclaimed Oscar to be a naturally gifted spirit master, Ning Rongrong's self-esteem took a severe blow, leading her to contemplate her own perceived inadequacy among Shrek's students. Overwhelmed by emotion, a devastated Ning Rongrong fled in tears. In the wake of her departure, the others exchanged glances, feeling a mix of sympathy and concern. Despite acknowledging Ning Rongrong's flawed character, they felt Flander's critique had been excessively harsh, reducing her to tears. Dean, should I assist her in packing her belongings? Dai Mubai tentatively inquired. Pack what? Do you wish for her to leave? Though Ning Rongrong is spoiled and headstrong, her nature is not intrinsically malevolent. She merely requires time to reflect upon her actions, inform Oscar that his punishment is lifted, and instruct him to comfort Ning Rongrong. We shall prepare to depart. Flander shot a disapproving glare at Dai Mubai before giving his orders. Very well, Dean. I shall do so at once. Dai Mubai promptly acquiesced, unwilling for Ning Rongrong to leave. We shall wait for you, Dai Mubai. Soon we will set forth for Soto City. Your first lesson will take place there. After Dai Mubai rushed off to inform Oscar, Flander addressed Suemo and the others. The group expressed no objections and remained in place, awaiting Dai Mubai's return. Dean, I have notified Oscar. Dai Mubai quickly rejoined them. Excellent, let us set off. Flander nodded, leading the group onward to Soto City. The destination I am taking you to today is, in fact, the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Dai Mubai, please introduce the newcomers to the arena. As they journeyed, Flander elucidated the lesson's content and entrusted Dai Mubai with the task of introducing the so-called Grand Soul Arena. Naturally, Dai Mubai did not dare to refuse, proceeding to explain the arena's significance to Suemo and the others. So, we are to engage in combat. This shall be interesting. Upon realizing the situation, Xiaowu was instantly filled with excitement, displaying an eagerness to act. This surely won't be dangerous, will it? Tang San immediately contemplated the potential risks involved. Dai Mubai had no choice but to explain to everyone that there were two types of competitions in the Great Soul Arena. One was for sparring, which posed minimal danger, while the other involved life and death duels, which were considerably more perilous. They would participate in the former. By the way, Suemo. Suddenly recalling something, Flander turned back to call out to Suemo. Dean, what is it? Suemo inquired, looking at Flander. The reason I have you participate in the Great Soul Arena is to hone your practical combat skills. You should refrain from using your Xian-Tai gun. Otherwise, very few opponents of the Great Soul Master rank will truly challenge you, which would diminish the training effect. And you, Tang San, should also abstain from using your concealed weapons for the time being. Flander quickly conveyed his thoughts, prohibiting Suemo from utilizing his soul fusion with the Xian-Tai gun and advising Tang San to refrain from using his hidden weapons as well. All right, no problem, Suemo agreed, eager to accumulate more combat experience. Should he employ the Xian-Tai gun, it would indeed be quite unfair. Yes, Dean. Tang San also expressed his agreement. After about half an hour, Suemo and his companions arrived at Soto City and swiftly made their way to the Great Soul Arena. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Suemo, Tang San, and Xiaowu promptly completed their registration. Soon, Sumo was set to face his first soul battle. Sumo versus Xiaowu. It's Sumo against Xiaowu. What an incredible coincidence! Tang San exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the matchup. However, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, Xiaowu's battle against Sumo posed minimal danger. In the past, he would have undoubtedly thought that Sumo was no match for Xiaowu. But now he found himself unable to gauge Sumo's true capabilities, leaving him uncertain about the result. It was a perfect opportunity to observe Sumo's abilities. This is not mere coincidence. You are all newcomers with 0 battle records, making it easy for you to be matched against one another. Who knows, Tang San, you might encounter Zhu Zhiqing next. Daimubai chuckled, providing an explanation for the newcomers. I see. Tang San finally understood. Under their watchful eyes, Sumo and Xiaowu stepped into their designated arena. Both participants were novice great soul masters with no prior battle experience. Let us witness who will secure their first victory. The match begins. With the announcer's declaration, the soul battle between Sumo and Xiaowu officially commenced. Soul summon, soul embodiment. Both Sumo and Xiaowu summoned their respective soul forms, Sumo's being the soul hunting gun, encircled by 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, while Xiaowu, embodying her soul, was surrounded by 2 yellow soul rings. Although Sumo wished to remain low-key, he had no means to conceal his soul rings during combat. What? 1,000-year soul ring? How is that possible? Isn't that a second soul ring? As soon as Sumo's soul ring configuration was revealed, the audience erupted in astonished murmurs. This guy, Sumo, really has a 1,000-year second soul ring. Incredible! Ma Hongjun, witnessing Sumo manifest his soul rings for the first time, was taken aback, despite having already known. Tang San, too, was astonished upon seeing Sumo's second soul ring. While he was surprised, his concern shifted to Xiaowu. Pondering whether she could defeat Sumo. As the crowd watched, Xiaowu made the first move in the arena. With swift movements, she attempted to close the distance to Sumo and unleash her waist bow to defeat him. Even if she hit her target, the opponent would likely be incapacitated. Your speed is commendable, but from 7 steps away, the gun is faster. Sumo smiled slightly as he faced Xiaowu's assault. Firmly holding the soul-hunting gun.ina flash, Sumo lunged forward, thrusting his weapon towards Xiaowu. Humph! With her attack route obstructed, Xiaowu furrowed her brows, swiftly evading to launch another assault from the side. Yet, no matter from which direction Xiaowu attempted to approach Sumo, she was met with the swift and precise tip of his gun. How impressive! Xiaowu can't get close to Sumo at all. His reflexes are astonishing. How did he achieve this? Ma Hongjun and the others were astounded by the unfolding battle. Zhu Zhiqing, too, recognized Sumo's remarkable marksmanship during his earlier match with Daimubai. But witnessing it now was even more striking. After mentally comparing herself to Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing realized that her speed was not much superior to Xiaowu's, making it difficult to close in on Sumo. He is truly formidable. Tang San observed Sumo with a serious expression, recognizing that despite only being at level 22, Sumo's physical prowess was terrifyingly superior, even surpassing his OWN. No wonder his second soul ring could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. If Xiaowu couldn't find an opportunity to strike, she would surely lose. Concern began to cloud Tang San's mind. Although Xiaowu's speed was impressive, it stemmed from her explosive power rather than an intrinsic agility attribute like Zhu Zhiqing's. If her prolonged attempts bore no fruit, fatigue would set in, providing Sumo with the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Damn it. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit, Xiaowu glared at Sumo, who stood like a porcupine, nearly impossible to approach without risking injury. Second soul skill, Bewitchment. With a huff, Xiaowu retreated, then immediately unleashed her second soul skill towards Sumo. A pink hue flickered in her beautiful eyes as an imperceptible mental shockwave surged towards Sumo. Bewitchment? Unfortunately for you, it has no effect on me. Sumo's lips curled into a slight smirk upon seeing Xiaowu's attempt at using her bewitching skill. He had been informed by Bibi Dong of his formidable resistance to mental attacks, as she had mentioned that his spiritual strength far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, rendering similar-level opponents' mental soul skills ineffective against him. Indeed, Sumo remained completely unperturbed by Xiaowu's second soul skill, ignoring her attempt entirely. However, since Sumo's soul power was not greater than Xiaowu's, her failed attempt at bewitchment did not result in any backlash. How can this be? Xiaowu stared in disbelief as her second soul skill proved ineffective against Sumo. Opportunity. Second soul skill. Thunderstrike. Seizing the moment of Xiaowu's distraction, Sumo's eyes crackled with lightning as arcs of electricity danced around him. With a resounding boom, Sumo, wielding his spear, shot forth like a flash of lightning. appearing directly in front of Xiao Wu in an instant. Boom! Sumo's figure transitioned from a blinding speed to a complete halt, his stance perfectly poised before Xiao Wu, the tip of the soul-hunting gun aimed squarely at her chest. Xiao Wu! Tang San gasped, and only after Sumo's assault came to a standstill did he exhale in relief. You have lost, Sumo chuckled, gazing at Xiao Wu. I concede, Xiao Wu bit her lip. And though reluctant, she resigned herself to admitting defeat. The outcome is clear. Xiao Wu has conceded, granting Sumo victory in this match. The announcer swiftly declared Sumo's triumph. Congratulations, Great Soul Master Sumo. Remember to update your points after you leave. And Great Soul Master Xiao Wu, you must also update your points promptly. The announcer continued, addressing Sumo and Xiao Wu before calling for Tang San and Zhu Xing to take the stage. As Sumo and Xiao Wu departed, the contestants for the next battle were promptly announced. Indeed, it was Tang San facing off against Zhu Xing. Chapter 37. You are not suitable, Xiao Wu. Are you all right? Upon their exit, Tang San hurried to Xiao Wu's side. Even though he had not witnessed any injuries, he felt compelled to confirm her well-being. I'm fine. I just lost to Sumo. Xiao Wu shook her head, feeling a pang of disappointment from her defeat. Back at Unveiling Academy, she had believed that only Tang San was remarkable, dismissing the others as unexceptional. Yet, today, she found herself bested by Sumo. That's a relief. It's my turn now. I must go compete. Tang San exhaled in relief. Now was not the time for comforting Xiao Wu. He could only affectionately ruffle her hair. Go quickly, San Gu. After receiving Tang San's gentle gesture, Xiao Wu felt a blush rise to her cheeks, instantly casting aside all her gloom. Soon, Tang San and Zhu Xing entered the Soul Arena, summoning their martial spirits and entering combat mode. As Zhu Xing assumed her battle stance. Her striking figure was accentuated to perfection. Zhu Xing. Wow, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, utterly captivated by Zhu Xing's physique. However, before he could express his awe, a chilling gaze fell upon him. Upon recognizing it was Dai Mubai's glare, Ma Hongjun was instantly frightened into silence. He realized Zhu Xing was the object of Dai Mubai's affections. Ma Hongjun then glanced at Xiao Wu, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on Tang San, which confirmed for him that he had no chance with her either. He sighed inwardly as he thought of Ning Rongrong, aware that she had caught Oscar's eye, and he knew he stood little chance of competing. Turning his attention to Sumo, he pondered whether Sumo might also vie for Ning Rongrong's affections. Sumo, are there any girls from our academy that you fancy? Ma Hongjun stealthily approached Sumo, curious to inquire, serving as a covert informant for his good friend Oscar. Women only slow down my draw, Sumo replied, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun before continuing. Impressive. Well said. No wonder Dai Lauda isn't your match. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Ma Hongjun expressed his admiration, realizing that Sumo's singular focus on cultivation was the reason he could best Dai Mubai. Now Oscar can rest easy. No one will compete with him for Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun cunningly revealed Oscar's interest in Ning Rongrong, effectively dispelling any notions Sumo might have had. Oscar, you say, he is not suitable for Ning Rongrong. You should advise him to abandon this hope. Sumo finally understood Ma Hongjun's intentions, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. Why? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, puzzled by Sumo's assertion. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School has a strict ancestral rule. Members must choose partners who are battle soul masters. This applies to all members of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, let alone the little princess. Thus, my plump friend, you should encourage Oscar to face reality and give up any fantasies, Sumo explained calmly. Ah, the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School has such a stipulation? Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned, silently mourning for his good friend Oscar. If Oscar has no chance, does that mean I have a chance? Ma Hongjun felt a stirring in his heart. He had previously hesitated to compete with Oscar, but if Oscar had no hope, he was no longer inclined to hold back. Although he didn't believe Ning Rongrong would ever fancy him, he felt it was worth a try. You aren't thinking of pursuing her yourself, are you? I advise you to abandon that thought if you value your life. Sumo, recognizing the expression on Ma Hongjun's face, decided to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Why not? Ma Hongjun looked at Sumo, bewildered. Oscar is a support-type soul master without a chance, while you are a battle soul master. Resolve your martial spirit's flaws first before you entertain such ideas. Otherwise, a single Ning Rongrong won't suffice. If you really manage to win over Ning Rongrong, do you think you'll be able to release your pent-up desires afterward? Sumo kindly cautioned Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing Sumo's warning, Ma Hongjun was rendered speechless, realizing the truth in Sumo's words. He knew that if he did not wish to perish from unbridled passions, he would inevitably have to betray Ning Rongrong to relieve himself. The mere thought of betraying Ning Rongrong sent a shiver down Ma Hongjuan's spine as he recalled the power behind her. Forget it. My life is more important. Thank you for the reminder. Until I resolve my martial spirit's flaws, I am unworthy of love. Ma Hongjuan quickly retreated from the idea, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him as he reflected on his recent breakup with Sui Hua, who could not endure his martial spirit's shortcomings. Just enjoy yourself. You have no idea how many men would envy your capabilities. Su Mo patted Ma Hongjuan on the shoulder, offering a bemused consolation. Many men would envy Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit flaws. What do men desire most? Undoubtedly, the boundless energy for prolonged battles. Haha, true. Ma Hongjuan chuckled, feeling a sense of pride at Su Mo's words. Meanwhile, in the Soul Arena, the duel between Tang San and Zhu Xiqing quickly reached its conclusion. Trapped within the blue-silver grass cage created by Tang San, Zhu Xiqing ultimately succumbed to his control and had no choice but to concede. After Tang San and Zhu Xiqing determined the victor, it was swiftly time for the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu to take the stage. Sumo and the others could only wait for Tang San and Xiao Wu to finish their match before returning. Sumo, how about we form a duo team? Ma Hongjuan suddenly proposed to Sumo as they continued to spectate. With our combined strength, no one at the Great Soul Master level could possibly stand against us. And we could quickly ascend to silver-ranked Soul Masters. There's no need for a team. I can also swiftly advance to silver on my own. Sumo replied with a confident smile, politely declining Ma Hongjuan's offer. Fine, two men teaming up to seem rather unexciting. Ma Hongjuan reluctantly abandoned his idea of leeching off Sumo's strength. As Sumo and Ma Hongjuan conversed, Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio swiftly achieved their first victory as a duo. Each participant in the Soul Arena could only compete in one match per day unless they teamed up. So after Tang San and Xiao Wu's victory, everyone prepared to return to Shrek Academy. Flinder had long since disappeared, leaving Sumo and the others to find their own way back. Hey, Dailauda, Tang San, and Sumo, it's still early. How about we relax a bit? After exiting the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Ma Hongjuan approached Sumo and the others with a mischievous grin. Relax? What sort of relaxation? Why not include me and Zhu Xiqing? Xiao Wu queried, her expression revealing her confusion. Ahem, Xiao Wu, don't ask. I want to be going. You all go ahead. Tang San quickly interjected, pulling Xiao Wu aside before addressing Ma Hongjuan. Dailauda, Ma Hongjuan turned to Daimubai. Ahem, I won't be joining. My taste is far too refined for your plans. Daimubai noticed Zhu Xiqing's icy glare and hastily declined, emphasizing his own taste, subtly indicating that he had never participated in such outings before. However, Zhu Xiqing would not be swayed by Daimubai's words. She had witnessed him with a pair of twin sisters on their very first day in Soto City. Disgusting. Zhu Xiqing shot a cold glance at Daimubai before turning on her heel to leave. Zhu Xiqing, wait. Upon witnessing Zhu Xiqing's attitude, Daimubai was instantly filled with anger, nearly losing control. For the past few days, he had sought opportunities to converse with Zhu Xiqing, but she had consistently evaded him or remained unresponsive. The excitement he had felt upon her arrival had long since morphed into frustration and irritation, now reaching a boiling point. Zhu Xiqing, wait for us. After Xiao Wu called out to Zhu Xiqing, she hurried to catch up. Just moments before, Tang San had quietly informed her of the true meaning behind Ma Hongjuan's suggestion to relax, and she too wished to depart swiftly. Naturally, she intended to take Tang San with her. Did I utter something amiss? At this moment, Ma Hongjuan, slow to comprehend, realized he might have dug himself into a hole. I'll head back first. Fatty, you can go by yourself. Sumo smiled silently and then also took her leave. Upon returning, it seemed there was still a captivating drama to behold, the spectacle of Ning Rongrong being collectively PUA'd by the Shrek group, after Tang San and the others had collectively PUA'd Ning Rongrong. I would step forward, for I could not allow her to be too severely impacted. P.S. This chapter has truly evolved. Chapter 38, Collective. When Sumo and her companions returned to Shrek Academy, they spotted Ning Rongrong and Oscar outside the academy gates. As Zhu Xiqing ignored Ning Rongrong's greeting and entered, Ning Rongrong noticed Daimubai seemed to be at a disadvantage against Zhu Xiqing, prompting her to mock him, which only fueled Daimubai's already simmering anger. With a chilling glare, Daimubai warned, Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home, while others may fear your 7 treasure glaze tile school. Daimubai, do not anger me, and beware, I might just end you. Ning Rongrong giggled defiantly. Oh, I'm so scared. Go ahead, make your move. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Daimubai unleashed his soul power, sending Ning Rongrong hurtling backward. Landing on the ground, Mubai, Tang San stepped in front of Ning Rongrong, grasping Dai Mubai's arm. We are all classmates. Let's just drop it. Ning Rongrong had never experienced such humiliation throughout her life. She had not anticipated Dai Mubai would truly dare to strike her. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she glared at him, speechless. Dai Mubai, gazing at Tang San who stood before him, slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, his aura retracting. Fine, little San. I'll grant you this favor. He cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong. Remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your status. With that, he strode away into the academy. Tang San. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out his name. Tang San turned to face her. Help me kill him. Use your special weapons to end him. If you do, you will be a distinguished guest of our 7 treasure glaze tile school. I will pay you 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? You'll have our unconditional support in the future. Although Su Mo was also present, Ning Rongrong still regarded Tang San as more formidable. Given that he had once defeated Zhao Wujin, Tang San approached Ning Rongrong, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for money and power. This is merely an academy. We are all classmates. That if you continue to harbor such a mindset, inflated by the high regard of the 7 treasure glaze tile school, then I suggest you leave. Do you have any idea how powerful our 7 treasure glaze tile school is? Ning Rongrong glared at him defiantly. Tang San smiled lightly. For having lived 2 lives, he knew that this 12-year-old girl could not grasp his understanding. What of it? What does it matter to me? Whether I know or not, Xiaowu, let us go. With a shake of his head, tinged with regret, Tang San and Xiaowu entered the academy. Xiaowu merely cast a glance at the disheveled Ning Rongrong. Showing no inclination to offer support, Tang San's stance was her stance. As they departed, Ning Rongrong stood frozen in place. If Dai Mubai's dominance had infuriated her, then the pity reflected in Tang San's eyes as he left affected her even more profoundly. Throughout her life, she had been cherished by the prominent figures of the 7 treasure glaze tile school, and her self-centered mentality had long been ingrained. Yet today, having faced 3 intense shocks in succession, she found herself questioning, why do they treat me this way? Have I truly erred? Oscar. Ning Rongrong was loath to accept that she was at fault. Turning to Oscar. Will you help me? Oscar's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. When I first saw you, you took my breath away. I believed that when you grew up, you would be an unparalleled beauty. The tenderness you exhibited was precisely what I adored. Thus, I decided to pursue you relentlessly. Regardless of my humble origins, while you belonged to the 7 treasure glaze tile school. Yet, I discovered I was gravely mistaken. Mistaken? Why? Ning Rongrong stared at him in confusion. Oscar smiled faintly. Because you are not my type. You are not the tree I would abandon an entire forest for. I do not match the princess of the 7 treasure glaze tile school, even if I were willing to assist you. What would it matter? You see me as nothing more than your servant. Forgive me, but I prefer to remain true to myself. I believe you will find many willing to assist you in the 7 treasure glaze tile school. I am merely one among many. As Oscar turned to enter the academy, Ning Rongrong shouted in frustration, aren't you supposed to like me? You refuse to support me. Oscar halted, but did not look back. Tang San was right. If you maintain such a mindset and character, it would be best for you to leave. This place truly does not suit you. Furthermore, with your current demeanor, the concept of friendship will forever remain a luxury for you. Oscar walked away. Sumo. Ning Rongrong quickly turned to Sumo, who had yet to depart. Please, help me up. Sumo stepped forward, extending her hand to Ning Rongrong. You need to rise. She spoke gently, aware that if she did not offer Ning Rongrong some warmth, the latter might truly begin to question her existence and entirely deny herself. Oh, all right. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by Sumo's outstretched hand, fearing that she too would disdain her, overwhelmed with anxiety. She grasped Sumo's hand and stood. Oh, you despise me like the others. Have I truly erred? Ning Rongrong raised her gaze to Sumo, her hands clasped in front of her, asking cautiously. Not at all. Sumo smiled softly. Is it too late for me to change? Upon hearing Sumo's response, Ning Rongrong spoke up eagerly, gazing at the pitiful sight of Ning Rongrong before her. Sumo recognized that Ning Rongrong had genuinely begun to realize the need for change. Sumo did not oppose this, but she also believed it unnecessary for Ning Rongrong to completely deny herself. Of course, I think the little demoness Ning Rongrong is quite adorable. You are the princess of the 7 treasure glaze tile school. What's wrong with having a bit of temper? Sumo remarked, affectionately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Really? Feeling Sumo's warm hand, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted to shy away but could not bring herself to do so, forcing herself to suppress her embarrassment. She feared that if she withdrew, Sumo might abandon her as well. All right, do not dwell on it. Just be a bit wiser moving forward. Do not provoke others when they're already in a foul mood. Teasing Daimubai when he was clearly upset was rather foolish. Let us go back. A good sleep will do you good. Do not overthink things. After comforting Ning Rongrong a few more times and patting her head, Suemo withdrew her hand and proceeded into the academy. Sumo, wait for me. Ning Rongrong hurriedly followed suit. Although Ning Rongrong's mood remained somber, it was no longer tinged with despair. The next day, as they gathered on the playground, everyone was surprised to see Ning Rongrong had not left but had chosen to stay. Tang San and the others were taken aback, having expected her to leave after their previous encounter. Humph. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Ning Rongrong silently scoffed. You wish for me to depart? Not a chance. Although she had resolved to change, it would take time for Ning Rongrong to relinquish her pride. Thus, she refrained from greeting Tang San and the others. Sumo. Good morning. Ning Rongrong approached Suemo to greet her before lining up beside her. Good morning. Suemo responded with a smile. The others observed Ning Rongrong's singular greeting towards Suemo, their expressions shifting to one of contemplation. Moments later, Dean Flander arrived, whereas Oscar. Upon noticing Oscar's tardiness, Flander's expression darkened. Dean, I'm here. As soon as Flander's words fell, Oscar was seen joyfully sprinting from a distance, his exuberance indicating he was utterly unconcerned about being reprimanded for tardiness. This fellow, Oscar, has broken through to level 30. Upon witnessing this, Sumo's heart stirred, and he immediately understood that Oscar had indeed achieved this milestone. Suemo could not help but scoff at the fact that in the earlier stages, Oscar was not only sneaky but also lacked diligence in his training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only reached level 30 at the age of 14. It is worth noting that Oscar possesses innate full soul power. Daimubai, who is merely 1 year older than Oscar at 15, has already surpassed him by a full 7 levels, not to mention Sumo's own level. Even Ning Rongrong, who previously lacked the same talent as Oscar and had been quite lazy in her training, now boasts a level of 26.2 years from now. She would undoubtedly break through to 30. Principal, I just broke through to level 30. Upon reaching the group, Oscar excitedly announced his recent achievement. Flinder, who had previously worn a stern expression, immediately brightened upon learning that Oscar's tardiness was due to his breakthrough. Good, good. Oscar, you are the second among you to reach level 30. In light of this, tomorrow, your teacher Zhao Wujie will take you to the Soul Beast Forest to assist you in hunting for your soul ring. This will also serve as your training. Flinder then looked at Oscar, signaling, now, let us continue with today's lesson. Young Oscar, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as they grasped the implications of Flinder's words. All right, Principal, Oscar replied, then promptly began crafting his restorative sausages on the spot, producing a multitude of them. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu could guess what was coming next, their faces immediately displaying discomfort. Today's lesson involves consuming at least one of the restorative sausages made by young Oscar. Flinder's subsequent words confirmed Tang San and the others' foreboding feelings. Besides Suemo, Ning Rongrong wore a distressed expression and quietly inquired, Suemo, are you going to eat it? There's nothing to worry about. The items created by food-type soul masters are indeed edible. Ignore how crude his incantations may be. It's merely food produced by a food-type soul master. Suemo reassured Ning Rongrong before stepping forward. Allow me to go first. He approached Oscar, took a sausage from his hands, and bit into it. Not bad. Suemo remarked approvingly after tasting it. He was not so pretentious as to resist consuming a sausage merely to oppose Flinder. Besides, he would inevitably have to eat it eventually unless he withdrew from Shrek Academy altogether. Good. Very good. Who's next? Flinder observed Sumo's composed demeanor as he consumed Oscar's sausage, his admiration for Suemo growing. I'll go. The others turned in surprise as Ning Rongrong boldly stepped forward as the second volunteer. I will prove to everyone that I can remain at Shrek. After stating this to Flinder, she promptly devoured a restorative sausage. Well done. It's commendable to see such determination. Flinder nodded approvingly. He had minimal expectations of Ning Rongrong, as long as she remained obedient and did not cause trouble. He was satisfied. The previous night's collective PA session against Ning Rongrong had not been part of his plans. Observing her willingness to follow his lesson arrangements, he felt content. I also wish to partake. Zhu Xing, seeing Ning Rongrong's bravery, quickly stepped up to consume a restorative sausage as well. Following suit, Tang San and Xiao Wu could only comply with the lesson as well, once everyone had consumed Oscar's sausages. The day's lesson concluded, and Flinder permitted them to engage in free training. Sumo turned to leave for his own training. Sumo, I performed quite well just now, didn't I? Ning Rongrong caught up to them, eager to boast about her recent actions, seemingly seeking his approval. Very impressive. You've set an example for the other girls, Su Mo praised without hesitation. Hee, they all wanted me to leave, but I refused to do so. Su Mo, are you going to train? May I join you? Ning Rongrong asked, her spirits lifted by Su Mo's compliment. Of course. What is this situation? The others watched Su Mo and Ning Rongrong depart together, their expressions hinting at newfound realizations, as if they had uncovered something significant. Only Oscar, watching them leave, felt a pang of discomfort. When had Ning Rongrong grown so close to Su Mo? Although he had resolved to give up on her the previous night and found her personality unappealing, seeing her bond with others still left him feeling quite uneasy. Wow, Su Mo, who once claimed that women only hinder his gunslinging speed, now seems to have formed a bond. Ma Hongjun was equally astonished by the scene before him. Unaware of the previous night's group PA session involving Ning Rongrong, he mistakenly believed that she had developed feelings for Su Mo. Brother, don't be disheartened. Ning Rongrong isn't right for you. Ma Hongjun comforted Oscar. Noticing his melancholy demeanor, what do you mean she isn't suitable? Oscar retorted, slightly indignant. You surely do not know. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a rule that partners must be battle soul masters. Thus, you are fated to have no chance. Ma Hongjun patted Oscar's shoulder again, explaining further. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has such a rule. Oscar sighed with a tinge of regret, but soon reconciled himself with the thought, then I shall let it be. After all, I had already resolved to abandon my pursuit of Ning Rongrong last night, and now understanding this rule only clarifies my lack of hope, so I shall cease harboring expectations, having had a few girlfriends in the past. He felt he could truly let go. Although there was some regret, he was not overly saddened. After all, he had only known her for 2 or 3 days. How deep could his affections be? Right. Since you've broken through to level 30 today, how about we celebrate together in Soto City? Let's unwind. Observing Oscar's demeanor, Ma Hongjun playfully suggested, draping an arm around his shoulder. That sounds splendid. Let us hurry. Oscar's face lit up with a beaming smile at the suggestion. The two exchanged delighted glances before linking arms and setting off towards Soto City, ready for a carefree outing. Meanwhile, aside from his training, Su Mo had not forgotten to participate in a soul fighting competition each day. Naturally, Ning Rongrong accompanied him. Su Mo, the principal mentioned that one must achieve the rank of silver medal soul fighter to graduate. Do I need to do the same? But I am an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong inquired as they walked, recalling her status as a Shrek student. I'm not sure. You probably do, Su Mo replied. Although auxiliary soul masters cannot participate alone, they can team up with others for duo or full team competitions. Su Mo had overlooked this detail. Since Oscar had not attended yesterday, he was unaware. But he reasoned that it should be necessary. Can we form a team? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled at the prospect of teaming up, her enthusiasm evident as she expressed her desire to participate in the soul fighting competitions. Believing it would be immensely enjoyable. May I, pretty please? Without waiting for Su Mo's response, she playfully walked backward in front of him, her large eyes feigning a pitiful expression as she attempted to charm him. Indulging in her antics, Su Mo found himself unable to resist. Besides, he had never intended to refuse. Forming a duo with Ning Rongrong would likely place him in one-on-two scenarios during competitions, significantly aiding his combat experience. All right, it's a deal. By the way, I believe we need to come up with a name for our duo. What shall we call ourselves? What do you think of naming the girl group? Not good. Then how about the Suning group? Or the Seven Treasures group? The Gun Tower group? Upon hearing Su Mo's agreement, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile triumphantly, turning around to follow Su Mo's side, chattering away about the group's name. Stop. Let's just call it the Gun Tower Group. P.S. It's relatively early today. I'll return with another chapter in the evening. Chapter 40. Yu Xiaogang's surprise early the next morning. Su Mo and his companions were personally led by Zhao Wujie to the Star Dough Forest to hunt for Oscar's third spirit ring, shortly after Su Mo and the others left. Shrek Academy was visited by a long-lost friend of Dean Flinder. Xiaogang, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Flinder exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Yu Xiaogang, warmly welcoming him into the academy. Indeed, it has been a long time, Yu Xiaogang sighed, taking in the sight of Shrek Academy. By the way, where are Tang San and the others? Yu Xiaogang then directly inquired about Tang San, as he had come specifically to continue teaching him. Flinder chuckled heartily. Haha, Xiaogang, your timing is quite unfortunate. A student in the academy has just surpassed level 30, and Zhao Wujie has taken all the students to the Star Dough Forest early this morning. Oh really? It seems I have arrived a step too late. Yu Xiaogang smiled faintly, not overly concerned. After all, he was already there, and he would naturally see Tang San upon his return. Xiaogang, this year Shrek Academy has recruited quite a number of little monsters. I guarantee you will be very surprised. As Flinder led Yu Xiaogang deeper into the academy, he continued to speak. Suddenly, Flinder paused in his tracks, reflecting. However, if we are talking about prowess, it is still your previous academy. Nodding Academy, that stands out. This year, 3 out of the 5 new students we enrolled at Shrek Academy are actually from your Nodding Academy. What? 3 students from Nodding Academy? Upon hearing Flinder's words, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. Unable to believe his ears as he looked at Flinder, he had no idea which students from Nodding Academy were outstanding enough to enter Shrek Academy. You don't know? Flinder, seeing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, was equally surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Yu Xiaogang was unaware of how remarkable his former academy had become. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, who was the third, Yu Xiaogang, filled with curiosity, promptly asked a little monster named Sumo, who was the same age as Tang San. Flinder revealed Sumo's name without hesitation. What? Sumo? Are you certain it is someone named Sumo from Nodding Academy? What is his martial spirit? Upon hearing Flinder mention the name, Yu Xiaogangs astonishment deepened in his mind. He recalled 6 years prior when, before he took Tang San as his disciple, a child named Sumo had sought him out, wishing to become his pupil. However, after learning about Sumo's talent, he regretfully declined. Over the years, Yu Xiaogang had devoted himself entirely to teaching Tang San, neglecting to learn about Sumo's progress after entering Nodding Academy. With Tang San in his life, how could he possibly pay attention to Sumo? Nevertheless, Sumo was indeed a unique student at Nodding Academy. Even if he hadn't teammate inquiries, he knew that Sumo had diligently practiced for 6 years, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivation. Yet, even knowing how hard Sumo worked, Yu Xiaogang never imagined he would hear Sumo's name in this academy, renowned for accepting only prodigies. Indeed, he hails from Nodding Academy. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu know him, and his martial spirit is the soul-hunting gun. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment grow, Flinder's curiosity deepened. Why was Yu Xiaogang so surprised? Could it be that Sumo had an impressive background? What level is he at now? Upon hearing that Sumo's martial spirit was the soul-hunting gun, Yu Xiaogang confirmed it was indeed the boy who had once sought to become his disciple and was graciously turned away. A rank 22 Great Soul Master. What? You seem quite astonished. Flinder, intrigued, queried about Yu Xiaogang's surprise. Do you know what Sumo's innate spirit power level is? Yu Xiaogang did not immediately respond. Instead, he posed a question back to Flinder, his heart racing with disbelief. What is his innate spirit power level? Flinder, noticing Yu Xiaogang's unusual demeanor, became even more curious. Innate spirit power level 2. Yu Xiaogang finally revealed, looking up at Flinder. What? How is that possible? Flinder exclaimed in disbelief. An innate spirit power level of 2. How could someone progress so quickly? Indeed, how could that be? Back then, this Sumo even sought me out to be his mentor, but after learning of his talent, I declined. Now, I am equally astonished at how he has cultivated so rapidly. As Yu Xiaogang observed Flinder's shock, he empathized and continued, I genuinely did not expect that his innate spirit power was merely level 2. Flinder murmured, contemplating Sumo's situation, then speculated, Xiaogang, could this be related to his naturally strong physique? After all, his body is robust enough to withstand a 1,000-year spirit ring for the second spirit ring. It is not unreasonable for his cultivation speed to be accelerated, is it? Upon learning that Sumo's second spirit ring was indeed a 1,000-year spirit ring, Flinder could not help but be intrigued. Thus, on the day he led Sumo and the others towards Soto City, he had inquired about Sumo, who had recounted the words he had previously shared with Ning Rongrong. Thus, Flinder was aware that Sumo possessed a naturally strong physique, coupled with rigorous training, placing his physical capabilities far above his peers. What? A 1,000-year spirit ring? Upon hearing Flinder's words, Yu Xiaogang was once again left in shock. He could never have anticipated that he would hear of Sumo possessing a 1,000-year spirit ring. You were surprised too, right? Haha. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, Flinder laughed heartily and proceeded to detail Sumo's circumstances to him. It seems that while Sumo is from Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaogang's understanding of him is rather limited. Is that so? I had no idea that Sumo possessed such talent. After hearing all this, Yu Xiaogang could not help but exclaim in awe, naturally gifted with divine strength and a robust physique. Such soul masters have existed before. However, he had never paid attention to them, as those with such gifts typically focus solely on cultivating their martial spirits rather than exploiting their innate advantages. Indeed, a powerful physique could enable one to absorb spirit rings beyond their limits. The notion that a strong physique can enhance cultivation speed is a theory I have previously posited, since his physique is robust enough to endure a 1,000-year quality spirit ring for his second. It is reasonable for his cultivation speed to be accelerated. I truly did not expect him to exhibit such remarkable traits. Chapter 41. A soul master who does not dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master, Yu Xiaogang marveled repeatedly. Gradually understanding why Su Mo could cultivate at such an accelerated pace, regret crept into his heart. Had he consented to Su Mo's request back then, he might have had the opportunity to study the cultivation methods of someone with such a naturally powerful physique. Not only that, you were unaware. This lad is also exceptionally clever. Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang's astonishment, Flinder laughed heartily again and proceeded to share how Su Mo had merged his martial spirit with his weapon, and how he had defeated the 37th level Daimu by merging martial spirits. Upon hearing Flinder's final revelation, Yu Xiaogang was indeed taken aback, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This discovery is monumental. The emergence of this theory will undoubtedly alter the landscape of the Soul Master realm, allowing weapon-type spirit masters to gain a significant advantage in power, surpassing their beast martial spirit counterparts of the same level, as Yu Xiaogang marveled at Su Mo's concept of the fusion of soul weapons. He quickly pondered the implications this philosophy would have for the world of soul masters. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge was worth any sacrifice. Why Yu Xiaogang had always been passionate about researching and collecting various theories and knowledge. And now, Su Mo's theory of soul weapon fusion had ignited his enthusiasm, compelling him to engage in thorough reasoning. Once he refined this theory, he could apply it to Tang San's Hao Tin hammer. And perhaps one day, he could publish his findings to further validate his own intellect. Unbeknownst to Su Mo and his companions, shortly after their departure, Yu Xiaogang arrived at Shrek Academy. After a day of travel, Su Mo and his students settled into a quaint town before nightfall. The 8 students quickly found a hotel and ordered a hearty meal, due to the self-sufficient nature of their expenses. Zhao Wujia's sense of propriety prevented him from joining them. At the dining table, the atmosphere was rather subdued, a reflection of their journey thus far. Zhu Zhiqing maintained a frosty demeanor, refusing to engage in conversation with anyone. Ning Rongrong only spoke to Su Mo, while Ma Hongjuan's light-hearted banter was the only thing preventing the atmosphere from becoming too stifling. Suddenly, a boisterous group entered the restaurant, pushing aside any pedestrians in their path. The restaurant owner rushed to greet them, bowing and scraping in deference. Who are these people? How audacious! Ning Rongrong whispered to Su Mo, unable to contain her disdain. Observing their attire, Su Mo recognized them as students from Songhui Academy. Indeed, it is Songhui Academy, he replied, recalling the scene about to unfold. His recognition was not due to exceptional memory, but because of the school's emblem prominently displayed on their uniforms. How brazen! Look at that girl. She's quite attractive, Ma Hongjun interjected, his eyes fixated on the sole female student among them. Due to his martial soul shortcomings, he was compelled to indulge in his lecherous tendencies, and with no Shrek girls in sight, he unabashedly admired her. Just a minor academy like Songhui, how dare they act so arrogantly? Daimu Bai scoffed, refraining from commenting on any other girls in front of Zhu Zhiqing but readily mocking the group before them. Neither Ma Hongjun nor Daimu Bai made any effort to lower their voices, and it was not long before the students from Songhui Academy caught wind of their taunts, their expressions shifting to fury. Indeed, just a small Songhui Academy, how dare they? Ma Hongjun echoed, realizing Daimu Bai's intent to stir trouble and joining in the mockery. Furious, one student from Songhui Academy could no longer restrain himself and stood up, only to be halted by their teacher. Sitting beside Tang San, Oscar chuckled softly. Looks like we have a spectacle to enjoy. What spectacle? Tang San inquired, curiosity piqued. Oscar leaned in and explained to Su Mo and the others. This is part of our training. Dean Flander has said that a soul master who does not dare to provoke trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, not daring to stir trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Tang San couldn't help but laugh. If we compiled all of Dean Flander's quotes, we could create quite the monstrous anthology. Upon hearing Oscar and Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong all wore expressions of inexplicable pride and amusement. Shrek Academy is indeed formidable, isn't it? Su Mo? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, eager to share her excitement with him. That statement is somewhat flawed, Su Mo replied, shaking his head, refusing to endorse the so-called Dean's quote. Why? Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes wide with surprise. That depends on the situation we face. If it's merely about teaching those from Songhui Academy a lesson, then fair enough. Their arrogance is indeed excessive, as they pushed others aside without a second thought. However, instigating conflict is inherently wrong. The Dean's words should be revised to reflect that when witnessing injustice, one should step forth to lend a hand. Su Mo had long wished to critique Dean Flander's quote, and now he could no longer suppress his thoughts. Hearing his perspective, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and the others paused, contemplating that Su Mo's point held merit. though they felt it lacked a certain vigor, while the sentiment was valid. Altering it diminished its imposing nature. I prefer the original, bold statement. I shall do as I please, Ma Hongjin interjected dismissively. His words prompted understanding among Dai Mubai and the others. Realizing that Su Mo's argument hinged upon specific conditions and lacked the spontaneity they craved. I believe Su Mo has a point. Stepping in to assist when witnessing injustice carries more weight. Ning Rongrong firmly expressed her support for Su Mo. Her conviction was evident in the sparkle of her beautiful eyes. While the group was swept up in the fervor of Dean Flanders' quotes, only Su Mo maintained his composure, discerning the flaws within them and showcasing remarkable insight. Before anyone could respond, one student from Songhui Academy approached them. Seemingly by chance, but as he passed, he collided with a server carrying a tray, sending the dishes flying towards Su Mo's table. With a swift motion, Tang San deftly caught the tray before it could crash onto their table. Be careful, wasting food is unwise, he remarked with a dismissive smile, directing his gaze at the Songhui student. Yes, thank you, esteemed guest, the server quickly replied, bowing as he took the tray from Tang San and hurried away. Humph, the Songhui student, realizing his plan had failed, could only scoff and continue forward, seemingly dissuaded from further action. Yet, as he passed Dai Mubai, he kicked out with the intention of breaking one of the chair's legs beneath him. Crack. The student let out a piercing scream as Dai Mubai anticipated the attack, intercepting it with his leg and shattering the assailant's foot. Humph. I knew you wouldn't play fair, Dai Mubai sneered, rising to confront the student and delivering a forceful kick that sent him reeling backward. Quickly, we must leave, the other patrons in the restaurant exclaimed, hastily vacating the premises. You lot have some audacity. The group from Songhui Academy rose in unison, their faces contorted with rage. You all performed admirably last night. Zhao Wujie praised Su Mo, and the others the following day as they continued their journey toward the Star Do Forest. A team must work cohesively to unleash its maximum potential. Evidently, although Zhao Wujie had not been present during the altercation, he had observed their confrontation with Songhui Academy from the shadows. After the conflict erupted, the students from Songhui were effortlessly subdued by Xiaowu alone. Their leading instructor, Yu Xiaogang, attempted to defend his students, but ultimately fell victim to the combined efforts of Su Mo and his companions, retreating in disgrace. In the original narrative, the Shrek 7 faced Yu Xiaogang, who possessed the strength of a Soul King and relied heavily on defense. Tang San and his friends were ultimately unable to breach his defenses. It was only through Zhao Wujie's timely intervention that they were saved. Yet last night was different. With Su Mo's involvement, the tide had turned. Initially, Su Mo's soul weapon, the soul hunting gun, struggled to penetrate Yu Xiao's defenses. However, with Ning Rongrong's supportive enhancements, Tang San and the others launched their initial assault, paving the way for Su Mo's final strike that shattered Yu Xiao's defenses. Su Mo is truly remarkable. Without his decisive blow, we would never have breached that impenetrable shell, Ning Rongrong beamed, still exhilarated from their victory over a Soul King. And it was all thanks to Tang San's excellent leadership. Dai Mubai echoed the sentiment, attributing the success primarily to Tang San's strategic guidance. Naturally, Xiaowu staunchly supports Tang San. Ma Hongjun and Oscar remained silent. Indifferent to the matter, only Zhu Zhiqing retained a somewhat frosty demeanor. Despite Su Mo's lower rank, his combat prowess far exceeded hers, leaving her increasingly dissatisfied with her own abilities. The group pressed onward, with the understanding that unless they encountered a soul beast over 1,000 years old, they would have to rely on their own skills. This was also a trial for them. Let us commence our journey now, declared Dai Mubai and Tang San, taking the lead to clear the path, while others followed closely behind. Su Mo positioned himself at the rear to provide support. Upon entering the Star Do Forest, Zhao Wujing instructed Tang San and Dai Mubai to forge ahead. Although Zhao Wujing recognized Su Mo's combat capabilities, he believed that Tang San and Dai Mubai were the strongest, especially since Su Mo's prowess was contingent upon his use of a soul tool. Moreover, he perceived Tang San's hidden weapons as superior. Had Tang San employed the same concealed weapon that had previously struck him, the battle would have been much less arduous. Su Mo, unperturbed by Zhao Wujing's arrangements, welcomed the ease it afforded him. Observing the exuberant Xiaowu bouncing joyfully within the group, Su Mo contemplated their forthcoming encounters. In the depths of the Star Do Forest, the Titan giant ape would have likely sensed Xiaowu's presence and would soon appear to take her away. Meanwhile, Tang San would be intercepted by a faceless demon spider while pursuing Xiaowu, ultimately acquiring his first treasure, the 8 spider lances, which were as valuable as a 100,000-year soul ring. The 8 spider lances were particularly fitting for Su Mo as well. With Bibi Dong now being his martial spirit, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong could still utilize the abilities of the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Thus, if he were to awaken the Rakshasa god martial spirit, he would likely also be able to access those powers. Hence, the 8 spider lances were perfectly suited for him. Sumo's mind raced with plans to seize the 8 spider lances from Tang San. After all, the 8 spider lances did not yet belong to Tang San. If Tang San had already acquired them, Sumo would refrain from taking them. However, as they had not yet become Tang San's, he would not hold back. Wait, die. After several hours, while passing through a thicket, Tang San suddenly called out to Daimubai. What is it? Daimubai, puzzled, halted his steps. It was then that everyone discovered a small, squirrel-like soul beast trembling beneath a leaf in front of Daimubai. Had Tang San not called out, Daimubai, in his martial spirit state with tiger claws, might have unwittingly harmed the little soul beast. Xiaowu rushed forward, tenderly cradling the small squirrel and soothing it before releasing it. This area has an abundance of low-level soul beasts. Let us take a detour, Tang San suggested. Soul beasts grow slowly. We should avoid unnecessary harm. If we mistakenly injure or kill one, it won't be long before this forest is devoid of soul beasts. Additionally, we must exercise caution, for any battle may attract powerful soul beasts. After Tang San's proposal, Daimubai commended him. You have quite the insight, lad. It's all thanks to my teacher, Tang San humbly replied. After changing their direction and continuing on their way, they soon encountered a situation. After taking precautions, Zhu Xing ascended to a higher vantage point to survey the surroundings. It's a flying serpent. Upon hearing Zhu Xing's words, Su Mo realized they had encountered the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, a creature featured in the original narrative. After a fierce battle, they successfully subdued the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, leaving it gasping for breath on the ground, just as Oscar prepared to deliver the final blow. Snake Lady and her granddaughter Mangyuran appeared. Everything unfolded as it did in the original story, with little alteration due to Su Mo's involvement. After all, it was still Tang San and Daimubai leading the way. And Oscar's breakthrough to level 30 was occurring at the same time, so all events transpired as expected. Although there was a brief interlude involving Mangyuran, Oscar ultimately achieved his goal of acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Teacher Zhao, I just broke through to level 30. As Zhao Wujing prepared to lead the group back, Tang San suddenly announced his recent advancement. Consequently, the group was compelled to remain in the Star Dough forest to assist Tang San in searching for a suitable soul beast. Regrettably, after a long search, they found nothing by nightfall. They had no choice but to find a secure spot within the Star Dough forest to rest for the night and continue their search the next day. Even on the outskirts of the Star Dough forest, there used to be numerous thousand-year soul beasts. Now, I wonder if they have retreated deeper into the forest or if there are other reasons. Zhao Wujing lamented as the group rested. It certainly feels as though finding soul beasts has become more arduous than in the past. Regardless of the cause, it is a consequence of our own actions. While soul beasts are fierce, humanity is even more formidable. The teacher once said that although soul masters are few in number, the journey from novice to powerful master only spans a few decades. Within that time, a formidable soul master requires at least 6 soul rings, meaning they must hunt 6 or more soul beasts, including those of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000-year ranks. The cultivation of soul beasts is far more challenging than that of humans. Otherwise, their strength wouldn't be categorized by age. Despite their abundance, continued slaughter will inevitably lead to a decline in their numbers, especially among the powerful ones. Each one slain reduces their population. Many years hence, it will be increasingly difficult to encounter those over 1,000 years old. The more significant impact arises from indiscriminate killing. A soul master may only need 9 soul beasts throughout their lifetime. However, the number of soul beasts they hunt during their lives can be staggering. Not to mention, on this journey, we have encountered several proactive 10 and 100-year soul beasts that we could not resist attacking. For those who rely on hunting soul beasts for a living, the numbers are exponentially higher. If this continues, the profession of soul master may one day reach a state where no soul rings remain to be used. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's reflections, Tang San, who had gathered knowledge on this topic from Yu Xiaogang, shared his insights. After listening to Tang San, Zhao Wujing, Daimubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly mourning for the future. Xiaowu, gripping her hands tightly, felt the weight of despair regarding the fate of the soul beast more acutely than anyone else. That's impossible, no matter how many years pass. Soul masters will never run out of soul rings. Observing the somber expressions of the group, Su Mo smiled faintly and countered Tang San's assertion. Oh, why is that? Hadn't Tang San just articulated the situation quite clearly? Zhao Wujing looked at Su Mo in surprise. Tang San and the others turned their gazes towards Su Mo, curious about the reasoning behind his statement. I concede that much of what Tang San said is accurate, but I cannot agree with the conclusion. In my view, Soul beasts will never face extinction, and soul masters will not descend into a state of having no soul rings. Su Imo continued. However, future soul masters may only possess low-level soul rings. For instance, blue silver grass. There are countless of them on the Douluo continent. Far too many to count. Soul beasts like the blue silver grass will never face extinction, even if high-level soul beasts are slaughtered. Their soul rings will not vanish. Instead, they will disperse into the heavens and earth, returning to nature. Furthermore, when a soul master perishes, their soul power also returns to nature. Once the soul power re-enters the natural world, it will inevitably give rise to more soul beasts, and those animals that previously lacked soul power will find it easier to evolve into soul beasts. If the number of high-level soul beasts significantly decreases in the future, the low-level soul beasts will proliferate. Even if there is a period when the population of soul beasts declines due to an excess of powerful humans, it will rectify itself once those humans are gone. That is why I assert that future soul masters will not find themselves devoid of soul rings. At most, they will lack high-quality soul rings. However, in a situation where everyone is lacking, it will balance out. We may witness a surge of soul masters with only white rings, all of their soul rings being of the lowest level. They will undoubtedly envy us, the pioneers. Su Imo swiftly articulated his insights. And upon mentioning that future soul masters would be adorned solely with white soul rings, he couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, all white soul rings. How utterly amusing. The others, including Ma Hongjun, joined in his laughter. After listening to Su Mo's analysis, the group, still chuckling, was left with a profound sense of melancholy. For even though Su Imo suggested that future soul masters would not be devoid of soul rings, they would undoubtedly become increasingly desolate. Ultimately, it might come to a point where only white soul rings could be absorbed, and the appearance of a yellow soul ring would incite fierce competition. The most heartbroken among them was Xiaowu, who had hoped that Su Mo's words would reveal a bright future for soul beasts. Little did she know, the reality was that soul beasts would be reduced to weak, lowly creatures, vulnerable to slaughter. Everyone, be cautious. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie stood up, alerting the group to an unusual presence. At that moment, they all sensed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, and their expressions turned grave. Oscar, prepare the mushroom sausages, Zhao Wujie commanded. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Oscar promptly replied, hastily beginning the preparation of the sausages. Once the first one was ready, he immediately handed it to Su Imo, who stood beside him, before Oscar could continue making more mushroom sausages. The terrifying silhouette of the Titan giant ape emerged. In the ensuing chaos, Tang San, witnessing Xiaowu being seized by the Titan giant ape, could not restrain himself from rushing to her aid. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Su Imo held a mushroom sausage in hand, and Oscar had forgotten about it as well. Consequently, after consuming one of Oscar's mushroom sausages, Tang San soared in pursuit of the direction in which the Titan giant ape had vanished. I'll go help Tang San. Seeing this, Su Imo quickly consumed his mushroom sausage and dashed after Tang San. With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie and the others witnessed Tang San and Su Imo's figures vanish in an instant. Damn it! If we're going to save her, we all need to go, Oscar exclaimed, cursing vehemently, and then instructed Oscar to prepare more mushroom sausages. Without them, catching up to Su Imo and Tang San would be exceedingly difficult. Although the mushroom sausage could only facilitate flight for a minute, it did so at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Oscar, taking the command seriously, hurriedly resumed his preparations. However, having just encountered a setback, he needed some time to produce enough mushroom sausages. Sumo. Ning Rongrong gazed at Su Mo's disappearing silhouette, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and concern. She had not anticipated that Su Imo would charge ahead. At that moment, Tang San also noticed Su Imo, who was closely following behind him. Sumo. Why did you come too? Tang San inquired, surprised, while continuing to forge ahead. It's nothing. Xiaowu is also my teammate. Su Imo replied, refraining from elaborating further, for he could not reveal to Tang San that he intended to intercept his 8 spider lances. Could he? Thank you. Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude. With that, Tang San pressed on, and Su Imo followed closely behind. The duration of the mushroom sausages' effects soon elapsed, leaving both men to continue their pursuit on foot. Fortunately, after the Titan giant ape had passed, no soul beasts obstructed their path. However, an exception arose when a 2-meter-tall humanoid spider suddenly blocked their way. To think it's a faceless demon spider. This one has definitely surpassed 1,000 years. It won't be easy to deal with, Tang San exclaimed, his frustration mounting as the creature obstructed his path, delaying his rescue of Xiaowu. Leave this faceless demon spider to me, Tang San. You pursue Xiaowu first. I'll catch up shortly. Suemo interjected, urging Tang San to go ahead while he held the line. As he spoke, Suemo brandished his soul hunter spear, confronting the faceless demon spider with a steely resolve. Tang San, hearing Suemo's words, felt a swell of emotion. Initially, he had planned to join forces with Suemo to eliminate the spider and absorb its soul ring before continuing his pursuit of Xiaowu. However, upon hearing Suemo's suggestion, he reconsidered. It was paramount to prioritize Xiaowu's safety, as hunting soul beasts and absorbing their rings required time, which could cost him the chance to save her. Alright, be careful. This is the Zhuge crossbow. It will assist you in dealing with the faceless demon spider. Tang San ultimately acquiesced, retrieving a Zhuge crossbow and succinctly explaining its usage to Suemo. I understand. You hurry after Xiaowu. You might lose her otherwise, Suemo replied, taking the Zhuge crossbow from Tang San while maintaining his stance against the spider. Okay, I'm off. Stay safe, Tang San said, not daring to linger any longer, and quickly resumed his pursuit. As Tang San began to run, the faceless demon spider instinctively moved to intercept him. Suemo, witnessing this, immediately unleashed the Zhuge crossbow, halting the spider in its tracks. In an effort to evade Suemo's attack, the faceless demon spider allowed Tang San to escape, turning its menacing gaze upon Suemo, baring its fangs and letting out a chilling scream. With that, the faceless demon spider sprang forward, its 8 legs transforming into lethal blades, launching a rapid assault on Suemo. Divine Sister, come help, Suemo called out into the air while firing at the spider with the Zhuge crossbow. Retreating as he did so, he needed Bibi Dong to assist him with shared vision. In response to his plea, Bibi Dong appeared. A faceless demon spider, and a 2,000-year-old one at that. How did you manage to provoke such a formidable soul beast? Where are the others? Bibi Dong exclaimed upon seeing the adversary Suemo face. I'm currently alone. Just help me expand my vision and locate its weaknesses, Suemo urged, his focus unwavering. At that moment, the faceless demon spider lunged towards Suemo, and with his arrows from the Zhuge crossbow depleted, he cast it aside and initiated a fierce confrontation using the Overlord's spear technique. Clang, clang, clang. The spider's 8 legs became razor-sharp blades, relentlessly slashing at Suemo, who found himself struggling to keep up with the rapid and incessant attacks. After a brief exchange, Suemo began to feel the strain. The spider's onslaught was swift and unyielding, forcing him to adopt a defensive stance while gradually retreating. Bibi Dong, not wishing to slacken her efforts, focused on aiding Suemo's vision while meticulously observing the faceless demon spider. She noted a fresh wound on the spider's abdomen, indicating it had recently engaged in battle and had likely exhausted its web-spitting capabilities, which it could only use 3 times a day. The eyes beneath its abdomen were its weak point. Bibi Dong quickly relayed her findings to Suemo. In truth, Suemo had already discerned this himself, thanks to the shared vision with Bibi Dong. A wound? Suemo paused, recalling that this faceless demon spider was indeed the one Mangiran had been pursuing earlier. Realizing this, Suemo swiftly turned to flee. It would be unwise to kill the faceless demon spider here, for the Dragon King and the Snake Lady could arrive at any moment. Furthermore, with the spider unable to use its webbing abilities, he felt far less apprehensive. Previously, he had been on guard against its web attacks. As Jia witnessed Suemo fleeing, the face demon spider would not relent, promptly pursuing him. In the Stardow forest, a figure wielding a spear was seen darting through the trees, with a face demon spider taller than him, relentlessly hunting him down. The speed of the face demon spider was evidently superior to that of Suemo, who could only utilize the trees to create obstacles in his path. As Suemo traversed, numerous trees that obstructed the face demon spider were swiftly severed by its razor-sharp legs. When he sensed the moment was right, Suemo began to slow his pace, feigning exhaustion and deliberately revealing a vulnerability to the pursuing creature. Upon realizing its prey was fatigued, the face demon spider erupted into excited cackles. Eventually, it cornered Suemo in an open area devoid of obstructions, propelling itself towards him with a powerful leap. Yet, Suemo never glanced back, creating the illusion that he was oblivious to the spider's presence. When you brandish your sickle and approach me, you have already entered the realm of my harvest. Suemo awaited the spider's advance, knowing that its aggressive charge would provide the perfect opportunity for his counterattack. With a sudden and silent movement, without turning around, Suemo thrust the soul-hunting spear from beneath his left armpit, aiming directly at the creature's underbelly eye. The technique, grandly named, was merely a swift counterstrike. Suemo refrained from utilizing his soul ring abilities, as the resulting fluctuations might alert the face demon spider. As the spear pierced halfway, Suemo's body pivoted to face the creature. At that moment, His spear was perilously close to the face demon spider. It was only when the creature was on the brink of death that it finally reacted. Attempting to evade, but it was already too late. With a sharp thrust, Su Mo's spear embedded itself into one of the spider's eyes, breaking through the protective membrane and plunging deep within. Just as Tang San's Juga Divine Crossbow could penetrate, so too could Su Mo's spear. The true challenge lay in striking the target. The massive form of the face demon spider shuddered violently before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Breathing a sigh of relief upon witnessing the demise of the creature, Su Mo acknowledged the difficulty of defeating it without relying on intellect. Its speed was remarkable, and with 8 legs delivering rapid strikes, he could only defend himself in direct combat. Soon, a violet 1,000-year soul ring manifested above the fallen spider's head. What a pity. If only you were above level 30, the soul ring would have been of exceptionally high quality, remarked Bibi Dong upon seeing the soul ring emerge. The soul ring of the face demon spider is not suitable for my soul-hunting spear. Su Mo, however, felt no regret. While the absorption of the soul ring might enhance the poison attributes of his spear, that was not his desire. His aim was absolute destructive power. As he spoke, Su Mo scrutinized the carcass of the face demon spider, curious if an external spirit bone had materialized. His venture to assist Tang San was motivated by the prospect of acquiring an external spirit bone. He was unfazed by the inability to absorb the soul ring, for he understood from Bibi Dong that, under normal circumstances, external spirit bones were indeed absorbed alongside soul rings. The notion that one must first absorb a soul ring to gain an external spirit bone had spread as a common belief. Yet, if one refrained from absorbing the soul ring, it was still possible for external spirit bones to emerge, akin to other spirit bones. If they could manifest, then they could certainly be absorbed. Otherwise, why would those who acquired external spirit bones hesitate to reveal them in their weaker states? Fearing theft from stronger opponents, in the original tale, the poisoned Douluo once sought to snatch Tang San's 8 spider lances. However, he eventually refrained from doing so upon realizing that Tang San and the 8 spider lances had fully merged, rendering the external spirit bone unrecoverable upon the owner's death. What is this? Su Mo soon discovered an anomaly on the body of the face demon spider. Its 8 legs exhibited a flow of soul power, radiating a faint purple glow. This is an external spirit bone. Could it be the 8 spider lances of Tang San? Bibi Dong gasped in astonishment. Her heart raced with excitement. Su Mo's entry into the Sword Douluo forest was known to her, though she had not followed his subsequent actions closely. As Su Mo fled, she had inquired why he was alone. Thus, she was aware that he had aided Tang San, who had become entangled with the face demon spider. Seeing the external spirit bone of the 8 spider lances before her, Bibi Dong quickly deduced that had Su Mo not joined Shrek Academy and helped Tang San to fend off the spider, it was certain that Tang San would have slain the creature himself and obtained the external spirit bone. There were no other possibilities, as external spirit bones were not easily acquired. Excellent, Su Mo. You have done remarkably well, Bibi Dong exclaimed in excitement upon realizing the implications. You have snatched a treasure from Tang San, comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. Quickly, absorb the soul bone. It is immensely precious. Bibi Dong urged Su Mo to absorb the 8 spider lances without delay, lest it return to Tang San. All right. Su Mo promptly seated himself on the ground and reached out to touch the spider's legs. With his contact, the corpse of the face demon spider glowed brightly, especially the 8 legs, which then disintegrated into a small 8 spider lance that surged into Su Mo's body. The process of absorbing a spirit bone was akin to that of a soul ring's, and he diligently commenced the refinement. A 2,000-year spirit bone was entirely within Su Mo's capacity to endure. After half an hour of refinement, the 8 spider lances were completely absorbed and integrated into his being, manifesting as elegant legs extending from his back. Upon testing their control, Su Mo found them remarkably easy to manipulate, as if they were extensions of his own body, without any hint of the uncontrollable state experienced by Tang San. This was likely due to Su Mo's direct absorption of the 8 spider lances, whereas Tang San had unknowingly absorbed the external spirit bone alongside the soul ring, leading to incomplete refinement. Following this, Su Mo also realized that his soul power level had risen. Chapter 45. Return at level 25, Su Mo's soul power had ascended significantly, following the absorption of the external spirit bone. The 8 spider lances had elevated his level by 3. Of course, the increase of 3 levels was secondary. The primary significance lay in the augmentation of his strength while wielding the 8 spider lances. Su Mo's overall capabilities surged by 50. The 8 spider lances were also imbued with potent venom, capable of both absorbing toxins and devouring energy, converting it into his own soul power. This is precisely why external spirit bones are so valuable. The mere enhancement of 50-to-1 S abilities is formidable. Unlike soul rings and soul skills, this enhancement can be stacked with other amplification techniques. Moreover, the most precious aspect of external spirit bones is their ability to evolve alongside the soul master. Growing ever more potent. Sumo, refrain from using your external spirit bone as much as possible until you have fully integrated it, Bibi Dong advised. Even within Shrek Academy, you must avoid exposing your external spirit bone. Your recent increase of 3 levels in soul power will likely be sensed by Xiaogang and the others, but given your naturally rich soul power, simply state that you have leveled up without disclosing the specifics. If they do not conduct tests, they will remain unaware of your significant advancement. Conceal it as much as possible, for external spirit bones are exceedingly precious. Upon witnessing Sumo successfully absorb the 8 spider lances, Bibi Dong, who had been vigilantly guarding outside, cautiously issued a warning to him. Bibi Dong, too, had Sumo's best interests at heart. Within the confines of Shrek Academy, the only individual she trusted was the yet-to-arrive Yu Xiaogang. She was skeptical of everyone else. Thus, she advised Sumo to conceal whatever he could. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Sumo nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the dissipating purple soul ring hovering above the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. He decided against lingering any longer and turned to depart. Fortune smiled upon him as he managed to evade the clutches of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, with the 8 spider lances secured. It was imperative for Sumo to reunite with his team, for being alone in the Sword Douluo forest was exceedingly perilous. Swish, swish, swish. Shortly after Sumo's departure, approximately half an hour later, 3 figures arrived at the site of the human-faced demon spider's corpse. My human-faced demon spider, how despicable! Who on earth has stolen my prized possession? Meng Yuran, upon discovering the lifeless form of the creature, was overwhelmed by fury. She could hardly fathom her misfortune. Both soul beasts she had coveted had been snatched away. The abundant soul power in the vicinity was likely a result of the dissipating soul rings. This is a blatant waste of life. Dragon King Meng Shu, sensing the surrounding soul energy and observing the body of the human-faced demon spider, let out an irate grunt. It was one thing to have been robbed, but the thought of such a high-quality soul ring being squandered without purpose filled him with regret. Those in need are deprived, while those who are not are carelessly slain. Let us go, my dear. I shall continue to assist you in your search for other soul beasts. Rest assured, I will find you a suitable and powerful one. Ultimately, Dragon King Meng Shu could only console Meng Yuran. The trio then departed, oblivious to the fact that a precious external soul bone had once been present on the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. As its body remained intact after the eruption of the 8 spider lances, after having Bibi Dong take to the skies to provide him with a vantage point, Sumo quickly located Zhao Wujie's group. After all, they were not too far apart, and Bibi Dong's keen eyesight facilitated the search. Upon spotting Zhao Wujie and the others, Sumo naturally joined them. Sumo, the most excited upon seeing him was Ning Rongrong, who immediately leaped into his embrace. Among the members of Shrek, her greatest concern had always been for Sumo. Thank heavens. We were worried sick about you. I thought something terrible had happened. After a moment of exhilaration, Ning Rongrong quickly sprang back, her cheeks flushed. Goodness, things must have gotten serious. Ma Hongjun chuckled at the sight. The others shared a knowing smile, with only Oscar's grin tinged with bitterness. Sumo, it's a relief to see you safe. Tang San and Xiao Wu have returned as well, and they are unharmed. Zhao Wujie remarked cheerfully to Su Mo. It turned out that before Sumo's return, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already arrived back together. The fact that all the students were safe filled him with joy as their leader. Sumo, thank you for your assistance earlier. Tang San stepped forward, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Sumo, I am also grateful for your timely rescue. Xiao Wu followed suit, echoing Tang San's sentiment. It was nothing. We are all teammates. After all, helping one another is only natural. However, I must admit, I never anticipated that Tang San would actually manage to bring you back. You truly are remarkable, Tang San. Sumo waved his hand dismissively before feigning astonishment as he addressed both Xiao Wu and Tang San. It was indeed astonishing that Tang San was able to rescue Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape. It would have been unnatural for Sumo not to express his surprise. Hee, I was just lucky. Xiao Wu giggled, sharing the same reason as in the original story and mentioning that she had also reached level 30 and absorbed a soul ring. Your luck is extraordinary. What could Sumo say? He could only marvel at Xiao Wu's fortunate turn of events. Well, as long as everyone is safe, that is what matters most. Now, we still need to find Tang San's soul ring. Let us continue our search, but not in this area. We should relocate, Zhao Wujie stated at that moment. Since Tang San's soul ring was still unaccounted for, the search must persist. However, he hesitated to continue in this area, fearing another encounter with the Titan giant ape. Thus, the group prepared to change locations to aid Tang San in finding a suitable soul beast on the way. Zhao Wujie astutely noticed a surge in Su Mo's soul power, which Su Mo confirmed with a nod, though he refrained from disclosing how many levels he had risen or mentioning the external soul bone. Zhao Wujie harbored no suspicions. It was not unusual for both him and Tang San to level up simultaneously. After relocating, the group spent an additional 2 days before finally discovering a suitable soul beast for Tang San, a 1,900-year-old cave spider. Although this age exceeded the theoretical limit by over 100 years. Given Su Mo's previous success and Tang San's confidence in his physical prowess, he chose the cave spider without hesitation. Tang San successfully absorbed it, acquiring his third soul skill, which, remarkably, was the same as in the original story. The web binding. The only difference was that its binding capabilities were stronger, though its toxic effects were not as potent as those of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring. Tang San had indeed aligned himself with spiders. Nevertheless, for a control-type martial artist like him, absorbing a spider-type soul beast was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Sumo could only smile inwardly at this development after Tang San acquired his soul ring. The group prepared to return home. Unbeknownst to them, apart from Sumo, a new teacher had arrived at Shrek Academy. Chapter 46, a reunion with the master teacher. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Sumo and his companions encountered the master at the academy's entrance. Tang San was immediately elated, rushing forward to greet him. Swipe Bibi Dong's figure had also appeared from behind Sumo, though he was utterly speechless, opting to pretend he hadn't seen her. Who is that? Ma Hongjun and the others inquired curiously, looking to Xiaowu for answers. That is Sanji's teacher, the well-known master. Xiaowu replied with cheerful enthusiasm. So, he is the master. Upon hearing Xiaowu's introduction, Daimubai and the others' eyes sparkled with recognition. They had long known that Tang San had a formidable mentor, but were astonished to discover that it was the legendary master himself. Allow me to introduce him. This is the teacher I have always spoken of. Once Sumo and the others approached, Tang San formally introduced Yu Xiaogang to the group. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. Daimubai and the others greeted him in unison. Master, it has been a long time. Sumo also smiled and extended his greetings, though he harbored some disdain for Yu Xiaogang. There was no need to bear a grudge simply because the latter had refused to accept him. Indeed, the last time we met was 6 years ago. I never anticipated your growth would be so rapid, culminating in your joining Shrek Academy. I must admit, I underestimated you back then, Yu Xiaogang remarked. Expressing his surprise upon seeing Sumo, he acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated Sumo in the past. Since Sumo had now joined Shrek Academy, he would be part of the same team as Tang San and the others. He hoped to avoid any lingering resentment between himself and Sumo, hence his candid remarks. For Tang San's sake, he was willing to swallow his pride. For instance, when Tang San's twin martial souls were eventually revealed, he would hasten to the Spirit Hall in hopes of gleaning the secrets of twin martial soul cultivation before Bibi Dong received word. It's nothing. Compared to Tang San, I am indeed far behind. Sumo replied with a self-deprecating yet nonchalant smile. He acknowledged that his innate talent paled in comparison to Tang San's, but the future remained uncertain. Thus, within Sumo's countenance lingered a palpable aura of pride and confidence. It was precisely this self-assurance that allowed Sumo to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang cast a penetrating glance at Sumo, compelled to once again acknowledge that the individual before him was truly unlike any other. Much like the time when he had declined Sumo's overtures, Sumo had not persisted in his pleas but had resolutely turned away instead. While Yu Xiaogang nodded, choosing not to utter another word as he took Tang San's hand and departed. Do tell, what transpired between you and the master? Urged Ning Rongrong, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Sumo, please enlighten us. As soon as Yu Xiaogang and Tang San left, Ning Rongrong and the others could no longer contain their inquisitiveness and approached Sumo. From the recent exchange between Yu Xiaogang and Sumo, it was evident that there was more to the story, something significant. Well, it's rather simple. 6 years ago, I sought out the master to take me on as a disciple before Tang San did. However, upon discovering that my innate soul power was merely level 2, he turned me down. Sumo, observing the curiosity of those around him, candidly divulged the details, feeling no obligation to shield Yu Xiaogang's reputation. Ah, The master actually rejected you. But wait, did you say your innate soul power is only level 2? How is that even possible? Upon hearing Su Mo's revelations, the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others shifted dramatically. Astonished that such a situation existed between Su Mo and Yu Xiaogang, they were further taken aback by the revelation of Su Mo's low innate soul power, their eyes widening in disbelief. You must be the true anomaly, right? With such poor talent, your progress in cultivation is astonishing, and your combat prowess is formidable. Not to mention, you've even conceived the soul tool fusion. The group was utterly astounded by Su Mo's accomplishments. Zhu Zhuqing was particularly taken aback. Her own talents were merely average, but in comparison to Su Mo, she felt as though her abilities were exceptional. The very fact that Su Mo had achieved so much with such low innate talent filled her with a newfound respect. For she understood the efforts he must have invested. Sumo, Zhu Zhuqing mused, her thoughts echoed by Ning Rongrong, who regarded Su Mo with a hint of sympathy. I never imagined the master to be such a person. Knowing Su Mo's lack of talent, he still chose to reject him. I used to think highly of him. Ning Rongrong huffed disdainfully, chastising Yu Xiaogang. The master is indeed capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have produced such an outstanding disciple as Tang San. Yet, I truly did not expect him to reject Su Mo, they remarked. Just moments ago, the master acknowledged his oversight. I wonder if he regrets not accepting Su Mo back then. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others chimed in. Standing firmly in support of Su Mo the master, is he well? Tang San mentioned that the master accepted him to validate his theories and knowledge, and only someone with Tang San's talent could fully benefit from his guidance. Xiao Wu interjected, offering a defense for Yu Xiaogang. Though slightly embarrassed, she did not believe there was any fault in Yu Xiaogang's rejection of Su Mo, considering Su Mo's innate talent was indeed lacking. All right, there's no need for further discussion. I have long since let this matter slide, so let's not dwell on it any longer. Su Mo smiled, urging everyone to cease their chatter. He then returned to his dormitory. Upon his return, Su Mo activated the shared vision and, indeed, beheld the figures of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. As expected, Bibi Dong had gone to Yu Xiaogang when he heard the voices of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang conversing nearby. Su Mo realized that the auditory aspect had also been shared from Bibi Dong. It turned out that Su Mo had sought the master for mentorship in the past. Tang San, curious about the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Su Mo, learned that Su Mo had previously attempted to become a disciple, only to be rejected due to his innate soul power being a mere level 2. To be honest, the master did misjudge the situation. However, that was due to my lack of understanding regarding innate qualities, which led to the oversight. If he truly possessed only level 2 innate soul power, he would not be capable of grasping my wisdom. Many of my concepts and research could not be reflected in him. Chapter 47. Entering the blood pool. Furthermore, do not be misled by his current success in joining Shrek Academy. His innate talent and physical attributes merely allows for a slightly quicker cultivation speed. But the fundamental issues remain. Given his talent, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to progress further. While I cannot predict his future with precision, a level 2 innate soul power means that no matter how quickly he levels up now, he will never breach level 70 and become a soul sage. And you, little San, your future is limitless. You are destined to journey far along the path of Sword Douluo. Of course, do not relay my thoughts to him, as you will be teammates in the future. For the time being, he will still be quite beneficial to the team, Yu Xiaogang earnestly conveyed to Tang San. Yes, master, I understand. Tang San replied respectfully after absorbing Yu Xiaogang's wise counsel. Master, I have already reached level 31. Tang San then shared the details of his recent breakthrough and his successful hunt of a 1,900-year-old cave spider. That you've made a breakthrough? Excellent. A 1,900-year-old creature. You've surpassed the limits of my previous theories. Good. My disciple must dare to shatter the boundaries that others cannot. However, do be cautious. Ensure you have the means before undertaking such endeavors. Yu Xiaogang expressed his excitement upon hearing Tang San's news, then encouraged him to summon his evolved blue-silver grass for further analysis. Bibi Dong observed Yu Xiaogang instructing Tang San and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, perhaps stemming from Yu Xiaogang's disparagement of Su Mo. To her, Su Mo remained exceptionally talented. The comparison between Tang San and Su Mo struck her as particularly irksome. However, she had not seen Yu Xiaogang for quite some time and was reluctant to depart so soon, so she lingered. Little gang, are you not aware that the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, which should have belonged to Tang San, has been seized by Su Mo? Tang San is now missing a precious artifact. Bibi Dong mused inwardly. In his dormitory, Su Mo felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's remarks about Tang San. However, he quickly suppressed his anger, recognizing that dwelling on such matters was futile. Instead, he resolved to focus on his own progress and ultimately prove his worth, noticing that Bibi Dong had yet to return. Su Mo felt a flicker of inspiration that he then closed his eyes to meditate, allowing his consciousness to enter his martial soul space. Indeed, he found that he could still share Bibi Dong's vision within. Upon entering, Sumo's immediate concern was to ascertain whether he could still perceive Bibi Dong's viewpoint. Only after confirming this could he dare to delve deeper into the realm of the Rakshasa. Long ago, Su Mo had contemplated investigating the Rakshasa space, particularly the blood pool, to see if a more profound engagement would grant him a clearer understanding of his second martial soul. He had previously speculated that Bibi Dong was hesitant to act against him. However, this was merely conjecture. Everything remained uncertain. What Su Mo desired was absolute certainty. Although Bibi Dong had stealthily departed to Yu Xiaogang's location in the past, Su Mo was unaware of her return, which deterred him from taking impulsive actions. Now, with the ability to continue sharing Bibi Dong's vision, he felt emboldened to explore the depths. If Bibi Dong were to return, he needed only a thought to withdraw. Swiftly, Su Mo traversed the blood-colored mist from his martial soul space, entering the concealed domain of the Rakshasa martial soul. Upon reaching the edge of the blood pool, he once again beheld the slumbering Bibi Dong within. Without hesitation, he leapt into the blood pool. At the moment of his descent, a chilling aura enveloped him, his eyes gradually turning crimson as waves of negative emotion surged within him. Upon gazing at Bibi Dong, serene in the center of the blood pool, an intense desire arose within Su Mo, compelling him to dominate her. Yet, in that critical moment, he bit his tongue. Using the pain to regain clarity, he had come to uncover the truth about the Rakshasa martial soul. Not to indulge in base desires. Furthermore, even if he wished to play, he did not want to do so under the influence of external control. Unbidden, a pure and innocent smile flashed through Su Mo's mind, and he realized the blood pool was imbued with overwhelming negativity. He needed to act swiftly. Prolonged exposure would render self-control nearly impossible. Resolutely, he continued to share Bibi Dong's vision, confirming that even as he entered the blood pool, her consciousness remained oblivious. With this assurance, he cautiously approached Bibi Dong. Soon, he stood before her, and as he gazed upon her exquisite form, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Tentatively, he placed his hands upon her. The instant his hands made contact, an indescribable wave of energy surged from Bibi Dong to Su Mo, enlightening him profoundly. Through this interaction, he finally comprehended the essence of his second martial soul. Indeed, he realized that he was the true master over the Rakshasa martial soul, not Bibi Dong. This revelation brought a satisfied smile to his face, as he had previously suspected. He wielded complete control over both the Rakshasa martial soul and Bibi Dong's consciousness. Previously, when he had been dismissed from the Rakshasa realm by Bibi Dong's mere gesture, it was not her power at play. Rather, it was his subconscious compliance with her actions. He had left by his own volition. This realization elicited a bittersweet laughter from Su Mo. How foolish he had been to underestimate himself. Chapter 48. A joyous breakfast. Simultaneously, Su Mo discovered that he was not inherently a dual martial soul. Rather, Bibi Dong had fortuitously entered his being during his awakening, becoming his second martial soul. He also learned that his Rakshasa martial soul was merely a remnant of Bibi Dong's divine will following her demise. Not a complete entity. In essence, aside from Bibi Dong's comprehensive memories, the Rakshasa martial soul scarcely qualified as a divine-level martial soul. It was a lingering spirit. Yet, to Su Mo's delight, he had previously believed that Bibi Dong held little significance before he awakened his Rakshasa martial soul. Only when she began imparting knowledge of martial souls did he recognize her value. As time progressed, with shared vision and newfound auditory capabilities, he began to appreciate her role as a valuable ally. Ultimately, having fully grasped his second martial soul, he unveiled a truth that even Bibi Dong might not have known. Without awakening the Rakshasa martial soul, he could temporarily harness the power of the Rakshasa deity by igniting Bibi Dong's consciousness, granting him divine strength. However, once consumed, her consciousness would vanish entirely, leaving behind a martial soul akin to Poseidon's. Had he realized this immediately after awakening his martial soul, he would have unhesitatingly ignited Bibi Dong's consciousness. Yet now, with the awareness of her regard for him and her dedicated mentorship over the years, he found himself unwilling to extinguish her essence unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, knowing he possessed this trump card alleviated his concerns. Even if he remained relatively weak, he was no longer a mere puppet subjected to others' whims. If provoked, he could assert his dominance. Yet, he hoped to avoid such a scenario. It was time to depart. Lingering longer would risk losing control. Sensing the intensifying negativity within him, Suemo withdrew his hands from Bibi Dong's form and hastily exited the blood pool, returning to his own body. In his dormitory, Suemo opened his eyes. After terminating the shared vision, he pondered whether to compel Bibi Dong to cease her incessant watch over Yu Xiaogang. Ultimately, he decided against confronting her. After all, she had treated him kindly over the years. Moreover, her vigilance over Yu Xiaogang served as a form of surveillance. Most importantly, if Bibi Dong could discern Yu Xiaojiang's true nature herself, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Reflecting on this, Suemo opted to remain observant for now. With the knowledge that he could fully command Bibi Dong, he felt liberated from unnecessary worries. He wished to preserve her consciousness, understanding that its existence would significantly enhance his Rakshasa martial soul upon awakening. He even speculated that his Rakshasa martial soul might be summoned into battle like Yu Xiaojiang's third spirit, making the preservation of Bibi Dong's essence all the more crucial. The following morning, Suemo and his companions were treated to a lavish breakfast. Everyone indulged heartily, as the previous dining conditions at Shrek Academy had hardly been satisfactory, merely sufficient for sustenance without guaranteeing proper nutrition. Has the dean struck gold? This is the most sumptuous meal I have had since arriving at Shrek. From the astonished exclamations of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, it was evident that the previous term's meals had left much to be desired. Suemo, here is a chicken leg for you. As Suemo savored his meal, a chicken leg was suddenly offered before him. Without needing to look up, he knew it was none other than Ning Rongrong. Turning to her with a gentle smile, he replied, "Thank you, Rongrong. You should eat as well." "All right." Ning Rongrong beamed back at him, her sweet smile brightening the moment. My chicken leg. Across the table, Ma Hongjun grumbled about his chicken leg. Uncertain whether to lament the loss of the last piece to Ning Rongrong or to envy Suemo for receiving such kindness. "Third brother, here is an egg for you." Seeing this exchange, Xiaowu promptly handed an egg to Tang San. "Thank you, Xiaowu, but I'm quite full already. Let us split it." Tang San replied affectionately, smiling at her. "Sounds good." Xiaowu grinned, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, Ma Hongjun suddenly found his bountiful breakfast lacking flavor, a sentiment echoed by Oscar. After exchanging glances, Ma Hongjun, gritting his teeth, handed an egg to Oscar. "Here, Oscar, this is for you." Oscar gazed at the egg in his hand. Caught in a dilemma, neither eating it nor discarding it seemed a viable option. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter at the sight and kindly suggested, "Oscar, why not share one with Ma Hongjun? As teammates, we should embody camaraderie." Setting aside the mischievous glint of schadenfreude in Ning Rongrong's eyes, her suggestion was indeed well-intentioned. Daimubai observed the scene at the dining table in bemusement, but felt a flicker of desire as he glanced toward Zhu Xing, seemingly eager to curry her favor. However, upon noticing his gaze, Zhu Xing swiftly finished her meal, placed her bowl down, and declared, "I'm full. You all can take your time." With that, she departed. Daimubai felt a wave of frustration. Yet, since Zhu Xing's demeanor had softened compared to before, he refrained from harboring too much anger. "Rongrong, let us split one. Another half will suffice." Suemo, undeterred by the others, devoured his chicken leg before seizing another egg, peeling it, and dividing it in half, extending one half toward Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong received it with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. After a delightful feast, Suemo and the others finally gathered on the playground. There, someone had been waiting for their arrival for quite some time. "I trust everyone is satiated." Yu Xiaojiang began to speak only after all had assembled. "From now on, I shall prepare breakfast every morning at 5 o'clock. Should you fail to arrive within half an hour, you shall forfeit your meal." Following the others' affirmation of their fullness, Yu Xiaojiang solemnly laid down the new rule. "Yes," Ma Hongjun, who prized his meals above all, promptly replied. "Excellent. Now, I shall commence your intensive training. Daimubai, step forward." Observing that everyone was attentive, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from further elaboration and called upon Daimubai. Obediently, Daimubai stepped forward. "Your task is to defeat each of the 7. One by one, without inflicting serious injury." Yu Xiaojiang swiftly outlined his plan, starting with Tang San facing Daimubai, while imposing restrictions on Tang San to refrain from using his third spirit skill and hidden weapons. This displeased Daimubai, who felt it belittled him. He could indeed not withstand Tang San's hidden weapons, but to restrict his third spirit skill seemed overly condescending. "Very well, if that is the case. Tang San shall face no limitations on his spirit skills." Upon witnessing Daimubai's dissent, a flicker of amusement danced in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, and he acquiesced to Daimubai's request. That cunning old fox. Clearly, he intends to bolster Tang San's reputation. Suemo mused internally, acknowledging Yu Xiaojiang's cunning. Should Daimubai have agreed, it would have likely flustered Yu Xiaojiang. Daimubai, you have lost. Indeed. After a fierce exchange between Daimubai and Tang San, Daimubai found himself ensnared by Tang San's third spirit skill, Spiderweb, unable to break free. Next, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, you two shall face off together. Following this, Yu Xiaojiang arranged for Oscar and Ma Hongjun to team up against Daimubai. The ensuing battle was intense, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Tang San, since you employed your third spirit skill against Daimubai, you shall now take his place to eliminate one opponent. Yu Xiaojiang instructed Tang San upon noticing the stalemate between Daimubai and the duo of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Understood, teacher. Tang San readily complied. Sumo, you will battle Tang San. Let me see just how formidable your soul hunter gun truly is. However, both his special weapon and third spirit skill are off limits, just as your soul fusion is restricted. Dean Flanders' directive was sound. In situations where it was unnecessary, one should refrain from utilizing soul fusion to maximize training efficacy. Yu Xiaojiang then turned to Suemo, intrigued to gauge the combat prowess of someone with a 1,000-year spirit ring in their second spirit ring. All right. Suemo said nothing further and stepped forward, ready for his first confrontation with Tang San. With a resolute hum, Suemo summoned his soul hunter gun before the battle commenced. In response, Tang San summoned his blue silvergrass. Suemo, their brother. As the two prepared to engage, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu abandoned their previous observation to focus entirely on the unfolding duel. Zhu Shuqing, finding Daimubai's battle somewhat tedious, decided to join Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Anticipating a more thrilling encounter between Suemo and Tang San, let the battle commence, Yu Xiaojiang announced once both were ready. Boom, the moment Yu Xiaojiang declared the start, Suemo sprang into action, his body crackling with arcs of lightning as he charged toward Tang San with his spear. After a period of experimentation, Suemo had successfully disassembled his second spirit skill, yet it could only be utilized in this manner, limiting its potential. Swish, Suemo's innate speed, augmented by the thunderstorm spirit skill, surged by 200 as he rapidly closed the distance to Tang San. This is bad. Tang San, taken aback by Suemo's immediate and full-force assault, had no choice but to respond with his first spirit skill, Entanglement, summoning blue silvergrass in an attempt to intercept Suemo. However, Tang San's action was a fraction too slow. All the blue silvergrass failed to ensnare Suemo, who surged past it in an instant. Boom! Upon closing in, Suemo unleashed his Overlord Spear technique with ferocity. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Tang San, unwilling to take Suemo's attack head-on, swiftly employed his Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade, causing Suemo's strike to miss. Indeed, Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps proved overwhelmingly effective at this stage, showcasing an unparalleled ability to dodge. As Suemo witnessed his attack go awry, a chill ran through him. He was envious of Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, regretting that he could not learn it, as Tang San would surely refuse to teach him. In the early stages of Douluo, no one had ever landed a hit on Tang San utilizing Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, which was renowned for its invincible evasive capabilities. Suemo had opted to break down his second spirit skill, fully aware that he could not land a blow on Tang San. With a cold snort, Suemo deftly rotated his soul hunter gun, directing it toward Tang San's current position. While Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps was formidable, it excelled mainly in evasion. Although capable of rapid short-distance movement, it could not create sufficient distance between himself and Suemo, allowing Suemo's attack to seamlessly follow. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing clash between Suemo and Tang San devolved into a relentless barrage of strikes, as Suemo unleashed a flurry of attacks with his Overlord Spear technique. Curse be it. Faced with Suemo's unyielding onslaught, Tang San felt a surge of frustration, chastising himself for underestimating his opponent, allowing Suemo to seize the initiative and close the distance, leaving him in a precarious position. Entangle, entangle, entangle. Tang San could only persistently deploy blue silvergrass to obstruct Suemo, but the first spirit skill's blue silvergrass proved insufficient to halt Suemo's onslaught, serving merely as a temporary hindrance. Suemo had also activated his first spirit skill, enhancing his soul hunter gun with a 200-point penetration bonus. Yet, with the combination of blue silvergrass and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, Tang San managed to evade Suemo's strikes, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, to the observers, it was evident that Tang San was at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat under Suemo's relentless assault. Suemo is truly formidable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Suemo wield his spear with grace. Third brother, as Xiao beheld Tang San unexpectedly ensnared in such a disadvantageous position. Her heart brimmed with apprehension. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang's expression was also somewhat grim. Chapter 50. I acknowledge defeat. Yu Xiaogang was utterly astonished that his most esteemed disciple, Tang San, was being thoroughly dominated by Su Mo. A mere level 23 soul master. He understood the underlying cause. Tang San had initially underestimated his opponent, allowing Su Mo to close the distance. Had he maintained a greater distance, Tang San could have summoned multiple strands of blue-silver grass, rendering it impossible for Su Mo to approach him, ultimately leading to Su Mo's confinement, much like what had just transpired with Dai Mubai. Nevertheless, Su Mo's performance still managed to astonish Yu Xiaogang. His gunplay was grand and fluid, each move appearing as if it flowed naturally, perfectly showcasing his full combat prowess. The strength of an individual often hinges on their ability to manifest that strength. Otherwise, possessing the power of a soul sovereign yet only being able to exert 50% of one's capacity in battle would result in being easily overwhelmed by a soul master capable of unleashing their full potential. Fortunately, Tang San's self-created soul skill was remarkably powerful. Despite appearing beleaguered, Su Mo was unable to land a hit on him. As long as he could prolong the fight, until Su Mo exhausted his soul power or found an opportunity to counterattack, victory would still belong to Tang San. Witnessing Tang San adeptly evade Su Mo's strikes and remain unscathed, Yu Xiaogang felt a modicum of satisfaction, perched upon the eaves of a certain tower at Shrek Academy. Tang Hao watched the duel between Su Mo and Tang San. Upon seeing Tang San being suppressed, his brow furrowed slightly. However, it quickly relaxed again. Perhaps it was beneficial for Tang San to learn a lesson, for he had encountered an unbroken string of successes thus far. Subsequently, Tang Hao adopted a nonchalant demeanor and continued to relish the clash between Su Mo and Tang San. As for harboring resentment over Su Mo's dominance over Tang San, leading him to experience setbacks and subsequently intervening against Su Mo, Tang Hao had not stooped to such a level. That would be utterly disgraceful, a case of the strong oppressing the weak. His prior admonishment of Zhao Wujie was warranted, as Zhao had instigated a similar imbalance. This could not continue. Under the relentless pressure from Su Mo, Tang San swiftly altered his strategy. Xin Yu Hand, no longer merely evading Tang San, with his hands now exuding a jade hue, unleashed the Xin Yu Hand. Zgmo Tong. Following that, Tang San employed the purple extreme demon eye, precisely discerning the trajectory of Su Mo's incoming assault. With a deft grasp, his Xin Yu Hand ensnared the approaching soul-hunting spear. Impressive, Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. The combination of Tang San's purple extreme demon eye and Xin Yu Hand was formidable, leaving him no time to adjust his technique, as Tang San seized the spear's tip. Gotcha. First soul skill. Bind. Upon successfully capturing Su Mo's soul-hunting spear, Tang San beamed with delight, maintaining his grip while concurrently unleashing his first soul skill. It was not that he was unwilling to employ his second soul skill. Rather, he had yet to find an opportunity to scatter the seeds of the ghost vine upon Su Mo. Suddenly, a multitude of blue-silver grass erupted around Su Mo, intertwining and ensnaring him. If he were to be ensnared by such a plethora of blue-silver grass, the battle-worn Su Mo, whose soul power had been significantly depleted, would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. Furthermore, even if he did manage to break free, Tang San would create distance between them. Should the ghost vine seeds be sown upon him, Tang San's second soul skill, Parasitic, would bind him once more, making escape nearly impossible. Excellent. Yu Xiaogang, observing this turn of events, could not help but exclaim in excitement. He had initially presumed that Tang San would only be able to turn the tide at the last moment. Yet here he was, seizing an opportunity to counterattack ahead of time. Second soul skill, Overlord Strike. In the face of such dire straits, most would instinctively seek to defend. However, Su Mo was not one to cower. In this precarious situation, he entirely abandoned his defenses, his purple thousand-year soul ring glowing brilliantly as he unleashed his second soul skill. The Overlord Strike was, in essence, a manifestation of Su Mo's second soul skill. Now disassembled. In this situation, Su Mo no longer required to approach his adversary, as the soul-hunting spear was firmly grasped in Tang San's hands. Boom. Tang San suddenly felt an immense force exploding from the spear he held. Despite being imbued with 200 units of destructive power, it still could not shatter Tang San's Xin Yu Hand. However, the overwhelming force was more than he could withstand, causing him to emit a muffled groan. Bang! Immediately thereafter, Tang San was propelled backward, unable to bear the tremendous force. The blue-silver grass, which had been poised to ensnare Su Mo, abruptly halted. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt, as he witnessed Tang San being flung backward. Suemo seized the moment to unleash Thunderbolt in pursuit. Not good. Realizing Suemo was hot on his heels, and feeling his body numb from the impact, Tang San's heart raced with trepidation. Under such circumstances, evading with Ghost Shadow was becoming increasingly difficult. Third soul skill, Webbind. Without a moment's hesitation, sensing the imminent danger of being struck, Tang San instinctively invoked his third soul skill. In an instant, a multitude of blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions, forming a web that ensnared Suemo's figure within its grasp. Faced with Tang San's third soul skill, Suemo found himself at a loss. The speed of Tang San's third soul skill was nearly instantaneous, unlike his first soul skill, Bind, which required the grass to ascend from the ground before encircling the enemy. I concede. In light of this predicament, Suemo decisively chose to acknowledge defeat. His soul power was severely depleted, rendering it impossible for him to break free from Tang San's webbind. Faced with Suemo's concession, Tang San's expression turned awkward. He realized he had violated the rules by employing his third soul skill. It is not that I have lost. Tang San then let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging his defeat while simultaneously releasing Suemo from the webbind. Yu Xiaogang, who had previously worn a smile, now bore a stony expression. After casting a cold glance at both Tang San and Suemo, he coldly remarked, "We shall discuss your performances later." He then addressed Dai Mubai and the others, still engaged in combat, saying, "Enough. You may cease hostilities." Yu Xiaogang had discerned that the outcome of their battle was already determined, rendering further conflict unnecessary. Dai Mubai and his companions halted. Though Dai Mubai's countenance was filled with frustration, he understood that if the battle continued, he would inevitably be the one to lose. Reluctant to accept defeat, Dai Mubai immediately defended himself, stating, "If my soul power were at its peak, they would have had no chance. To lose to Tang San was one thing, but to also fall to Oscar and Ma Hongjun was an affront to his pride." Yu Xiaogang shot a deadpan glance at Dai Mubai. "Do you expect your enemies to only strike when your soul power is at its strongest?" Dai Mubai fell silent, rendered speechless in the wake of Tang San's defeat. Yu Xiaogang, feeling discontent, proceeded to deliver a stern reprimand to Dai Mubai. PS. First update. Chapter 51. Ning Rongrong's reprimand. Knowing full well that Oscar had mushroom sausages available, why did you allow Ma Hongjun the opportunity to consume one? Had you intervened from the outset or sought to conserve your own soul power, victory should have been yours. Yu Xiaogang then directed a frosty gaze toward the overconfident Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Are you feeling pleased with yourselves? Ma Hongjun, I ask you, when Oscar's flying mushroom sausage became ineffective, why did you allow it to fall to the ground? What if Dai Mubai had one last strike left and had killed him? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was calm and collected, yet he incisively pointed out their prior oversights. Master is truly formidable, as the trio of onlookers, Xiaowu and her companions, listened to Yu Xiaojiang's lecture. They were visibly stirred, feeling that his insights were astute and profoundly reasonable. Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang then called out to Tang San. Teacher. Tang San stepped forward, his expression tinged with guilt. Share your impressions of the battle you just fought. Regarding Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang did not directly point out Tang San's shortcomings. Rather, he chose to allow Tang San to articulate them himself, thus making the lessons more memorable. Teacher, I should not have been careless. I should not have allowed Suemo to create distance from me right from the start. Tang San deeply reflected on his own actions. Indeed, your issue is the most grave. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. If you had maintained your distance from the very beginning, Suemo would never have had the chance to approach you. Nonetheless, even so, there remains an opportunity for redemption. Given your skills, Suemo would have been unable to strike you. Your soul power level surpasses his, and your soul energy is far more robust. You merely needed to prolong the engagement until Suemo's soul power was exhausted, and victory would still have been yours. Yet here you are, eager for quick results, recklessly accepting Suemo's attack, which ultimately forced you to unleash your third soul skill. Yu Xiaojiang chastised Tang San harshly. He then turned to Suemo, stating, Suemo, your performance indeed astonished me. Every response was a textbook example. However, I must add one final point. Until the last moment, one must never speak of surrender. Even when aware of impending defeat, one must fight valiantly. Yu Xiaojiang praised Suemo before criticizing his premature concession. Today he intended to assert his authority over the students. Thus, despite Suemo's outstanding performance, he felt compelled to highlight a flaw. Shameless, sacrificing his own dignity for the sake of asserting authority. Bibi Dong, who had been observing from outside, could not help but utter a curse upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's remarks about Su Mo. Although she harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojiang and understood his intentions, witnessing Su Mo, whom she believed performed exceptionally well, being criticized ignited her anger, especially since he had defeated none other than Tang San. Master, if I had not fought with all my might, I would not have achieved today's results. In response to Yu Xiaojiang's comments, Su Mo remained composed and replied calmly, You may assert your authority, but you must present a reason that I can accept. Initially, Dai Mubai and the others found Yu Xiaojiang's words quite reasonable, but upon hearing Su Mo's rebuttal, they were taken aback. They soon realized. Indeed, how could one claim that Su Mo lacked effort? After all, Su Mo's innate soul power was merely level 2. Achieving his current results was nothing short of a miracle. Furthermore, it was Tang San who had violated the rules by using his third soul skill first. Ning Rongrong immediately voiced her support for Su Mo. Faced with Su Mo's calm rebuttal and Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression stiffened slightly before turning sour as he retorted, What I referred to concerns combat, not regular training. And on the battlefield, one must never trust the enemy's words. If the enemy claims not to use their third soul skill, would you truly believe that? But this is merely training, not a battlefield. Ning Rongrong countered bravely, insisting that Su Mo was indeed inadequate. That in her perspective, Su Mo's recent performance had been exceptionally brilliant. Training is also a battlefield. That is the very essence of training. Will you wait until you arrive on the actual battlefield to begin your training? Yu Xiaojiang stated sternly. In the face of Yu Xiaojiang's assertion, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. Though she still wore an expression of defiance, the teacher is correct. Training is indeed a battlefield, and that is the significance of training. At a crucial moment, Tang San also stepped forward, resolutely supporting his teacher. Teacher, shall we continue with the training? He quickly changed the subject, inquiring whether they should proceed. Of course. However, both you and Dai Mubai are no longer fit to fight. Xiao Wu, you will be the one to battle Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong in the final match. Let me witness your strength after breaking through to Soul Sovereign. Yu Xiaojiang seamlessly continued from Tang San's words, addressing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong. Despite his words, Yu Xiaojiang remained skeptical about the cooperation between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing. Confident that he could identify their shortcomings, regardless of whether it was Xiao Wu or the duo, give it your all and perform well, Su Mo retrieved the mysterious iron spear he had previously embedded in the ground, slinging it over his back before offering encouragement to Ning Rongrong. He understood Xiao Wu's strength. Together, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing would undoubtedly be no match for her, thus he could only offer encouragement, as any guidance would be futile. Ning Rongrong, having observed Su Mo retrieving his spear, felt a flicker of emotion in her beautiful eyes before sweetly responding. The battle among the three girls commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Having learned from the earlier reprimands directed at Tang San and the others by Yu Xiaojiang, the trio remained vigilant. Consequently, Xiao Wu initiated the match by utilizing her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, allowing her to swiftly eliminate Ning Rongrong. Naturally, Zhu Zhiqing proved no match for Xiao Wu either and was easily subdued, although Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong attempted to cooperate, with Ning Rongrong enhancing her abilities and Zhu Zhiqing positioning herself to protect Ning Rongrong. Such tactics were rendered meaningless in the face of Xiao Wu's instantaneous movement. Observing the outcome, Yu Xiaojiang felt quite disheartened. While he had anticipated the result, he had not expected the manner in which it unfolded. Due to the significant disparity in strength, he found little to critique in their performances. Well done. Although you lost, you left no room for criticism. Su Mo, suppressing a smile, approached and praised Ning Rongrong after helping her to her feet. Curiously, he wondered what further rationale Yu Xiaojiang could provide for his earlier statement. Is this what is referred to as a monstrous genius? P.S. Second update. Chapter 52. Ning Rongrong's gift. Excellent, Xiao Wu. You have given me a tremendous surprise. Your third soul skill is instantaneous movement, correct? I deduced that it must have been acquired from the soul beast known as the lightning rabbit. However, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from voicing that statement or offering criticism. Instead, he showered praise upon Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, he confidently identified the soul beast from which Xiao Wu had obtained her third soul ring. Indeed, it is the lightning rabbit. Master, you are truly remarkable, Xiao Wu responded immediately, filled with admiration for Yu Xiaojiang's insight. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others also recognized Yu Xiaojiang's exceptional knowledge, recalling Tang San's performance in the Star Do Forest, where he showcased his extensive knowledge of various soul beasts. all of which he had learned from Yu Xiaogang. You few are indeed considered monstrous geniuses. However, in my view, it is still insufficient. Starting today, I will implement a 3-month intensive training program for you. As for why Sumo's cultivation speed is so rapid, I trust you all understand the reason. The most crucial factor is that Sumo's physical condition surpasses that of any of you. The stronger the physical condition, the quicker the cultivation, and the better the quality of soul rings that can be absorbed. Therefore, over the next 3 months, I will focus on your physical training. Now, each of you go to the village entrance where I have prepared weighted gear for you. Once equipped, you are to run 10 laps around the village. Those who fail to complete the laps shall go hungry. Now, move out. Yu Xiaogang finally unveiled his physical training plan involving weighted running. Differing from the original narrative in that it no longer commenced with punishment, but instead directly addressed the need to enhance physical capabilities by referencing Sumo. Thus, the physical training commenced. Although Sumo looked down on such weighted running, he did not raise any objections or opt out, as doing so would appear too unsociable. Besides, it was merely a 3-month training program. He could endure it. Unless Sumo was willing to engage in his superior standing meditation training, thereby allowing everyone to forego the weighted running, he had no intention of doing so. Thus, the rigorous training began. During the first week, apart from Sumo, the others found themselves too fatigued each day to consider attending the Soul Arena in Soto City. Only Sumo had the energy to make the trip to the Great Soul Arena. Participating in just one match each day, even if not for the sake of earning a silver soul medal, he sought to engage in combat with a variety of different soul masters to accumulate ample battle experience. After a week, Ning Rongrong finally had the energy to accompany Sumo to Soto City. Sumo, you go ahead and wait for me at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena. I will join you shortly. Upon arriving in Soto City, Ning Rongrong instructed Sumo to wait at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena first. Although unaware of Ning Rongrong's intentions, Sumo nonetheless acquiesced. However, after Ning Rongrong departed, Sumo stealthily followed her. While it was unlikely that Ning Rongrong would encounter any danger alone in Soto City, it was better to be cautious, oblivious to Sumo's silent pursuit. Ning Rongrong soon arrived at the auction house in Soto City. Sister Goddess, please assist me in discovering what Ning Rongrong intends to do. Once Ning Rongrong entered the auction house, Sumo could only summon Bibi Dong to help him investigate. As he was prohibited from entering the auction house himself, without a certain level of wealth or a valuable item to auction, entry was denied. Very well. Bibi Dong appeared before Sumo, reluctantly agreeing before following him into the auction house. Quickly locating Ning Rongrong. You must be the manager of this auction house. Present your finest storage soul guiding devices. I wish to select one. Upon entering, Bibi Dong swiftly found Ning Rongrong, who was holding a gold card with an air of superiority as she addressed the manager of the auction house. Esteemed Diamond member, please hold on. I will assist you momentarily. Upon seeing the gold card in Ning Rongrong's hand, the manager instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. Observing this, Sumo could easily deduce Ning Rongrong's intentions. This girl, he murmured softly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Sumo understood that Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly preparing to purchase something for him, for if it were not intended as a gift, she would have simply invited him to accompany her. By asking him to wait outside the Soto City Grand Fighting Soul Arena, she was clearly orchestrating a surprise for him. Bibi Dong, who shared similar sentiments, found herself reminded of her past when witnessing Ning Rongrong's demeanor. Consequently, she could easily discern that Ning Rongrong had genuinely developed feelings for Sumo. This realization left Bibi Dong in a state of conflict, uncertain whether to intervene. As she did not want Sumo and Ning Rongrong to become a couple, she was still hoping to introduce Qianrenxue or Hulaina to him. If Sumo were to truly become involved with Ning Rongrong, it would irrevocably tie him to Shrek Academy. No, I cannot allow him to remain at Shrek any longer. If this continues, he will undoubtedly end up with that little girl. Moreover, it could lead to an unbreakable bond with Shrek, making it impossible for him to assist me in rescuing Shuej and Nar in the future. He might even join forces with Shrek against the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought, one she had never contemplated before. Previously, her sole focus had been on remaining by Yu Xiaogang's side, which had led her to persuade Sumo to become Yu Xiaogang's disciple and to join Shrek. Yet, Bibi Dong had neglected to consider whether Sumo would still be willing to help her after joining Shrek. While being near Yu Xiaogang was her heartfelt desire, she had not forgotten her own aspirations as the current Pope Bibi Dong, nor her daughter Qianrenxue and disciple Hulaina. This point had been persistently overlooked by her. No, I cannot allow Sumo to stay at Shrek any longer. Realizing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened considerably. Her own happiness was of utmost importance, yet Shuer and Na mattered greatly as well. Most importantly, if Su Emo were to leave, it would prevent him from forming a relationship with Ning Rongrong. But how can I convince Su Emo? Having come to this realization, Bibi Dong quickly furrowed her brows, tightening them in contemplation. In the past, she believed she could easily influence Su Mo's decisions, but after all these years, she understood that he would not heed her so readily. Chapter 53. Soul Sense. Su Emo, this is for you. At the entrance of the Soto City Grand Fighting Soul Arena, Ning Rongrong presented a bracelet with both hands. Her face beaming with joy. For me? What is it? Su Emo feigned ignorance, picking it up for a closer inspection. The bracelet was crafted from high-quality, unknown metal, composed of numerous delicate links that connected flawlessly. It bore several unique patterns and engravings, with a frosted finish that accentuated its texture and distinctiveness. This is a storage soul-guiding device. It contains a 3 cubic meter spatial compartment, allowing you to store your Xian iron spear without leaving it lying around. Ning Rongrong proclaimed with a smile, as if presenting a treasure. This must be quite expensive, right? Su Emo remarked, feeling the weight of the soul-guiding device in his hand. The storage capacity of this device exceeded that of Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight, which comprised a total of 24 cubic meters. Though Su Mo's device contained only one compartment, it offered a remarkable 27 cubic meters. Not at all, it's just 200,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong seemingly lacked any concept of money, casually stating the price. Su Emo thought to himself, one can only conclude that she truly is a top-tier heiress. If Flinder and the others were to discover that Ning Rongrong had gifted Su Emo such a precious item, they would undoubtedly be envious and heartbroken. To them, such a sum of gold soul coins could have been better invested in Shrek Academy, which seemed to be running low on funds. Nevertheless, Su Emo did not hesitate to accept the bracelet, saying, "All right, I shall accept it. He, then hurry and wear it." Ning Rongrong exclaimed with increasing excitement upon seeing him accept the gift, eagerly urging him to put it on. "All right," Su Emo responded promptly, donning the storage soul-guiding bracelet on his left wrist. Once adorned, he communicated with it through his soul power and discerned the location of the storage space. "Let us go. You haven't participated in the fighting soul arena for several days. Your points have fallen behind mine." Su Emo naturally took Ning Rongrong's small hand, leading her into the Soto City Grand Fighting Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong's body trembled slightly when Su Emo held her hand. She tightened her grip momentarily before relaxing and intertwining her fingers with his, her cheeks flushing as they walked together. Su Emo, why haven't you stored your Xian iron spear? After catching up, Ning Rongrong noticed Su Emo still carrying the spear and curiously inquired, "I am training a new soul skill. You will understand soon." Oh. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they reached the registration desk, completed their sign-up, and awaited the arena's match arrangements. Before long, Su Emo and Ning Rongrong's gun tower combination faced their opponents for the day. The adversaries posed a significant challenge to Su Emo, as they were a pair of agile attack-type soul master duo who immediately launched a fierce assault on Ning Rongrong, forcing Su Emo to continuously protect her. Although the match presented difficulties for Su Emo, their gun tower combination ultimately emerged victorious. However, once they descended from the arena, both Su Emo and Ning Rongrong bore unusual expressions. Su Emo, did you feel that just now? Ning Rongrong was the first to speak, stopping in her tracks to ask him. Indeed, it seems you sensed it too. It wasn't merely my imagination. Su Emo nodded, his expression tinged with surprise. During the battle on the platform, he had suddenly felt a unique resonance between his martial spirit and Ning Rongrong's. Su Emo understood that if the martial spirits of two soul masters could resonate, it indicated the potential for martial spirit fusion, allowing them to perform a combined martial spirit technique, much like the original stories Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit fusion technique, the spectral white tiger. Yay, that's fantastic. So, can we unleash our martial spirit fusion technique? Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Su Mo's words, convinced that destiny was aligning for her and Su Emo to be together. Regarding the martial soul fusion technique, it is evident that Ning Rongrong possesses considerable knowledge about it. She understands that the two individuals capable of executing this technique are the most suited to be together. Of course, this is contingent upon the presence of only two people, specifically one male and one female, who are not related by blood. It is not an easy feat. Our martial souls may resonate, which merely indicates that our respective martial souls meet the prerequisite for executing the fusion technique. Ultimately, whether we can successfully perform it requires experimentation and training. However, we are both prodigies, and this should pose no challenge for us. Let us delve into this together when we have the time. Suemo said with a smile. Simultaneously, Suemo pondered why his martial soul had suddenly resonated with Ning Rongrong's. Indeed, we can surely accomplish this. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face brightened with a radiant smile. Observing her joyous and sweet expression, Suemo suddenly grasped why their martial souls could resonate. The martial soul fusion technique necessitates a complementary relationship between two or more martial souls, coupled with mutual understanding and trust. Before it can be wielded, martial soul resonance can only occur between two martial souls that possess a certain degree of compatibility. Suemo and Ning Rongrong's martial souls share such compatibility, and their mutual trust developed over time has facilitated this resonance. Suemo could perceive Ning Rongrong's affection for him, and it was evident that she held a deep trust in him. Conversely, to assert that Suemo did not harbor feelings for Ning Rongrong would be untrue. He simply may not feel as strongly as she does. Let us return and thoroughly investigate this. With this realization, Suemo immediately took Ning Rongrong's hand and headed back, eager to explore further. He was also curious about what their martial soul fusion technique would manifest as. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was entirely agreeable. And now that she realized the resonance between their martial souls, she would heed Suemo's words without hesitation. Thus, the two strolled hand in hand, oblivious to the figure emerging from a nearby shadow, who looked apprehensively in their direction. The young lady has developed feelings for someone. I must promptly report this to the sect leader. Chapter 54. Bibi Dong. This master seems to be rather lacking. Suemo, I have imparted all that I can regarding martial souls. Furthermore, you are exceptionally intelligent, capable of drawing inferences and insights that even astound me. Thus, you are ready to embark on your own journey. The rest will be learned through practical experience in the days to come. Within the realm of the Rakshasa, Bibi Dong addressed Suemo after concluding the day's lessons. Over the years, she had indeed conveyed all her knowledge regarding martial souls to him. There may be some omissions, but she could not recall anything else she had yet to teach him, intending to supplement her teachings as needed in the future. Thank you, Sister Goddess, for your guidance over these years. Suemo expressed his gratitude earnestly to Bibi Dong. Suemo, should I require your assistance in the future, will you lend me your support? Bibi Dong gazed at Suemo with her enchanting eyes, suddenly posing the question, what assistance does Sister Goddess seek from me? Suemo replied, somewhat puzzled by her inquiry. Knowing what Bibi Dong had experienced, he was certain she would have reasons to ask for his help. Yet he found it curious that she raised this matter at this moment. Do you not wish to remain by Yu Xiaogan's side? Could you not simply agree? Bibi Dong looked at Suemo with a hint of melancholy. Fear not. I will certainly assist you in whatever capacity I can. Observing Bibi Dong's sorrowful expression, Suemo found it amusing. Unable to comprehend her sudden shift in demeanor, yet he responded earnestly. Nevertheless, agreeing outright was not feasible. With that, Suemo focused his consciousness and departed, returning to his true self. As Suemo's figure vanished, Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly conflicted. His response was as she had anticipated, and she did not feel particularly disappointed. Rather, she was troubled, unsure how to approach the topic. She was not yet ready to reveal her true identity to him. Her life had been fraught with hardship. Bibi Dong wished to delay sharing her story with Suemo, perhaps to prolong his stay at Shrek Academy. Fortunately, there was still ample time to persuade Suemo to leave Shrek. He must first realize that it is not a favorable place. That should be simple enough. Apart from Xiaojiang's knowledge, Shrek offers scarce resources and is, in fact, not an ideal environment. I wonder how, in 2 years' time, this group of youngsters will all reach the soul ancestor level. Everything Xiaojiang could teach has already been imparted to Suemo, and he would not gain much more from him. Moreover, much of what Xiaojiang taught during this period lacked rigor, which is a significant flaw in his scholarship. Although it is not a grave issue, to facilitate Suemo's departure, I must speak ill of Xiaojiang. I need him to understand that Shrek is truly not a good place. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she quickly came to a decision. Yet, this decision left her somewhat reluctant, feeling as though she were slapping her own face, for it was she who had initially suggested Suemo attend Shrek Academy, and now she would tell him that it was, in fact, undesirable. Master, when it comes to physical training, I believe there are superior methods. The effects of weighted running are not the most effective. The following morning, as Suemo and a few others gathered on the training ground, he suddenly stepped forward and addressed Yu Xiaogang. What method do you propose? Yu Xiaogang inquired with curiosity. Tang San, Xiaowu, and the others looked at Suemo with intrigue, eager to hear his suggestion. Gravity training. I recall that teacher Zhao Wujia's third soul skill is gravity enhancement. If we can train under teacher Zhao's gravity enhancement, we can achieve the same physical conditioning effects. and the results will surpass that of weighted running. Suemo promptly disclosed his idea after witnessing Zhao Wujia's soul skill. He had contemplated this previously but temporarily forgot. It was only when he battled the Agile Soul Master duo alongside Ning Rongrong yesterday that he was reminded of it. Training under gravity would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to weighted running. Now that he had recalled this method, Suemo was keen to abandon the latter. Gravity training would also benefit Suemo significantly. Its effects might even surpass those of his standing meditation practice. After successfully deconstructing his second soul skill, Thunderstrike, he had attempted to harness the lightning generated to enhance his physique, akin to many protagonists in novels or anime who refine their bodies using lightning. Alas, he failed, likely due to the absence of a lightning attribute in his martial soul. He could only produce lightning while utilizing his second soul skill, and without activating it, he could not unleash the power of lightning. This failure had left him disheartened for some time, and now that he had the opportunity to leverage Zhao Wujia's gravity training, he was eager not to miss out. Gravity training. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. This approach will allow our bodies to experience gravity in all dimensions, far superior to weighted running. Upon hearing Suemo's suggestion, Dai Mubai and the others' eyes lit up, enthusiastically endorsing his proposal. The three girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, were particularly enthusiastic. Although gravity training might be more arduous than weighted running, it meant they would not have to run. Truly a splendid idea. Suemo, you are remarkable to have thought of such a method. It seems this master is not so impressive after all. Zhao Wujia is clearly present at Shrek Academy, yet he did not conceive of this method. Among those praising Suemo alongside Dai Mubai were Bibi Dong, who had come out of boredom to observe, now standing beside Suemo, offering her compliments. Simultaneously, she subtly began to undermine Yu Xiaogang. Suemo, taken aback by Bibi Dong's words, cast her a surprised glance, but refrained from responding. He dared not speak with others present. Indeed, this is a splendid method for physical conditioning. I had contemplated this approach previously, but I feared that your frail bodies might not withstand the exertion of gravity training from the outset. However, after a week of intensive physical training, you have all significantly strengthened, and this method can now be adopted. Henceforth, we shall replace weighted running with gravity training. Little did Yu Xiaogang know that there was someone here who admired him. Bibi Dong, subtly undermining him. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, he smiled faintly, as if he had genuinely considered this method beforehand. So that was it. The teacher had already conceived this idea. Tang San was the first to step forward and commend Yu Xiaogang. Observing Yu Xiaogang's solemn nonsense, if it weren't for the knowledge that he had never initiated gravity training for Tang San and the others in the original narrative, Suemo might have been deceived. Yet, lacking evidence, Suemo refrained from voicing his thoughts, though this incarnation of Yu Xiaogang only served to deepen his contempt. What do you want me to oversee gravity training for the little monsters? Zhao Wujing. Upon learning that he was to provide gravity enhancement daily, wore an expression of great reluctance. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced, heeding the words of Flanders and Yu Xiaogang. Thus, that day, Suemo and the others transitioned from weighted running to gravity training. Boom! The moment Zhao Wujing unleashed the gravity enhancement, Suemo and the others felt a tremendous pressure compressing them from all directions, their bodies sinking heavily, except for Tang San, who had experienced it during his battle with Zhao Wujing. This was a first for the others. Suemo, too, was encountering it for the first time. However, he found that aside from feeling as though he were mired in a quagmire, making movement rather arduous, it was not excessively uncomfortable. After all, Zhao Wujing's initial gravity enhancement was not overly intense. He gradually adjusted it to help Suemo and the others acclimatize. Zhao Wujing could not tailor the gravity enhancement for each individual, so he treated everyone equally. Thus, under this gravity enhancement, Suemo found it the most manageable, followed by Tang San, and then Dai Mubai and the others. The one suffering the most was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong. The weight feels so heavy. Under the gravity enhancement, Ning Rongrong felt that merely standing was a challenge, let alone moving. Just adapt gradually. Being able to stand is already a form of training, Suemo consoled her. Approaching her side, I understand. I will persevere. Receiving Suemo's encouragement warmed Ning Rongrong's heart, and she responded hastily. Clank. After encouraging Ning Rongrong, Suemo moved aside, remaining within the range of gravity enhancement, and began practicing his marksmanship with his gun. Standing still was far too easy for Suemo, so he compelled himself to be active. What the hell? This freak, Suemo, can even practice marksmanship. Witnessing Suemo's actions, Oscar and the others nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. They finally comprehended the stark disparity in physical capabilities between themselves and Su Mo. After observing Su Mo's behavior, Tang San's eyes flickered with determination, and he gradually began to move as well. Practicing his footwork, the ghost shadow perplexing steps, under the gravity enhancement. Those two little monsters, from a distance, on the balcony, Flanders, standing alongside Yu Xiaogang, couldn't help but marvel at Su Mo and Tang San's performances. Indeed, both Xiao San and Su Mo possess remarkable physiques. Yu Xiaogang nodded with a smile. Alas, it seems you are indeed more adept at teaching disciples. Flanders glanced at Ma Hongjuan's performance and could not help but sigh. As his direct disciple, Flanders had high hopes for Ma Hongjuan and had previously taken great pride in him. However, the disparity became apparent when compared to Tang San, though Flanders and Yu Xiaogang were close friends. A competitive spirit lingered between them. "Ha! You finally admit it. Wasn't this always quite evident?" Upon hearing Flanders' words, Yu Xiaogang, typically not one to smile, couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Flanders, hearing Yu Xiaogang's laughter, felt a mix of exasperation and frustration. Leaving him to concede to Yu Xiaogang's delight, I say, the notion of training using Zhao Wujing's gravity enhancement should not have occurred to you before. It was Su Mo who proposed it. Right? You remain as thick-skinned as ever. Yet unable to counter Yu Xiaogang on the matter of his disciple's excellence, Flanders resorted to teasing him about his fortitude in face of embarrassment, having been present when Su Mo voiced the idea. Flanders had indeed witnessed it all. In response to Flanders' remarks, Yu Xiaogang's previously beaming smile faltered slightly, revealing the depth of their long-standing friendship. Do you have evidence? Yu Xiaogang replied with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying the claim. You win. Flanders' eyes widened, nearly choking on Yu Xiaogang's words. Xiaogang, you intend to form teams for them, right? Although a team consists of 7 to 10 members, only 7 can officially compete, while the remaining 3 serve as substitutes. Now, among the little monsters below, there are 8. Who do you plan to designate as the substitute? After a moment's contemplation, Flanders composed himself and shifted focus to the pressing matter at hand. Glancing down at Su Mo and the others, who were now inquiring about the serious business with Yu Xiaogang. Who will be the substitute? Upon hearing Flanders' words, Yu Xiaogang gazed thoughtfully at Su Mo and the others, his eyes brimming with wisdom. Su Mo. Then, Yu Xiaogang uttered a name that astonished Flanders. What? Su Mo as the substitute? Xiaogang, what are you thinking? Although his rank is the lowest, his combat prowess is by no means weak. While surprised, Flanders still trusted Yu Xiaogang, merely inquiring about the reasoning behind choosing Su Mo as the substitute. Given their current soul power levels, even if they were to participate in the Soul Master competition 2 years hence, they would not achieve remarkable results, as they are still quite young. Therefore, our true objective is the Soul Master competition 7 years from now. With Tang San's talents, coupled with my guidance, I am confident that at least 3 Soul Kings will emerge among them. The rest will undoubtedly reach the rank of Soul Sect. However, Su Mo's innate talent remains too low, despite his formidable physique allowing him to train at a pace comparable to that of monstrous geniuses. A Soul Master's potential is ultimately constrained by their martial soul talent. In this regard, Su Mo cannot match the others, not even half of their capabilities, 7 years from now, considering his innate soul power of merely 2 levels. What level do you think he can attain? Yu Xiaogang calmly analyzed, eventually posing a question back to Flanders. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's inquiry, Flanders was taken aback, his expression growing serious. I don't know. Finally, Flanders furrowed his brows and shook his head. Genuinely unable to make a judgment, the highest he could reach would be the Soul Sect, and that assumes he maintains an adequate training pace. Yet, as a Soul Master's rank increases, their training speed diminishes. Especially with his low martial soul talent, which will only exacerbate the situation. Even his strong physique cannot compensate significantly. The higher the rank, the lesser the impact of physical attributes. If he could break through to Soul Sect, it would greatly benefit the team. However, what if he cannot? If he remains merely a Soul Venerable, the team lacks a powerful assault-type Soul Master. His uncertainty is too great. It is better to designate him as a substitute. Chapter 56. The Shock of the Sword Douluo. Your reasoning holds merit. Let us indeed appoint Su Mo as the substitute. But will he be willing? After considering Yu Xiaogangs words, Flanders found them sensible. This doesn't need to be shared with him for now. Once I commence the second phase of training, I will employ a rotation strategy during team battles, ensuring he participates as little as possible. Once they have truly coalesced into a cohesive unit, genuinely willing to work for the team's benefit, I will find an opportunity to discuss it with him. Yu Xiaogang chuckled, appearing quite assured in his plan. Nonsense. Su Mo is not that weak. What neither Yu Xiaogang nor Flander was aware of was that Bibi Dong was eavesdropping on their conversation, her face contorted with anger. If she could manifest herself and speak, Bibi Dong would have relished the opportunity to reprimand Yu Xiaogang, making him aware of Su Mo's exceptional abilities and the groundbreaking innovation he had achieved in forging weapons with soul integration. The limitations imposed by talent were no longer a significant obstacle for Su Mo. However, Bibi Dong found herself unable to materialize and express her thoughts, leaving her to seethe in silence. After a considerable time spent in frustration, she finally regained her composure, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of delight, for she realized that if Yu Xiaogang proceeded with his current course of action, it would ultimately facilitate her persuasion of Su Mo to depart from Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang's actions, ironically, could serve to aid her cause. Observing Yu Xiaogangs confident demeanor, she felt that she should be elated and grateful for his inadvertent assistance. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, gratitude towards him eluded her. Bibi Dong began to discern that Yu Xiaogang was not as admirable as her memories had suggested. She even harbored a vague suspicion that he seemed resistant to Su Mo's rise. Though she questioned whether this was merely her own misconception. No, that could not be right. Xiaogang was not that kind of person. Meanwhile, Su Mo, engrossed in his gravity training, remained oblivious to the fact that he had been relegated to a backup role within the team. The reason for this was that he had not been continuously sharing Bibi Dong's perspective. After all, having Yu Xiaogang continually appear in his line of sight would be rather vexing. Nevertheless, even if Su Mo were to become aware of it, he would remain indifferent. His primary objective upon entering Shrek was to thwart Tang San's acquisition of the celestial herb. Once he achieved that, he had no desire to linger at Shrek Academy, as the education there offered him little benefit. What he truly needed was to seek out precious materials and continuously engage in the forging of higher quality spears through soul integration, perhaps due to the enhancement of his strength. It had taken Su Mo 3 years to complete the soul integration of his first weapon. However, with the improved quality of the Xian Iron Spear, although the difficulty of refinement had increased, the speed of the process was markedly quicker than before. Su Mo felt confident that he could achieve the second soul integration within 6 months. Of course, when the time came for him to depart, he would undoubtedly take Ning Rongrong with him. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as Su Mo contemplated how to whisk Ning Rongrong away in the future, the sect received news from its disciples in Soto City. However, the information was first intercepted by the Sword Douluo. Fengxi, this is your brilliant idea. Rongrong has already been abducted, the Sword Douluo exclaimed, slamming the letter onto Ning Fengxi's desk, his voice filled with fury. What? Ning Fengxi gasped, quickly grasping the letter to read its contents. Upon comprehending the message, his expression soured. The letter revealed not only that Ning Rongrong had grown quite close to a boy named Su Mo, but also that she had gifted him a storage soul guide and even held his hand. It was hard for him to believe there was no romantic involvement between them. In a way, I must bring Rongrong back. Without waiting for Ning Fengxi to finish reading, the Sword Douluo prepared to head to Shrek Academy to retrieve Ning Rongrong. He could tolerate her venturing into the world, but he would not stand idly by as she fell prey to another man so quickly. Wait, Uncle Jian, let me first assess the situation regarding the Su Mo. Ning Fengxi interjected. Wanting to gather more information before proceeding, he needed to understand this boy named Su Mo better, and he was confident that the disciples who had sent the letter would have thoroughly investigated him. Indeed, the latter part of the letter meticulously detailed Su Mo's information. With the resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, gathering intelligence on an individual was relatively straightforward, especially for someone from an ordinary family like Su Mo. Initial soul power level, 2. Current soul power level, 23. First soul ring, 100-year soul ring. Second soul ring, 1,000-year soul ring. Together with Rongrong, he formed a spear tower combination at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Boasting an impressive record of 4 consecutive victories, in personal duels, he remains undefeated with 11 victories. Initially seated, Ning Fengxi found himself increasingly restless as he absorbed the information. Upon learning that Su Mo's second soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring, he could no longer remain seated. The more he read, the more astonished he became, as the revelations about Su Mo were truly staggering. Uncle Jian, I assume you missed the latter part, didn't you? You should take a closer look at his profile. Struggling to contain his astonishment, Ning Fengxi handed the letter to the Sword Douluo. What is going on? The Sword Douluo had indeed not seen the latter part, having been drawn to Ning Fengxi's expression. He reluctantly suppressed his urge to rush to retrieve Ning Rongrong and began reading the letter himself. How is this possible? His second soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring, as he read through Su Mo's information. The Sword Douluo's astonishment mirrored that of Ning Fengxi. While he perceived Sumo's current strength as feeble, akin to an ant, the occurrences surrounding him were undeniably impressive. Whether it was his innate soul power level of 2 and remarkably rapid cultivation speed, his second soul ring being 1,000-year one, or his impeccable record in the arena, each detail was remarkable in its own right. The most astonishing of all was the second soul ring being 1,000-year one, which was simply breathtaking. How did he achieve that? With this thought in mind, the Sword Douluo continued to read on, discovering that Sumo's achievements stemmed from his naturally powerful physique, coupled with a consistent regimen of physical enhancement training. When combined with Yu Xiaogang's theories, he had audaciously pushed the limits of soul ring absorption, ultimately succeeding in acquiring a 1,000-year quality soul ring for his second. This matter had become no secret in Soto City. This boy named Sumo appeared to be far from ordinary. Once the Sword Douluo finished reading, Ning Fengji could not help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, he is quite extraordinary, to cultivate so rapidly with an innate soul power level of merely 2. While his physique and aptitude certainly play a role, it is undeniable that his efforts are also a significant factor. His undefeated record in the arena indicates formidable combat prowess, leaving him virtually unmatched among his peers. The second soul ring being a 1,000-year soul ring is simply dazzling. However, an innate soul power level of only 2 is still rather lacking. The Sword Douluo wholeheartedly agreed with Ning Fengji's assessment. Given Sumo's talents and accomplishments, he could glean that Sumo was an exceptionally diligent individual, someone he greatly admired. Yet, when it came to Ning Rongrong, he could not overlook the fact that Sumo's innate soul power level was too weak for a meaningful relationship. That's true. Upon hearing the Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow. Based on the information he had seen, he too found Sumo commendable and exceptionally talented. He even felt a sense of pride, as if his daughter had stumbled upon a treasure. However, the solitary drawback was Sumo's lack of martial soul aptitude, which limited his potential achievements. Uncle Jian, why not pay a visit to Shrek Academy and meet this Sumo fellow? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji reached a decision. Very well, I shall make the trip. The Sword Douluo nodded in agreement, having initially intended to visit. However, what do you plan to do once you arrive? The Sword Douluo inquired further. This young man has achieved such remarkable results. He may possess some unique abilities that we have yet to recognize. Have you noticed? He is merely a child from an ordinary family, even orphaned, living with his aunt. Therefore, his first and second soul rings were acquired without assistance. As he hunted them himself, he must possess some special talents. Uncle Jian, please investigate whether he has the potential for further growth. If he does, I will not hinder his relationship with Rongrong, but he must be cautioned to maintain boundaries. If it is determined that there is no possibility for him to grow, then let Shrek expel him, or bring Rongrong back. This matter is in your hands, Jian Douluo. Ning Fengji quickly made arrangements. Upon hearing about Sumo's situation, others might assume there is nothing wrong with him. According to Yu Xiaogang's theory, everything appears quite normal. It is merely that Sumo is a bit bolder, and he just happened to succeed in his verification. However, Ning Fengji is different. After considering Sumo's background, he keenly sensed that there might be other secrets within Sumo. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Jian Douluo's eyes also gleamed with insight. Had it not been for Ning Fengji's comment, he might not have contemplated this aspect. That I understand. Finally, Jian Douluo nodded, summoned the 7-killing sword, and with a tap of his toes, he stood upon it, soaring away on his sword. I hope this little fellow can surprise me. As he watched Jian Douluo's departing figure, Ning Fengji murmured softly. He did not wish for his daughter to be saddened. Thus, he hoped even more that Sumo could indeed provide that surprise. Outside Shrek Academy, a long sword cut through the air, and the figure standing upon it was none other than Jian Douluo. He had no intention of secretly meeting Sumo elsewhere. Since he had come, he would reveal himself openly. This would also serve to demonstrate his presence, making it clear to Shrek's teachers and students that there were indeed individuals backing Rongrong. Buzz. However, before Jian Douluo could approach Shrek Academy, a hammer suddenly soared from the ground, launching an attack towards him. Humph. Jian Douluo let out a faint snort, casually condensing a sword energy that repelled the hammer back. Come forth. Jian Douluo stood upon the 7-killing sword, calmly addressing the ground below. The previous attack was merely a casual attempt to obstruct him, so Jian Douluo did not escalate the situation. Moreover, the Haotian hammer on the ground was also a reason he refrained from taking further action. Senior Chinexian, I apologize for the earlier offense. As Jian Douluo's voice fell, a disheveled figure emerged from below. As he spoke, the individual gestured to summon the Haotian hammer back into his grasp. Subsequently, he stored the hammer within his body and raised his head to reveal his face to Jian Douluo. Who are you? Jian Douluo's feet sank as he descended from the sword. looking at Tang Hao's disheveled figure, uncertain of the man's identity. Tang Hao. Tang Hao spoke in a low tone, revealing his name. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. He felt unrecognizable in his current state. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. It's actually you. Jian Douluo gazed at Tang Hao in surprise, genuinely not having recognized him. The once-spirited Haotian twin stars now appeared so battered and forlorn. It is I. You may simply call me Tang Hao. Senior. I am curious as to why you, Senior Chen Xin, have come to Shrek? Tang Hao nodded silently, and then proceeded to inquire, I have naturally come to seek our sex, little princess. But you, why did you obstruct me? Jian De gazed at Tang Hao with curiosity. I presumed as much. Tang Hao sighed. He did not wish to reveal himself unless necessary. He continued, if that is the case, there is something I wish to inform you of first. You are not implying it pertains to Sumo. Are you? Jian Douluo regarded Tang Hao, suddenly realizing that Tang Hao's appearance was likely related to Sumo. Thus, it could be inferred that the soul rings Sumo acquired were aided by Tang Hao. Does Sumo have a connection to Tang Hao? No. Senior Chen Xin, what I wish to discuss has nothing to do with Sumo. He and I are not related. Tang Hao shook his head in exasperation. Understanding that Jian Douluo had misunderstood, the individual named Tang San from Shrek Academy is indeed my son. Furthermore, what I wish to convey to you is not concerning my son, but rather the individual named Xiaowu. Soon after, Tang Hao wasted no time and quickly relayed the matter at hand. Primarily, he wanted to discuss Xiaowu and the situation regarding the 100,000-year soul beast. He did not wish for Jian Douluo to take action against Xiaowu. Since he had mentioned Xiaowu's identity, Tang Hao had to also reveal that Tang San was his son. This clarification was necessary to explain why Jian Douluo should not take action against Xiaowu. More importantly, regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was unafraid of exposing Tang San's identity. In response to Tang Hao's request, Jian Douluo ultimately refrained from entering Shrek Academy. Although a transformed 100,000-year soul beast is indeed precious, since it was discovered by Tang Hao, according to the customs of the Soul Master community, it rightfully belongs to him. Therefore, whether Tang Hao plans to keep her for his son or handle it in another manner is entirely his prerogative. Additionally, given Tang Hao's unfathomable strength, having just broken through the title Douluo and capable of defeating the former pope, he had undoubtedly grown even stronger over the years. Jian Douluo had no desire to provoke an enemy as formidable as Tang Hao for the sake of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, despite the Haotian school being sealed off, Jian Douluo preferred not to create discord between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Haotian school. To have Tang Hao a favor was already a considerable gain. Moreover, Jian Douluo refrained from entering Shrek Academy out of respect for Tang Hao's request, deeming it unnecessary to descend upon Shrek Academy, lest he frighten away the 100,000-year soul beast named Xiaowu. In the evening, at a cliff behind Shrek Academy, Sumo arrived alone. Upon reaching this location, he spotted a figure standing straight as a sword at the edge of the cliff. Jian Douluo, Junior Sumo. I have come to pay my respects to you, Senior Jian Douluo. Sumo approached, somewhat nervously addressing Jian Douluo. The reason Sumo had come here was that he received a summons from Jian Douluo through soul communication, who had specifically called him and instructed him to come alone. Sumo was somewhat prepared for this. From the moment he held Ning Rongrong's hand, he had known that he would inevitably face the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He just hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. However, Sumo was not overly concerned. As long as he demonstrated sufficient potential and he was genuinely cherished by Ning Rongrong, he believed there would be no danger. It was merely that he might need to reveal some secrets tonight. Upon hearing Sumo's voice, Jian Douluo slowly turned around. His piercing gaze sweeping over Sumo immediately felt a sharp soul pressure bearing down upon him. Humph. Sumo let out a muffled grunt as his figure trembled slightly before he quickly steadied himself, maintaining a calm gaze directed at Jian Douluo. Not bad. Jian Douluo offered a faint commendation, then withdrew the soul pressure enveloping him. Do you understand why I summoned you? Jian Douluo regarded Sumo with a hint of appreciation, continuing in a tone reflective of an elder. I do. Senior Jian Douluo has come for Rongrong. Sumo did not feign ignorance, nor did he express fear or concern. He calmly articulated Jian Douluo's purpose. Jian Douluo looked at Sumo, who faced him without a shred of trepidation, and his admiration grew. Setting aside other matters, this alone indicated Sumo's commendable temperament and his fearless spirit in the face of powerful adversaries. Furthermore, he appeared quite astute, capable of discerning his intent. Clang, come forth, attack me, and let me witness your strength before we discuss anything further. Jian Douluo then summoned the 7 Killing Sword, holding it poised towards Sumo. Very well. recognizing Jian Doluo's stance. Su Imo understood he could not proceed without showcasing his own capabilities. With a flick of his left wrist, the soul-guiding bracelet shimmered, and the Xian Tai gun materialized in Su Mo's hand. Buzz. Following that, Su Imo grasped with his right hand, summoning his martial soul, the Soul Hunter Spear, which he held firmly. Utilizing both martial soul and weapon simultaneously, Jian Doluo observed Su Mo's actions with some astonishment. It seems you have maintained your winning streak in the battle arena by wielding two long spears concurrently. Jian Doluo furrowed his brow slightly. If that were the case, it would suggest that Su Mo's victories were reliant on external aids. And while he did not oppose such methods, it would imply that Su Mo's achievements were not solely based on his own strength. No, in the battle arena, I only utilized my martial soul. Without employing any weapons, Senior, I have devised a combat mode that can enhance the fighting prowess of soul masters, which I have named the Unity of Soul Tools. Su Imo calmly shook his head and, before the Sword Douluo, merged his twin guns and demonstrated the Unity of Soul Tools. The Unity of Soul Tools, an impressive concept. Upon witnessing Su Mo's actions, the Sword Douluo's eyes lit up, recognizing the brilliance of this combat mode. However, this Unity of Soul Tools can only be employed when the weapon surpasses the quality of the soul. Correct. The Sword Douluo astutely discerned the weakness inherent in the Unity of Soul Tools. Indeed, for instance, it would be exceedingly challenging to find a weapon capable of achieving unity with the 7 killing sword in your hands, Senior Sword Douluo. Su Imo nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, the mere emergence of this combat mode in philosophy is sufficient to shatter certain paradigms within the Soul Master community. Come now, let me witness your prowess. The Sword Douluo eagerly anticipated the display of Su Mo's abilities. Senior Sword Douluo, be cautious. With a hum, Su Imo no longer held back. His soul rings illuminated, one yellow and one purple, radiating brilliantly. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Boom. Su Imo then charged at the Sword Douluo with his spear raised. Clang. In response to Su Mo's assault, the Sword Douluo lifted the 7 killing sword to deflect the attack effortlessly. First soul skill, Penetration. Tyrant Spear Technique. Not surprised by his attack being blocked, Su Imo augmented his hunting soul spear with 200 points of penetration and unleashed the Tyrant Spear Technique, relentlessly striking at the Sword Douluo. Bang, bang, bang. The Sword Douluo, who initially stood firm, was compelled to shift his footing under the relentless assault akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Yet, he deftly parried each of Su Mo's strikes with precision using the 7 killing sword. Such remarkable mastery of spear techniques, coupled with his unity of soul tools, even a soul master of the soul sect might struggle to withstand this. He truly possesses formidable skill. The Sword Douluo marveled inwardly while parrying the onslaught. Subsequently, Su Imo employed 2 distinct second soul skills in quick succession, revealing his adept command over his abilities. Capable of innovating upon the foundation of his soul skills, that it could be said that Su Mo's display, both in temperament and capability, left no room for criticism. And that's enough. Clang. After the Sword Douluo deflected Su Mo's final attack, he called for a halt. To be frank, your performance has astonished me. I certainly did not possess your level of strength at your age. The Sword Douluo expressed his admiration for Su Imo, but his expression shifted as he solemnly inquired. However, do you believe that with your innate soul power at level 2, you can adequately protect Rongrong? Chapter 59. Exceedingly satisfied, the Sword Douluo did not question whether Su Imo felt worthy of Ning Rongrong, but rather if he could safeguard her. He was aware that Su Imo understood his intent. I have always believed that as long as 2 individuals are genuinely in love, everything else is secondary. However, I also comprehend the concerns of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You undoubtedly wish for Rongrong to encounter someone who can protect her. Rather than the reverse, Su Imo articulated his views on love, acknowledging the considerations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. My and Rongrong's soul weapons can produce a soul weapon resonance. Su Imo then disclosed the potential for him and Ning Rongrong to develop a soul fusion technique. Soul weapon resonance. Are you speaking the truth? The Sword Douluo could not help but express his astonishment upon hearing Su Mo's words. A soul weapon capable of resonating with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had seemingly never occurred in its history. Indeed, if Senior Sword Douluo is skeptical, you can inquire with Rongrong. However, our soul weapon resonance has only recently emerged, and we have yet to develop our unique soul fusion technique. Su Imo replied candidly. Haha, splendid, excellent. You have surprised me once again. The Sword Douluo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet, upon recalling that Su Mo's innate soul power was a mere level 2, the Sword Douluo quickly fell silent once more. He was thoroughly pleased with Su Imo, the only source of discontent being his talent. Are you worried about my innate talent? Observing the Sword Douluo's demeanor, Suemo realized that he could no longer conceal the secret of his soul tool refinement. However, revealing it was inevitable. He would eventually need the resources of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Are you not concerned? Upon hearing Suemo's words, the Sword Douluo's heart jolted. It seemed Suemo indeed harbored secrets. Yes, Senior Sword Douluo. Besides inventing the unity of soul tools combat mode, I have also developed a method to evolve soul weapons, which I call soul tool refinement. With Ning Rongrong's affection for him and their ability to utilize a soul fusion technique, as long as he could demonstrate sufficient potential, Suemo was confident that the 7 treasure glazed tile school would not reject him. If that were the case, it would only indicate that the 7 treasure glazed tile school was short-sighted and lacked discernment. However, given that Ning Fingxi had managed to impress both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo in his youth, Suemo found it hard to believe that Ning Fingxi was devoid of vision. Thus, he felt emboldened to reveal this secret, unafraid that the 7 treasure glazed tile school would silence him to monopolize the revelation. If it came to that, Suemo would simply have to accept his misfortune and choose to burn Bibi Dong's consciousness. Evolve a soul weapon? Are you truly serious? You aren't deceiving this old man, are you? If Suemo's earlier performance had brought him surprise and delight, the revelation he now made genuinely left the Sword Douluo in shock. No. How could I dare deceive Senior Sword Douluo? Suemo laughed. Please, elaborate on what you mean by soul tool refinement. Buzz. The Sword Douluo, his excitement palpable, gestured to create a soundproof barrier with his soul power. What I refer to as soul tool refinement is. Suemo, feeling a sense of quiet pride at the Sword Douluo's astonishment, proceeded to explain the intricacies of soul tool refinement. To substantiate his claims, Suemo even demonstrated the subtle connection that had formed between himself and the Xian Tai spear after a period of refinement. Senior Sword Douluo, prior to this, I have actually succeeded in a soul tool refinement, which means my soul weapon's quality has already undergone evolution, along with the evolution of my soul weapon. My innate talent has also seen a significant enhancement. As long as I continue with soul tool refinement, my talent can further improve. Therefore, I am confident that I can protect Rongrong in the future, Suemo concluded, his tone brimming with confidence. Haha, splendid, splendid, little one. Today you have truly overwhelmed me with surprises. Rest assured, as long as you genuinely care for Rongrong, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will not hinder you any longer. Witnessing Suemo's confidence, the Sword Douluo finally broke free from his shock and revealed a reassuring smile. He was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome of the day. Everything about Suemo filled him with contentment. No, it transcended mere satisfaction. It was a profound sense of fulfillment. He possessed not only a commendable temperament but also remarkable abilities, and above all, an astute mind. The Sword Douluo was utterly astonished, while the invention of the unity of soul tools was surprising. The revelation of soul tool refinement truly left him astounded. By the way, is this soul tool refinement accessible to all soul tool masters? The Sword Douluo suddenly inquired. No, it requires a certain aptitude and mental strength. The ability to resonate with the weapon, or sufficiently powerful mental fortitude. Suemo shook his head, as his strength increased and his familiarity with soul tool refinement deepened. He had come to realize that this method necessitated specific conditions. Fortunately, as Suemo's soul was a reincarnation, his mental power was sufficiently robust. Excellent, that is the best outcome. Upon hearing that there were prerequisites, the Sword Douluo felt a sense of relief. Very well. I am now completely convinced of your ability to protect Rongrong. From now on, it shall be your duty to safeguard her within Shrek Academy. As for what has transpired here, do not mention it to Rongrong. I shall return now, the Sword Douluo continued with a smile, preparing to relay the news to Ning Fingxi. Rest assured, Senior Sword Douluo, I will take good care of Rongrong, Suemo assured him. The Sword Douluo, satisfied, replied, well, from now on, you may call me Sword Grandpa. Just like Rongrong. Yes, Sword Grandpa. Having successfully latched onto the esteemed 7 treasure glazed tile school, Suemo felt quite elated. In truth, he bore no aversion to enjoying the fruits of another's labor. Of course, the primary reason remained his genuine affection for Ning Rongrong. Haha, splendid. Then I shall take my leave for now. Sword Douluo chuckled heartily, and as the 7 killing swords soared into the air, he prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and halted. By the way, young one, how did you go about hunting for soul rings? Sword Grandpa, the intelligence of 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts is quite low. Not much different from that of ordinary wild beasts. All I had to do was set traps in advance and lure them into them. Suemo replied with a smile. Good lad, very well. I had thought someone was assisting you. It turns out you accomplished it all on your own. Upon hearing Suemo's response, Sword Douluo's satisfaction only grew. This young man was not only intelligent, but also adept at leveraging his cleverness. Wait, did you really take the risk to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring based on the master's theories? Sword Douluo quickly connected the dots and looked at Suimo with astonishment, probing further. Indeed, nothing escaped Sword Grandpa's scrutiny. Haha, splendid. P.S. Today, I received news from the editor that this book has passed the preliminary review at Sanjiang that if all goes well, it will be published there, so to celebrate. There will be 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 60. 3 months later, haha, splendid. So, he was fully aware of how to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, merely attributing the credit to the master, in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Ning Fingji erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing about the interactions between Sword Douluo and Su Imo like Sword Douluo. He was thoroughly pleased with this prospective son-in-law. Character, capability, and astonishing wisdom were all present. Moreover, at such a tender age, he understood the value of humility, willing to attribute his achievements to others. This strategy effectively diverted many eyes away from him. Sumo's humble origins made this the wisest course of action. With the endorsement of Yu Xiaogang's theories, Sumo's second soul ring of 1,000-year quality seemed insignificant, something others could potentially achieve as well. While many had derided Yu Xiaogang, none among the major sects and powerful factions dared to underestimate the theories he had compiled. Much of the knowledge stemmed from various sects in the Spirit Hall. The mockery and suppression were merely tactics to dissuade others from believing in those concepts. It was no wonder Yu Xiaogang faced ridicule. Had he simply compiled a treatise on spirit theories, there would have been no grounds for criticism. Yet, in his youthful arrogance, he had felt the need to infuse his own speculations and theories, which, lacking rigorous validation through practice, provided ammunition for the major factions to attack and deride him. Ning Fingji perceived a markedly different display of wisdom in Su Imo compared to Yu Xiaogang. Indeed, this young fellow's future is boundless. Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. In that case, Sword Uncle, you are aware of Sumo's soul-hunting spear design. Have someone forge one from the finest materials, and I shall arrange for it to be delivered to him. Ning Fingji affirmed with a nod, then addressed Sword Douluo. For now, it would be best not to utilize the finest materials. The higher the quality of the weapon, the slower its refinement process. A gradual evolution would be more beneficial. Sword Douluo shook his head in disagreement upon hearing Ning Fingji's words. Oh right, I almost forgot. That works as well. Let us first forge him a superior one. Once he completes the evolution, we can then provide him with an even better weapon. Ning Fingji, reminded by Sword Douluo, smiled as he spoke. As for the relationship between Su Imo and Ning Rongrong, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School was satisfied. However, one individual was far from pleased. How can that little girl Ning Rongrong compare to Shuer and Nana? Bibi Dong, in the Rakshasa realm, muttered discontentedly. Yet, Bibi Dong could only express her dissatisfaction in this setting, refraining from disparaging Ning Rongrong in Sumo's presence. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she understood that it was inappropriate to speak ill of Ning Rongrong before Su Imo at this time. In fact, ever since learning that Su Imo and Ning Rongrong could utilize a martial soul fusion technique, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for how to advise them to part ways. The existence of the martial soul fusion technique confirmed that Su Imo and Ning Rongrong genuinely harbored mutual affection. Thus, she could not play the role of the meddler. Once, the person she had despised most, Qian Xuanji, had done just that. She had no desire to become like him. Forget it, I shall address it later. Finally, Bibi Dong sighed, resigning herself to the fact that she would abandon her attempts to separate Su Imo and Ning Rongrong. How absurd. I now find myself somewhat understanding that scoundrel Qian Xuanji. Yet, a scoundrel was a scoundrel. She could never bring herself to do the same as that man. 3 months later, Su Imo and the others completed their final day of gravity training. Over the course of 3 months, including Ning Rongrong, everyone had adapted well under Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement. Sumo, Tang San, and Daimubai, possessing stronger physiques, could move freely and spar under Zhao Wujia's enhanced gravity. Alright. Today's gravity training comes to an end. The physical training I tailored for you over these 3 months has also concluded. With Zhao Wujia ceasing his soul technique's gravity enhancement, Yu Xiaogang announced to Su Imo and the others. Really? Is it finally over? That's fantastic. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's announcement, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others erupted into cheers. Although the gravity training had not involved running like before, the level of exhaustion was equally intense. Especially as Zhao Wujia gradually increased the gravity, making it even more tiring than the previous weighted runs. Thus, the conclusion of the training elicited such joyous reactions from Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Haha, finally done. These past few months have nearly killed me. Zhao Wujia, the most delighted of all, had been responsible for providing the gravity enhancement. Master, you all continue. I shall take my leave. I'll be on vacation for a while. So don't bother looking for me unless it's urgent. With that, Zhao Wujie swiftly departed after speaking to Yu Xiaogang. Hee, the way teacher Zhao Wujie ran away is simply adorable. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Sumo, couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, indeed. Several of the others, including Xiao Wu, joined in the laughter upon hearing Ning Rongrong's remark. Sumo merely smiled silently, not commenting on Ning Rongrong's just about Zhao Wujie. Such lighthearted humor, devoid of malice, warranted no objection. It was precisely this playful side of Ning Rongrong that he cherished the most. Watching Zhao Wujie's retreating figure, Sumo felt a twinge of regret. Unlike the excitement of the others, he had discovered that training under enhanced gravity yielded commendable results, albeit at a cost to Zhao Wujie. Well, even though the physical training has concluded, you must not slacken your personal training, Yu Xiaogang interjected, halting further jokes at Zhao Wujie's expense. Tomorrow is a day of rest, but the day after, we shall commence the second phase of training. Ah, so there truly is a second phase. The previously relaxed Ma Hongjun and the others grimaced at the prospect. Master, what does the second phase entail? For now, enjoy your rest. You will naturally find out the day after. Yu Xiaogang chuckled, refraining from revealing details immediately. Come, let us heed the master's words. Oscar, let us head to Soto City for some relaxation. Ma Hongjun, seeing the situation, decided not to press further and patted Oscar's shoulder in suggestion. All right, it's good to have you, Fatty. Oscar did not refuse, and soon the two of them left with their arms around each other's shoulders. They did not invite Su Monong San and Dai Mubai as they knew it would be pointless. With the departure of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, everyone quickly dispersed. Sumo, can you guess what the second phase of special training mentioned by the master is? Ning Rongrong, who left with Sumo, was still somewhat curious about what the second phase of special training would entail, so she inquired about it. On the back mountain of Shrek Academy, Sumo lay on a large rock, holding Ning Rongrong in his arms. From this vantage point, he could see the entire Shrek Academy and even further scenery. During this time, after each special training session, Sumo would relax here with Ning Rongrong in his embrace. Initially, Ning Rongrong would feel shy, but after a few months, she had long since overcome her shyness. Of course, this intimacy was reserved for secluded places. In public, she still dared not be so close to Sumo. Only holding hands. What could the second phase of special training be? Rongrong, what resources do you think our academy possesses? Sumo, relishing the sensation of having the girl he liked in his arms, broached the earlier topic. Our academy's resources? Ning Rongrong shifted her position to lean more comfortably against Sumo and began. At first, I thought our academy was incredibly impoverished, lacking in resources, but later I discovered that it is actually quite decent. The accommodation is mediocre, making for uncomfortable sleep. I struggled to adapt at first, but I've gradually gotten used to it. The food was initially terrible, but it improved once the master arrived. With the master's arrival, we also have medicinal baths. As for obtaining soul rings, our academy boasts 3 soul saints. In terms of teaching, we have the master. The only thing our Shrek Academy lacks compared to others is environmental simulation training. As she voiced her grievances, Ning Rongrong laid bare the resources of Shrek Academy, concluding that the most significant deficiency was indeed environmental simulation training. Haha. It was only after the master arrived that we had improved food and medicinal baths. The Shrek Academy of old had none of this. Sumo smiled slightly, making a light-hearted jab at the issues within Shrek without elaborating further. That you're absolutely right. Our most significant shortcoming is indeed environmental simulation training. However, this training can be simulated through other means, potentially yielding even better results, albeit with greater risks. As Sumo spoke, Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, playfully chided him. What methods are you referring to? Yet she did not deter him. As couples spend more time together, intimacy naturally develops. Moreover, Sumo had mentioned that with his assistance, her growth might rival Zhu Zhuqing's. Guess what? I'll give you a hint. It's something we do almost every day. Sumo began to stretch his hands, aiding Ning Rongrong in her growth. He had once believed Ning Rongrong's stature to be unimpressive, but upon closer inspection, he realized that everyone had been deceived by her appearance. Ning Rongrong's attire was indeed misleading. She was truly a hidden gem. The Soul Arena. Are you suggesting that our second phase of special training will take place there? With Sumo's hint, Ning Rongrong quickly deduced what he meant. Upon reflection, she realized that Sumo was correct. Environmental simulation training could indeed be effectively conducted in the Soul Arena. However, the Soul Arena posed greater dangers, with potential life-threatening risks. Just watch. The master's arrangements will surely align with this. Sumo remarked confidently. All right, Judging by everyone's condition, it seems you've had enough rest. Now, I will commence the second phase of special training. Who can guess what kind of training I have planned for you? On the Shrek Academy playground, Su Mo and the others gathered once more. Yu Xiaogang observed their spirited demeanor, nodding in satisfaction before feigning profundity as he spoke. Master, I know. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Ning Rongrong raised her hand immediately. Good, Ning Rongrong, please share your thoughts. Yu Xiaojiang's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he maintained a smile, urging her to respond. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Su Mo, regretting his decision to pose the question. It's the Soul Arena. What our Shrek Academy lacks the most is environmental simulation training, and in the Soul Arena, we can achieve the same effect. Ning Rongrong raised her chin proudly, confidently articulating the analysis Su Mo had shared with her. Her confidence stemmed from her belief in both Su Mo's judgment and her own. After hearing Su Mo's analysis, she felt it was entirely valid. Little 3, what do you think? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Xiaogang did not confirm or deny but turned to Tang San for his opinion. Teacher, I also believe our next phase of special training will take place in the Soul Arena. Tang San stepped forward, affirming Ning Rongrong's deduction. Very well. Both Ning Rongrong and Tang San are correct. The second phase of training I have arranged for you will indeed occur in the Great Soul Arena of Soto City. However, unlike the previous arrangements made by the Dean, I have more stringent requirements this time. Yu Xiaogang nodded satisfactorily, then began to outline his plans. Everyone at Shrek Academy must not only participate in individual Soul Arena matches to earn the title of Silver Soul Master, but also compete in team battles. Watching Yu Xiaogang speak passionately, Su Mo felt somewhat disheartened. It was evident that Yu Xiaogang was going to great lengths to elevate Tang San's status within the group. For instance, just now, it was Ning Rongrong who had guessed the answer. Yet he insisted on including Tang San. This subtle behavior had become a recurring theme over the past few months of training. Aside from gravitational training, Yu Xiaogang had also arranged for Su Mo and the others to spar with one another to foster mutual understanding. The battle arrangements primarily served to bolster Tang San's standing in the eyes of the others, frequently pitting him against 2 or even 3 opponents. Although it was well known that Su Mo would struggle to defeat Tang San in a one-on-one match under restricted conditions, Yu Xiaogang still orchestrated numerous encounters between them. Soon, they would likely face the Tiando royal team. Before that, I must publicly share the knowledge that Xionghuang wine, when ignited, can counteract snake venom. This way, even if the Shrek team manages to neutralize the snake venom, it will not pique Tang San's interest. Moreover, if that technique is to be employed, it will be by me. Should it truly intrigue Duguyan, let it be my doing. Su Mo pondered, preparing for the impending encounter with the Tiando royal team. In the past, Su Mo had no trump cards, which made him hesitant to engage with Dugubo now. However, he had a backup plan and support as for why he did not choose to collaborate with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and enlist the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to seize the ice and fire Yin Yang well. It was because Su Mo preferred not to overly rely on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, even if they succeeded in acquiring the celestial herbs from the ice and fire Yin Yang well. He was uncertain whether he would retain control over the arrangements concerning the herbs. Of course, all of this hinged on whether Su Mo could successfully prevent Tang San from attracting Duguyan's attention. Should Duguyan still develop an interest in Tang San, Dugubo might very well approach him. In such a case, Su Mo would team up with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to seize the ice and fire Yin Yang well. Su Mo was resolute in not allowing Tang San to obtain the celestial herbs, which would enable Yu Xiaogang to break through his limitations. There was still some time before Tang San encountered Duguyan and subsequently fell into Dugubo's grasp. In the Shrek Academy's dean's office, Flander and Yu Xiaogang were engaged in casual conversation. I can't shake the feeling that you've been somewhat antagonistic towards Su Mo lately, remarked Flander. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang paused slightly, his hand holding the teacup hesitating. After sipping his tea, he smiled gently. Your perception is as sharp as ever. Indeed, I have been targeting him, but it is a necessity. In front of Flander, Yu Xiaogang did not conceal much. Moreover, he needed to provide Flander with an explanation. Oh, why? Flander was not angry. Rather, he inquired out of curiosity. Compared to others aside from Tang San, Su Mo's performance had always been exceptionally brilliant. In a single team, having one brain, one absolute core is sufficient. Our current team is built around Tang San as the core. I am not targeting Su Mo. I am merely ensuring Tang San's unassailable central position. Yu Xiaogang explained slowly. I understand. You are correct. Given Su Mo's talents, it is indeed improbable for him to become the core of the team in the future. Haha, come, let us enjoy some tea. Upon hearing this, Flander quickly acknowledged Yu Xiaogan's explanation, for in his view, no one possessed talents that could surpass Tang San. It is only fitting that Tang San is established as the team's absolute core. After witnessing Flander's unwavering trust and support, Yu Xiaogang felt a profound sense of gratitude. Do you recall the words I once shared? In a moment of sentimentality, Yu Xiaogang could not help but utter this phrase. What words? Flander was naturally at a loss. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Yu Xiaogang spoke in a low tone. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flander's smile faded, and he looked at Yu Xiaogang with a hint of concern. You feel that Su Mo's performance has made you. Flander did not continue his sentence. Indeed, I must confess, I am somewhat reluctant to see Su Mo shine so brightly. Not only does it make my earlier rejection of him seem utterly short-sighted, but it also leaves me feeling like a genuine failure. Yu Xiaogang did not take offense and bitterly acknowledged his feelings. You are still so sensitive. Who are you? You are a master well-versed in countless theories. Our reputation as the Golden Iron Triangle was primarily built upon your efforts. Xiaogang, you are not a failure. Can a failure produce such an exceptional disciple as Tang San? Seeing Yu Xiaogang in such a state, Flander could not bear it any longer and began to criticize him. You are right. I have been too sensitive. How could I possibly be a failure? Upon hearing Flander's words, Yu Xiaogang's melancholy did not last long, and he quickly regained his spirits. Over the years, he had doubted himself countless times and had developed a sufficiently resilient mindset. Moreover, his painstaking efforts to teach Tang San were, in essence, a testament to his own worth. His earlier sentiments were merely a fleeting moment of reflection. Impossible. How could Xiaogang be such a person? Bibi Dong, observing the conversation between Yu Xiaogang and Flander, found it somewhat hard to accept. She had previously harbored suspicions about Yu Xiaogang's resistance to Su Mo's growth, and now she was confronted with his admission. This revelation left her feeling quite unsettled. She was reluctant to believe that Yu Xiaogang could be such a person, and she felt a pang of sympathy for his evident self-doubt and sensitivity. In the past, Yu Xiaogang had always been a paragon in her eyes. Aside from his lack of martial soul talent, he had compensated for this shortcoming with his intelligence. However, as time passed, especially after Yu Xiaogang arrived at Shrek Academy, her impression of him underwent significant transformations. But perhaps this is the true Xiaogang. Every individual harbors their own selfish desires. It is not wrong for Xiaogang to act in such a manner for the sake of his disciple. After reluctantly justifying Yu Xiaogang, Bibidong decided to leave. Tsk, departing so soon, unable to bear the sight or the sound, I presume. At that moment, Su Mo, who was diligently practicing, happened to glimpse the recent exchange. Noticing Bibidong's hasty exit, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As for the truth regarding Yu Xiaogangs' apparent bias against him, Su Mo had already discerned it long ago, and he did not require Yu Xiaogangs' explicit acknowledgement. What pleased Su Mo even more was witnessing Bibidong's swift departure, which clearly indicated a shift in her perception of Yu Xiaogang. A failure is indeed a failure. Without Tang San, you are nothing. Su Mo snorted coldly and continued his training. That evening, the Shrek battle team was set to be officially established. From this day forth, your Shrek battle team has been formed. For the sake of confidentiality, you shall no longer use your original names but adopt titles instead. Here are the masks I have prepared for you. You must wear them at all times in the arena. As for your titles, let them reflect your characteristics. For instance, Dai Mubai shall be known as the evil-eyed white tiger. Zhu Zhuqing, you may simply use your martial soul as your title. That night, Yu Xiaogang brought Su Mo and the others to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, opened a dedicated room for the team, and began to make arrangements. Master, this seems unnecessary, doesn't it? Aside from Oscar, we have all made appearances at this Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Anyone with a discerning eye could uncover our identities. As Yu Xiaogang concluded his statement, Su Mo raised his hand and spoke. Su Mo admitted that after hearing Yu Xiaogang's earlier words through Bibidong during the day, he couldn't resist the urge to challenge him a bit. Of course, this was also a point of contention he wished to address. In the original text, Yu Xiaogangs' arrangement here treated others as if they were fools. You are correct. However, those who will investigate are, after all, a minority, are they not? I only require you to maintain an air of mystery in public. Besides, do you not think it is rather cool for the entire team to wear masks and use aliases? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yu Xiaogangs' expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly provided a response. The last point is what you truly desire, isn't it? This notion of maintaining mystery is merely a pretext for seeking greater prominence. Exactly, master. This arrangement is splendid. I, Fatty, wholeheartedly endorse it. After hearing Yu Xiaogangs' explanation, Ma Hongjun was the first to step forward in agreement. Wearing masks and using aliases is undeniably cool. I also find it agreeable. Teacher's arrangement is quite good. Yes, yes, Tang San and the others chimed in, each donning their masks. In this case, I certainly agree. Suemo refrained from further challenging the master, calmly picking up the mask and placing it upon his face. His earlier remarks were merely intended to undermine Yu Xiaogang's authority. My title shall be the Soul Hunting Spear. As for the name of the team, it was quickly decided, Shrek Battle Team, since only 7 individuals could participate. Naming it Shrek 7 Monsters would be inappropriate given that the team consists of 8 members. Furthermore, Yu Xiaogang required everyone to participate in at least 2 soul battles daily. This means, aside from the mandatory team match, each person must also partake in either an individual match or a duo match. Considering that one member would inevitably be unable to participate in the team match, that individual could forego one battle. For Soul Masters, this is manageable. However, auxiliary Soul Masters cannot partake in individual matches and must form pairs with others. Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly team up with Suemo Tang San, and Xiao Wu would form a duo. Oscar could only pair with Dai Mubai, as aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai was the only other Soul Master at the Soul Sovereign level. As for Ma Hongjun, he could team up with Zhu Qing. But neither seemed inclined to voice their intentions, clearly indicating a desire not to partner with one another. Zhu Qing had never particularly liked Ma Hongjun, while Ma Hongjun was wary of Dai Mubai. Otherwise, he would have been quite willing to pair with Zhu Qing. The results were in. The opponents you will face are the Frenzy Team. This Frenzy Team possesses formidable strength, with all members being Soul Sovereigns above level 35. And they have already achieved 6 consecutive victories. In this team match, Tang San's control is indispensable. Ning Rongrong will be responsible for status enhancement, Oscar will provide aerial support, Dai Mubai and Suemo will lead the offensive, while Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun will assist while prioritizing the protection of the auxiliary support. Zhu Qing, you shall remain on the sidelines to observe this time. After the Shrek Battle Team registered for the competition, the results were swiftly revealed. Yu Xiaogang then made arrangements for the participants in this team match. Zhu Qing had temporarily been benched by Yu Xiaogang. Understood. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's arrangements, Zhu Qing did not voice any objections, though her expression revealed a hint of reluctance. Dai Mubai, noticing Zhu Qing's inability to participate, also exhibited a fleeting glimmer of displeasure in his eyes. The others remained largely indifferent. Here is the information on the members of the Frenzied Battle Team. Please take a look. Upon reaching the arena, Xiao San, as a control-type Soul Master, was appointed to command the battle. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang presented the members' details of the Frenzied Battle Team and entrusted the leadership of the team to Tang San. Understood, teacher. Tang San readily accepted the responsibility of commanding the team. As they prepared for the battle, Tang San swiftly devised a strategy for the upcoming confrontation, briefing Suemo and the others. All right, no problem. Understood. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others nodded enthusiastically, their excitement and nerves palpable as it was their first team competition. With the host's announcement, the first team battle of the Shrek squad commenced swiftly. In this encounter, Suemo took Zhu Qing's place, yet the overall dynamics of the battlefield remained largely unchanged, utilizing the Frenzied Battle Team's tendency to target support-type Soul Masters. Tang San set traps and employed blue-silver grass to restrain the 2 Frenzied Battle Team members attacking Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Suemo faced a level 37 Soul Master. Despite his overwhelming strength, he could not instantly defeat the opponent, taking a considerable amount of time to secure victory, even without utilizing the fusion battle mode of his soul tool. Sumo's performance was commendable, triumphing over an adversary of a higher rank. The members of the Frenzied Battle Team were taken aback by this display, seizing the moment. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun launched an attack on the support-type Soul Master wielding the Wishful Disc Spirit. However, before they could subdue him, he managed to unleash his third soul skill, the Frenzied Halo. Under the influence of the Frenzied Halo, all members of the Frenzied Battle Team, save for the woman with the human-faced demon spider spirit, succumbed to a state of frenzied euphoria, their attributes surging while pain became inconceivable. The downside was a gradual loss of rationality, leaving them with an instinct solely to attack. The member previously defeated by Suemo, now empowered by the Frenzied Halo, rose once again. Faced with the Frenzied Battle Team's rampant state, Tang San instructed everyone to consume Oscar's mushroom sausages to ascend into the air, temporarily averting a direct confrontation. Seeing the Shrek squad members airborne, the Frenzied Battle Team sought every means to strike. Yet Suemo and the others deftly evaded their attacks. Soon, the Frenzied Battle Team's members completely lost their sanity. Relying solely on the woman with the human-faced demon spider spirit to control them with her silk, Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. "Oscar, how many more mushroom sausages can you make?" Tang San inquired while observing the frenzied battle team's condition. "The my soul power is running low. I can only produce one more mushroom sausage at most," Oscar replied solemnly. "Then I must ask you to prepare one final mushroom sausage. Once your flight time concludes, everyone should descend immediately. I predict the frenzied battle team's state of frenzy will not last much longer. Once it dissipates, they will surely weaken, and apart from the control-type female soul master, the others will lack combat capability. I can handle them alone." Tang San swiftly devised his plan. "Let me take charge." Daimubai interjected. "No. Allow me. I have means of self-preservation, since I am in command of the battle. You must heed my instructions. Have faith. I am confident." Tang San shook his head, asserting his conviction. Initially intending to voice his thoughts, Su Mo decided against it after hearing Tang San's words. Subsequently, after the flight time of Su Mo and the others expired, all but Tang San descended, who consumed another mushroom sausage to remain airborne. Sumo, do you think Tang San can win? After everyone had landed, Ning Rongrong, watching Tang San still engaged in a standoff with the frenzied battle team, asked Sumo, her concern evident. The situation of the frenzied battle team aligns with Tang San's predictions. Given his strength, he should prevail. Sumo calmly assessed. Is that so? That's wonderful. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Sumo's analysis. Daimubai and the others, filled with anticipation, looked towards the battleground. Their trust in Sumo's insights was unwavering, as past experiences had shown that he was often correct. Observing the eager expressions of Xiao Wu and the others after heeding his advice, Sumo felt somewhat bemused. Even if they emerged victorious, what significance would it hold for them? A rather lackluster match. Your performance in this match was utterly abysmal. At that moment, Bibi Dong, seated beside Sumo, began her tirade. Sumo glanced at Bibi Dong, silently urging her to elaborate. He had indeed noticed the issues but chose not to address them in front of the others, as he had lost interest in this team. Yet, if he was to identify problems, he might as well let Bibi Dong voice her critiques. You lack cohesion in your teamwork. For instance, when Tang San initially trapped those two members of the frenzied battle team, if that chubby fellow and the little rabbit had swiftly finished them off, you could have easily secured their elimination, making your subsequent battles much simpler. The failure to do so meant that even after Tang San subdued them, he could have thrown them off the stage. It's unclear whether he trusted his teammates to finish the job or simply forgot. Thus, your team exhibits no synergy whatsoever. Furthermore, Tang San's decision to have you all descend was the worst choice. While it's understandable to withdraw those lacking combat capability, why remove Daimubai and the little rabbit, who could still fight? Even if you couldn't defeat the enemy, you could at least exhaust their soul power. Particularly the little rabbit. If she wished to evade, those irrational opponents wouldn't be able to touch her, and she could counterattack. Both you and Daimubai could continue to wear down the enemy's soul power. Coupled with Tang San providing aerial support, victory was well within your grasp. I believe Tang San merely sought to showcase himself, aiming for the spotlight, resulting in such a ridiculous decision. Bibi Dong did not hold back in her criticisms of Tang San, immediately launching into a barrage of complaints. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Sumo could only nod silently in response to Bibi Dong, as everyone else's attention remained fixated on the arena. Even if he were noticed, they would likely assume he was approving of Tang San's performance. That moment, Tang San had commenced his solo display as his airborne time expired. The frenzied battle team's frenzied state faded, plunging them into weakness. And with a single move of blue-silver bind, Tang San ensnared them all in midair. The control-type female soul master was also captured by Tang San's skill, her neck in his grasp, her life hanging by a thread. In light of these circumstances, the host promptly declared the Shrek squad victorious. After Tang San descended, he immediately sought Oscar for a detoxifying sausage, for he had absorbed a soul ring that was not the human-faced demon spider, rendering him vulnerable to the spider's poison wielded by the female soul master. Excellent. Tang San, you truly accomplished it. Daimubai and the others lavished praise on Tang San for securing the victory, commending his prowess. However, let's not celebrate prematurely. Our earlier performance was quite dismal. Be prepared for a reprimand. Sumo interjected. Upon hearing his words, the others fell silent, aware of their subpar performance. Now, each of you, share your reflections on this match. Upon returning to their temporary team quarters, Yu Xiaogang promptly inquired about their perspectives on the recent team competition. Teacher, the primary issue in this team contest stemmed from my shortcomings. I failed to direct effectively. After hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San was the first to step forward in self-reflection. However, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand to halt Tang San's continuation, then smiled as he surveyed the group. Did you all think I would criticize you today? You are mistaken. Today, I intend to commend you. You performed exceptionally well. Given that this was your first team competition, and against a formidable team like the Frenzied Warriors, achieving victory was commendable, particularly you, Xiaosan. Your judgments were astute, predicting that the Frenzied Warriors would weaken after their fervent state. Yu Xiaojiang's behavior was markedly unusual, as he not only refrained from criticism but also lavished praise upon them. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. I shall continue to strive and assist the team in securing further victories. Tang San, relieved that Yu Xiaogang had not rebuked him, quickly expressed his gratitude, hearing Yu Xiaojiang's accolades. Daimubai and the others shared in the joy, recognizing how rare such commendation was. Consequently, they set aside their previous underwhelming performance in the arena. On the sidelines, Bibi Dong observed this scene with a simmering urge to confront Yu Xiaogang, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word, vanishing back into Su Mo's body in a fleeting moment. Out of sight, out of mind, Ning Rongrong, accompanying Su Mo as they departed to register for the duo soul battle, wore a beaming expression. Her joy stemmed not only from their triumph in the team competition but also from Yu Xiaojiang's praise, being frequently criticized by a single individual. Receiving unexpected commendation could indeed leave one feeling flabbergasted. This was particularly true as Tang San had been the one to make the gravest errors during the team contest. Su Mo gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, enlightening her with a remark. Is that so? Ning Rongrong paused, momentarily perplexed by Su Mo's words. He then leaned in and softly articulated the misjudgments Tang San had made during the recent competition. Upon hearing Su Mo's insights, Ning Rongrong began to comprehend that the reality seemed to align with his assertions. Had Su Mo not pointed it out, she might have remained oblivious, simply perceiving Tang San's judgments as astute and his abilities as impressive. However, upon reflection, it was indeed bewildering to call a teammate still capable of fighting off the field. Is the master protecting Tang San? Ning Rongrong, not one to be easily fooled and quite astute, quickly grasped the underlying motives behind Yu Xiaojiang's unexpected praise. What do you think? Su Mo playfully pinched her nose. Humph. I initially thought the master was genuinely commending us. It turns out he was merely defending his prized disciple. Ning Rongrong huffed disdainfully, her earlier elation at Yu Xiaojiang's praise dissipating instantly. She chose not to dwell on Yu Xiaojiang's actions, understanding the situation, and promptly redirected her focus to the forthcoming duo soul battle with Su Mo. Su Mo, shall we utilize our martial soul fusion technique for the upcoming duo battle? Ning Rongrong eagerly shook Su Mo's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps we should forego the martial soul fusion technique. Su Mo replied, his expression momentarily stiffening as he expressed his reluctance. Please, will you agree to my request? Observing Su Mo's hesitation, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. Biting her lip, she leaned closer to whisper something into Su Mo's ear. Gulp. Hearing her proposition, Su Mo swallowed hard, a rush of warmth flooding his chest. All right, I'll acquiesce. Ultimately, Su Mo decided to indulge Ning Rongrong. Making the girl he cherished happy was of utmost importance. It's settled then. Let us hurry and register. Upon receiving Su Mo's agreement, Ning Rongrong was elated and promptly pulled him along to sign up. After registering, approximately half an hour later, Su Mo and Ning Rongrong's gun tower combination was called to the stage. They swiftly appeared on the central arena. Here they come. It is the silver-ranked gun tower duo. This combination has yet to suffer a defeat. Will they continue their winning streak tonight? As Su Mo and Ning Rongrong stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. With several months of consecutive victories, their gun tower duo had ascended to silver rank. Both Su Mo and Ning Rongrong were also silver-ranked Soul Masters. Su Mo, having participated in individual competitions, remained undefeated and was on the verge of advancing to golden-ranked Soul Master. Furthermore, their battles had been taking place in the central arena for quite some time, making them one of the most captivating teams in Soto City's Grand Arena. In the audience, on the west side, Zhu Zhuqing observed Su Mo and Ning Rongrong below with a frosty demeanor. It was evident that her mood was far from cheerful. Indeed, her spirits had been low ever since Yu Xiaogang had relegated her to the bench, preventing her from participating. What's wrong? Still feeling down? At that moment, a figure approached Zhu Zhuqing, speaking with a tone of gentle concern. Not at all. Without turning her head, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the voice belonged to Daimubai. You worried you might always be assigned to the reserve position, missing out on opportunities to participate, correct? Daimubai, aware of Zhu Zhuqing's tendency to mask her feelings, continued speaking unconcernedly. Rest assured, of the 8 of us. You were least likely to be placed in a substitute position, and who might that be? Concerned for herself, Zhu Zhuqing could not maintain her aloofness and turned to Dai Mubai, inquiring earnestly, someone you might find quite surprising, Sumo. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to elaborate with an air of confidence. Sumo. How could that be possible? Zhu Zhuqing's immediate reaction was disbelief. Haha, nothing is impossible. I acknowledge Sumo's combat prowess is formidable. Yet we cannot overlook the fact that his martial soul talent is the weakest among us, correct? After months of intensive training, each of us has advanced by 1 level, while Sumo has not improved at all. As levels increase, it becomes progressively challenging to level up, necessitating greater martial soul talent. Given his current rate of advancement, do you truly believe he can keep up with us? Dai Mubai analyzed Zhu Zhuqing while casting a dismissive glance at Sumo. Initially, upon learning of Sumo's innate soul power being only level 2, Dai Mubai, like the others, was profoundly astonished that he could enter Shrek Academy and possess such remarkable combat abilities. However, after the initial shock, Dai Mubai realized that Sumo's prowess was merely a result of his exceptional physical talent, enabling him to keep pace with them when their levels were low. As their levels continued to rise, Dai Mubai was convinced Sumo would inevitably fall behind. In fact, Sumo's soul power level had never truly caught up to theirs. It was only due to his previous 2 soul rings being absorbed beyond the limits, coupled with his personal abilities, that his combat strength appeared comparatively robust. Thus, understanding all this, Dai Mubai's attitude towards Sumo had remained rather indifferent within the academy. If not for Sumo being the object of Ning Rongrong's affection, Dai Mubai would have paid him even less mind. The dean has actually mentioned this to me. The true objective of our team lies in the Soul Master Tournament 7 years hence. You are well aware of the talents possessed by others. After 7 years, our Shrek team is expected to boast at least 3 Soul Kings. Excluding Sumo, the rest of us are likely to attain the rank of Soul Ancestor, which gives us a promising chance at clinching the championship. Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing's response, Dai Mubai continued speaking. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Zhuqing reflected carefully and realized the validity of his assertion. Once she comprehended this, her gaze towards Sumo transformed from admiration to one tinged with a hint of pity. He was merely a prodigy incapable of ever matching their true genius in terms of soul power. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Dai Mubai recognized that she had come to understand, and he smiled as he added, "Furthermore, even if my words do not hold true, the 2 of us are capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique. When faced with genuinely formidable opponents, Master would undoubtedly utilize our trump card." Are you attempting to seek my forgiveness? At this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, fully aware of the underlying implication of his last statement. If she did not forgive him and continued to harbor resentment, the 2 of them would never be able to perform the martial soul fusion technique together. Ever since your arrival, I have refrained from indulging in frivolities. Have I not? Recognizing Zhu Zhuqing's insight into his thoughts, Dai Mubai showed no shame, instead speaking candidly. Upon hearing his explanation, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from responding, instead directing her attention to the central arena where the duo battle between Sumo and Ning Rongrong had already commenced. Whether or not to forgive Dai Mubai was still a matter she needed to ponder. What are they planning to do? However, right from the outset of the match, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished to discover that Sumo and Ning Rongrong were not engaging in battle as they had previously. Rather, they joined hands and simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, the martial soul fusion technique. Could it be? Besides Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai also gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Sumo and Ning Rongrong's actions on the arena. The martial soul fusion technique. 7 Treasure Soul-Searching Spear. Buzz. In the gaze of all astonished spectators, Sumo and Ning Rongrong, upon the announcer's declaration, directly executed their martial soul fusion technique. Their martial souls converged together, followed by a radiant burst of 7-colored light emanating from between them, engulfing their figures within the resplendent glow. When the shimmering, glass-like 7-colored light dissipated, only Ning Rongrong's silhouette remained visible upon the stage. Sumo had vanished. However, Sumo's soul-searching spear had materialized in Ning Rongrong's hands, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple swirling around her. Moreover, the spear had undergone a transformation, now radiating a lustrous, glassy sheen. Yet the most significant alteration was at the spearhead, which had been replaced by the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, seamlessly merging with Sumo's soul-searching spear. Of course, the spearhead was not an exact replica of the original 7-treasure glazed pagoda. but its origins were unmistakable. Hee hee, now I can battle like a soul master, Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, mimicking Su Mo as she waved the 7-treasure soul-searching spear. You enjoy yourself. Just hand over control of the body back to me when things get overwhelming. In a place unseen by others, a miniature figure of Su Mo sighed from atop Ning Rongrong's head. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique resulted in them merging into a colossal, ethereal white tiger. In contrast, Su Mo and Ning Rongrong's martial soul fusion technique took on this current form. Led by Ning Rongrong, due to the superior quality of her martial soul, Su Mo now resembled Yao from the mobile game Honor of Kings. Attached to Ning Rongrong, yet invisible to everyone else. Had it not been for the overwhelming allure presented by Ning Rongrong, Su Mo would have been reluctant to showcase this martial soul fusion technique in public. Even if Ning Rongrong relinquished control of her body to him, he would still be maneuvering a woman's form in battle, which felt quite awkward. Nonetheless, Su Mo believed that once his soul-searching spear continued to evolve, he would inevitably reclaim the leading position in their martial soul fusion technique. Furthermore, it must be said that their martial soul fusion technique was indeed formidable. P.S. This is the first update, released early in pursuit of monthly votes. A special reminder, this chapter contains a bit more text. Chapter 66, The Graceful Ning Rongrong in the State of the Martial Soul Fusion Technique. An enhancement of 200 in strength and speed was conferred. This was still with Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed pagoda, which currently possessed only 2 soul rings, as more soul rings were added. Other attributes would also see an increase. Thus, in the state of martial soul fusion technique, the auxiliary enhancement originally belonging to the 7-treasure glazed pagoda was now firmly embedded in her essence. Compared to the original 30 enhancement Ning Rongrong could provide, this represented several magnitudes of increase. Moreover, in this state, Sumo's soul-searching spear soul skills could still be utilized. First soul skill, Penetrate. Second soul skill, Thunderstrike. At this moment, Ning Rongrong could hardly contain her excitement, wielding the 7-treasure soul-searching spear as she charged towards the opposing duo. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong's figure vanished from the spot. Truly as swift as lightning. Not good. The opposing duo, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's speed, were taken aback, hastily raising their defenses. Bang! Ning Rongrong's attack swiftly crashed into the united defense of the opposing duo, manifesting as a colossal energy shield. Bang! With a resounding impact, the energy shield conjured by their combined efforts shattered under Ning Rongrong's assault, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the 7-treasure soul-searching spear, the martial soul fusion technique. It truly is a martial soul fusion technique. The participants of the Spear Pagoda combination have actually employed a martial soul fusion technique in the competition. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. The Iron Shield duo, facing the onslaught of the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, felt the tide of battle shift against them in an instant. In this moment, the contestant wielding the 7-treasure glazed pagoda was nothing like an auxiliary soul master. Let us prepare to cheer. The announcer, filled with excitement and fervor, began his commentary, stirring the audience into a frenzy of applause. Indeed, it is genuinely a martial soul fusion technique. Dai Mu Bai, utterly astonished, gazed at the poised Ning Rongrong on the stage. A revelation he had not anticipated if this were the case. Then his earlier analysis with Zhu Zhuqing would be rendered moot. That Yu Xiaogang was undoubtedly aware that Su Mo and Ning Rongrong could execute a martial soul fusion technique. It would be inconceivable for him to overlook such potential. Zhu Zhuqing observed the unfolding scene with a flicker of urgency in her eyes. Even the opponents of the Spear Pagoda combination, the Iron Shield duo, believed they had already lost. Yet what transpired next left them in utter disbelief. After deploying her soul skill, Ning Rongrong's offensive capabilities noticeably diminished during the cooldown period of her second soul skill. Her strength waning significantly. The 7-treasure soul-searching spear, in her hands, lacked both the force and precision it once possessed. In one instance, she nearly struck herself. She lacks the skill to wield a spear. We still have a chance. The Iron Shield duo, witnessing Ning Rongrong's predicament, immediately recognized their opportunity, their eyes lighting up as they charged towards her. Seeing both opponents rushing towards her, Ning Rongrong gasped, hastily retreating. Rongrong, leave the next part to me. If this continues, I fear the audience will mock you. In the unseen realm above Ning Rongrong, Sumo's tiny figure spoke up at this critical moment. Very well. Then it's yours. Ning Rongrong, hearing Sumo's words, offered no resistance, though a hint of reluctance lingered in her heart. After the brief engagement, she recognized her current ineptitude with the 7-treasure soul-searching spear. Aside from utilizing soul skills, it felt akin to wielding a mere stick, perhaps even endangering herself. However, upon returning, Ning Rongrong resolved to earnestly request Su Imo to teach her the art of spear fighting. Despite the fleeting moments, she found the experience exhilarating. Indeed, being a soul master was far more thrilling. With Ning Rongrong's consent, Su Mo's diminutive figure swiftly seized control of her body that a miniature version of Ning Rongrong replaced Su Mo's previous position. Upon gaining dominion over Ning Rongrong's form, Su Imo stood on tiptoe and casually wielded the 7-treasure glazed tile spear in his hand. Soon, Su Imo discovered that although various attributes were enhanced in this state, his movements felt somewhat clumsy, lacking the fluidity of his own body. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to handle the 2 opponents before him. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Boom, the Thunderbolt, which Su Imo had devised based on his own soul skills, was beyond Ning Rongrong's capacity to wield, yet it posed no problem for him. Thus, with Ning Rongrong's body under Su Mo's control, she flashed forward, advancing rather than retreating, directly charging at the duo of Iron Shield. Boom! Upon nearing the opponents, the Tyrant Gun technique was unleashed from Ning Rongrong's hands, delivering a fierce blow. How could this be? The Iron Shield duo, witnessing their previously clumsy adversary suddenly become valiant, were left dumbfounded. However, being seasoned fighters, they quickly regained their composure and joined forces to counter Ning Rongrong's assault. Boom! Bang! Unfortunately, under Ning Rongrong's relentless attacks, the Iron Shield duo found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding her onslaught. The Iron Shield, a manifestation of their martial spirit, crumbled under the might of the 7-treasure glazed tile spear, shattering completely after just a few exchanges of the Tyrant Gun technique, resulting in both of them being sent sprawling off the stage. Victory belonged to the Gun Tower duo. Let us extend our congratulations to the Gun Tower duo for yet another triumph, perpetuating their undefeated legend. Witnessing this, the host erupted into cheers once more. The audience, captivated by the transformation of the delicate Ning Rongrong into a figure of grace and valor, found the contrast utterly exhilarating. The visual spectacle was nothing short of spectacular at that moment. A dazzling array of colors radiated from Ning Rongrong, and as the brilliance dissipated, Su Mo's figure reappeared. He chuckled. How delightful! Although the victory wasn't solely mine, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming thrill. Let us go. We need to update our points. Su Imo took Ning Rongrong's hand and made his way down from the arena. Yes, let us hurry. Master and the others will surely be surprised to learn about our martial spirit fusion technique. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing ahead while holding Su Mo's hand. Don't forget what you promised me, Su Imo reminded her, unconcerned about whether Yu Xiaogang and the others would be surprised, merely offering a timely reminder. Ning Rongrong, who had been skipping along, suddenly paused, her beautiful silhouette slightly stiffening as a visible blush crept onto her cheek. Got it, you big pervert. Chapter 67. The astonished crowd. Su Imo, Rongrong, I heard you utilized a martial spirit fusion technique in the competition. Is that true? Indeed. You both are truly remarkable. Please, tell us about your martial spirit fusion technique. Upon returning to the team, Su Imo and Ning Rongrong were met with curiosity from their teammates, who were eager to inquire about the newly revealed martial spirit fusion technique. Hee, of course it's true. You wouldn't believe how incredible I was just now. Ning Rongrong enthusiastically shared her excitement with the others, recounting the details of their fusion technique, upon learning that the fusion had augmented both their power and speed by 200. Everyone was left in utter shock. Such a dual enhancement of attributes, solidified in their forms until the fusion state was broken, was indeed astonishing. Once Ning Rongrong's soul rings were further enhanced, the potential for terror was boundless. Su Imo watched Ning Rongrong with a smile, allowing her to share their martial spirit fusion technique without interruption. It was certain that they would demonstrate it again in future matches, given the combat prowess displayed on stage. Yu Xiaogang could likely deduce much about their capabilities. He had that ability. Furthermore, sharing the effects of their soul skills with the team leader was necessary. Su Imo did not intend to rely solely on the fusion technique with Ning Rongrong. As his martial spirit evolved, the effects would undoubtedly change. Thus, revealing such fundamental data held little consequence. Just as with Su Mo's soul weapon integration, there was no need to conceal what others could readily observe. I must diligently practice my spear techniques from now on. I want you all to see how formidable I can become. Ning Rongrong declared with determination. Excellent. Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, you've both given me a tremendous surprise today. Your martial spirit fusion technique is truly impressive. After Ning Rongrong finished her introduction, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, a broad smile gracing his face as he praised them. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath his smiling facade, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was shrouded in darkness. The implications of Su Mo's abilities easily reminded him of the martial spirit fusion technique shared among the Golden Iron Triangle. With the fusion technique, Su Mo suddenly possessed combat power far exceeding his own level, akin to his own ability to summon the Golden Sacred Dragon when in fusion state. He had already discerned that although Ning Rongrong led their martial spirit fusion technique, Su Mo retained the right to wield it. Thus, with Su Mo's combat talent, it was inevitable that he would ultimately dominate, regardless of how diligently Ning Rongrong practiced her spear techniques. Both possessed low martial spirit talents. Yet both could achieve combat prowess far beyond their soul power levels through their fusion technique. That why Yu Xiaogang felt an uncanny resemblance to Su Mo. However, this realization only deepened his internal resistance, highlighting how foolish he had been to refuse Su Mo's apprenticeship. Moreover, with Su Mo and Ning Rongrong capable of executing a martial spirit fusion technique, it would be increasingly difficult to keep Su Mo relegated to a substitute position. Ning Rongrong, after you enter the fusion state, can your 7 treasure glaze tile still assist others? Yu Xiaogang suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired. Unfortunately, no. The assistance effect of the 7 treasure glaze tile becomes solidified within us. Thus it can no longer aid others, Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation, unable to conceal the truth. I see. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of delight, though his expression grew somber. Well, the martial spirit fusion technique brings both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is your enhanced combat power, while the downside is that it leaves the team without a vital support presence. The importance of support in a team is self-evident, especially since your attribute enhancement is arguably the most critical role. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise for you two to refrain from utilizing the fusion technique in team competitions. Why Yu Xiaogang spoke with an air of resignation and regret. That does seem to be the case. Other teammates pondered Yu Xiaojiang's words, realizing the truth in his statement. After all, if Ning Rongrong and Su Mo were to employ their martial spirit fusion technique, they would be unable to provide attribute enhancements to the team. Each member understood the immense aid Ning Rongrong's enhancements offered, and they all wished to retain her support. Let us go. Everyone has completed their matches for the day. It's time to head back. Yu Xiaogang observed the agreement among his teammates and felt satisfied, leading the way out. Let us go home. Daimubai was the first to follow. Soon after, Tang San, Xiaowu, and the others joined in as well. How could this be? Ning Rongrong, seeing everyone leave, couldn't help but stomp her foot, her expression clouded with disappointment. Initially thrilled by the astonished reactions of her peers, she found herself disheartened by how things had turned out. No worries. If we can't use it in team matches, we can employ it in the duo soul fighting competitions. Su Mo approached and gently patted Ning Rongrong's head, offering a comforting smile. Remember, you said it yourself. With Su Mo's reassurance, Ning Rongrong's gloom lifted immediately. Yes, I did. Did you not mention that you would diligently study marksmanship? Upon our return, I shall teach you. Su Mo chuckled, then took Ning Rongrong's hand to join the others. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's retreating figure, a faint, cold smirk appeared on Su Mo's face. The fusion of their martial souls would indeed present both advantages and disadvantages for the team. However, with proper tactical arrangements, it should not pose significant issues. After all, the fusion technique he and Ning Rongrong shared was a formidable weapon. Against certain formidable opponents, even with Ning Rongrong as support, victory might seem elusive, but should they join forces, they might very well turn the tide. Su Mo increasingly sensed Yu Xiaojiang's animosity towards him. Nonetheless, that mattered little. He would follow Yu Xiaojiang's lead, as he had long ceased to concern himself with the team's dynamics. At this moment, Su Mo's thoughts were solely occupied with Ning Rongrong's promised eye in the bustling soul arena of Soto City. The atmosphere was vibrant. However, once outside, one would find the entire Soto City enveloped in a profound silence. For it was indeed quite late. Just as Su Mo and his companions neared the city gate, a shadow suddenly flashed past from a dark alley. With a quick glance, Su Mo discerned that the figure appeared to be carrying someone. A soul master was hoisting an unconscious little girl. Su Mo had not seen clearly, but at that moment, Tang San spoke up regarding what he had observed. What? Are you serious, Tang San? At his words, the expressions of the others shifted slightly. At such a late hour. Seeing someone carrying a girl was hardly devoid of sinister implications. I'll chase after him, Zhu Xiqing declared, sprinting ahead. We're coming too. Dai Mubai quickly followed suit. Naturally, Su Mo and the others had no objections and immediately pursued as well. Yu Xiaogang considered intervening, uncertain of the assailant's strength, yet he soon dismissed his concerns, reassured by the presence of his companions. The shadow ahead was swift, but burdened with a person. It could not escape Zhu Xiqing for long. Who soon caught up? Who dares meddle? A voice interrupted, revealing a rather unsavory character. Initially displeased at the disruption of his nefarious intentions, upon seeing Zhu Xiqing's appearance, his eyes lit up. Noting her youth only heightened his excitement. He promptly discarded the unconscious girl from his shoulder and summoned his martial soul, turning to seize Zhu Zihuking. As 4 soul rings manifested around him, Zhu Xiqing's expression shifted dramatically. Pervert, let go of me. By the time she attempted to flee, it was already too late. His control technique ensnared her effortlessly. Don't be hasty, my little beauty. I'm coming right over. The lecherous man drooled as he approached Zhu Xiqing, his hands reaching out as if eager to claim her. Cease this at once. Second soul technique. White Tiger's fierce light wave, just as he was about to close in on Zhu Xiqing. Dai Mubai arrived. Damn it. Another busybody. The man cursed upon seeing Dai Mubai, but dismissed him upon recognizing that he was merely a soul master. Boom. Dai Mubai's attack was evaded by the lecherous man, who, as a 4-ring soul master, clearly held the upper hand. Little beauty, is he your sweetheart? Don't worry, I'll make sure he witnesses your pampering. He. After taunting Zhu Xiqing, he turned his attention to Dai Mubai. Third soul technique, web of binding. Yet, before he could act, Su Mo and the others arrived, with Tang San launching his assault. Damn it, why are there so many busybodies? The lecher swiftly evaded Tang San's technique. But upon seeing more individuals approach, his expression darkened further. Although none of them appeared to be soul masters, he still felt trepidation. Whoosh, second soul technique, thunderstrike, boom. However, as the lecher attempted to escape, Su Mo and his companions were determined not to let him go. Su Mo charged forward aggressively. The lecher had no choice but to evade. Whoosh, second soul technique, enchantment. Yet, the direction he chose to flee was blocked by Xiao Wu, who had already used her teleportation to intercept him. Explosive 8-section throw, boom. In an instant, as the lecher fell into a daze from Xiao Wu's enchantment, she closed the distance and unleashed her self-created soul technique, the explosive 8-section throw. Accompanied by the lecher's anguished cries. He was mercilessly slammed into the ground by Xiao Wu. Upon impacting the ground, the lecher's body twisted grotesquely, his bones shattered and misaligned, rendering him unconscious as the others moved to inspect the fallen lecher's condition. Su Mo sought out the unconscious little girl he had been abandoned. Damn it. Upon seeing the girl, Su Mo let out a furious huff. It was not because he discovered that she had been harmed, but rather because the girl was undeniably just a child, even younger than Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, that he truly deserves to die. Bibi Dong had appeared by Su Mo's side, her expression icy, clearly reminded of her own harrowing experiences upon witnessing the girl's plight. Su Mo remained silent, cradling the little girl as he returned to the group. Su Mo, are you all right? Ning Rongrong rushed forward. Concern etched on her face. I'm fine. This is the girl he abducted. Su Mo shook his head and handed the unconscious child to Ning Rongrong. This is intolerable. Such a despicable person, exploiting his status as a soul master to commit heinous acts. Ning Rongrong's face flushed with anger as she beheld the girl's condition. I recognize him. He is one of the notorious trio of perverts in Soto City, Ma Hongjun declared, having recognized the fallen lecher. He proceeded to inform the others of the lecher's identity. This is outrageous. Bullying the weak is hardly a display of prowess. Xiao Wu, you did well. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's account, Ning Rongrong and the others condemned the unconscious lecher once more. Teacher, what should we do now? Tang San inquired of Yu Xiaogang, glancing at the fallen lecher. In his mind, the solution was clear: eliminate him to prevent future transgressions. Yet, with Yu Xiaogang present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Right, what should we do? Are we really just going to let him go? The others looked to Yu Xiaogang, none of them contemplating the option of execution. Kill him. Such a person, left unchecked, will only bring more harm to the innocent. However, before Yu Xiaogang could speak, Su Mo interjected coldly. To him. The lecher's crimes were unforgivable. deserving of the most severe punishment. What? Kill him? The others were taken aback by Su Mo's declaration. That is unnecessary. Such a man only preys on the weak. A lesson will suffice. Yu Xiaogang was startled by Su Mo's bloodthirsty suggestion, but found it somewhat agreeable, though he sensed that the moment was not right for them to act violently. Indeed, while he may be vile, he has never killed anyone, Ma Hongjun quickly added. As for those unaccustomed to taking lives, the notion of murder was still quite repugnant. The master is correct. Moreover, according to the laws of both the Xinghua Empire and the Tiando Empire, his actions do not warrant death. Dai Mubai chimed in, his tone calm. Indeed, killing is wrong. Oscar, I believe that Su Mo's words hold truth. Among those present, only Ning Rongrong stands in support of Su Mo. Tang San, much like Yu Xiaogang, harbors a desire deep within to agree with Su Mo's proposal. However, since Yu Xiaogang has voiced otherwise, he cannot possibly oppose his own mentor. Observing the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others, Su Mo falls into a contemplative silence, for it is his first encounter with the disdainful attitude that soul masters and nobles in the Douluo world exhibit towards ordinary citizens. What is there to discuss? Such individuals deserve to perish. Should they fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall, even if they do not meet death, they would surely be sent to the city of slaughter. Su Mo. Disregard them, and take decisive action to eliminate him. At this moment, Bibi Dong, seething with indignation beside Su Mo, urges him to slay the unconscious Bulu. However, Su Mo refrains from doing so. It would be inappropriate to act against the consensus of the group. If execution is warranted, it should be conducted discreetly in private. Let us instead deliver him to the Spirit Hall, which possesses a place known as the City of Slaughter, designated for housing such individuals. Bibi Dong's words stir something within Su Mo, prompting him to propose an alternative to Yu Xiaogang. Nonsense. When has the Spirit Hall ever needed to intervene in matters within the borders of the Tiando Empire? The Spirit Hall has consistently overreached its boundaries. Upon hearing Su Mo's suggestion to hand Bulu over to the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaogang immediately reprimands him. While he appreciates Su Mo's notion of eliminating Bulu, he vehemently opposes the idea of handing him over to the Spirit Hall. Since being cast aside by Bibi Dong, his feelings of resentment towards her are matched only by his aversion to the Spirit Hall. Over the years, he has discerned the Spirit Hall's insidious ambitions as they incessantly meddle in the affairs between the two great empires, further deepening his disdain. The City of Slaughter? What manner of place is that? Ma Hongjun and the others remain oblivious to the Spirit Hall's overreach, their curiosity piqued by Su Mo's mention of the City of Slaughter. Aside from Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Ning Rongrong are unaware of this City of Slaughter. With only Dai Mubai possessing a modicum of knowledge, though it is not his turn to speak, the City of Slaughter, a realm steeped in malevolence, a place that ought not to exist. It is a gathering ground for nearly all the malevolent soul masters in this world. A paradise for the powerful and a hell for the weak. Within its confines, the majority of soul masters are not there by choice, but rather captured criminals and wicked soul masters apprehended by the Spirit Hall. To amass such evil in one location raises questions about the Spirit Hall's true intentions. In any case, from now on, you must exercise caution in all matters related to the Spirit Hall. Do not place your trust in them lightly. Yu Xiaogang succinctly elucidates the nature of the City of Slaughter, cautioning those present. His words are laden with an unmistakable animosity towards the Spirit Hall. Su Mo is uncertain of the reactions from the others, but he observes that Bibi Dong's expression grows increasingly frigid upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs remarks. She understands his resentment, for it was she who abandoned him, albeit under duress. Yet the fact remains that she left him. Hence, while her comprehension of Yu Xiaogangs' feelings is clear, she cannot overlook the fact that the Spirit Hall has furnished him with a wealth of knowledge regarding martial souls. Yu Xiaogangs' hostility towards the Spirit Hall strikes Bibi Dong as excessively petty. Previously, she had believed that Yu Xiaogangs' efforts against the Spirit Empire stemmed from her destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She never envisioned that he harbored such animosity towards the Spirit Hall at such an early stage. Though she too wishes to see the Spirit Hall obliterated, it is not the same matter. I am not angry. I am not angry. It is only natural for Xiaogang to harbor resentment towards me and the Spirit Hall alike. After silently justifying Yu Xiaogangs' feelings, Bibi Dong manages to stabilize her emotions. She then swiftly redirects her attention back to Su Mo, opting for a strategy of avoidance. Su Mo finds amusement in this. Realizing that his tactics have yielded some effect, he had intentionally mentioned the spirit hall in front of Yu Xiaogang. Fully aware of the latter's sentiments, judging by the original narrative, if anyone harbors a greater desire to see the spirit hall destroyed, it is likely Yu Xiaogang, more so than Tang Hao and Tang San. This is evident from Yu Xiaojiang's frequent references to the spirit hall and the tone he employs. Since handing Douluo over to the spirit hall is not feasible, then I propose the following approach. After considering Yu Xiaojiang's words, it is ultimately Tang San who steps forward, suggesting a method akin to that found in the original tale. They plan to hang a placard on the unconscious Douluo, inscribing a confession of sorts, laden with derogatory terms concerning his innate depravity and moral deficiencies. The absurdity of it all incites laughter among the group, though Su Mo's reaction is one of cold amusement. Such antics will hardly inflict significant harm on someone like Douluo, who thrives on preying upon the weak. He will only seek to exact revenge on the innocent for the humiliation he suffers. Nevertheless, Su Mo refrains from voicing further objections. Once they return to Shrek Academy, Su Mo discreetly ventures to a secluded spot on the back mountain. "Senior, please descend. I am aware of your presence," he calls out before a tree. Whoosh! As soon as Su Mo's words fall, a figure leaps down from the tree. "How did you discover me?" The individual gazes at Su Mo, disbelief evident in their eyes that he is a Sword Douluo, yet so easily discerned by Su Mo. "Senior, there is a matter on which I seek your assistance." Su Mo naturally refrains from disclosing that he had Bibi Dong aid him in locating the individual. "Certainly, speak your mind." The Sword Douluo, having gained the approval of the sect leader, does not hesitate, quickly assenting to Su Mo's request. "Senior, you are aware of the soul master we apprehended in Soto City before our return, correct? I hope you can pay him a visit," Su Mo states, directing his gaze towards the individual. "You wish to?" The Sword Douluo looks at Su Mo with surprise, uncertainty clouding his expression. "Precisely, we must eradicate evil entirely. If you are unable to act, then handing him over to the spirit hall is also an option," Su Mo asserts. Initially, he had intended to return himself, but upon recalling that there are Sword Douluo dispatched by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to protect Ning Rongrong, he decides to delegate the task instead. "Very well, consider it done." Upon realizing Su Mo's intentions, the Sword Douluo regards him with admiration before agreeing. Whoosh! The Sword Douluo's figure vanishes before Su Mo's eyes. "I had thought you would be like the others and let that scoundrel go." Bibi Dong gazes at Su Mo in astonishment. She did not anticipate that Su Mo's request for her assistance in locating someone was, in fact, aimed at eliminating that soul master. "How could I? In my eyes, his actions are utterly unforgivable." Su Mo responds icily. "Excellent. It seems you have truly heeded my words." Bibi Dong's face lights up with a genuine smile upon hearing Su Mo's declaration, feeling a sense of satisfaction, for she, too, believes that those who forcibly violate the purity of women, like Douluo, deserve to perish. For the first time, Bibi Dong finds Su Mo more agreeable than Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang not only disregards the malevolent deeds perpetrated by despicable individuals, but he also possesses a heart as fragile as that of a fledgling chick, unable to bear witness to Su Mo's growth. Upon reflecting on this, Bibi Dong suddenly realizes that Yu Xiaogang seems to be burdened with numerous shortcomings. This realization casts a shadow over Bibidong's mood. With a swift motion, she vanishes once more, returning to Su Mo's side. Unfazed, Su Mo revels in a joyful spirit as he makes his way back to his dormitory. After refreshing himself, he engages in cultivation within his room, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a certain someone. After an indeterminate passage of time, the door to Su Mo's room creaks open, and a figure stealthily slips inside. PS. First update, Chapter 70, Ning Fengji's response. The one who clandestinely entered Su Mo's room, aside from Ning Rongrong, could only be her. Ning Rongrong had vowed earlier in the day to serve as Su Mo's pillow for the night. The following morning, Su Mo awoke feeling invigorated and sought out Tang San, requesting that he forge a lightweight hunting spear for Ning Rongrong to practice her marksmanship. Ning Rongrong exhibited a genuine enthusiasm for honing her skills, diligently seeking Su Mo's guidance for private training sessions. "Flander, I believe we must inform the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School about the situation concerning Su Mo and Ning Rongrong." One day, Yu Xiaogang approached Flander with a serious demeanor, broaching the subject of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong. "Oh, what do you mean?" Upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's grave expression, Flander too adopted a serious tone. Though he remained perplexed by Yu Xiaojiang's words, do you think the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be pleased to learn that their little princess has taken a liking to Su Mo? Instead of providing a direct answer, Yu Xiaojiang posed a rhetorical question to Flander. What would the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's reaction be? How is this our concern? Flander still did not grasp the situation. Believing that Ning Rongrong's affections were of no consequence to their academy, is that so? Do you truly think the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be agreeable to Ning Rongrong's affection for Su Mo, culminating in their approval of their union? If Su Mo possessed a talent akin to that of the other members of Shrek Academy, I would not be the least bit worried, for any of them would be worthy of Ning Rongrong. But do you think Su Mo qualifies? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seeks partners who not only are soul masters, but also possess the capability to protect one another. Currently, Su Mo is able to safeguard Ning Rongrong. But what of the future? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School undoubtedly values prospects, especially now, as Su Mo and Ning Rongrong have attained their own martial soul fusion technique. Should we inform the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School of this situation? Their choice will be theirs to make. However, if we remain silent and allow Su Mo and Ning Rongrong to develop their relationship unchecked, it will not be so simple for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to separate them when the time comes. Do you think the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will not cast blame upon us at Shrek for pairing their little princess with such a partner of mediocre talent, seeing that Flander was still oblivious? Yu Xiaojiang proceeded to clarify his points one by one. As Yu Xiaojiang spoke, Flander's expression grew increasingly solemn. You are correct. I nearly overlooked this. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to lay blame upon us, we would be unable to bear the consequences. Sighing, Yu Xiaojiang lamented. Had I known it would come to this, I should never have admitted Su Mo. If only Ning Rongrong had taken a liking to Ma Hongjun, there would be no issues at all. After hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Flander finally voiced his agreement. In any case, you should promptly inform the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon witnessing Flander's newfound awareness of the situation's severity, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he replied, Of course, I shall write to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School immediately, now acutely aware of the gravity of the matter. Flander wasted no time in retrieving stationery to compose a letter. Xiaogang, are you attempting to leverage the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to rid us of Su Mo? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, Bibi Dong observed the inexplicable smile adorning Yu Xiaojiang's face, letting out a soft snort of disdain. Unfortunately, you are unaware that Su Mo has already garnered the recognition of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your efforts shall ultimately prove futile. Bibidong's feelings towards Yu Xiaojiang had become exceedingly complex in the past. She had been infatuated with him to the point of obsession. However, as she began to discern some of Yu Xiaojiang's flaws, her blind admiration waned, leaving her still unable to let go. Bibi Dong has finally begun to shift her perspective on Yu Xiaojiang. She even dares to mock him now. Simultaneously, Su Mo, who had been observing this scene, found himself in high spirits. He had been keenly aware of Bibidong's transformation. Yet, it was with a tinge of regret that he noted how, despite her recognition of Yu Xiaojiang's numerous shortcomings, Bibi Dong remained unable to sever her emotional ties. Still fixated on him, he wondered if there would ever come a day when Bibi Dong would completely change her mind. A few days later, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School received Flander's letter. Indeed, it seems the Shrek Academy personnel are quite considerate, understanding the need to report Rongrong's situation to us. However, they are evidently unaware that the seemingly talentless Su Mo is, in fact, quite extraordinary. Ning Fengji chuckled upon reading Flander's correspondence. Subsequently, he composed a reply to Shrek Academy. What does this mean? Xiaogang, you are typically astute. What do you think the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School means by this? Their response is far too brief. In the office of the Shrek Academy headmaster, Flander gazed at the succinct reply from Ning Fengji, utterly bewildered. Let me take a look. Upon hearing Flander's words, Yu Xiaojiang confidently snatched the letter from Flander's grasp. The response contained but a single, succinct phrase. Thank you for informing us. Yet, it was precisely the brevity and simplicity of this reply that left Flander uncertain regarding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's true intentions. However, as Yu Xiaojiang read the letter and its singularly brief response, the confident smile on his face faltered. Puffed. At that moment, Bibi Dong, having caught sight of the letter's contents, could not suppress her laughter. Haha, Ning Fengji's response is utterly amusing. I never expected that fellow to possess such an endearing side. Bibidong chuckled heartily. Ning Fengji's reply was indeed quite formal and composed. In keeping with his character, it had elicited laughter from Bibi Dong. Especially upon observing the expressions on Flander and Yu Xiaogang's faces, her amusement intensified to the point where she nearly doubled over with laughter. Perhaps it was the nonchalant nature of Ning Fengji's response that made it all the more entertaining. Xiaogang, what do you think Ning Zhongzhu's reply truly signifies? Noting Yu Xiaogang's expression, Flander pressed him for clarification. P.S. Second update, Chapter 71. Ning Rongrong. Su Mo is the most exceptional. The previous chapter was censored. I deleted some content and added new material, so it would be best to review it, lest this chapter become disconnected from the last. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged silence, he suppressed his confusion and dissatisfaction, stating, "It simply indicates that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is already aware of the situation. We need not worry any longer. It is even possible that before we informed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, their leader, Ning, had already known about Su Mo and Ning Rongrong's relationship. In any case, since the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School does not require us to take any action, we need not concern ourselves further." Fearing Flander might still not comprehend, Yu Xiaogang continued his explanation. I see. Then I can rest easy. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's explanation, Flander suddenly burst into laughter, feeling relieved. Observing the jovial Flander, Yu Xiaogang felt a sense of frustration within. While Flander was elated, he could not share in that joy. However, he could not articulate his discontent to Flander, thus he bore it alone. Naturally, Su Mo was also attentive to the content of his future father-in-law's reply, and upon learning it, he chuckled as well. Following this, the second phase of special training continued, and it wasn't long before Su Mo obtained the golden badge of a personal soul master. He also ceased to resist using the martial soul fusion technique with Ning Rongrong during the duo soul battles. Aside from having promised Ning Rongrong, this technique was indeed a formidable move for Su Mo, necessitating his mastery, particularly in becoming adept at utilizing Ning Rongrong's body for combat, when encountering weaker foes. Or when only a single opponent remained, Su Mo would relinquish control of his body back to Ning Rongrong, allowing her to practice his surprise, after some time of training with firearms, coupled with Su Mo's constant guidance. Ning Rongrong's marksmanship improved rapidly, enabling her to competently face opponents of her level. Such progress thrilled Ning Rongrong, who often rewarded Su Mo with secret tokens of gratitude. However, in team competitions, Su Mo found himself frequently relegated to the bench by Yu Xiaogang. In Yu Xiaogang's words, the second phase of training was primarily aimed at enhancing everyone's abilities. Thus it required all members to participate more in matches. Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, along with Oscar, needed to ensure their involvement in team competitions to maintain a consistent 2 matches daily. Tang San, as a control-type soul master, was indispensable in team battles. Therefore, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Su Mo rotated in and out, considering the situation to decide who would take the field. Ultimately, this resulted in Su Mo spending the most time on the bench. "Master, why not have Zhu Zhuqing team up with Fatty?" Ning Rongrong promptly proposed a better suggestion. Confronting Yu Xiaogang, how could Su Mo be benched like that? Especially after Su Mo's insights, Ning Rongrong, recognizing Yu Xiaogang's excessive bias, was emboldened to challenge him without hesitation. "Your suggestion is indeed commendable, but you all know Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's current situation. They are still honing their martial soul fusion technique. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing is not suited to team up with Ma Hongjun at this moment." Yu Xiaogang offered a rationale that everyone found quite reasonable. Particularly, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun immediately expressed their agreement with Yu Xiaogang's words that Su Mo, "Why do I feel like Master doesn't want you to participate in the team matches?" Afterward, Ning Rongrong expressed her displeasure to Su Mo. Whether others felt the same, she was uncertain, but she certainly did. "Isn't this quite normal? Master is probably concerned that my soul power level will lag behind yours. Hence this arrangement," Su Mo responded, sensing Ning Rongrong's realization of the situation and deciding to share some insights with her. How could Master do this? He is being unreasonable. Why would he look down on you?" Upon hearing Su Mo's explanation, Ning Rongrong finally understood, her petite face turning crimson with indignation. She truly hadn't anticipated Yu Xiaogang's mindset. "No, I must confront Master about this. How can he look down on someone as formidable as you? Growing increasingly furious, Ning Rongrong was determined to seek out Yu Xiaogang for a discussion that I in her heart. Su Mo was the strongest in the Shrek team that at just level 23, he could defeat Dai Mubai and Tang San. If Su Mo were of the same level as them, Dai Mubai and the others would stand no chance against him. No, it won't do any good. It's a fact that my martial soul talent is low. Su Mo quickly restrained Ning Rongrong, clarifying that he did not intend for her to challenge Yu Xiaogang. He merely wanted to inform her of his thoughts regarding leaving Shrek, allowing her some mental preparation to know. Su Mo, your talent is not low. You are more formidable than all of us. Hearing his words, Ning Rongrong turned back, her expression resolute and pained as she gazed at Su Mo, unwilling to accept his self-deprecation. Deep down, she understood that Su Mo's low talent meant he would face slower cultivation in the future, possibly falling behind everyone else. Yet, she did not want Su Mo to confront this harsh reality. Thus she steadfastly believed in his superiority before him. So, Rongrong, you have been aware all along. Observing Ning Rongrong's expression, Su Mo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Without uttering much more, he pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace, tightly holding her against him. In that moment, Su Mo felt as though he was cradling the rarest treasure in the world, a girl who, even while considering his talent shortcomings, still wished to be with him. If previously Ning Rongrong had not contemplated this aspect and chose to be with Su Mo out of simple affection, her current decision, fully aware of his limitations, required immense determination, as she must have anticipated the potential opposition from her family. Rest assured, I am not so fragile, nor will I ever feel inferior or fear that I am unworthy of you. After embracing Ning Rongrong, Su Mo whispered softly into her ear, and let me share a secret with you. Your man has long devised a way to resolve his talent issues. Chapter 72. The Evolution of the Martial Soul. Really? You are not deceiving me. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Ning Rongrong immediately lifted her head from his embrace, her face alight with astonishment. Of course, I will tell you more when we return. It will also allow you to witness the miracle unfold. Su Mo replied with a confident smile. Since Su Mo completed the forging of his first weapon, nearly 6 months had passed, and he sensed that tonight he would successfully refine his second weapon, infusing the Xiantai spear with his soul, thereby upgrading his martial soul once more. This time, Su Mo intended for Ning Rongrong to witness the entire process, alleviating her worries. As for the acknowledgement from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, Su Mo deemed it unnecessary to inform Ning Rongrong just yet, as he had made a promise to the Sword Douluo. Furthermore, knowing the secret of his weapon forging would be sufficient to reassure Ning Rongrong. This little girl, in the martial soul space within Su Mo, Bibi Dong observed the interaction between Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, her eyes filled with emotion. Ning Rongrong's demeanor effortlessly reminded her of her past self. She too had once harbored such feelings for Yu Xiaogang. Tending to his emotions and fearing he might feel unworthy due to his insecurities, to bolster Yu Xiaogangs confidence and alleviate his self-doubt, she had suggested he fully utilize his intellect and embark on the path of a theoretical master. Thus, when Xin Xuanji once claimed that Yu Xiaogang approached her with ulterior motives, she had not believed it for an instant. After all, it was she who had encouraged Yu Xiaogang to delve into the information regarding the Martial Soul Hall, and she had taken him there herself, rather than him requesting it. Therefore, regardless of how Qian Xuanji had attempted to convince her of Yu Xiaogangs intentions, she remained unconvinced. Even now, having discovered so many of Yu Xiaogangs flaws, Bibi Dong still loved him. Initially, she had been drawn to Yu Xiaogang. Pursuing him actively to love someone is to embrace their imperfections. If only Yu Xiaogang had been able to find a breakthrough to transcend his talent limitations earlier, things might have been different. In such a case, Qian Xuanji would not have opposed her relationship with Yu Xiaogang, much like the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School would not have done. Alas, nothing exists without a what-if, and that scoundrel Qian Xuan is certainly not Ning Fengji. Observing Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, Bibi Dong was filled with envy. Su Mo and Ning Rongrong bore an uncanny resemblance to her and Yu Xiaogang in their early days, yet the trajectories of their developments were entirely divergent. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong swiftly made her way to Su Mo's dormitory, locking the door behind her. Once inside, she found Su Mo engrossed in his training. Only upon noticing her presence did he open his eyes and cease his practice. You're here, Su Mo greeted her with a faint smile, Rising to his feet, "Sumo, you must tell me how you resolved your talent issue," Ning Rongrong exclaimed eagerly, having longed to know the answer. "I understand your urgency. Allow me to explain." Sumo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair before continuing. "Come on, hurry up," Ning Rongrong urged, stamping her foot in impatience, her expression suggesting that she might just bite Sumo if he delayed any further. "I'm dying of curiosity. Why aren't you speaking? Behold, this is my Xiantai gun, a weapon devoid of martial soul fusion, correct? Watch closely," Sumo proclaimed, summoning the martial soul hunter's spear back into his body. Leaving only the simple weapon, the Xiantai gun, that he then tossed the Xiantai gun towards Ning Rongrong's side, effortlessly recalling it with a gentle flick of his fingers. "What? How is this possible?" Ning Rongrong gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. That was a weapon, not Sumo's martial soul. She immediately turned to him, demanding an explanation. "This is what I previously mentioned, a soul skill I have been training. In truth, it is not merely a soul skill but a method of martial soul evolution that I refer to as weapon integration into the soul." Observing Ning Rongrong's adorably wide-eyed expression, Sumo began to elucidate the concept of weapon integration into the soul, explaining that his martial soul had undergone evolution once before, enhancing his innate abilities. This meant that his martial soul talent was no longer confined to the limitations of an innate soul power level of 2. It had indeed progressed. "Wow, Sumo, that is truly remarkable," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth as she leaped onto Sumo, tightly encircling his neck with her arms and wrapping her long legs around his waist. Her joy was palpable, for she was now certain that with Sumo's skill and weapon integration into the soul, neither her father nor the sect would dare oppose their union. Suddenly, Sumo found himself receiving an impassioned kiss. Naturally, he retaliated. "Ahem, please come down. I have something even more important for you to see." After some time, he managed to set the fervent Ning Rongrong down. Continuing in such a manner would surely lead to complications. "What is it?" Ning Rongrong, realizing she had been overly forward, blushed and took a few steps back. "Martial soul evolution." As he spoke, Sumo summoned his martial soul, the hunter's spear, and once again performed the fusion of soul and weapon before Ning Rongrong's very eyes. "Ah, are you saying you can undergo a second evolution right now?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Sumo, utterly astonished that she would witness his martial soul evolution today. "Indeed, I shall demonstrate it for you," Sumo replied confidently, eliciting a series of enthusiastic nods from Ning Rongrong. Seeing her eagerness to witness the event, Sumo wasted no time. He sat cross-legged and, with a swift motion, reabsorbed the hunter's spear into his body while in the state of weapon-soul fusion. Those moments later, Sumo closed his eyes, focusing intently on the refinement process. "Can it truly be done?" Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth with her hands in disbelief, terrified that her exclamation might disrupt Sumo's concentration. Even though she had heard him speak of it before, witnessing the scene before her was simply beyond her comprehension. The existence of such a method of martial soul evolution, integrating a weapon into one's martial soul, seemed as straightforward as watering a sapling. Yet this phenomenon had never manifested before. It must succeed. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, anxiously watching Sumo, her heart racing with tension, despite knowing he had succeeded once already. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 73. Soul Power Level 26 was within Sumo's martial soul space. The hunter's spear he had summoned back began to tremble slightly, emanating waves of soul power. After approximately half an hour, the evolution of the martial soul finally ceased, and the Xiantai gun was wholly refined into an integral part of Sumo's martial soul. But simultaneously, Sumo's soul power level broke through, ascending from level 25 to level 26. Ning Rongrong, currently at level 27, now found Sumo rapidly closing the gap. Did it succeed? As Sumo opened his eyes, Ning Rongrong eagerly inquired. "Yes, after the second evolution, the quality of my martial soul has improved. While it has yet to reach the level of a high-grade martial soul, I believe another evolution will bring it there," Sumo declared enthusiastically, summoning the evolved hunter's spear. In terms of appearance, the evolved hunter's spear bore little difference from its predecessor. Only upon close inspection could one discern a subtle change in texture. The most notable alteration was its weight, a distinction only Sumo, who held it in his hands, could truly appreciate. "This is ideal," It will be difficult for others to notice anything amiss when I typically switch to the Spear-Soul fusion. No one will suspect a thing. Here, give it a try. Su Mo offered the hunter's spear to Ning Rongrong. Wow, it feels significantly heavier. It has truly evolved. Su Mo, you are incredible, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration as she held the weapon. Indeed, Ning Rongrong swore she had never held anyone in such high regard before. Su Mo's prowess left her in awe. The thought that such an extraordinary figure was the one she cherished filled her heart with elation. I truly have an eye for talent. Thankfully, my determination to overcome challenges led me to discover such a method. With her admiration shining brightly, Su Mo basked in the sense of accomplishment that came from being revered by the girl he adored. In my eyes, you are the most formidable. Yu Xiaogang may have claimed to be a master, yet he could not devise such a solution. He once proclaimed that there were no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. Yet, I argue that he is the most inept of them all. For all these years, Yu Xiaogang has failed to conceive a method to transcend his innate limitations, rendering him far inferior to you. Ning Rongrong continued to gaze at Su Mo in admiration. Her perception of Yu Xiaogang had shifted as well. Clearly, upon witnessing his disdain for Su Mo, she no longer wished to refer to him as master. That wretched girl. Within Su Mo's martial soul space, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of irritation at Ning Rongrong's disparaging remarks about Yu Xiaogang. While her words may hold some truth, she simply could not abide such criticism. Furthermore, Yu Xiaogang ultimately discovered a method to break through his limitations. Indeed, what our Rongrong says is correct. Now, you need not worry any longer, right? Su Mo couldn't help but pull Ning Rongrong into an embrace. Smiling warmly at him, Ning Rongrong nestled her head against Su Mo's chest, softly affirming her contentment. Wait a moment. Why haven't you told anyone about your martial soul's capacity for evolution? Then no one would dare to underestimate you. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong lifted her head to question Su Mo. Silly girl. Do you believe such secrets can be casually divulged? Su Mo playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's nose, chuckling. All right, laugh at me, and I shall bite you. Ning Rongrong retorted, feeling slightly bashful, and immediately opened her mouth to playfully nip at Su Mo. Rongrong, are you a dog? Su Mo feigned a dramatic cry. Puffed. We'll see if you dare to mock me again. Ning Rongrong finally relented and released Su Mo. Such a secret is something I can only dare to share in front of those I trust, and I had intended to reveal it after we grew closer. Yet now, as you can see, our Shrek team is entirely a creation of Master Yu Xiaogang. With that, Su Mo continued to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Ning Rongrong that why Yu Xiaogang is not a master. Do not refer to him as such in private. Ning Rongrong was clearly displeased with Su Mo's title for Yu Xiaogang, believing it unnecessary in their private conversations. Very well, he shall be Yu Xiaogang. Yet as you can see, this team is wholly crafted by him for Tang San, with all strategies centered around Tang San. This team rightfully belongs to Tang San. Su Mo chuckled softly and continued. So, are you contemplating leaving? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in realization of Su Mo's intentions. Indeed, for I do not wish to divulge the secret of forging and infusing soul weapons to Shrek. Since Yu Xiaogang considers me superfluous, I shall take my leave. Su Mo admitted candidly. Of course, I will still abduct you when the time comes. I wonder if Rongrong will follow? Naturally, Ning Rongrong replied eagerly. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Without waiting for Su Mo to finish, she responded with enthusiasm. Will you not feel a twinge of reluctance for the others in Shrek? Su Mo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, feeling touched by her unhesitating answer. Despite knowing she would indeed leave with him, that I must admit, I feel a bit attached to the others in Shrek. However, I have never been particularly fond of Ma Hongjun. Oscar, or Dai Mubai. A Hongjun and Oscar spend their days in such disreputable places, while Dai Mubai is quite hypocritical, pretending to be pure in front of Zhu Zhuqing despite his past, that I do feel somewhat reluctant towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, no matter what, if you leave, I will certainly follow. As Ning Rongrong contemplated the others in Shrek, a hint of reluctance flickered in her heart. Rest assured, even if we decide to depart, it shall not be so soon. The current pace of our training is remarkably efficient for us, and the daily team battles in Shrek greatly benefit you. Thus, we should first complete the second phase of our special training. Su Mo smiled. Knowing he could not reveal to Ning Rongrong that his own goals had yet to be fulfilled, so he chose to speak this way. Moreover, this was indeed the truth, at least for Ning Rongrong. Both the first and second phases of special training had yielded significant results, an achievement that might not be replicated at the Tiando Royal Academy. Very well, I shall heed your words, whenever you decide to leave. We shall go then. I'll ensure Yu Xiaogang becomes anxious. I do not believe he can find a better support soul master than I. Ning Rongrong declared her willingness to follow Su Mo's lead. Silly girl. Su Mo gazed at Ning Rongrong's lovely face and could no longer contain himself, leaning down to kiss her. The following day, after an intense exchange of words meant only for themselves, Ning Rongrong remarked, Su Mo, your Xiantai spear is no longer with you. Do you not require a superior long spear? I shall write home immediately and have them send you an exquisite weapon. She was reminded that Su Mo's upgrade in martial spirit necessitated a higher quality weapon. That is not urgent. I already possess a better one. Su Mo replied with a slight smile. In that instant, he produced a long spear from his storage soul guide bracelet. This spear bore a striking resemblance to Su Mo's hunting spear, yet it was entirely crafted from purple gold, radiating a deep blackish purple hue. Purple gold, renowned for its quality, far surpassed the previous Xiantai spear, which had only utilized Xiantai at its tip. Now, this spear was entirely forged from purple gold, elevating its quality significantly. Su Mo had received this spear some time ago and was finally able to put it to use. In the letter from the Sword Douluo, it was mentioned that once he was close to infusing the purple gold hunting spear, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would send him an even higher quality long spear. Su Mo felt a sense of anticipation for his next weapon. Indeed, having the top-tier beauty Ning Rongrong by his side proved to be quite advantageous, both in life and materially. What a beautiful spear! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, it's so heavy. Now quite enamored with weapons, she eagerly grasped the purple gold hunting spear, but its weight nearly caused her to falter. Yes, this spear is of far superior quality compared to the previous Xiantai spear. It will suffice for quite some time. I won't need to change weapons for at least 6 months to a year. Su Mo chuckled. I don't care, since you already have a better one. I shall gift you an even better one. Ning Rongrong insisted, disregarding Su Mo's current needs, confident he would require it in the future. That night, exhilarated, Ning Rongrong decided to reward Su Mo with a night of cuddling and did not return home. As for Su Mo and Ning Rongrong's affectionate exchanges, Bibi Dong dared not gaze too long. She had not anticipated that Su Mo was already contemplating leaving Shrek. How foolish of her to think she could persuade him to stay once he was confirmed as a substitute by Yu Xiaogang. Yet, Bibi Dong felt a thrill of delight at Su Mo's intention to leave Shrek Academy, having previously feared she could not convince him to depart. What a devious fellow, concealing his thoughts so well. Even from me, despite muttering grievances about Su Mo, Bibi Dong wore a smile. The thought that Su Mo intended to take Ning Rongrong with him only heightened her satisfaction. She had little doubt that Ning Rongrong would not dare to oppose leaving Shrek Academy. Thus, the original Shrek team would be incomplete. With Su Mo having claimed the 8 spider lances belonging to Tang San, the Shrek team would surely be no match for the Spirit Hall team in 2 years' time. If Ulaina had not faced such a devastating blow, she would not have ventured to the City of Slaughter, where she would never have encountered Tang San and developed feelings for him. Reflecting on these myriad possibilities, Bibi Dong felt a surge of happiness, realizing that even without her request for Su Mo's assistance, history had already begun to shift due to his joining the Shrek team. Indeed, I was wise to bring Su Mo into Shrek Academy. Bibi Dong felt a wave of self-satisfaction regarding her previous decision. In her moment of joy, she could not help but glance at the enchanting duo of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong. Her cheeks flushing crimson, causing her to quickly avert her gaze. How shameful for a sex young lady to act so brazenly. The next day, the sudden rise in Su Mo's level surprised everyone. They had not anticipated that, despite lagging behind slightly, he would still ascend in rank so swiftly. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback as well, but upon realizing Su Mo's level was still relatively low, merely progressing from level 23 to 24, he dismissed it without further thought. The second phase of Shrek's special training continued as normal, and in a few days, the team would reach the silver rank, earning their silver badges. The arrival of the Tiando Royal team was anticipated. As Su Mo silently calculated the Shrek team's Dahun points, he began to keep an eye out for their impending arrival. Prior to this, he had prepared ample Xionghuang wine and several small ignition soul guides within his soul guide. These ignition soul guides, akin to lighters, had initially surprised him upon discovery. However, recalling the lighting devices used in the arena, he soon became accustomed to their utility. Such practical soul guides were not overly expensive, prompting Su Mo to purchase several for future use. However, utilizing ignition soul guides in the arena proved impractical. They needed to be combined with Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave and Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line to ignite the Xionghuang wine en masse, effectively countering Dugu Yan's snake poison. The arrival of the Tiando royal team did not catch Su Mo off guard. With a keen eye, he quickly spotted them at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Of course, they did not refer to themselves as the Tiando royal team here, but rather under the guise of the Imperial Fight team. Afterward, Su Mo also observed the first team match of the Tiando royal team. And indeed, in terms of strength, they were formidable. The entire team boasted the optimal soul ring configurations, and their martial souls were renowned top-tier ones. Upon discovering that the Tiando royal team's next opponents were the Mad Warriors, Su Mo intentionally encountered the Mad Warriors and engaged them in casual conversation. The Mad Warriors were aware of Su Mo's reputation. Although they had been defeated by Tang San, Su Mo had garnered considerable popularity at the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and they were eager to converse with him. Your opponents seem quite strong. You might want to try igniting Realgar wine with fire to dispel the poison from that control-type soul master. As they chatted, Su Mo mentioned the Royal Combat team they would face the next day and offered them a suggestion. What? Igniting Realgar wine can dispel snake venom. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the captain of the Mad Warriors' eyes brightened. Yes, I can assure you, it absolutely works, Su Mo affirmed. Regardless, it was indeed a viable solution, and Su Mo aimed to provide the Mad Warriors with a glimmer of hope to defeat the Royal Combat team. Even if it did not succeed, Dugu Yin would learn from the Mad Warriors about the efficacy of burning Realgar wine against her snake venom. When the Shrek team eventually faced them, Dugu Yin would not be as surprised as Su Mo intended to make her realize that this was merely common knowledge. Even if it ultimately failed, he aimed to draw Dugu Yan's attention towards himself. The next day, Su Mo attended the match between the Mad Warriors and the Royal Combat team. As expected, the Mad Warriors employed the method that Su Mo had suggested. However, their flame was not sufficiently extensive to completely eliminate Dugu Yan's snake venom. Nevertheless, it still startled the members of the Royal Combat team. What was that just now? How could it neutralize my snake venom? Dugu Yan, astonished, began to interrogate the Mad Warriors. Isn't it common knowledge that igniting Realgar wine can dispel snake venom? Many people are aware of it. In response to Dugu Yan's inquiry, the captain of the Mad Warriors scratched his head and replied. After all, he believed what Su Mo had told him, but he did not accept that it was common knowledge. At least, he had never heard of it before. However, since Su Mo had instructed him thus, he simply echoed the same. Perhaps he could even gain some fame from this incident. It was somewhat regrettable, though, that despite having found a way to counter the opponent's snake venom, they could not execute it perfectly. Ultimately, the Mad Warriors were, of course, defeated by the Royal Combat team. How did you know that igniting Realgar wine could dispel snake venom? If you don't tell me, I'll take your life. After the Mad Warriors were defeated, before they could concede, Dugu Yin summoned a phosphorescent snake formed from her snake venom and threatened the captain of the Mad Warriors menacingly. The phosphorescent snake coiled around his neck, flicking its tongue, clearly indicating its readiness to strike should it be displeased. I'll tell you. In such a precarious situation, the captain of the Mad Warriors dared not continue to conceal the truth and revealed that it was the soul hunting gun from the Shrek team that had informed him. Shrek team, soul hunting gun. Dugu Yan's emerald eyes flickered slightly, marking Su Mo in her memory. Well, I wonder if that counts as a success. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter, even if Dugu Yin is now intrigued. Her focus has shifted to me. Observing this scene from above, Su Mo felt a sense of relief. After all, he had already imparted the knowledge that igniting Realgar wine could dispel the toxic mist from her snake venom, ensuring that Dugu Yin was informed. Subsequently, Su Mo turned to leave. Su Mo, did you know? Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai have successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique upon returning to Shrek. Su Mo learned this news from Ningrongrong. Is that so? That is certainly a good thing, at least for the Shrek team. Su Mo responded without much surprise that in the original text, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai had successfully performed their martial soul fusion technique during their battle against the Tiando royal team. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with Zhu Zhuqing. Being able to execute a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai should be a joyous occasion for her. Yet she doesn't seem particularly happy. Su Mo sensed that Zhu Zhuqing had been acting strangely lately. Ning Rongrong, however, did not dwell on the implications of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion technique for the Shrek team. Rather, she turned her attention to Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Zhu Zhuqing, is there something different about her? Su Mo inquired, intrigued by Ning Rongrong's comments. He genuinely had not noticed any recent changes in Zhu Zhuqing. Apart from being captivated by her striking figure upon their first encounter, I can't quite put my finger on it. Ning Rongrong frowned, unable to articulate further. Then let it be. In any case, it's their matter. Su Mo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, for she was the one he cared about most. After that, Su Mo did not dwell on the issue, as his primary focus was on the upcoming battle between the Shrek team and the Tiando royal team. This match did not keep Su Mo waiting long. The following evening, Yu Xiaogang solemnly gathered all the members of Shrek and announced that they would participate in a silver-level team match the next day. Here are the profiles of our team members. He then distributed the profiles of the Royal Combat team to everyone, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their opponents in advance. First and foremost, pay attention to their captain, Yu Qianheng. His martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus REX.AS Su Mo, and the others reviewed the profiles of the Royal Combat team members. Yu Xiaogang began to analyze and offer advice. Essentially, each member warranted careful attention, as they all possessed optimal soul ring configurations and high-quality martial souls. This one named Yi Lingling is particularly noteworthy. Her martial soul is the Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly, and all her soul skills possess a single effect, group healing. Upon discovering Yi Lingling's presence among the Royal Combat team members, Ning Rongrong stepped forward to alert everyone. Thanks to Ning Rongrong's introduction, the group realized that their opponent's support-type soul master carried significant weight. The Royal Combat team featured the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex from the top 3 sects, the granddaughter of the Poison Douluo, a top-tier Xuanwu martial soul, and the Nine Hearts Sea Butterfly, which rivaled the 7-treasured Glazed Tile Pagoda, all while being composed entirely of soul masters with optimal soul ring configurations. This is simply too powerful. Can we really defeat them? After a thorough analysis, Ma Hongjun voiced his despair, feeling that the Royal Combat team's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving him devoid of hope for victory. Indeed, there is a considerable disparity in strength between us. Oscar echoed in a pessimistic tone that we haven't even fought yet. How can we bolster their confidence while dampening our own? At this critical moment, Tangan stepped forward to rally everyone's spirits. He then turned to Yu Xiaogang and inquired, "Teacher, you mentioned that this woman with the phosphorescent snake martial soul is a control-type soul master. What soul skills does she use for control?" Poison. Yu Xiaogang had already done his homework and promptly responded, "If that's the case, we might indeed have a chance to win. I have a method to counter her snake venom." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's confirmation, Tang San's confidence surged. "Oh, what method?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes gleamed with interest as he immediately turned to Tang San for further details. "Using Realgar wine. Realgar wine can counter snake venom. If we also incorporate Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave and Fatty's Phoenix Fire line, we can instantly create a large-scale burn, extinguishing all the enemy's snake venom." Tang San promptly laid out his plan, clearly unaware of the Mad Warrior's encounter with the Royal Combat team. "Are you certain this method will work?" Yu Xiaogang appeared skeptical, likely due to the fact that the previous attempt had ultimately failed, which is why the audience had not engaged in discussion. "That I can guarantee it," Tang San affirmed confidently. "Haha, very well. Then we shall employ Tang San's strategy." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately burst into hearty laughter, showering praises upon Tang San. "Master, were you not the one who restricted our use of external items?" However, after Yu Xiaojiang's laughter subsided, Su Mo spoke up. P.S. This is an additional chapter for the Alliance leader. Chapter 76. The shock of the Emperor Do team upon hearing Su Mo's words. Yu Xiaojiang's smile abruptly froze. The restriction on the use of external items was a rule he had established. Now, however, he found himself permitting Tang San to use such items, which indeed felt like a slap in the face. "Indeed, I previously imposed restrictions on both you and Tang San. prohibiting the use of external items. However, the circumstances this time are different. The opponents you face are far more formidable than you. Without employing certain strategies, victory will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I shall allow the use of external items this time. Yet, Yu Xiaogang, ever thick-skinned, quickly concocted a justification. In that case, there is no need to use Xionghuang wine to counter the opponent's snake venom. During the previous match, the frenzied battle team also employed Xionghuang wine against the Emperor Do team, and it proved ineffective. Moreover, we will be utilizing our martial soul fusion abilities tomorrow, when Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing take the stage. They will deploy their martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger. When Rongrong and I take the stage, we will use our martial soul fusion technique, the Seven Treasures Soul Engulfing Spear, combined with my soul tool. On the arena, there will hardly be anyone capable of withstanding our assault. Not to mention Tang San's hidden weapons, we will utterly crush our opponents. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Su Mo couldn't help but smile confidently. Outlining the advantages of their Shrek team, it truly seems feasible. Of course, Sumo's prowess in battle, while wielding a weapon in the soul tool fusion state, was already formidable, and coupled with Rongrong's fusion, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, and let us not forget about Sanji's hidden weapons, which are capable of injuring teacher Zhao Wujia. Listening to Su Mo, it indeed appeared that their strength could potentially overwhelm their adversaries. Isn't that simply marvelous? Haha, it turns out our Shrek team is this strong. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the other members of the Shrek team were filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling. They realized that, as Sumo had stated, once the restrictions on Tang San's hidden weapons and Sumo's weapons were lifted, the Shrek team's strength was nothing short of terrifying against opponents of the same rank. There would be no challengers, particularly with Sumo. They were aware he had upgraded to a far more powerful purple golden soul spear. Yet, in contrast to the excitement of Ma Hongjun and the others, Yu Xiaojiang's smile had become somewhat strained. His earlier remarks were merely a fade to disguise his inappropriate allowance of Tang San's use of external items, which contradicted his own stated regulations. However, if they truly followed Su Mo's suggestions, the Emperor Do team would indeed stand no chance against the Shrek team. This outcome would not achieve the training results he desired. Moreover, it was Su Mo who had proposed this strategy, not Tang San, which made him even less inclined to acquiesce. Yet, having already declared that he would no longer restrict Su Mo's use of soul tools, retracting that statement now would be equally inappropriate. In summary, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was filled with frustration. Furthermore, Tang San, too, felt a sense of shock. He had not anticipated that there were indeed individuals in this world who understood how Xionghuang wine counteracts snake venom. The ineffectiveness must be due to the differences in this world, right? I think we should proceed as Su Mo suggests. Xiaojiang, what do you think? We accepted the invitation from the leader of the Soto City Great Soul Arena primarily for the substantial rewards. Following Su Mo's method seems infallible. Before Yu Xiaojiang could express his agreement, Dean Flanders stood up to endorse Su Mo's proposal. His eyes sparkling with approval, he was not overly concerned about achieving training results. It was merely a match after all, and further training would follow. However, winning tomorrow's match would yield exceptionally lucrative rewards. Very well. We shall proceed as Su Mo suggests tomorrow. With that, the strategy for the upcoming match was set. The Shrek team would focus on a swift assault, executing fast and decisive strikes. Whether it was the martial soul fusion techniques of Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, or those of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, the goal was to swiftly eliminate their opponents. Consequently, Oscar would not participate in tomorrow's team match. Seeing that Flander had spoken in favor of this approach, Yu Xiaojiang could hardly deny Flander's wishes. And he too endorsed Su Mo's proposal while announcing the personnel arrangements for the following day. Understood, teacher. All right, master. Tomorrow, let us see how we crush our opponents. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San and the others eagerly responded. With Yu Xiaojiang's final agreement to his battle plan, Su Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thus, there would be no need to use Xionghuang wine to counter Dugu Yan's snake venom tomorrow. Dugu Yan would undoubtedly lose her curiosity towards Tang San. Had he known things would proceed so smoothly, he would have refrained from offering advice to the frenzied battle team. Yet, it mattered little. If Dugu Bo dared to confront him, he had nothing to fear that he now had the Seven Treasures Glazed sect as his backing. should Dugu truly attempt to seize him. Once the existence of the Seven Treasures glazed sect was revealed, Su Mo was confident that Dugu would not dare to harm him. There was no need to go to such lengths for a trifling poison, unless Dugu had truly lost his senses. In that case, he would have no choice but to reveal his ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, as Su Mo and his teammates strategized against the Emperor Do team, the members of the Emperor Do team were also scrutinizing the data on the Shrek team. Yin Zi, Tian Hong, you may truly be facing formidable opponents this time. Here are the profiles of the members of the Shrek team for your review. As the team leader, Qi Ming handed over the collected data on the Shrek team to Yu Qianheng and the others. Shrek team. Upon hearing the name of the Shrek team, Dugu Yin immediately began to search through the documents, soon discovering the individual she sought. The Soul Hunting Spear, level 24, Great Soul Master. Currently a Golden Battle Master, boasting an impressive streak of 107 consecutive wins in individual matches. In combination with the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, they have secured a silver badge with a winning streak of 35 matches. They have also achieved 26 consecutive victories in team matches. They possess a martial soul fusion technique with the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Initially, upon seeing Su Mo's soul power level, Dugu Yin had shown disdain. However, upon fully comprehending Su Mo's battle data, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How can someone achieve so many consecutive victories at the Great Soul Master level? This is utterly absurd. The others, witnessing Dugu Yan's astonishment, leaned in to inspect the data. Each one equally shaken that it appears you have also noted the strength of the Soul Hunting Spear. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful. However, you need not be overly concerned. No matter how strong he is still merely a Great Soul Master. Perhaps he is invincible among Great Soul Masters, but you are all Soul Masters now, so there is no need for excessive worry. The only aspect to be cautious of is their martial soul fusion technique. Ensure that they do not successfully execute it. Observing the awe on the faces of his teammates, Qi Ming spoke up in a timely manner. Chapter 77. Crushing Victory. Let us welcome both teams to the stage. On the left, we have the Emperor Do team, a silver team comprised entirely of soul masters. On the right, we have the Shrek team, who have remained undefeated in the Soto City Great Soul Arena for the past month. As the beautiful host introduced them, the members of both teams took to the arena. Now, both teams will have 1 minute to release their martial souls. Once the teams were assembled, the beautiful host continued. Without a doubt, whether it be Su Mo or Yu Qianheng, all members promptly summoned their respective martial souls. Those with beast martial souls chose to manifest their martial souls, while those with weapon martial souls called forth their weapons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, various soul rings illuminated the arena. Observing the optimal configurations of soul rings possessed by both teams, the audience erupted with excitement. These are undoubtedly two formidable teams. They truly possess purple second soul rings. In the royal fighting team, upon witnessing the soul rings adorning Su Mo's form, Yu Qianheng and the others were filled with astonishment. Even though they had already gleaned information about Su Mo from his dossier, the sheer experience of witnessing it firsthand left them in awe. Now, I declare the match to commence. The beautiful host, having observed both sides fully unleashing their martial souls, waved her hand in the air to announce the beginning of the contest. As the match commenced, Su Mo turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong. Taking hold of her hand, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, and together, they unleashed their martial soul fusion technique that a resonating hum filled the air as the astonishing wave of soul power emanated between them. This is bad. We must stop them. Yu Tianheng's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly charged towards Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, intent on thwarting their advance. The other members of the royal fighting team shared his concern. Utterly unprepared for the unexpected display of power from Su Mo and Ning Rongrong right at the outset, it is well known that while martial soul fusion techniques are formidable, they also deplete soul power at an alarming rate. Typically, one does not commence a match with their most powerful attack, yet they found themselves unable to react in time. Martial soul fusion technique. Netherworld White Tiger. Just as Yu Tianheng lunged towards Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also opted to employ their own fusion technique. Damn it, another fusion technique. They indeed come from Xingluo. The realization struck Yu Tianheng and the other members of the royal fighting team, leaving them momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, Yu Qianheng and his team rushed towards both Su Mo and Ning Rongrong, as well as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, if they could interrupt the martial soul fusion techniques. The disrupted participants would waste a significant amount of soul power, an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Moreover, they were left no choice but to engage. The emergence of two fusion techniques posed an unimaginable threat. However, as Yu Qianheng and his comrades sought to impede Su Mo and his companions, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun also sprang into action. Tang San unleashed a flurry of hidden weapons, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, effectively blocking Yu Qianheng and his team's approach. What kind of attack is this? The thwarted Yu Qianheng and his team were once again left dumbfounded by the seemingly endless array of tactics displayed by their opponents. As Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing successfully executed the Netherworld White Tiger, and Su Mo alongside Ning Rongrong launched the Seven Treasures soul-absorbing gun, the ensuing match turned into a one-sided affair. While they could withstand the initial onslaught of the Netherworld White Tiger, the combined power of the Seven Treasures soul-absorbing gun in synergy with the purple-gold soul-absorbing gun left them utterly defenseless. It was as if each shot was a decisive blow, leaving the members of the royal fighting team dazed and bewildered. With Tang San's hidden weapons aiding their assault, it wasn't long before the royal fighting team succumbed to the prowess of the Shrek team. After the match concluded, Flinder led Su Mo and the others to meet with the leader of the royal fighting team, Qin Ming. Following a round of introductions, they discovered that Qin Ming was, in fact, a graduate of Shrek Academy. Now I understand why the younger students wear masks. They are simply too young and too exceptional. Upon seeing Su Mo and the others without masks, Qin Ming couldn't help but express his admiration. If they weren't students of Shrek Academy, I would do everything in my power to recruit them into our Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing Qin Ming's exclamations, no one anticipated that Yu Xiaogang would interject with such a statement. Xiaogang, what do you mean by that? The children are the culmination of Shrek's efforts. I will not allow you to do this. Flinder stood up in agitation, vehemently opposing the notion that I am merely considering their future. Under Yu Xiaogang's persuasive arguments, Flinder found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter effectively that AS Shrek Academy is not a formal institution. They are ineligible to participate in the forthcoming Soul Master competition. For the Shrek team to gain entry, they must align themselves with a properly accredited academy. Master, Dean, I shall await your arrival at Tiando Royal Academy in 2 months. Qin Ming was overjoyed, and thus solidified the invitation for the Shrek team to join Tiando Royal Academy. All of Yu Xiaogangs proposed conditions were graciously accepted by Qin Ming. This sudden turn of events left Ning Rongrong and the others in a state of shock, as they had not anticipated the disbandment of Shrek Academy to join another institution. 2 months from now? Very well. After we arrive at Tiando Royal Academy, we shall bid farewell to Shrek. Su Mo resolved within himself the timing of his departure from Shrek to ensure everything went smoothly. He intended to accompany his comrades to Tiando Royal Academy, witnessing firsthand that Dugu Bo had not taken Tang San before finally leaving Shrek. Later that evening, Flinder and Yu Xiaogang indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Despite coming to terms with Yu Xiaogang's decisions and expressing his support, the thought of disbanding Shrek Academy weighed heavily on Flinder's heart. I shall drink with you. Yu Xiaogang, aware of Flinder's discomfort, joined him in his libations as the night wore on. Flinder suddenly recalled, "Oh right, just yesterday I received another letter from Lu Erlong. She inquired once more about your whereabouts." As he drank, he brought up the topic of Lu Erlong. "Xiaogang, what are your thoughts on this? She has waited for you all these years." Upon hearing Flinder mention Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang paused momentarily before responding with a tone of frustration. "How can you even ask? She is my cousin, my own cousin. What thoughts could I possibly entertain? I have been gone for so many years. Was it not to create an opportunity for you? Yet you have failed to win her over all this time." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flinder's expression faltered slightly, followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. "Do you think I haven't tried? Every effort I made was in vain. If only I possessed half of your charm with women." Flinder could not help but envy Yu Xiaogang's ability to attract women. "What charm do I possess?" Even when intoxicated, Yu Xiaogang's demeanor stiffened at the thought of pursuing his cousin. Is it not true? Apart from Lu Erlong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall once found you captivating as well, did she not? Flinder pressed on, emboldened by his inebriation. "To be honest, Xiaogang, I have always wanted to ask, how did you manage to win her over?" Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Flinder's inquiry, a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. Acknowledging Flinder's genuine curiosity and feeling a twinge of guilt for disbanding Shrek Academy, he decided to indulge Flinder's curiosity. "Well, I shall tell you once. Speak." Flinder straightened up, eager to hear Yu Xiaogang's story. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, who was also present, listened intently. P.S. This is the second update. The official launch will be at noon tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I appreciate everyone's support as I begin to stockpile content. The launch will feature a total of 12,000 words, and I aim to write an additional 8,000 today, striving for a total of 20,000 words on the launch day. Other than that, I have little else to say. I am grateful to the editor at Penglai for their support. Securing a recommendation from Sanjiang for this book is particularly challenging for a Douluo fan fiction. The author's previous 3 works were all excellent, achieving quality during serialization rather than accumulating post-completion. That I extend my heartfelt thanks to all my readers, especially those who have supported me since my earlier works. I encountered issues with the updates in my previous 3 books, failing to reach 1,000,000 words. This time, I am determined to work hard and break through the 1,000,000-word barrier. Well, that's that. The author has never been one to play the victim, so back to writing. Indeed, it is necessary to mention the monthly tickets and rewards. Everyone should contribute according to their feelings. Chapter 78. Bibi Dong sees through Yu Xiaogang. To be honest, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. Although she firmly believed that Yu Xiaogang was without fault, she had discerned numerous shortcomings in him over time. Insecurity, arrogance, shamelessness, narrow-mindedness, and deep scheming. Ignorance is bliss, yet upon reflection, Bibi Dong was startled to realize just how many flaws Yu Xiaogang possessed. And no, it can't be true. When Xiaogang first met me, there was no issue. I was undeniably drawn to him and took the initiative to approach him. Bibi Dong forcibly calmed herself, but as she gazed at Yu Xiaogang, who was about to recount their past, an inexplicable tremor seized her heart, and she felt a pang of fear about what she was about to hear. She had defied the opposition of the entire Spirit Hall just to be with Yu Xiaogang, even resolving to elope with him, firmly believing that it was she who had pursued him, not the other way around. Is it about to come to light? Meanwhile, Su Mo, who was meditating in the room, felt a sudden surge of energy and paused his practice. He could hardly believe that Flinder and Yu Xiaogang would discuss this topic after drinking. Su Mo was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong. Yet he was certain that Yu Xiaogang had initially approached her with ulterior motives. This was a simple deduction. Given Yu Xiaogang's proud nature, he could not tolerate the flaws in his own martial spirit. Thus, after failing to find a solution within his own sect and elsewhere, it was only natural for him to turn his attention to the Spirit Hall. Hence, Yu Xiaogang had deliberately approached Bibi Dong, though it remained uncertain whether she was aware of this. However, Su Mo believed that Bibi Dong was likely oblivious. Otherwise, she could not have developed feelings for someone who had approached her with a purpose. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. The truth would reveal itself through Bibi Dong's reactions. Su Mo dismissed further thoughts and concentrated on Yu Xiaogang, eager to hear what he would say next. At that moment, an inebriated Yu Xiaogang was blissfully unaware that 2 individuals were secretly poised to listen to his reminiscences. Gazing at the expectant Flinder, Yu Xiaogang's eyes shimmered with nostalgia as he began to recount his tale. "Flinder, you know my martial spirit has inherent flaws due to its mutation. Yet, as the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader, how could I resign myself to being a failure? I possess an extraordinary memory. I am more intelligent than anyone else. Why should I settle for being a waste? If my martial spirit has deficiencies, I simply need to discover ways to compensate for them. There have been cases where soul masters, through sheer chance, found solutions to their own shortcomings. If others have achieved it, then I, Yu Xiaogang, certainly can as well. With this ambition, I immersed myself in literature. After exhausting the texts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, I sought knowledge from other sects, and due to my status, many were willing to share their collections with me. However, after perusing all available materials from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and various other sects, I still could not identify a remedy for my martial spirit's flaws. Thus, I turned my attention to the Spirit Hall, which housed the most extensive knowledge of martial spirits. After some inquiries, I learned of the former Spirit Hall Saintess, who is now the Pope, Bibi Dong. Her talent is prodigious, and her innocence is enchanting. Most importantly, she has a deep appreciation for intelligent individuals, Perhaps because her talents are unmatched, she values wisdom even more. This presented me with an opportunity. I deliberately chose a location frequently visited by Bibi Dong, a place where people speculated about the soul abilities that would emerge from designated soul rings, and showcased my intellect there. As anticipated, I successfully captivated Bibi Dong's attention, and she began to draw closer to me. Consequently, we became friends. However, I refrained from immediately requesting access to the Spirit Hall's archives, as that would reveal my true intentions too overtly. Thus, I continued to make subtle hints during my interactions with her. The naive and innocent Bibi Dong fell for my ploys, fearing my insecurities, and took the initiative to guide me onto the path of theoretical mastery, inviting me to join the Spirit Hall. She believed she was assisting me, completely unaware that I had orchestrated her decisions. Everything unfolded as I had planned, or rather, even more smoothly than I had anticipated, for I had already accepted Bibi Dong's confession by that time. Yu Xiaogang spoke with a mix of nostalgia and pride, recounting his experiences with Bibi Dong. That it was only in front of Flinder that he dared to divulge such matters. He would never have done so in the presence of Lu Erlong. The effects of alcohol also played a role, or else he would not have revealed these truths. Impressive, my Xiaogang. You are truly remarkable, Flinder exclaimed, not looking down on Yu Xiaogang, but rather giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Yu Xiaogang chuckled in response, knowing Flinder's character allowed him to share such stories. However, as he laughed heartily, Bibi Dong's eyes burned with rage, wishing she could consume Yu Xiaogang alive. If looks could kill, Yu Xiaogang would have been mercilessly torn apart by her gaze. She harbored an unprecedented hatred. She had never despised anyone as much as she did at this moment. Her previous inability to let go of Yu Xiaogang stemmed from her belief that their love was pure, that she had pursued him wholeheartedly, and that it was perfect. Thus, no matter what others, including her teacher Qian Sunji, said, she remained steadfast in her belief in Yu Xiaogang. However, today she realized that all she had considered as her initiative was merely Yu Xiaogang's scheme. Ah, Yu Xiaogang, you are despicable. I will kill you. I want you dead. Bibi Dong raged, frantically clawing at the air, yearning to shred Yu Xiaogang to pieces, but her spiritual consciousness could not reach him, rendering her efforts futile. Oh, how did you end things with her? Surely it wasn't your decision to part ways, was it? Why would anyone let go of such an exceptional woman once they had her in their grasp? Flinder inquired with curiosity, eager to learn how Yu Xiaogang had separated from the current pope. Bibi Dong. No, it was I who was deceived, Yu Xiaogang replied, the pride and self-satisfaction fading from his face, replaced by a bitter smile. Oh, what happened? Flinder's curiosity deepened at this revelation. While he could commend Yu Xiaogang for winning over Bibi Dong, he was equally intrigued if there was a twist in the tale that led to Yu Xiaogang's downfall. Realizing she could not harm Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong regained her composure, coldly observing him. Noticing his bitter smile, she had already surmised what he would say next. Yet, she remained unmoved, filled only with anger. For she was the true victim. As you just said, with a woman of Bibi Dong's caliber, once I had her in my grasp, how could I let her go? With her assistance, I could better seek solutions to my martial spirit's flaws. And who wouldn't be enamored by a woman of extraordinary talent, beauty, and unwavering kindness? I indeed gradually grew fond of Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang continued, spurred on by Flinder's urging. However, Bibi Dong's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing his words. To her ears, Yu Xiaogang's declaration of affection felt akin to claiming a trophy. Yet ultimately, I discovered that I was the one being used. The woman became enamored with my intellect, thus employing my wisdom to consolidate the vast knowledge amassed by the Spirit Hall. This compilation included the information I had gathered from various other sects. Yet, upon the completion of this monumental task, she cast me aside. Ironically, I believed I had been the one manipulating her, only to realize, in the end, that I had been the one used. Despite perceiving the turmoil and reluctance in her eyes when she revealed the truth, I suspect there were ulterior motives from the Spirit Hall behind her actions. She was merely fulfilling a task, perhaps pitying me in the process. Nevertheless, I harbor resentment. I despise that wretched woman and the Spirit Hall that stands behind her, should the opportunity for revenge against the Spirit Hall arise. I would ensure that both that vile woman and the Spirit Hall regret their actions. Yu Xiaogang initially wore a bitter smile, yet as he spoke, his words were infused with hatred, directed towards Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall. My brother, Take heart. Flander, upon learning the truth, felt a mix of schadenfreude and sympathy for Yu Xiaogan's plight. Hastily offering words of comfort, it is no wonder that throughout the years, whenever Yu Xiaogang mentioned the spirit hall, his tone brimmed with animosity at Yu Xiaogang. You deserve to die. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yu Xiaogan's words, Bibidong nearly erupted once more, her eyes blazing red, filled with regret. She loathed herself for having once been blind enough to fall for someone like Yu Xiaogang. Despite his ulterior motives in approaching her, he had the audacity to blame her in the end. Even if she had inadvertently turned the tables on him, it was well-deserved. Yet, the reality was that she had suffered the most. Especially when Yu Xiaogang, during their farewell, discerned the conflict and reluctance in her gaze, failing to realize that she was left with no choice, instead assuming her complicity with the spirit hall for Yu Xiaogan's sake. She had once disregarded the entire spirit hall's opposition. The more she contemplated, the deeper her regret became, intensifying her desire to exact revenge on the once perfect image of Yu Xiaogang in her mind. Kill, kill, kill. Yu Xiaogang, I shall bring your demise. With her eyes ablaze with fury, Bibidong once again lost control, recklessly lunging towards Yu Xiaogang, regardless of whether she could reach him. Damn, Yu Xiaogang is truly formidable, alongside Flander. Another listener, Su Mo, was equally astonished. He couldn't help but acknowledge Yu Xiaogan's prowess in this regard. He was adept at leveraging his weaknesses to play the victim card. He sought to become a theoretical master and wished to enter the Spirit Hall's library, yet managed to have Bibidong volunteer to bring him into the Spirit Hall. Remarkable, indeed. It was undeniably shameless. No wonder Bibidong remained infatuated with Yu Xiaogang. It turned out that she had been the one pursuing him all along. Yu Xiaogang believed he had been outmaneuvered by Bibidong, but in truth, his plan had succeeded splendidly. However, Su Mo was no longer concerned about Yu Xiaogang's prowess. His desire for Bibidong to see Yu Xiaogan's true nature had finally been fulfilled. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang had voluntarily disclosed this information. Otherwise, even with all of Bibidong's knowledge of his flaws, it likely wouldn't have mattered. What women can least tolerate is a man's deceit. Everything else pales in comparison. After a sigh of contemplation, Su Mo closed his eyes to meditate, for he anticipated Bibidong's return. Upon realizing she could not harm Yu Xiaogang, Bibidong swiftly made her way back. Buzz. Indeed, mere moments later, Bibidong's figure appeared before Su Mo. Kill, kill. As Su Mo opened his eyes, he was met with Bibidong's fierce, bloodshot gaze, filled with murderous intent. Sister Goddess, what has transpired? Su Mo feigned ignorance, inquiring. Kill, Su Mo, help me kill Yu Xiaogang. Help me eliminate him. Bibidong grasped Su Mo's shoulders tightly, demanding his assistance in ending Yu Xiaogangs life. Why? Sister Goddess, surely you must provide me with a reason. Su Mo frowned, gazing intently at Bibidong. Momentarily taken aback by Su Mo's question, Bibidong hesitated, eventually regaining her composure. Yet, while she had returned to clarity, her intense desire to kill Yu Xiaogang remained unabated, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. She understood that if she wanted Su Mo's help in killing Yu Xiaogang, she must disclose the truth. Otherwise, Su Mo would never assist her in committing murder without cause. Thus, Bibidong found herself in a quandary, unsure whether to reveal everything to Su Mo at this moment. P.S. This chapter has garnered the most criticism for its overly contrived plot arrangement. My apologies for hastily addressing the Bibidong issue as I prepared to leave Shrek. Chapter 79, Bibidong's Revelation Hof. Su Mo, there is something I must share with you. Ultimately, after a deep breath, Bibidong resolved to lay her cards on the table with Su Mo, abandoning the pretense. She understood that Su Mo would eventually uncover the truth. The Soul Master Tournament has always been the most significant event on the Douluo continent. She believed Su Mo would undoubtedly participate, as any Soul Master with the requisite ability would aspire to join the tournament. Thus, when Su Mo eventually arrived at the Spirit Hall, he would see her, the reigning Pope of the Spirit Hall. At that point, he would recognize that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the Spirit Hall's Pope. It would be awkward to explain later. Hence, she seized this opportunity to come clean. Sister Goddess, speak. Observing Bibidong's demeanor, Su Mo realized she intended to disclose her true identity. He wondered just how far Bibidong would go in her revelation. As for himself, was there a need for him to unveil his secrets? Maintaining his concealment seemed unnecessary. After all, the current Bibidong was his spirit, entirely within his control, and he could even incinerate her consciousness at will. Let's discuss this in your spirit space, Bibidong proposed, and in an instant, she vanished into Su Mo's being, for it was within Su Mo's spirit space that they would find the utmost safety and secrecy. Su Mo smiled slightly, then settled cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in focus, allowing his consciousness to enter his spirit space. Sumo, today I wish to reveal my origins to you. Upon Su Mo's arrival, Bibidong spoke earnestly, "Isn't Sister Goddess my spirit?" Su Mo instinctively pretended to be oblivious. "Indeed, I am your spirit, yet before I became your spirit, I had another identity and history." The mention of her transformation into Su Mo's spirit still left Bibidong feeling a tinge of frustration. Her expression somewhat clouded. "Sister Goddess, please continue." Su Mo, sensing the gravity of the situation, adopted a serious demeanor. Bibidong shall recount the tale of a woman. Bibidong, unsure of how to articulate her story, decided to narrate it as a tale. She began to unfold the narrative of a woman, from her innocent youth to becoming the saintess of the spirit hall, the betrayal by her mentor, and ultimately leading to the woman's demise. "The truth is, the woman known as Bibidong is indeed me, that I cannot fathom why I returned after my death, nor why I became your spirit," Bibidong concluded, clearly stating her identity to Su Mo. After finishing, she gazed at Su Mo, eager to observe his reaction. However, Su Mo's response was unexpectedly calm. "Sister Goddess, I too must apologize to you." Continuing, Su Mo unexpectedly uttered a surprising statement. He gazed at Bibidong. Having resolved to reveal his true intentions. In truth, Su Mo no longer wished to maintain this facade, especially since Bibidong was entirely within his control, leaving no need for him to conceal anything. However, despite having watched the anime Sword Douluo in his previous life and knowing it was adapted from a novel, Su Mo chose not to disclose this to Bibidong, that he feared that she would struggle to accept the reality that she was a creation of another's imagination. While Su Mo was broad-minded and could embrace all manner of novelties, Bibidong was not necessarily the same. Yet, certain matters need not be overly clarified, as long as there is no deception. It suffices. "Why are you apologizing to me?" Bibidong looked at Su Mo in confusion. "Because I have always known you are Bibidong, the founder of the future Wuhuan Empire. It was just that I was unsure if you would harbor ill intentions towards me, which is why I refrained from showing it." Su Mo replied candidly. "What? You have always known me. How is that possible? Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibidong was utterly taken aback. She had never imagined that Su Mo had been aware of her identity all along. Then, she realized that Su Mo might not be an ordinary person after all. I am, in fact, like you, a person who has traversed through worlds and undergone rebirth. Thus, I possess knowledge of certain characters and their deeds. I am aware of yours, Tang San's, and Yu Xiaogang's stories, including events that are yet to unfold. However, I was merely an ordinary person without soul power in my previous life, entirely ignorant of cultivation. For instance, I have no understanding of Wuhuan knowledge and will need you to teach me." Su Mo honestly confessed. Yet, Su Mo withheld the fact that he had traversed from another world and that his knowledge of the plot stemmed from having watched the anime and read the novel. While he did not elaborate on this point, everything he said was factual, leading to the conclusion that Bibidong might misinterpret him as someone who had also traveled back from the future. However, since Su Mo did not explicitly state this, it cannot be deemed deception. It is merely Bibidong's own misunderstanding. After hearing Su Mo's words, Bibidong was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Su Mo's identity was so similar to her own. Gazing into Su Mo's sincere eyes, coupled with her ongoing familiarity with him, Bibidong recognized the truth in his words, especially since he knew she was the founder of the Wuhuan Empire. It could not be false. How naive she had been to think that all of Su Mo's accomplishments were due to her influence. It turned out otherwise. However, upon learning that Su Mo was merely an ordinary person without soul power, Bibidong felt that his achievements were still closely tied to her assistance. Su Mo's knowledge of Wuhuan was indeed taught by her. "Never mind. These details are no longer significant, since you know who I am. I need you to help me kill Yu Xiaogang. Are you willing?" After hearing Su Mo's words, Bibidong came to terms with the situation, momentarily setting aside her chaotic thoughts. Her sole desire was to eliminate Yu Xiaogang. "No, I cannot agree." Su Mo gently shook his head in response to Bibidong's hopeful gaze. although he was pleased that Bibi Dong had seen Yu Xiaogan's true nature and wished to eliminate him. Su Mo would not take such action at this moment. Why? Bibi Dong glared at Su Mo in anger, taken aback that he would refuse such a simple request. Killing a mere level 29 soul master was something she believed Su Mo was entirely capable of accomplishing. Moreover, since Su Mo intended to leave Shrek Academy, killing Yu Xiaogang before departing would be inconsequential, because I fear I cannot withstand your wrath, Su Mo explained. What do you mean? Are you referring to me as the current pope? Bibi Dong. Wanting you to kill him? Bibi Dong initially furrowed her brow before realizing that Su Mo was referencing the present pope's wrath. Indeed, you are well aware of how absurdly you have loved Yu Xiaogang. Even after dying once at the hands of his disciple, you still chase after him. Furthermore, you previously mentioned that the current pope, Bibi Dong, is still covertly watching Yu Xiaogang. If I were to cause Yu Xiaogang's demise, do you believe the current pope would not uncover it? Do you think I could bear her fury? Moreover, even disregarding the pope, Yu Xiaogang is the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's leader and Tang San's teacher, who stands behind Tang San himself. Regardless of whose anger it is, I cannot bear it. Thus, I will not kill Yu Xiaogang at this time, unless one day I grow strong enough to withstand their wrath. Then I would be willing to assist you in killing him. Surely, you do not expect me to risk my life for your vendetta? Su Mo earnestly explained to Bibi Dong that he wished to avoid causing any discord between them due to this matter, ensuring that Bibi Dong would continue to trust him. The fact that Bibi Dong was willing to reveal her true self to him indicated her acknowledgement of Su Mo. After hearing Su Mo's sincere explanation, Bibi Dong calmed down. Considering the possibilities Su Mo presented, she had to concede that his concerns were quite valid. She was most aware of her former self. If something were to happen to Yu Xiaogang, the current Bibi Dong, as Pope, would undoubtedly trace the clues back to Su Mo. The fact that Su Mo had once sought Yu Xiaogang as a master and was rejected was enough to make the Pope suspicious of him. Additionally, if the Pope wished to investigate, it would not be difficult to uncover Su Mo's conflicts with Yu Xiaogang at Shrek Academy. Thus, the basis for suspicion would exist. Once there was suspicion, it would suffice. For the Pope, mere suspicion would justify vengeance against Yu Xiaogang without the need for concrete evidence. Furthermore, the Pope might not even need to investigate. If something were to befall Yu Xiaogang at Shrek Academy, she would simply eliminate everyone associated with it. Bibi Dong knew she could easily carry out such actions. Coupled with the latter two reasons Su Mo provided, Bibi Dong could understand why he had refused her. Should I merely allow that despicable Yu Xiaogang to roam freely? I cannot tolerate it. Bibi Dong clenched her fists, filled with resentment. The depth of her previous affection for Yu Xiaogang had now transformed into profound hatred. There will be opportunities in the future, and besides, do you not think killing him outright would be too merciful? Does he not wish to prove himself through Tang San? Then we shall defeat Tang San. Let him suffer the greatest disappointment. Let him be disgraced. Let him wish he were dead. Is that not the greatest revenge? Su Mo comforted and advised that in truth, it was because he himself dared not kill Yu Xiaogang at this moment that he offered such counsel to Bibi Dong. Otherwise, true to Su Mo's nature, he would find it far more satisfying to eliminate the adversary directly rather than subject them to disgrace and suffering. Let him suffer the greatest disappointment. Let him be disgraced. Indeed, killing him directly would be too lenient. We must ensure that all his hopes turn to despair. So what shall we do? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong agreed that simply killing Yu Xiaogang was too easy for him. Their goal was to make Yu Xiaogang endure suffering. First and foremost, let us ensure that the Shrek team he leads falters miserably in the Soul Master competition over a year from now. Delivering him a harsh blow, Su Mo proposed the most feasible course of action. All right, when do you plan to leave Shrek? Perhaps you should consider joining the Wuhuan Hall. With your talents, it would be undoubtedly easy for you. Bibi Dong nodded and began suggesting that Su Mo join the Wuhuan Hall. No, I shall not join the Wuhuan Hall. However, Su Mo promptly rejected Bibi Dong's suggestion. Why? By joining the Wuhuan Hall. With me by your side, I assure you that I can persuade the current Pope to provide you with comprehensive training, allowing you to grow rapidly. Although the Wuhuan Hall is eventually destroyed, that is in the future. Presently, the Wuhuan Hall is undoubtedly the most powerful force, and with your assistance, it will not fail as it did before. Upon hearing that Su Mo was unwilling to go to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong immediately grew anxious. She was counting on Su Mo to assist her current self, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, along with Qian Rinxue and Hu Laina. She hoped that Su Mo would help resolve the misunderstandings between the Pope and Qian Rinxue sooner. Allowing them to recognize each other's significance. As for Hu Laina, it seemed she was no longer necessary, for Bibi Dong did not believe that the current Shrek team could triumph over the Spirit Hall team. It was not merely due to those reasons. The primary cause lay with you, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Just consider this. If the Pope were to discover your connection with me, what might she do? Su Mo shook his head and directly articulated the crux of the matter. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, completely caught off guard by his question. This was something she had never contemplated. However, after Su Mo's remark, Bibi Dong realized that he truly was unsuitable to meet the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, had she not been discovered in her connection with Su Mo. It would have been fine, but if it were revealed, she could not guarantee Su Mo's fate. She understood herself best. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall would never permit her future self to manifest as a spirit within another. If such a revelation occurred, she would either seek a way to detach herself from Su Mo or destroy both him and herself in the process. Bibi Dong was convinced that the current Pope of the Spirit Hall was indeed capable of such ruthless actions. This revelation left Bibi Dong utterly flabbergasted. She had always intended to persuade Su Mo to distance himself from the Shrek Academy before sending him to the Spirit Hall. Yet, it now appeared that Su Mo absolutely could not go to the Spirit Hall. P.S. A second update, still 4K per chapter. Chapter 80, Bibi Dong. Is Yu Xiaogang breaking limits through grazing? Bibi Dong, I cannot agree to your request to eliminate Yu Xiaogang or join the Spirit Hall. I can still manage to confront the Shrek team led by Yu Xiaogang. Given today's events, you should take some time to rest. Observing Bibi Dong, who appeared somewhat disoriented, Su Mo bid her farewell before withdrawing from his spirit space. He now addressed Bibi Dong by her name. Having already laid everything bare, there was no longer a need for the somewhat obsequious titles. That insufferable little brat. I won't call you that anymore. How foolish of me to have taught you so many things. Watching Su Mo's departing figure, Bibi Dong couldn't help but mutter in indignation. However, she wasn't genuinely angry. She was merely a bit displeased. After venting, Bibi Dong fell into a trance. The truth she had uncovered that day struck her with immense force, leading her to briefly wish she had perished back then to avoid these revelations. Yet, doing so would have been too lenient on Yu Xiaogang, and she was privy to the truth, while the current Pope of the Spirit Hall remained oblivious. Although sending Su Mo to the Spirit Hall could wait, she could still convey the truth to her own self, who was still the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Though Su Mo could not directly assist her in avenging Yu Xiaogang, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall could. As long as she revealed the truth, as Bibi Dong pondered, her beautiful eyes lit up, finally devising a clever plan. However, how to convey Yu Xiaogang's true nature to the Pope of the Spirit Hall posed yet another challenge. Unless Su Mo aided her awakening, no one besides him could perceive her consciousness. Perhaps Qian Douluo could sense her spiritual state, but Bibi Dong knew that her current self, still the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would certainly be unable to see her, as her spiritual power was relatively weak before attaining godhood. No, after all, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall was, in fact, herself. Perhaps she wouldn't require such high levels of spiritual cultivation to perceive her. When the time came for Su Mo to meet her, they would find out. Then she could meet her alone, ensuring Su Mo would remain uninvolved. During the Spirit Master Grand Competition, Bibi Dong quickly recalled when she could encounter her current self. Still the Pope of the Spirit Hall, still so naive, thinking everything too simply. Regarding Bibi Dong's self-talk within her spirit space, Su Mo silently shook his head. He acknowledged that if Bibi Dong were to inform the Pope of Yu Xiaogan's true nature in advance, the Pope would undoubtedly take immediate action to retaliate against him, without any reservations. However, the crux of the matter remained, for the Pope to believe her words. If someone who looked exactly like her appeared, claiming to be her future self and revealing Yu Xiaogan's true nature, Su Mo did not believe the Pope would accept it, particularly concerning the true nature of Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong, who became his spirit, had personally witnessed and heard Yu Xiaogan's words. Otherwise, she would not believe anyone else. Shaking his head inwardly, Su Mo chose not to undermine Bibi Dong for the time being, allowing her to enjoy a moment of happiness. He felt that today had already dealt a significant blow to her. Nevertheless, this was indeed a good thing. Only by recognizing Yu Xiaogan's true nature would Bibi Dong cease to obsess over him. As her spirit, Su Mo would find it quite displeasing if she constantly pursued other men. Since Su Mo and Bibi Dong had laid their cards on the table, their interactions had also seen some subtle changes. It seemed they had begun to trust each other more, especially since both had unveiled their secrets. Sumo, when do you plan to leave Shrek? I can hardly contain my urge to kill that man whenever I see him. You should take Ning Rongrong and leave Shrek at once. Bibi Dong boldly urged Su Mo to depart from Shrek Academy. Previously, she had wished for Su Mo to remain by Yu Xiaogan's side. Now, she was eager for him to distance himself from him as quickly as possible. In no rush. I'll leave after a couple of months, once we reach the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Before that, I need to ensure that certain treasures do not fall into Tang San's hands. Seeing Bibi Dong more anxious than himself, Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle, subsequently revealing his plans. Treasures? What treasures? Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback before curiously inquiring. You know I'm aware of certain individuals' exploits, right? Therefore, I am familiar with Tang San's experiences, including his early ones. For Tang San, the greatest assistance in his early days came from a batch of celestial herbs obtained through the poisoned Douluo. And these herbs are true treasures, far more precious than 100,000-year soul rings, for they laid the foundation for all members of the Shrek 7 monsters to attain godhood. Su Mo replied with a smile. However, Su Mo's calm response struck Bibi Dong like thunder on a clear day. What did you say? In the future, all members of the Shrek 7 monsters have attained godhood. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. Her curiosity piqued. Yet, upon hearing that all the Shrek 7 monsters had achieved godhood, she could no longer contain her disbelief. How is that possible? She had received the legacy of the Rakshasa god and understood how arduous it was to attain godhood. Both talent and luck were indispensable. Alongside considerable effort, just the talent aspect alone had thwarted countless individuals. That IT was not something that just anyone could qualify for in the divine inheritance assessment. Yet, what was she hearing now? All the members of the Shrek 7 monsters had become gods. This was utterly inconceivable. Bibi Dong had observed their talents firsthand. Aside from the innate full soul power of Oscar, the others were rather mediocre, of course, excluding Tang San. However, even with innate full soul power, attaining divine inheritance was no easy feat. Many soul masters throughout history possessed innate full soul power. Therefore, Bibi Dong found it hard to believe that all members of the Shrek 7 monsters had undergone the divine inheritance assessment and successfully completed it. That was simply a fantastical notion. Indeed, in the future, all the Shrek 7 monsters attain godhood. You are well aware of their original talents. It was precisely due to the batch of celestial herbs acquired by Tang San that their talents were fundamentally transformed, laying the groundwork for their ascension to divinity. Su Mo nodded, reiterating the extraordinary value of the celestial herbs. What are these celestial herbs you speak of? Upon hearing Su Mo once again mention the immortal herb, Bibi Dong finally directed her attention to the extraordinary treasure he spoke of. Her curiosity was piqued. What kind of wondrous item could possibly alter an individual's innate talent, enabling someone like Zhu Zhuqing, who once appeared merely average in ability, to undergo the divine trial of inheritance? It is, after all, a type of plant, yet they are exceedingly rare in the natural world and scarcely known, with the spirit hall lacking any records of them. This speaks volumes. Legend has it that consuming the immortal herb can fundamentally transform one's talent, allowing even those with modest abilities to possess qualifications comparable to an innate full spirit power. It was precisely because Yu Xiaogang received an immortal herb from Tang San that he was able to break through the limitations of his own talent and ultimately ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Sumo provided a succinct introduction to the immortal herb, using Yu Xiaogang as a prime example. The fact that Yu Xiaogang, who initially had only half-level innate spirit power, was able to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo at such a young age after consuming the herb, speaks volumes about its remarkable efficacy. Of course, Su Mo also sought to enlighten Bibi Dong, revealing that her prior belief that Yu Xiaogang had independently discovered a means to transcend his innate limitations was misguided. Rather, it was a gift from Tang San that facilitated his breakthrough. What did you say? Yu Xiaogang broke through his innate limitations solely because he consumed the immortal herb. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. She had always assumed that Yu Xiaogang had achieved his breakthrough through his own efforts. Yet now, Su Mo was informing her otherwise. It was mere fortune that his devoted disciple had presented him with the herb, and it was only after consuming it that he had surpassed his innate constraints.